Chapter 1 Rebirth. The SSS class talent of the blessing of light. Curse your ancestors. Suyenya, Zhangfeng, you treacherous pair. I have shielded you, only for you to betray and attempt to assassinate me. In a humble, rented room, Li Fan abruptly opened his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot as he gasped for breath. The last moment etched in his memory was the arduous battle wherein he vanquished an invading demon king from another realm. Just as he relaxed his tense spirit, a dagger laced with lethal poison pierced his heart from behind. A betrayal from a comrade, and the traitors were none other than his long-term girlfriend and the vice president of the guild he had painstakingly nurtured, whom he regarded as his right-hand man. Suyenya, I have treated you with such kindness, cradling you in my hands for years, fulfilling every request you made. Zhangfeng, who was it that offered you a job when you had no money for food? Who lent you a multitude of equipment to help you grow stronger? Who advocated for you against all odds, promoting you to become the vice president of one of the world's top 100 guilds, the Pantheon? For a decade, I placed my trust in you, offering protection and resources, yet you too shamelessly repaid my kindness with betrayal. Do you think this is just? Do you think this is just? Damn it! The more Li Fan contemplated, the more furious he became, his anger gnawing at him. He was not only enraged by the betrayal of those he trusted, but also infuriated with his own foolishness in misjudging their characters. Then, he suddenly realized something peculiar. Didn't I die? Whose liver is aching? Where am I? What I hold in my hand is a smartphone. The invasion of otherworldly creatures into the galaxy has persisted for 10 years, leaving devastation in its wake. Factories have long ceased to exist. What usable phone remains in this world? No, wait. The date is September 20th. 2042, good heavens. Isn't this the very first day of Endless Firmament going live? So I've been reborn. Li Fan was bewildered. Was it that the heavens, in their mercy, had granted him a second chance? After a moment of dazed contemplation, he finally accepted the astonishing truth of his rebirth. Then an overwhelming excitement surged within him. Endless Firmament, a virtual reality game that swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the gaming industry upon its release, was jointly endorsed and promoted by the official representatives of the world's 5 major powers, hailed as the second world for every player. However, with his prior experiences, Li Fan was acutely aware that this game was far from the straightforward escapade touted by the officials. In the 100 days following the launch of Endless Firmament, it left an impression of being an exceptionally high-quality virtual online game. Yet on December 31st, 2024, precisely 100 days after the game commenced, a horrifying event unfolded. The game merged with reality, and a predatory civilization known as the Abyss of Otherworld invaded the planet Aqua. From that moment forth, the rules of the world shifted from the realm of science fiction to that of magic, rendering humanity's electricity and gunpowder utterly inoperative. Faced with the incursion of the abyssal civilization from a foreign realm, countless humans on the Azure planet succumb each day, becoming fodder for the monstrous denizens of the abyss. Each of these abyssal creatures possesses extraordinary power. However, humanity is not entirely devoid of the capacity for resistance, and on the very day the foreign abyssal civilization invaded, the character abilities from the game Endless Firmament synchronized with the real world, enabling players to grow stronger within the game, thereby amplifying their prowess in reality. In a previous life, Li Fan, having just begun his internship and reluctant to spend his earnings on a gaming helmet, chose instead to purchase an expensive handbag for his girlfriend, Suyenya. Consequently, he entered the game 2 months after its launch, missing out on the precious early leveling period of Endless Firmament. It took him a decade of exertion, far exceeding that of other players, to attain level 200, securing a place among the top 10 on the global warrior leaderboard. The guild he founded, the Hall of Gods, also managed to enter the ranks of the world's top guilds. Reborn on the very day the game launched, he realized he could now compete with other players from the outset. With the memories of his previous life, Endless Firmament became for him a fresh start, and barring any unforeseen events, his future accomplishments would surely surpass mere presence in the top 10 of the warrior rankings. Thank the heavens for granting me a second chance, he declared resolutely. In this life, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of Endless Firmament. Suddenly, a series of notifications sound from his phone interrupted Li Fan's reverie. Suyenya special attention. Darling, I was out shopping with my friend and came across a stunning handbag. Handbag photo, what do you think? Isn't it far more beautiful than the one I currently use? Playful. Su Yinyue's special attention. Unfortunately, I'm still preparing for my postgraduate entrance exams and lack the funds to purchase it, so I can only feast my eyes on it. Aggrieved. Su Yinyue's special attention. But it's all right. Once I start earning, I will definitely buy it. Keep fighting, strive. As he read the messages, Li Fan felt a surge of emotion welling up within him. That wretched girl. In his previous life, it was precisely these messages that led him to forego purchasing the gaming helmet, thereby missing the opportunity to enter endless firmament at the earliest moment. Looking back now, Li Fan wished he could slap his former self at that time. He had truly been a pathetic sycophant. Fortunately, in this new life, he vowed never to be a sycophant again. If he were to indulge, it would be as an aspiring youth consumed by his gaming passion. Su Yinyue, you should be grateful that the game has yet to merge with reality. Were it not for the law, today would mark your demise. Your life has but 100 days left. In this life, I refuse to utter a single word to you. I shall quietly observe how you continue to wreak havoc. Li Fan muttered through clenched teeth. He then departed from his rented room, heading towards the nearest store that sold gaming helmets. After purchasing the gaming headset, Li Fan found that only a mere 100 yuan remained from his 3 months of saved wages. However, he felt no urgency. Instead, he sent a resignation message to the company. From this day forth, he would be a free man without employment. Upon returning to his rented room, Li Fan glanced at the time. It was 5:58 in the evening, with just 2 minutes left until the launch of Endless Firmament. Without further ado, the next course of action was clear. Endless Firmament. Activate. Soon, the game transitioned to the character creation interface. Notification. You have confirmed your game ID as Tai Sui Shun. Notification. You have chosen to select your initial profession randomly. The result is that your initial profession is the rare hidden class Shield Warrior. Notification. Character appearance customization is complete. Your character has been successfully created. Like a divine being descending from the heavens. Indeed, he was the Tai Sui Shun of this world. This, then, was the origin of Li Fan's ID. With a decade of experience from his previous life, he could effortlessly handle any profession. Thus, for his initial profession, he cast aside the conventional choices of warrior, mage, archer, knight, assassin, priest, druid, and summoner, opting instead to gamble on a random selection. 4. By allowing the game system to randomly determine his initial profession, there existed a certain probability of acquiring a hidden class. As expected, he had indeed transitioned into a hidden profession. Shield Warrior, is it? Not too shabby. While it may lack in damage output, its role within a team is undeniably significant, with commendable overall combat capabilities. Moreover, isn't the effectiveness of damage output contingent upon the player's skill? With good equipment, high skill levels, and adept control, any class can soar. With this thought, Li Fan nodded to himself, feeling quite satisfied with his initial profession as a Shield Warrior. Following the successful creation of his character, the next step was the unique talent lottery of Endless Firmament. Notification. By the grace of the heavens, you have drawn the SSS-level unique talent Blessing of Light in the talent lottery. Wow! Li Fan was astonished. Had the goddess of fortune truly smiled upon him? Talent quality ranges from low to high, classified as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and culminating in SSS, that he had miraculously obtained the highest quality talent. In his previous life, he had only acquired a level talent. Yet in this rebirth, he had gained the pinnacle SSS. What an extraordinary beginning. Time to take flight. Chapter 2. So your radiance is the speed of light. Note, you have been automatically assigned to Novice Village M4399. Wishing you a pleasant gaming experience. In Endless Firmament. Players' initial Novice Villages are linked to their real-world residential locations. Players in M4399 Novice Village all reside near Li Fan in reality. Of course, with tens of thousands of players in a single Novice Village. Identifying someone's true identity through their in-game character is no easy task, especially since Li Fan had already altered his character's appearance during creation. As the system notification faded, Li Fan's vision blurred, and he found himself in the spawning square of M4399 Novice Village, ignoring the exclamations of other newcomers around him. He swiftly opened his personal interface to inspect his attributes and innate talents. Character. God of Jupiter. Basic attributes, level, LV1, 0-10,000, class, Shielded Vanguard, HP, 400, MP, 300, attack, Physical 20, Magical 6, Defense. Physical 14, Magical 10, Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 4, Spirit 6. Stamina 10, Unallocated Attribute Points, 0, Maximum Attack Speed, 0, 84 Attack Second, Maximum Movement Speed, 10, 0, 8 meters second. Title, None. Talent, Blessing of Light, Stage 1, SSS tier. Equipment slots, Novice Cloth Tunic, Novice Trousers, Novice Short Sword. Novice Buckler, Skill List, Shield Block, LV1 passive allows the use of a shield to parry incoming physical damage. Upon successful block, reduces damage taken by 10-100. Effect scales based on relative strength between user and foe. Heavy Slash, LV1 active delivers a powerful strike with your weapon, dealing 200 of physical attack damage. If the enemy's HP falls below 30, damage increases by an additional 2 for every 1 HP lost. Consumes 20 MP cooldown, 15 seconds. Provoke, LV1 active taunts all enemies within a 15-meter radius, forcing them to prioritize you as their primary target for 30 seconds. Consumes 20 MP cooldown, 45 seconds. Endless Firmament differed from other virtual games Li Fan had played. In this world, the 4 core attributes translated into combat mechanics as follows: 1 strength, 1 base, physical attack 0. 0, 1 critical damage bonus. 1 spirit, 1 base magical attack slight, tenacity, 10 MP. 1 agility 0. 0, 1 attack speed 0. 0, 2 movement speed. 1 stamina 10 HP, 1 defense, both physical magical, slight stagger resistance, minor critical damage mitigation. In other words, even if you are an archer or assassin class in the early stages of Endless Skies, disregarding factors like equipment and skills to increase physical attack power, you should prioritize allocating free attribute points to the strength stat. In Li Fan's previous life, he had encountered many archer players who invested all their points into strength, pursuing nothing but extreme damage output. Agility? What's that? If 1 arrow from me equals 10 of yours, isn't that sweet? Of course. This isn't to say the agility stat is unimportant, though agility only increases speed, as the legendary Fire Cloud Evil God once proclaimed. In martial arts, nothing is indestructible, only speed is invincible. With higher speed, you can more easily evade enemy attacks and strike vulnerable spots for critical damage. While agility doesn't directly enhance physical attack power, its importance is no less than that of strength, spirit, or vitality. But that has little to do with Li Fan, a shield knight. As a shield knight, he must focus on stacking strength and vitality. I remember ordinary starting classes only have 1 skill, but shield knights actually have 3, not bad for a hidden class. Now, let me see what this SSS tier talent actually does. Li Fan muttered softly before shifting his gaze to the talent description. Blessing of Light, Stage 1, SSS tier talent 1. Your base agility increases by 500 points. 2. For every minor enemy slain, you permanently gain at least 1 agility. The stronger the enemy, the higher the agility reward. Progress to next stage, 0-10, 000 kills. Note, unique SSS tier talent with 10 growth stages. Strive on, young warrior. Permanently increasing agility by farming monsters? Staring at the description, Li Fan was stunned. Blessing of Light. I thought light referred to some holy buff, but no, it's the light as in the speed of light. Damn, just killing 1 small monster grants at least 1 agility. According to the conversion rate between agility and dual speed, 100 agility 1 attack per second 2 ms movement speed. 1. 000 agility 10 attacks per second 20 ms movement speed. 10. 000 agility 100 attacks per second 200 ms movement speed. What if I had 100? 000 agility, or even 1,000,000? The thought alone made Li Fan inhale sharply. No wonder this is an SSS tier talent. Even its first stage effect is enough to shock a reincarnator like me. Based on the agility to speed conversion, he only needed to slay around 700 monsters to break the sound barrier in movement speed. With enough effort, I might even surpass the speed of light someday. The idea alone filled Li Fan with exhilaration. Time to start grinding. Well, grinding can wait. There's one thing even more urgent: securing that hidden quest. The concealed quests in Boundless Skies offer exceptional rewards, and these missions are often unique in nature. For instance, once a player accepts such a quest, it becomes unavailable to others unless the initial participant fails. While ordinary monsters can be hunted at any time, these elusive quests might be snatched away by others. As a reincarnated individual, how could Li Fan possibly confine himself to mere diligence? he resolved to leverage his foreknowledge, determined to intercept every hidden quest within his memory before others could lay claim to them. Chapter 3. The Quest to Become the Swiftest Man. Oh my god. This game feels incredibly real. Virtual reality online games were developed a decade ago, but Endless Sky is by far the most immersive experience I've encountered. As Li Fan walked away from the novice spawn point square, his ears were bombarded with chaotic chatter. Endless Sky, a game jointly promoted by the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, caused a sensation upon its release, captivating players worldwide. Rumor has it that on the first day alone, over 100 million players logged in. After finally pushing through the crowd, Li Fan headed straight for the blacksmith shop in the beginner village. The era of the novice zone was long past, and due to his late entry, delayed by 2 months in his previous life because of his girlfriend, his memory of hidden quests here was sparse. After much deliberation, he recalled one crucial piece of information. This secret was revealed by a legendary storm warrior, ranked among the global top 10 and nicknamed the meat grinder of the battlefield, who once boasted online about the source of his overwhelming power. At the blacksmith shop, if a player's strength earns the blacksmith's recognition, they can trigger a hidden chain quest. Upon completing it, they receive a unique item called Warrior's Heart. For any warrior class player, Warrior's Heart is nothing short of a divine artifact. Its effect is simple yet devastating. It grants complete immunity to all forms of crowd control. Warriors excel in offense and defense, dominating in close combat, but their lack of agility makes them vulnerable to control effects. In battles against ranged classes, warriors often find themselves immobilized mid-charge, then swiftly eliminated by a barrage of attacks. Imagine the terror of a warrior immune to all control. Any strategist would grasp its significance. Warrior's Heart is a one-of-a-kind item. No duplicate exists in the game. Since the legendary Storm Warrior had already claimed it, he had no fear of others replicating his feat yet. He could never have anticipated someone like Li Fan, a reincarnated player, existing in this world. Hehehe. Your Warrior's Heart is impressive, but sorry, it'll soon be mine. With this thought, Li Fan quickly arrived at the blacksmith shop. Quests and monster slaying are the standard paths to progression in any VR MMO. However, Endless Sky's player population is so massive that a long queue had formed before the blacksmith, with NPC guards even dispatched to maintain order. Li Fan currently lacked the audacity to act presumptuously before the NPC soldiers, compelled to wait dutifully in line. The unfortunate reality was that at least 100 players stood ahead of him. The silver lining, however, lay in the blacksmith's impartial demeanor toward all. Your combat prowess is too feeble. No tasks here suit your capabilities. Begone, and cease pestering me. With a single dismissive remark, another player was sent away. The NPC soldiers stood vigilant nearby, ensuring those rejected departed without protest. Soon, it was Li Fan's turn to stand before the blacksmith. Scram, you're far too weak. I've no tasks for the likes of you. The blacksmith barely glanced at Li Fan before delivering his curt verdict. Yet, unlike the others who obediently retreated, Li Fan remained. The prerequisite for unlocking the hidden quest chain, Warrior's Heart, was earning the blacksmith's recognition. How could one gain such recognition? The most convincing method was to demonstrate one's strength. Thanks to the first effect of his SSS tier talent, Li Fan's agility had surged by 500 points, precisely why he had bypassed grinding monsters and come straight to intercept this hidden quest. Blacksmith Morin, I implore you to look again. Assess my true capabilities. With those words, Li Fan seized a one-handed sword and unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes into the air. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. With 504 agility points and a base attack speed of 0.8 strikes per second, his current attack speed reached a staggering 5.84 strikes per second. After the lightning-quick quintuple slash, the blacksmith's demeanor shifted instantly. Young adventurer from another world, you are truly fortunate. Your talent astounds me. I see promise in you. Will you aid me in avenging my daughter? No sooner had the blacksmith spoken than a notification appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notice. You have triggered the quest Morin the Blacksmith's Revenge. 1. Quest details. Months ago, Morin's daughter ventured out, only to meet a tragic fate. After investigation, Morin discovered the culprits, a pack of wolves dwelling in the gloomy thicket. Slay 100 mutated gray wolves, LV. 6 creatures, to prove your worth once more. Upon completion, you shall receive generous rewards and the right to undertake the next phase of this quest chain. Time limit, 3 days. Party requirement. Solo. Success reward. 50 silver coins, 5,000 EXP. 1 piece of common equipment, eligibility for subsequent quests. Failure penalty, permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Reading the newly appeared quest, Li Fan exhaled in relief. This was indeed the first step of the hidden quest chain leading to the warrior's heart, artifact. Blacksmith Morin, rest assured, I will complete this task. I pray you keep your word. As assistance, for these 3 days, I shall waive all repair fees for your equipment. This is precisely the reason why Li Fan deliberately engaged in friendly interactions with Mo Lin after accepting the quest. The NPCs in Endless Skies cannot be simplistically regarded as mere lines of code. They possess their own thoughts, emotions, and sentiments, akin to virtual AI beings. The attitude a player exhibits toward an NPC will be reciprocated in kind, though exceptions arise when an NPC is in a foul mood. With a single sentence, Li Fan secured 3 days of waived equipment repair fees, leaving him thoroughly delighted. Meanwhile, several players queued behind him watched the entire exchange in stunned disbelief. Holy, was that a glitch? Damn, lightning-fast 5-hit combo? Incredible! This guy must VE roll the B tier or higher attack speed boosting talent. What a pro. Hey, big shot. Add me as a friend. Same here. I'm a D tier mage with a 20 starting spirit stat. My DPS is insane. Whoa. This dude S wielding a shield and a one-handed sword. Must be a hidden class. Carry me, boss. Hey, don't run. Damn, he is fast. Faced with a barrage of friend requests and party invitations, Li Fan chose the swiftest exit literally. Seriously? Bragging about a D-tier talent? What kind of amateur thinks they're worthy of being my teammate? The early stages of the game attracted all manner of oddballs, and Li Fan had no intention of wasting time scouting for party members. Until the first player-accessible dungeon unlocked at level 15, solo grinding remained his optimal strategy. Time to work. I'll be the fastest man alive. Li Fan roared with determination. Chapter 4. Commence the grind, level up, and the boss, Piggy. The mutated gray wolves were level 6 pack creatures, while Li Fan was merely level 1. Challenging them now would be far too reckless. In Endless Skies, the penalties for death and level suppression were severe. Upon a player's first death, they would suffer a 24-hour debuff, having all attributes. A second death extended the debuff to 72 hours and stripped all accumulated experience for their current level. For instance, a level 2 player at 99 would plummet back to 0. A third death imposed a week-long debuff and a level drop. A fourth death meant losing 2 levels, and so on. Should a player perish 10 times within a month, their level would be forcibly reduced by 1, all equipment would be lost, and they would endure an entire month of debilitation. Death penalties reset on the first of each month, calculated independently. As for level suppression, for every level below an opponent, a player dealt 5 less damage and received 5 more. Capped at 80. Conversely, surpassing an enemy's level granted a 5 damage increase and 5 damage reduction per level advantage, also capped at 80. Notably, defeating higher-level foes yielded bonus experience, while slaughtering weaker ones incurred a double penalty, diminished rewards. In Endless Skies, mindlessly grinding low-level mobs for efficiency was impossible. Thus, Li Fan resolved to venture toward the shadowed thicket, scouting for suitable training grounds along the way to bolster his strength before confronting the mutated wolves. Decision made. He sprinted beyond the village. The outskirts teemed with players, far livelier than the village itself. Countless adventurers had gathered to hunt and gather quest materials. At a glance, the number of players far outstripped even the level 1 crimson-eyed rabbits. Freshly spawned rabbits scarcely had time to blink before blades and fireballs rained down, felling them instantly. Damn. The competition is brutal. Li Fan wiped his brow. In his past life, the majority had already surpassed level 50 by the time he arrived, leaving the beginner zone sparsely populated. Now, he was witnessing firsthand the relentless fervor of launch day grinders. Unwilling to fight over scraps with the masses, he pressed onward, seeking a quieter training ground. Soon, he arrived at a less crowded area. Species, Piggy. Level, 2 common creature. Attributes, 200 HP, 23 physical attack, 12 physical defense. 11 magic defense. Skill, Piggy's Fury. Charges at enemies. Here spawns a creature known as the Pipig, boasting formidable offensive and defensive attributes. Coupled with the penalty imposed on players for attacking higher-level monsters, these creatures deter most novice players at level 1. However, Li Fan was clearly an exception. Provocation. Li Fan cast a skill on a Pipig within 15 meters. His haughty gaze deeply wounded the beast's pride. causing it to snort furiously before charging forward with all four limbs. Slow, agonizingly slow. Li Fan couldn't even be bothered to raise his shield. To him, the Pipig's charge was no faster than a snail's crawl. A slight sidestep effortlessly evaded the attack, and in the same motion, he thrust his sword toward its vulnerable rear. Swish, swish, swish. His attack speed was blinding. In just 2 seconds, 11 damage numbers erupted above the Pipig's head. 15. Weak point damage, 15. 15. The rear, often a critical weak spot for many creatures, was completely unprotected on the Pipig. Li Fan's strikes were precise, each dealing double damage. After 11 swift slashes, the beast's health plummeted to a mere 35 points. As it let out a pained squeal, Li Fan seized the moment to deliver 3 final thrusts. Alas, Master Li was merciful. He couldn't bear to see the Pipig suffer. The only kindness he could offer was a swift end. System notice. You have slain Pipig, LV. 2 common creature. You gained 105 EXP, 5 bonus for overleveling. System notice. Your talent has activated. You permanently gained 1 agility. Not bad. Just about 95 more Pipigs. And I'll reach level 2. Keep it up. System notice. You have slain. Omitted. System notice. You have leveled up. Current level. LV. 2. Congratulations. You have gained 5 unallocated attribute points. After over an hour of relentless combat, a radiant white light enveloped Li Fan, signaling his ascension. Efficiency was hampered. Slaying Pipigs was quick, but their scattered spawns and lengthy respawn timers meant more time was spent hunting than fighting. Compounding the issue, the area grew increasingly crowded, further slowing his progress. Finally leveled up. Time to move to the next grinding spot. Disappointing loot. Though nearly 100 Pipigs yielded only 3 plain white tier items and a handful of copper coins. Among them, only a mediocre one-handed sword was usable. As for his attribute points, he allocated them all to strength for now, bolstering his attack power. Now then, HM? Someone else fighting the Pipig boss? Just as Li Fan finished distributing his points and prepared to leave, he noticed a group of 7 or 8 players in the distance, engaged in battle with a Pipig boss, significantly larger and more formidable than its common kin. Nearly a level 2 black iron tier minor boss, already claimed by others, hardly worth my involvement. Wait, it's them. After confirming the strength of that Pig boss, Li Fan initially intended to depart as planned. Such a trivial level 2 black iron tier creature scarcely warranted the dishonor of boss stealing. Yet, amidst the battling crowd, 2 vaguely familiar faces suddenly caught his eye. Upon scrutinizing their features, verifying their IDs and classes, along with their teammates' credentials, Li Fan's demeanor shifted abruptly. If memory serves, these 7 individuals formed the notorious core of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild in his past life. At this realization, Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. When faced with the terrifying alien monstrosity's invasion, humanity had fractured into 3 factions: those who resisted valiantly, those who succumbed to despair, and the smallest yet most infamous group, the traitorous scum who willingly or forcibly joined the monsters' ranks, becoming beasts that preyed upon their own kind. This Righteous Brotherhood bore a deceptively noble name while its members wallowed in depravity. Even before the otherworldly horrors descended upon Earth, they had already established themselves as villains within the gaming world, swindlers, cheats, and all-around scoundrels whose infamy spread far and wide. When the invasion came, most of their core members defected to the monster's side within a year, betraying humanity outright. By the 3rd year of the apocalypse, this guild had earned the dubious honor of 3rd place on the globally recognized Scum Guild rankings, their atrocities surpassed only by 2 Western guilds atop that vile list. Seeing these wretches before him, Li Fan felt a dark fascination stir within. Chapter 5. Slaughter them. All the core members of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild primarily fall into 2 categories. The first consists of veteran teammates who forge bonds in other games before the launch of Endless Skies. The second comprises new recruits absorbed after the game's release. Regardless of their origin, one thing remains certain: every core member of the Righteous Brotherhood bears the prefix Righteous before their name. Righteous King of Men, Righteous Overlord, Righteous Black Rose, Righteous Mr. Sue. There could be no mistake. These were undoubtedly the guild's elite. Having confirmed their identities, Li Fan's next course of action was simple. As a morally upright individual blessed with extraordinary abilities, how could he turn a blind eye to such villainous scum? Impossible. Thus, Li Fan resolved to demonstrate the depths of his benevolence. Those not of our kin are sure to harbor ill intent. In their past lives, these wretches had toiled under the yoke of otherworldly demons. How exhausting that must have been. This time, out of sheer mercy. He would ensure they never suffered such hardships again. With this thought, Li Fan sprang into action. At levels 1 and 2, neither side possessed significant skills or tactics. Direct confrontation would suffice. Without hesitation, he broke into a full sprint, his first target being the enemy mage positioned at the rear. Watch out. Someone's approaching. That bastard moves fast, probably here to steal the boss. Stay sharp. Just one guy? Ha, suicidal. Brothers, I'll hold the boss. Focus fire and obliterate him. Li Fan made no attempt to conceal his advance. Even from over 100 meters away, the Righteous Brotherhood spotted him. Though morally bankrupt, their gaming instincts were sharp. In virtual MMOs, murder, theft, and boss snatching were commonplace, practices they themselves excelled in. Naturally, they assumed the worst of others. Before Li Fan closed within 50 meters, they had already prepared for battle. Archers, mages, and priests retreated swiftly, while warriors and knights formed a front line. An assassin lurked nearby, waiting for an opening, while what appeared to be a hidden class knight maintained aggro on the boss. Friend, strangers aren't welcome here. Take another step, and we won't hold back. The warrior player, Righteous King of Men, bellowed a warning, relying on superior numbers to intimidate Li Fan. His threat, however, was met with utter disregard. The distance between them shrank rapidly. Damn it, he's asking for it. Kill him. At Righteous King of Men's command, the archers and mages unleashed their attacks. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows and fireballs streaked toward Li Fan with precision. Yet he had anticipated this. With a serpentine sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the projectiles. His movement speed is insane. Hitting him from range is nearly impossible. The archer, Righteous Black Rose, grimaced in frustration. Stay sharp, rabbit. Let's intercept him together. Righteous King called out to his knight companion. Both the knight and warrior were melee classes, renowned for their robust health and formidable defenses. At Righteous King's signal, they braced themselves for close combat. 3 seconds later, Li Fan charged straight toward Righteous King at the forefront. The latter raised his great sword, preparing to unleash Triple Slash, a basic skill every warrior class possessed. The skill allowed 3 consecutive strikes, the first 2 dealing 150 of normal attack damage, while the third delivered a crushing 200. However, its cooldown lasted a full 30 seconds. Though the attack speed was slightly faster than a normal swing, it was nothing before Li Fan's staggering 600 points in agility. Swish, swish, swish. Li Fan's strikes landed first, a relentless flurry aimed at Righteous King's head. The warrior instinctively tried to duck, but to his horror, evasion was impossible. 26. Weak point damage, 26. 26. In the blink of an eye, 6 damage numbers erupted above Righteous King's head, having his health in an instant. Meanwhile, his own triple slash fared poorly. The first 2 strikes were effortlessly dodged, and the third was cleanly blocked by Li Fan's raised shield. Combat log. Your attack was successfully blocked by Ta Su's shield. Judgment concluded. Your strength stat is inferior to the target S. This attack deals 0 damage. Staring at the combat log, then at his dwindling health, Righteous King paled. Careful. This guy's a hidden class. He can block physical attacks. His damage is insane. His attack speed must be at least 5 hits per second. How much agility does he even have? I can't hold. Irk. Before he could finish, Li Fan's relentless assault emptied his health bar. The entire fight lasted less than 3 seconds. Against Li Fan, Righteous King stood no chance. The gap between them was insurmountable. The scene left the remaining 6 members of the Righteous Cloud's guild utterly stunned. It happened too fast. Their heavily armored warrior comrade had fallen in what felt like an instant. We're all level 2. How the hell is he this strong? Are you cheating? Quit gawking. Focus fire on Ta Su's. He is alone. Avenge Righteous King. From a distance, Righteous Monarch, the guild's paladin currently dueling the boss, roared at his frozen allies. Spurred into action, the remaining members launched their assault. And then, despair struck. Combat log. Your attack was successfully blocked by Ta Su's shield. Combat log. Your attack missed. Combat log. Your attack was successfully blocked by Ta Su's shield. Combat log. Your attack. Omitted. Blocked. Dodged. Once again. The attacks were either blocked or evaded. The members of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild were utterly dumbfounded. Every magical assault they unleashed was deftly dodged by Li Fan's nimble footwork. Given the glaring disparity in speed, Li Fan, armed with a decade of intense combat experience from his past life, found it effortless to evade their strikes. and when their attacks became too dense, hemming in his movement, he would sidestep the magical onslaught while using the small round shield in his left hand to forcefully parry physical blows. The Righteous Brotherhood's attacks failed to land, whereas Li Fan's strikes were impossible to evade or withstand. Swish, swish, swish. His blade flashed like lightning, his slashes a frenzied blur. In moments, a second victim crumpled to the ground, then a third, followed by a fourth, in less than half a minute. 4 out of the 7 opponents had already fallen beneath Li Fan's relentless assault. This sent Righteous King, who was still locked in battle with the boss, into a fury beyond measure. Chapter 6, Exquisite Weaponry. Never mind him now. The boss only has 100 HP left. Finish it off, grab the loot, and retreat. The furious roar of Righteous Overlord snapped the remaining 2 members of the Brotherhood of Righteousness back to reality. Yet, it also drew Li Fan's attention to the dwindling health bar of the elite Pigly. Without hesitation, he abandoned his pursuit and turned toward the boss. Species, Elite Pigly. Level, LV2 Iron Tier Creature. Attributes, 98 800 HP, 30 Physical Attack, 16 Physical Defense, 17 Magic Defense. Skills, in endless skies. Players couldn't discern a boss's skills beforehand. This was the true challenge of pioneering. Facing an unknown arsenal of lethal abilities demanded absolute vigilance. However, this LV2 Elite Pigly was far too low-level to possess anything extraordinary, so Li Fan dismissed any concern. With only 98 HP remaining, the priority now was sheer damage output. Hesitation meant losing the kill. Swish, swish, swish. Li Fan's movement was swift. By the time he reached the Elite Pigly, the remaining 3 Brotherhood members hadn't finished it off. Aiming precisely at its vulnerable spot, he raised his one-handed sword and unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes. 20, weak point damage. 20, 32, fatal blow. Despite the Elite Pigly's high physical defense, each of Li Fan's precise strikes dealt a modest 20 damage. Fortunately, his final heavy slash skill decisively emptied the boss's remaining health. Notification: you have slain Elite Pigly, LV2 Iron Tier Creature, gaining 525 EXP, 5 bonus for defeating a higher level foe. Notification: this kill marks the server's first clear of this boss. You are rewarded with 2 free attribute points and a guaranteed class-specific equipment skill book drop. Notification: your talent activates, permanently increasing your agility by 1. In endless skies. Securing a boss's first kill granted additional rewards, several free attribute points based on the boss's strength, and a guaranteed drop of class-compatible gear or a skill book. Though the Elite Pigly's low level only yielded 2 attribute points, Li Fan was delighted. Every little bit counted, especially since he had snatched the first kill right from under the Brotherhood of Righteousness's noses. The thought alone amplified his satisfaction. Damn you, Taishuation. Watching their hard-earned boss fall into their enemy's hands, Righteous Overlord and his 2 companions seethed with rage. Meanwhile, Li Fan wasted no time. After swiftly collecting the 3 dropped items, he charged toward them without even glancing at his spoils. The boss must be seized, and enemies must be slain. Swish, swish. Li Fan swiftly dispatched the 5th member of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild with his blade. Only then did the guild leader, De Wong, snap out of his towering rage. Split up and run. We'll settle this score sooner or later, but not today. De Wong knew that lingering here would only lead to feudal fury. In endless skies. The penalty for death was severe, and dying now would severely hinder their crucial early leveling progress. Survival was the priority. As soon as he spoke, his remaining comrade bolted. The 2 dashed in opposite directions, their desperation so palpable that even Li Fan felt a flicker of admiration. Yet, in the next instant, Li Fan decisively pursued De Wong's ally, cutting him down without hesitation before immediately turning his full speed toward De Wong. By then, De Wong had already put 70 or 80 meters between them. But such a distance was trivial for Li Fan. Their movement speed disparity was far too great. Within 10 seconds, Li Fan closed the gap, raising his one-handed sword high. Swish, swish. 22 critical hit. 11. De Wong, true to his role as the leader of the Righteous Brotherhood, had defense only 1 point lower than the Elite Boar King. His technique was decent too. A clumsy roll spared his head from Li Fan's second strike. But such efforts were futile against the overwhelming difference in their stats. Silent and relentless, Li Fan pressed his assault. De Wong struggled to parry. Just like his 6 fallen comrades, every counter was blocked or dodged, and under Li Fan's unyielding strikes, his health steadily dwindled. Yet, Li Fan was surprised. After dealing over 500 damage, De Wong still clung to life. Either he rolled a health-boosting talent at character creation, or his hidden class as a Paladin of Justice grants him extra vitality. No wonder he survived the Boar King's beatdown. Too bad. Against me, it just means a few extra seconds of fighting. As expected, De Wong soon reached his limit. With a final curse, he followed his comrades into the afterlife. Tai Suishan, you bastard. Just you wait. What Righteous De Wong didn't he know was that Li Fan had the same message for him and every member of the Righteous Brotherhood in M4399's starter village. Being assigned to the same starter zone as me is your greatest misfortune. With a quiet murmur, Li Fan swiftly departed. The earlier skirmish had drawn the attention of nearby players' grinding levels, since he had initiated the PvP under Endless Skies rules. Killing one player earned him 1 point of sin. With 1 sin or more, a player entered the red name status, and with a staggering 7 sin, Li Fan was now a crimson name, marked for death. A red name player, upon death, would always drop at least 1 piece of equipment, though the death penalty remained unchanged. Li Fan harbored no fear of being pursued by nearby leveling players, for his superior speed rendered such threats inconsequential. However, player killing would inevitably squander precious time. While slaughtering members of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild brought him satisfaction, attacking ordinary passers-by held no appeal. Unwilling to invite unnecessary troubles, he had already resolved to depart from the Pip-Pig training grounds. Even when slaying neutral players, there remained a chance to loot their equipment, yet these Righteous Brotherhood paupers yielded nothing from 7 kills. No matter. He would first inspect the boss drops before seeking new hunting grounds. Opening his inventory, Li Fan examined the 3 items dropped by the Pip-Pig boss. The first was a black iron grade one-handed sword. Equipment: refined iron sword. Durability: 100/100. Quality: black iron. Grade: perfect. Requirement: level 2. Attribute 117. Physical attack 13. Magical attack. Attribute 2. Attacks reduce enemy physical defense by 2 points for 5 seconds. Non-stackable. A masterpiece among black iron weapons. The sword's attributes ignited Li Fan's excitement. Most black iron weapons bore only 1 attribute, yet this blade not only possessed a secondary effect but also weakened enemy defenses. An exceptional find, especially in the early stages. The mere thought of the Righteous Brotherhood fools made him envision their horrified expressions when this exquisite weapon would soon pierce their backsides. Chapter 7. Swift Breakthrough. What an astonishment. In Endless Skies, the quality of equipment is categorized from lowest to highest as follows: common, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, epic, mythic, and primordial mythic. As for whether there exists equipment beyond primordial mythic, Li Fan had no knowledge of it. In his previous life, even at level 200, he had never encountered such a rarity. Perhaps only by growing stronger in this lifetime would the answer to this mystery be unveiled. Within each quality tier, equipment is further graded into 6 subcategories based on attributes: inferior, common, fine, exceptional, masterwork, and flawless. The reason this iron sword before him was classified as flawless was due to its additional attribute, making it superior to an ordinary black iron one-handed sword. Grasping it in his hand, Li Fan felt his offensive power surge dramatically. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon the remaining 2 items dropped by the boss. Skill book, shield counter. Quality, black iron. Requirement, level 2 or above, shield bearing class. Level 1 effect, blocks an enemy's attack with a shield and reflects 10 magic damage to the attacker. Duration, 1 second. MP cost, 20. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Equipment, Boarhide belt. Durability, 60/60. Quality, common. Grade, common. Requirement, level 2 or above. Attributes, 50 HP, 2 physical defense. Excellent. Both are useful to me. Li Fan grinned and promptly learned the skill before equipping the belt. Though the shield counter skill seemed unnecessary at present, being a defensive ability, one could never predict when it might prove invaluable in the future. Besides, Endless Skies imposed no restrictions on the number of skills a player could acquire. Better to have it than not. As for the Boarhide belt, though merely transitional gear, the immediate boost to defense and health was better than nothing. Now, it was time to move to a new grinding spot. In Endless Skies, the wanted status could be reduced by slaying 100 monsters of equal or higher level per point of infamy, or by eliminating other wanted players. Setting a modest goal, Li Fan resolved to first eliminate 700 monsters. With his mind made up, he began scouting for a new training area. Of course, any pippy pigs encountered along the way would meet their end with a few swift strikes of his blade. Before long, he left the territory of the pippy pigs and arrived at a region known as the Gobi Wasteland, where a level 3 creature called the mutated crocodile spawned. Species: mutated crocodile. Level: LV3 common creature. Attributes: 280 HP, 27 physical attack, 15 physical defense, 15 magic defense. Skill: death roll upon biting a target. The mutated crocodile initiates a 1-3-second control combo, dealing additional damage. The mutated crocodile boasted formidable attack power, along with considerable defense and health. Its only drawback was its sluggish movement speed. Before Li Fan, they were nothing but moving wooden stakes. Swish, swish, swish. 27, 29, 58. Critical hit. With his current physical attack power soaring to 45 points, the damage Li Fan inflicted upon the mutated crocodiles was devastating. Unfortunately, their weak spots were limited to just the eyes and underbelly, making critical hits rare. Yet, his attack speed was swift enough to fell a single mutated crocodile within 3 seconds at most. System: you have slain. Omitted: you gained 126 EXP, additional 5 for defeating higher-level enemies. System: your agility attribute has permanently increased by 1. His SSS tier talent was growth-oriented, so there was no need to obsess over hunting far stronger foes. Staying just a level or 2 above the average player base ensured optimal efficiency. Having settled on this strategy, Li Fan immersed himself fully in the grind. With the training zone currently deserted, he resolved to slay hundreds of these mutated crocodiles without pause. System: you have slain. Omitted: system: you have leveled up to LV4. Approximately 2 hours later, as scattered players began appearing in the wasteland area, a second radiant glow enveloped Li Fan, LV4. The free attribute points from his previous level up to LV3 had already been allocated entirely to strength, and this time was no exception. He glanced at his status panel. Character: God of Epics. Base attributes: level: LV4, 648 45,000. Class: Shielded Vanguard. HP: 450. MP: 320. Attack: Fizz. 55 mag. 6. Defense: Fizz. 16. Mag. 11. Attributes: STR27, Agi. 1098, and 6-bit. 10. Free attribute points: 0. Max attack speed: 12. 78 hits SEC. Max movement speed: 30, 98 m SEC. Titles: none. Talent: Blessing of Light, Phase 1, SSS tier. Endless Skies is absurdly grindy. Li Fan sighed. Nearly 500 mutated crocodiles slain, yet only 2 levels gained, from LV2 to LV4. But then he recalled his past life, where advancing from LV199 to LV200 had taken 2.5 months, and his frustration eased. Patience had long since been forged into his nature. Out of 500 crocodiles, all I got was a single trash tier ring with 1 fizz. Attack and 1 mag. Defense? That's the real absurdity. Li Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly at his abysmal luck. Normally, Endless Skies was this stingy with drops. White tier equipment typically appeared once every 50 kills. Yet here he was, rewarded with just a common ring after such a massacre. Some curses were self-inflicted. This wretched place no longer suits me. Just as some players arrive, it's time to relocate once more. With my current attack and movement speed, perhaps I should directly challenge the mutated gray wolves. After contemplation, Li Fan reached a new resolution. The mutated gray wolves are classified as level 6 common monsters, while he himself is only level 4. With the level suppression effect reducing his damage output by a mere 10, it was worth attempting. After all, the difference between hunting level 5 and level 6 creatures was negligible. Moreover, grinding mutated gray wolves not only aligned with his plans but also allowed him to complete quests, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How splendid! With this thought, Li Fan immediately set off toward the gloomy thicket, the territory of the mutated gray wolves. The journey spanned roughly 10 kilometers, yet at full sprint. He arrived in a mere 6 minutes. The sky loomed dark and oppressive, a chilling wind howling incessantly. The endless stretch of trees resembled ravenous beasts lying in wait. As Li Fan stepped into the shadowy depths of the forest, before he could even begin hunting the mutated gray wolves, his gaze fell upon a mage-class player engaged in combat with a mutated gray wolf boss in the distance. A flicker of surprise stirred within him. In the M4399 beginner's village, Was there truly someone leveling faster than him? Upon closer observation, his astonishment deepened. It was yet another familiar face from his past life. Chapter 8. I'll pin you down in the grass and rub you raw indeed. Li Fan recognized the player currently battling the mutated Grey Wolf boss. Her ID was Flower Butterfly, a female gamer. In Li Fan's previous life, Flower Butterfly had initially been a friendly and skilled veteran player. However, around 2.5 years after the release of Endless Sky, for reasons unknown, she underwent a drastic transformation, suddenly assaulting a guild member named Proud Overlords without provocation. Simultaneously, she morphed from a benevolent high-level player into a deranged killer, striking down others whether in good spirits or foul. The madness of it all was that this lunatic not only awakened an S-tier talent, but also possessed an unparalleled dedication to grinding, making her combat prowess nearly unmatched. During Li Fan's earlier struggles to progress, he had once fallen victim to Flower Butterfly's whims. That moment was forever etched in his memory. He and his guildmates had been happily leveling up when, out of nowhere, a high-level stranger descended from the sky, with a mere flick of her staff. The next instant saw Li Fan and his companions lying dead on the ground. It was the most humiliating death Li Fan had ever suffered. No reason, no provocation. Flower Butterfly had simply been passing by, slaughtering them on a whim, not even bothering to loot their gear before vanishing. Much later, when Li Fan had finally built up his strength and sought revenge, he learned that Flower Butterfly had already perished under the siege of otherworldly monsters. After all that effort to level up, only to find his nemesis dead before he could exact retribution, the frustration of being denied vengeance haunted him for a long time. He recalled rumors from his past life suggesting her S-tier talent enhanced either mental fortitude or spell potency, making her magical attacks terrifyingly destructive. No wonder she had reached the LV6 monster spawn ahead of him and was now soloing the boss. Wait, was that Blink a mage's prized skill? How had she already acquired Blink at this stage? Observing Flower Butterfly's battle with the boss, Li Fan couldn't help but marvel. Her damage output far surpassed his own by several tiers. Yet this wasn't surprising. Talents were categorized into early game and late game strengths. His SSS tier talent clearly belonged to the latter, growing more formidable the more enemies he slew. Flower Butterfly's S-tier talent, on the other hand, was undoubtedly front-loaded, granting her a dominant early game advantage. In Endless Sky, many like her existed, lucky individuals blessed with powerful talents. But an SSS tier talent? Li Fan had never heard of anyone obtaining one in his past life. Even the server's undisputed top player, whose abilities were exposed by an enemy with true sight, only possessed an SS tier talent. Thus, Li Fan remained unshaken by her current superiority in damage. What truly stunned him was her use of Blink, a skill mages typically couldn't access until LV30. How she had acquired it on the very first day of the game's launch was beyond comprehension. However, as he watched the fluttering butterfly engaged in combat with the mutated Grey Wolf boss, Li Fan felt a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Strike her down. He couldn't care less about what tragic fate might befall Butterfly in the future, turning her into a madwoman. Perhaps some pitiable tale awaited her down the road. But what concern was that of his? Li Fan only remembered how she had slain him in his past life. If he didn't settle this score now, it would forever gnaw at his conscience. Cutting her down once would not only avenge his past self, but also allow him to seize the boss, double the satisfaction. Especially since this boss was a bronze-tier mutated Grey Wolf. So what if its damage output was high? With his movement speed nearing 31 meters per second and the combat experience from his past life, could it even land a hit on him? And what if she had Blink? The cooldown was long, and even if she used it once or twice, she couldn't teleport far enough to escape his grasp. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Li Fan decisively raised his iron sword and crept forward. His speed was extraordinary, and coupled with Butterfly's obvious focus on the boss. She only noticed him when he was already within 10 meters. Who are you? What do you want? This version of Butterfly was not yet the deranged woman she would become. Her gaze was wary, but she didn't initiate an attack. Once a warrior closed within 10 meters of a mage, it was already too late for spells. Without hesitation, Li Fan swung his blade. Swish, swish, swish. 70, critical strike. 36. 74, critical strike. With his strength attribute now at 27, the bonus damage from striking weak points had increased slightly. 3 slashes later, Butterfly was thrown into panic. Why are you? System notification. You have slain player Butterfly, LV. 5 Chronomancer. Your sin points have increased by 1. Before she could finish, Li Fan followed up with a few more strikes, sending her straight to the respawn point. The entire battle had gone so smoothly that even Li Fan was momentarily stunned. Her ID is Butterfly. I didn't mistake her. Wasn't she just a regular mage in my past life? A chronomancer. That's clearly a hidden class. Did my rebirth cause some butterfly effect? Also, was she always this weak in skill and awareness at this stage? She actually tried to ask why I attacked her. How naive can someone be? Scratching his head, Li Fan suddenly felt a strange emptiness. Regardless, he had avenged his past self. And that alone brought him satisfaction. Especially since the mutated Grey Wolf boss before him was now at critical health. Species: Silver Fang Sentinel. Level: LV. 6 Bronze Creature. Attributes: 698, 3600 HP, 69 Physical Attack, 60 Magical Attack, 35 Physical Defense, 33 Magical Defense. Skills. On the very first day of the server launch, I've already committed 2 acts of murder to steal bosses. I feel like such a villain. Li Fan silently mocked himself before focusing intently on the critically wounded boss before him. The enemy possessed formidable attack power, coupled with magical attributes, suggesting it might wield long-range abilities. One must proceed with caution, lest an unexpected defeat brings utter humiliation. Meanwhile, at the M4399 beginner village respawn point, damn that Taishuation. To think he'd ambush me just to steal a boss. The resurrected Hu Hudi paled as belated realization struck her, gnashing her teeth in fury. How can someone be so despicable? Ugh, a 24-hour debuff after death. My stats are halved for the next day. Terrible. This delays my goal of earning enough a game to buy a gaming helmet for my little sister by at least another day. Taishuation. Taishuation. Just you wait. I swear I'll grind your face into the dirt. Hu Hudi was on the verge of losing her mind. Chapter 9. Skill: Phantom Dance. Amidst the furious gnashing of the flower butterfly's teeth, Li Fan gleefully engaged the boss. With lightning-fast strikes, he delivered a flurry of basic attacks and a heavy slash to finish. 20. 42 critical hit. 22. A cascade of damage numbers erupted above the Silver Wolf Guardian's head. With only 698 HP remaining, Li Fan could obliterate it in mere seconds if given the chance. However, in actual combat, such uninterrupted assaults were rare. The Silver Wolf Guardian's formidable attacks demanded constant evasion. Here, the advantage of his staggering 1,000 agility became evident. Neither the wolf's pounces nor swipes could land a hit. Seizing every opening between its attacks, Li Fan retaliated with relentless slashes. Within moments, the Guardian's health plummeted below 300. A howl echoed as a notification flashed across Li Fan's interface. Combat alert. The Silver Wolf Guardian, LV, 6 Bronze Creature, has activated the skill call for reinforcements. In 3 seconds, 15 mutated Grey Wolves, LV, 6 Common Creatures, will arrive. A summoning skill, but 3 seconds was all he needed. Smirking at the alert, Li Fan raised his sword. Like a summoner channeling a spell, the Guardian's invocation required a brief cast time. That fleeting window sealed its fate. Basic attack, basic attack. Basic attack. Skill: Heavy Slash. Before the Guardian could react, Li Fan's decisive strike emptied its health bar. Notification: you have slain the Silver Wolf Guardian, LV. 6 Bronze Creature. You gain 500 EXP, 10 bonus for defeating a higher level foe. Notification: this kill marks the server's first clear. Reward: 6 free attribute points. And a guaranteed class-specific equipment skill book drop. Notification: your talent has activated. Permanent 2 agility. A mere bronze boss warranted no server-wide announcement. Without hesitation, Li Fan allocated all free points to strength, then eagerly inspected the 3 looted items. The first, a skill book. Skill book: Phantom Sword Dance. Rarity: Bronze. Requirement: LV. 6. Melee Weapon Class, LV. 1 effect. Increases attack speed by 30 for 12 seconds. Consumes 40 MP cooldown, 60 seconds. An attack speed buff, perfect. Li Fan joyfully stowed the skill book into his backpack. Though his current level was insufficient to learn it yet, he decided to keep it for later. His current combat output relied heavily on basic attacks, but with this Phantom Sword Dance skill, his damage would increase by 30. And this was just at level 1. Imagine the potential at higher levels. In the world of Endless Skies, players typically had to expend their own experience points to upgrade skills. Li Fan resolved to postpone skill enhancement until after his first class advancement at level 20. Turning his attention to the remaining loot from the boss, he examined the 2 items: equipment, fine crossbow, durability, 130, 130, quality, bronze, grade, excellent, requirement, level 6, archer class profession, attribute 139, physical attack. 6 strength, attribute 2, 5 attack speed, item, basic smithing scroll, type, one-time special item, requirement, level 5 players, effect, upon use. Grants the secondary profession skill smithing basic. The sole bronze teardrop was a crossbow, unfortunately, useless to him. It would have to be sold. The scroll, however, was perfect. Basic smithing included equipment repair, exactly what he needed. Glancing at his worn iron sword, its durability had dwindled to 20 after hours of combat. Fast attack speed came at the cost of rapid durability loss. This scroll arrived just in time. Normally, players had to pay hefty fees to NPCs to learn secondary skills. But with this scroll, Li Fan saved both time and money. Repairing equipment required iron ore, obtainable either through mining or purchase. Once he leveled up to 5 by hunting mutated gray wolves, he could complete Blacksmith Morin's quest and buy some or while turning it in. As for the crossbow, straight to the auction house. Opening the personal interface, Li Fan navigated to the M4399 Region S Novice Village auction. Like many games, Endless Skies allowed players to list items for sale anytime, trading in either in-game currency or real-world money. Having drained his savings on the game helmet, he opted for real currency, setting a starting bid of 10,000 Dragon Nation coins and a 10-hour auction duration. He added a buy now price of 200,000. Time to replenish his funds. After all, it was merely a level 6 bronze tier weapon. Li Fan restrained his greed, setting a fixed price of 200,000, meaning if anyone was willing to pay within 10 hours, the transaction would instantly conclude. Once the equipment was listed, Li Fan withdrew his focus. Now, it was time for the daily grind of slaughtering mobs. What? Young Master Zhang, you awakened a B-grade talent, granting an initial strength boost of 120 points? Splendid. With this, your damage output will undoubtedly rank among the finest in our M4399 village. Young Master Zhang, we've suffered greatly. Barely 2 hours ago, a man named Tai Suishan slaughtered us. I suspect he also drew a B-grade talent. His attack and movement speeds were absurdly fast. In the wilderness of M4399 village, a group of over 20 players had gathered. Had Li Fan been present, he would have recognized 7 among them, the very same righteous brotherhood he had slain earlier. Now, these 7 were lamenting their woes to a player whose ID read, Righteous Young Master Zhang. Fear not, brothers. With Young Master Zhang here, justice shall be served. That Tai Suishan will fall by my mid-boast. A guild member's startled cry cut him off. Quick, Young Master Zhang. A bronze-tier crossbow just appeared in the auction house. Little did they know, this very item was listed by Li Fan. Had they realized, they might have choked on their own fury. Chapter 10, The Unbelievable Second Quest. Bronze-tier equipment. In this era where most players cherish even basic white-tier gear, obtaining a bronze-tier item signifies something extraordinary. Undoubtedly, it would evoke envy among men and jealousy among women. Its wielder would instantly become the most dazzling figure striding through the streets of the beginner's village. Thus, upon hearing his guildmate's exclamation, Young Master Zhang immediately checked the auction house. Damn, someone's actually selling one. This seller must possess a terrifyingly powerful combat-boosting talent, just like him otherwise. How could they have acquired bronze-tier equipment so early? But this guy must be an idiot. Why sell such a valuable piece of gear instead of keeping it for himself? It's like killing the goose that lays golden eggs. Exactly. If it were me, I'd never part with it. With this crossbow, I could challenge stronger monsters and reap even greater rewards. The starting bid was only 10,000 yuan. Hawk confirmed, this seller is a foolish pauper. And what perfect timing, Young Master Zhang was an archer, making this bronze crossbow seem tailor-made for him. With it, the day when he led the Righteous Skies Guild to dominate M4399 Beginner's Village would be within reach. Haha. Thank you for your faith in me. The buyout price is only 200,000 yuan. Watch me snatch it instantly. Flattered by his subordinates and coveting the crossbow for his archer class, Young Master Zhang gritted his teeth and impulsively bought it at the buyout price. To be fair, even in 2042, after a currency reform nearly a decade ago, inflation wasn't as severe as one might think. In Dragon Country's demon capital, the average housing price hovered around 40,000 per square meter. 200,000 yuan was still a considerable sum. Young Master Zhang wasn't as wealthy as others believed. Spending such an amount on a single piece of equipment stung, but with his guildmates hyping him up, Backing out would have been too humiliating. Instant buyout. Young Master Zhang is unstoppable. Incredible! With Young Master leading US, glory and riches are just around the corner. Haha. Young Master, you absolute tycoon. Following you is pure bliss. As expected, after his flashy purchase, the guild's sycophantic praises intensified, leaving young Master Zhang floating on clouds of self-satisfaction. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of M4399 Beginner's Village, a player named Emperor's Pride furrowed his brow. The bronze crossbow had been listed for too short a time, and without a village-wide announcement. Securing it wasn't about wealth, it was about who spotted it first. Emperor's Pride was no ordinary player. In other games, he had been a high-rolling spender and the leader of the Supreme Dominance Guild. Even if he couldn't use the crossbow himself, it would have been perfect for his core team members. But now, it was too late. All he could do was curse his own tardiness. Someone else had beaten him to it. However, this incident served as a wake-up call. From now on, dedicated personnel must be assigned to monitor the auction house. If someone could sell a bronze-quality crossbow, it's entirely possible that other bronze-tier equipment might appear next. Remember, if bronze-grade gear surfaces again in the auction, purchase it immediately without consulting me first. At this stage, even black iron or basic white equipment holds immense value for players. What Emperor's Pride lacks isn't wealth, but superior armaments. Additionally, investigate thoroughly who sold that bronze crossbow and report the findings to me immediately. Any player capable of acquiring bronze-tier gear at this phase undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary hidden class or formidable talents. Moreover, those willing to sell such precious loot are almost certainly independent players. Such individuals must be recruited to our faction at all costs, or at the very least, establish favorable relations before discerning their true intentions. Meanwhile, within M4399's Beginner Village, over a dozen influential figures shared Emperor's Pride's strategic considerations. Yet these machinations remained irrelevant to Li Fan for now. Diligently adhering to his plan, he continued grinding mutated gray wolves with relentless focus. As mere LV6 common creatures, these pack-dwelling beasts stood no chance against Li Fan's overwhelming prowess, falling like wheat before his blade despite their numerical advantage. System notification. You have slain. Details omitted. System notification. Level up. Current level, LV5. Congratulations on obtaining 5 attribute points. A radiant white light enveloped Li Fan as his farming session concluded. Excellent. After allocating all points to strength, his power attribute now reached 38, while agility accumulated between 12 to 13 points. Time to return to the village, complete his quest, and recuperate. With this decision, Li Fan immediately set course for the beginner settlement. The slaughtered 100-plus mutated wolves yielded only 2 pieces of equipment, worthless white-tier armor providing negligible health and defense bonuses. Now, Li Fan anticipated the rewards from NPC blacksmith Morin with keen interest. A hidden quest completed within the first day of its 3-day deadline. Even as the initial chain segment, the rewards should prove substantial. The journey proceeded without incident. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Fan stood before Blacksmith Morin in the village square. System notification. Quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge. 1. Successfully submitted. System notification. Reward obtained. 50 silver coins. 5,000 EXP. System notification. Impressed by your exceptional efficiency. Morin upgrades your standard equipment reward to the Black Iron tier Azure Round Buckler. System notification. New quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge 2, automatically accepted. The young adventurer, upon hearing the Blacksmith Morin's encouraging words, forced a perfunctory smile onto his face. The reason was simple. The second phase of the quest was utterly preposterous. Quest, Morin's Revenge, Part 2. Objective. Your performance has once again earned Morin's approval, but before gaining his full trust, you must further prove your strength. Eliminate 10,000 mutated gray wolves, level 6 creatures, within the Shadowed Thicket. Upon success, you shall receive generous rewards from Morin and the qualification to undertake the final phase of this quest. Time limit, 7 days. Party requirement, solo. Success reward, 5 gold coins, 50,000 EXP, at least 1 bronze tier equipment, and eligibility for the subsequent quest. Failure penalty. Permanently lose access to this questline. Indeed, the first phase demanded the slaying of 100 mutated gray wolves. The second phase? The same creatures, but now multiplied by 100-fold. Did these wolves not only kill your daughter, but also desecrate your ancestors' graves? To escalate the required kills from 100 to 10,000, Such absurdity defied reason. Chapter 11. The Righteous Revenge. 10,000 mutated gray wolves, though not an overwhelming number in the Darkwood Forest, their respawn rate was agonizingly slow. It would take me nearly a full week to clear them all. Damn it. This new quest had thoroughly disrupted Li Fan's meticulously planned grinding routine. If he wasted too much time on this mission, his leveling schedule would inevitably fall behind. And if that happened, others might snatch the coveted first kill rewards for world bosses or dungeon clears right from under his nose. Moreover, some of the crucial hidden quests he remembered could only be obtained after reaching the main city. Arriving even a step later than others might mean missing the chance entirely. Damn it all. The quest deadline was precisely 7 days. No room for a leisurely pace. Warrior's Heart. Fine. This item was far too essential for warrior class players. He had to obtain it, no matter the cost. Time to grind. Shaking his head, Li Fan steeled himself. For the sake of the unique item, Warrior's Heart. No matter how grueling the task, he had to push through. With that resolve, he sprang into action. After purchasing some ores and hammers from the blacksmith for equipment repairs, he turned decisively toward the Darkwood Forest. Yet before he had taken more than a few steps, Li Fan sensed something amiss. Someone was tailing him. A quick, discreet glance confirmed his suspicion. A shadowy figure lurked behind him. Were they eyeing his gear, hoping to ambush him? Unlikely. His equipment wasn't that impressive. More probable, they had recognized him and sought vengeance. Members of the Fluttering Butterfly Guild? No, unlikely. In his past life, Fluttering Butterfly had always been a lone wolf. That left only one obvious answer. The stalker belonged to the Righteous Brotherhood Guild. After a brief contemplation, Li Fan smirked, deliberately slowing his pace. He allowed the Righteous Brotherhood ample time to rally their forces and intercept him. Perfect. Just as he was about to immerse himself in slaughtering mutated wolves, he could first deliver another round of righteous retribution to the Righteous Brotherhood. Even if it meant turning red, he didn't care. With his mind made up, Li Fan meandered, pausing intermittently. Roughly 15 minutes later, he finally stepped beyond the safety of the beginner village. As expected, a group of arrogant players swiftly converged on him. Li Fan observed them coolly, 25 to 30 in number, more than half bearing the Righteous prefix in their IDs. Clearly, this was the Righteous Brotherhood's revenge squad. Among them, he spotted the venomous glares of Righteous King of Men and Righteous Great King. Even before entering Endless Skies, the Righteous Brotherhood had already been infamous, a notorious guild of bullies, leaving countless ordinary players victimized. Nearby players murmured among themselves at the sight. Look, those are the Righteous Brotherhood members. What? That infamous guild of tyrants? Indeed, judging by their ID prefixes. There seemed to be quite a few veteran members from other guilds among them. Once again, they're bullying an ordinary player. Damn it. I remember these very same scoundrels ganking me in that last addictive game I played. What a pity I lack the strength now to stand up for justice. The surrounding ordinary players gaze at the members of the Righteous Clouds Guild with a mixture of fear and indignation, while their eyes brim with sympathy when they look at Li Fan. Given the notorious reputation of Righteous Clouds, everyone assumes Li Fan is just an unfortunate random player being bullied. Hearing the murmurs, Righteous King can't help but shout indignantly, "What do you all know? That guy called Taishui God attacked us first. This is just normal revenge. We're really not bullying random players this time." King feels deeply wronged by the misunderstanding. However, Righteous Young Master Zhang displeasedly silences him. "Shut up. Since when does our Righteous Clouds Guild need to explain ourselves to irrelevant bystanders? Don't like it? Want to play the hero? Bring it on then. We'll kill you all together." Young Master Zhang sneers while threatening the surrounding players. He couldn't care less about explaining why they're intercepting Li Fan. Since when has Righteous Clouds needed to consider the feelings of ordinary players? Seeing how his words instantly quiet the murmurs around them, young Master Zhang nods in satisfaction before finally turning his attention to Li Fan. "Taishui God, you've got some nerve daring to provoke our Righteous Clouds. Kneel down and kowtow to us a few times now, and maybe we'll just kill you once and call it even. How about it? Think it over. Ha 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 ha." As young Master Zhang's words fade, the other Righteous Clouds members burst into arrogant laughter. In their eyes, Li Fan stands no chance of escaping surrounded by so many of them. So before attacking, they habitually hurl verbal abuse first. Yet even as they laugh mockingly, Li Fan makes his move. His figure darts forth like a bullet from a gun barrel, charging straight toward young Master Zhang. "After listening to your nonsense for so long, I've finally confirmed you're their leader. Die now. Strike first at the leader to capture the whole gang. Li Fan endured several seconds of mockery precisely to identify their leader. Now that he's certain, he won't tolerate another second. What the hell is that speed? Stop him. Young Master Zhang is startled by Li Fan's movement speed. As an archer, he can't afford to let a warrior get close. Fortunately, his many loyal lackeys include warrior and knight class players. 3 Righteous Cloud's melee fighters intercept Li Fan before he reaches young Master Zhang. Since you're asking for death, I'll oblige. Seeing this, young Master Zhang readies his beginner's bow to shoot. Being underleveled, he can't use the bronze crossbow yet and has to make do. However, from Zhang Xiao's perspective, with his B-tier talent and an additional 120 points in strength at the beginning, his attack power was simply overwhelming. Taking down a mere level 5 player should have been child's play. But just as he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, a scene of sheer horror unfolded before his eyes. Li Fan charged toward the 3 valiant melee players shielding Zhang Xiao, raising his sword in a flash. Swish, swish, swish. In the span of a mere second, over a dozen strikes, so swift they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, left 2 of the melee fighters crumpled on the ground, while the third met his demise in the very next instant. A dozen slashes in a single second? What kind of monstrous attack speed is this? Zhang Xiao stood frozen in shock. Before he could even regain his composure, Li Fan was already standing before him. Panic surged through Zhang Xiao, not just from the imminent threat of being cut down, but also because he had recently bullied several innocent players, leaving him branded as a notorious red name. Instinctively, he loosed an arrow. Whoosh! The projectile grazed past Li Fan. Zhang Xiao desperately tried to fire again, but fate denied him the chance. Swish! 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 A flurry of blade light flickered through the air. The next moment, Zhang Xiao followed in the footsteps of his 3 fallen comrades, dissolving into a wisp of white light as he met his demise. Where he had once stood, 2 pieces of equipment and a scattering of copper coins now lay. Among them, gleaming with a bronze sheen, was none other than a crossbow. Gazing upon this weapon, the corners of Li Fan's lips curled into a faint, satisfied smirk. Chapter 12. Forum uproar. After effortlessly dispatching the leader, Zhang Xiao, Li Fan showed no hesitation. Picking up the dropped equipment from the ground, he immediately turned and struck down the nearest member of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild, a frail mage who lasted less than half a second under his assault. Without pause, Li Fan charged toward another nearby target. Only then did the 20 or so Righteous Brotherhood players belatedly realize the danger, scattering in panic. Li Fan cut down a few slower stragglers before noticing the rest had fled into the crowd. Frowning slightly, he ultimately abandoned pursuit. After all, they were mere foot soldiers. There would be other opportunities to deal with them later. For now, quests awaited. With that thought, Li Fan swiftly changed direction and vanished. A dozen ordinary players had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Staring at Li Fan's retreating figure, so fast it seemed unnatural, they slowly recovered from their stunned silence, erupting into excited chatter. By the heavens, that was insane. That god-tier player SID was Tai Sui-shen, right? His combat prowess is unreal. He moved like the wind. And his attack speed, I swear, it rivaled my grandmother's knitting during her Parkinson-s episodes. I'm utterly speechless. Wait up, legend. Add me as a damn. He has already gone. Tai Sui-shen has friend requests disabled. Of course, true elites always do. Finally, someone took down those Righteous Brotherhood scumbags. I caught the whole thing on video. Time to post it on the forums and let all the players they VE bullied revel in this. Soon, a thread titled "Watch a Legend Obliterate Righteous Brotherhood Scum on Launch Day" went viral in Endless Sky's forum section. In games, player killing is commonplace. But the victims here were Righteous Brotherhood members, a name that guaranteed attention. Combined with Li Fan's jaw-dropping speed in the footage, the video exploded in popularity. Countless forum users left enthusiastic comments that execution was flawless. Tai Sui-shen, was it? Consider me a fan from today onward. Single sword and shield. Must be a hidden class. Any experts recognize what it is. His movement and attack speed are absurd. Must be a talent bonus. Rumor has it some players rolled talents with massive stat boosts. Tai Sui-shen probably got agility. So envious. No technique is invincible. Only speed is unbreakable. The Dark Lord spoke true. Killing is fun, but messing with Righteous Brotherhood? Tai Sui-shen just made powerful enemies. He'd better watch his back. Undeniably, as the game's launch duration extends, players' comprehension of Endless Firmament deepens considerably. The footage showcasing Li Fan's astonishing speed has indeed left many in awe. Meticulous calculations by data enthusiasts reveal his movement velocity triples that of an average player, while his attack speed surpasses theirs by over tenfold. Yet, none suspect foul play, not merely because cheating mechanisms vanished by 2042, but because forum spectators have witnessed numerous players exhibiting similarly extraordinary combat prowess. Some commence with triple-digit attack power from the outset. Others wield skills with tenfold expanded ranges. Certain warriors unleash ranged sword energy at level 1, while summoners conjure silver-tier bone dragons at the same novice stage. Without exception, these individuals drew exceptionally rare talents in endless firmament. Though Li Fan's blistering pace seems outrageous, it hardly ranks as the most staggering among these fortunate souls. Naturally, were the masses aware his talent ranked SSS tier with growth potential, perceptions would shift dramatically. This revelation Li Fan guards jealously. Until achieving invincibility, none shall learn his secret. And what constitutes invincibility? A modest personal benchmark. Until his speed falls short of light's velocity, the title remains unclaimed. At M4399's Novice Village Resurrection Point, young Master Zhang stood pallid and trembling amidst his entourage. Damn it, how is that bastard so overpowered? He seethed. Does speed trump raw strength? What worth is my B-tier strength-boosting talent then? The freshly purchased bronze crossbow's loss gnawed at him and used, yet plundered in an instant. Their assured victory had evaporated into humiliating defeat, the psychological whiplash shattering his composure. Worse still, the death penalty's weakening debuff rendered challenging Tai Sui Shen utterly hopeless now. That $20,000 crossbow, gone before firing a single bolt. Tai Sui Shen, you'll pay for this. Zhang vowed silently. When the masses reach the capital, 1,000 blades shall await you. A subordinate's sudden exclamation interrupted his brooding. Young master, isn't this your crossbow relist in the auction house? Zhang's eyes crimsoned with rage upon verification. There it was, the identical bronze crossbow, same attributes, same pricing, 10,000 starting bid, 200,000 instant purchase option, 8-hour auction duration. Such coincidence defied all probability. Therefore, the most plausible explanation is that this bronze crossbow was originally listed by the god of Tai Sui. Yet, after spending a fortune to acquire it, before he could even savor its possession, it was snatched back by the very same adversary. This equated not only to being slain once by the opponent, but also to gifting them a gratuitous 200,000 Dragon Nation coins, essentially paying them to strike him down. At this thought, young Master Zhang's eyes widened in fury, his breath growing ragged with indignation. God of Tai Sui, damn you. The pitiable young Master Zhang was so enraged that he fainted on the spot, unable to utter another word before his body succumbed to distress, forcing him offline abruptly. Achoo. Suddenly sneezing, Li Fan rubbed his nose and murmured, "Who's thinking of me?" Shifting his gaze to a mutated gray wolf in the distance, he declared. Finally arrived at the destination. The great massacre of 10,000 mutated gray wolves begins now in earnest. Chapter 13. Shen Ergo's voice call. Notification. You have slain. Notification. Your talent has taken effect, permanently increasing your agility by 1 point. Notification. You have leveled up. Current level, LV8. Notification. You have exceeded 14 hours of gameplay today. Please manage your time wisely and prioritize your health. In the depths of the shadowed forest, Li Fan glanced at the series of system notifications flashing across his interface and pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle upon him. It was just the relentless grind, after cutting down the self-righteous Ibo Yun Tian and his crew. He had spent nearly 8 hours wandering these shadowed woods without encountering a single boss. The only spoils from the lesser creatures were over a dozen pieces of worthless white-tier equipment. What use did he have for such trash? The abysmal drop rates were soul-crushing. Calculating the time, it must already be around 10 in the morning. No wonder he felt both drained and famished. Time to log off, grab a bite, and get some rest. He couldn't afford to keel over before the game merged with reality in 100 days. With that thought, Li Fan prepared to exit the game. But before he did, he took one last look at his updated character panel. Character, God of Misfortune. Base attributes, level, LV8, 2276. 000 class, Shielded Vanguard, HP, 530, MP, 320, attack, physical 81, magical 6, defense, physical 30, magical 27, attributes, strength 53, agility 2024, 1213, spirit 6, stamina 12, unallocated attribute points, 0, maximum attack speed, 21, 0.4 hits second, maximum movement speed, 50. 48 meters second, title, none, talent, blessing of light, phase 1, SSS tier, equipment slots, ironclad sword, black iron, one-handed, azure buckler, black iron, shield, boarhide belt, common, waist armor, cloth tunic, common, chest armor. Skill list, LV1 shield block, LV1 heavy slash, basic forging, LV1 shield counter. LV1 phantom dance, not bad. His agility had already surpassed 2,000. At full sprint, his speed was roughly equivalent to 180 kilometers per hour. With an attack speed of 21 strikes per second, his basic attacks alone could theoretically output over 1,700 damage per second, though the actual numbers depended on the target's physical defense and whether he could consistently strike their weak points. Satisfied, Li Fan logged off immediately after checking his agility. Removing the VR headset, he splashed some water on his face and prepared to head out for food. Only then did he notice 2 unread messages on his phone. The first was from his current girlfriend, the campus belle who had betrayed him in his past life, Su Yunyu. Su Yunyu, special attention, darling, are you there? Su Yunyu, special attention, it's already evening. Why haven't you replied yet? Upset. Su Yunyu, special attention, woke up and still no reply from you. I'm so worried. Respond as soon as you see this. Su Yunyu, special attention, missed voice call. Glancing at the messages, Li Fan's immediate instinct was to remove her from his special attention list. How utterly nauseating. He had completely forgotten about this. In this reincarnated life, Su Yunyu was indeed someone he had marked as special, though the reason had shifted from being his beloved to a target for elimination. Once more, he contemplated ignoring her messages as he had the night before. But then it struck him, what if prolonged silence led her to delete him? Without contact details, locating someone in the vast sea of humanity would demand excessive time and effort, undermining his plans for retribution. Inspiration struck. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Fan crafted a reply. I'm not a gaming addict, Xiaoyu. Yesterday, I joined a research team at work. For the next 3 months, I'll be involved in a highly confidential project with no outside contact. But the leadership promised a bonus of at least 400,000 yuan afterward. This is a rare opportunity for our future. See you in 3 months. Su Yunyu. On the other end, seemed offline. No immediate response followed his message. Yet Li Fan no longer fretted over being deleted in the coming months. Knowing her as he did, would she really discard a devoted admirer on the verge of wealth? The plan was flawless. Next, his gaze shifted to the second message awaiting his attention. Chen Ergu, bro. Got time for games lately? Come play Endless Skies. I'll carry you. A simple line, the kind often exchanged between long-lost gaming buddies. Yet warmth surged through Li Fan's heart. WeChat alias Chen Ergu, real name Chen Tianxiang, is brother since middle school. By sheer coincidence. They attended the same high school and university, even sharing a dorm. Among the 4 roommates, Chen Tianxiang, second eldest, earned the nickname Chen Ergu. Awkward as it sounded, it was still preferable to Chen II. As for Li Fan's own dorm nickname, well, some trivialities were best forgotten. The reason his heart swelled at Chen Ergu's message was simple. In his past life, this man had been his closest brother. No blood ties, yet bound tighter than kin. Regrettably, in that former existence, Li Fan's obsession with power leveling and desperate scrambles to appease Su Yunyu had gradually eroded their contact. But true brotherhood isn't diluted by distance, it simmers quietly, emotions distilled into something deeper. In his previous life, until the moment of Li Fan's demise, his bond with Chen Ergu remained unbreakable. Compared to Su Yunyu or Zhang Feng, Li Fan placed far greater trust in Chen Ergu. Alas, due to Ergu's inherent lack of talent, though trusted, he could never become Li Fan's right-hand man. Rebirth bestowed the greatest advantage of foresight into the game's mechanics. Yet its true significance lay in discerning the true nature of those around him, separating genuine allies from mere pretenders. Ergu, in this life, I will nurture you properly and soar alongside you. With this resolve, Li Fan clenched his fist before replying to the message. I'm not a gaming addict. Endless Skies? I logged in the moment servers launched yesterday and already reached LV8. Ergu, what level are you to claim you'll carry me? No sooner had Li Fan sent the message than Chen Ergu, who happened to be online, responded instantly. Chen Ergu, damn, how'd you level so fast, Xiaoli? I grinded all night and only hit LV6. Chen Ergu, wait, weren't you supposed to be working to support your campus belle girlfriend? How'd you find time to game all night? What happened? Chen Ergu, voice call. Will you answer? Chapter 14. This tube is called longing. such as the tacit understanding between brothers. With just one sentence from Li Fan, Chen Erga sensed something amiss and immediately initiated a voice call. Li Fan answered with mixed emotions. I broke up with Su Yunyu, so I have plenty of time for gaming now. Don't worry, I'm in good spirits. After the breakup, I realized gaming is where true happiness lies. Haha. You know, my parents passed away in a car accident when I was in elementary school. With no relatives left, I'm completely free, no one to nag me. So I can play as much as I want. You want to compete on who can grind harder? Well, Erger, you've picked the wrong opponent. Your ID is this tube is called Longing. In Novice Village in 9587? Alright, see you in the main city after reaching LV20. Gotta go, I'm exhausted. Time for a quick meal and sleep. After chatting for over 10 minutes, the call ended. A warm feeling spread through Li Fan's heart. He hadn't experienced such genuine concern in a long time. Living near West Lake in Long Country, the September heat remained oppressive. After staying up all night, he was both exhausted and starving, his body sticky with sweat. He hurried downstairs for a quick meal of rice with toppings, then returned to his rented apartment, took a brief shower, and collapsed into sleep. By late afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Li Fan awoke refreshed. Ding! ZFB payment received. 380,000 yuan. The proceeds from selling the bronze crossbow in-game had arrived. The weapon had been sold twice, both times at full price. After deducting the 5 transaction fee, the remaining sum was exactly 380,000 yuan. With his wallet now plump, Li Fan went downstairs for another meal, then stocked up on instant noodles and other quick meals at the supermarket. Next, Endless Skies, launch. His vision blurred momentarily as he reappeared in the shadowed forest. The game followed the rule of logging back in at the exact location of logout, though only if the player had been out of combat, preventing any cheap escapes from unbeatable bosses. Time to grind. Today's goal, take down at least 2,000 mutated Grey Wolves. Let us go. Pumping himself up, Li Fan raised his one-handed sword and charged at the nearest mutated Grey Wolf. System notification, you have slain, omitted. System notification, you have leveled up. Current level, LV9. Time flew when immersed in relentless grinding. Before he knew it, Li Fan had gained another level. Previously, as a LV8 player hunting LV6 monsters, he enjoyed a level advantage, but the experience gained was also reduced by 10. Combined with the increased EXP requirement for LV9, it took nearly 700 mutated Grey Wolves to reach the next level. Now, continuing to hunt them would incur a 15 EXP penalty. Perhaps it was time to upgrade some skills first? The higher the level, the greater the experience penalty becomes. However, to complete the quest, one still needs to slay approximately 8,000 Grey Wolves. After some contemplation, Li Fan decided to first upgrade his skills. Having just leveled up, the stored experience wasn't sufficient for skill enhancement, so he resolved to grind a bit more. At that moment, his gaze caught a peculiar wolf with silver gray fur spawning not far away. A boss? It was the LV6 bronze tier boss, the Silver Wolf Guardian. Li Fan scratched his head in bemusement. Perhaps all his luck had been exhausted when drawing the SSS tier talent earlier. After eliminating 2,000 to 3,000 lesser creatures, this was only the third boss he encountered, the previous 2 even being snatched from others. Such misfortune was truly unparalleled. Oh well, low-level grinding areas naturally have fewer field bosses. Encountering any at all was a blessing. One shouldn't be picky. Sword in hand, Li Fan charged forth. The LV6 bronze tier Silver Wolf Guardian boasted a mere 3,600 HP. Such paltry health stood no chance against Li Fan's current damage output. Swish, swish, swish. 53, 55, 114, critical strike. 55. In barely over a second, nearly 30 damage numbers erupted above the wolf's head, having its health bar. Before it could retaliate, another flurry of strikes from Li Fan sealed its fate. The entire battle concluded in under 3 seconds. With 3,600 HP and 35 physical defense, the Silver Wolf Guardian perished without unleashing a single skill, a most humiliating demise. System, you have slain the Silver Wolf Guardian, LV6 bronze creature, and gained 250 EXP, 15 reduction due to level difference. System, your talent activates, permanently increasing agility by 2. System, you obtain the boss drops, Wolf Fang Necklace, bronze tier, Blessing of Courage, black iron tier skill tome, Wolf Hide Boots, common tier, and 15 silver 77 copper. Not even a first kill. Yet it yielded a bronze tier necklace. Quite the pleasant surprise. Li Fan glanced at the skill tome and necklace. Skill tome, blessing of courage, quality, black iron, requirement, LV6. Cleric class, LV1 effect, casts a blessing spell, enhancing combat prowess for self and allies within 10 m. Duration, 30s. Grants 10 physical magic attack. Consumes 20 MP cooldown, 100s. Equipment, Wolf Fong necklace, quality, bronze grade, excellent, requirement, LV6, attribute 110 spirit, 120 MP. 15 magic defense, attribute 2, 7 attack speed. The necklace's attributes made Li Fan's eyes gleam, 7 attack speed. Exquisite. Equipping this would grant me nearly 2 additional attacks per second at my current maximum attack speed. Moreover, as my agility increases, so too does the percentage-based benefit to my attack speed. Li Fan eagerly fastened the necklace around his neck. As for the wolfskin boots, mere common gear, which Li Fan promptly listed on the auction house for 20 silver coins. The plain equipment obtained from hunting ordinary mutated gray wolves had been disposed of in the same manner, save for the few pieces he wore himself. The proceeds from yesterday's sale of the bronze crossbow were sufficient to cover Li Fan's daily expenses for the time being. So he resolved to accumulate more in-game currency for future needs. The skill book Blessing of Courage, however, Li Fan stored in his backpack. In the world of endless skies, an individual's strength may know no bounds, but with the support of capable allies, one's combat prowess could multiply several times over. He intended to reserve this tome for a suitable support companion in the future, ensuring its use within his own circle. Having accounted for the spoils of the boss battle, Li Fan frowned as his gaze fell upon a distant 4-man party that had appeared unnoticed. With the majority of players now reaching level 6, more and more were venturing into this area to grind. The spawn rate of mutated gray wolves was limited, and the influx of competitors would inevitably hinder his quest efficiency. This simply would not do. Chapter 15. The Phantom Legend of the Shadowed Forest Heavens. What just occurred? Boss. I witnessed it. A boss spawned and was vanquished by that supreme player within mere seconds. By the gods, this defies all reason. The quartet of adventurers stood dumbfounded, having observed Li Fan's effortless execution of the boss. Each wore expressions of utter disbelief, questioning whether their eyes deceived them. Consider this. These 4 warriors, a frontline combatant, 2 ranged specialists, and a healer, all leveled at LV6, had just expended over 20 seconds to subdue a single LV6 mutated gray wolf. Yet before them, this solitary figure confronted a formidable boss and annihilated it in 3 fleeting seconds. By the abyss, is this sorcery? Yet as they stood paralyzed in awe, the enigmatic figure suddenly charged toward them. Almighty One, spare us. Supreme Lord, we beg you, withhold your blade. Panic seized the 4. Li Fan's full-speed advance seemed an assault. 2 immediately pleaded for mercy. Swiftly, they realized their error. His target was not them, but another freshly spawned mutated gray wolf nearby. In the next heartbeat, his blade descended. The unfortunate beast dissolved into ethereal light. Without pause, he ghosted toward another wolf dozens of meters away, dispatching it with equal swiftness before vanishing into the wilderness. Only then did the common players exhale. By the ancients, I nearly perished from fright. I believe the Supreme One meant to strike us down. He merely sought to harvest the beasts. Did any glimpse his identifier? Such a paragon could elevate our fortunes. His movements outpaced perception. Nor mine. The 4 exchanged bewildered glances before resuming their routine hunts. Yet half a minute later, as they painstakingly reduced another wolf's vitality by half, the phantom figure reappeared. Streaking forth at 60 meters per second, his blade flashed. Their quarry vanished before their eyes, leaving them staring at empty space. What witchcraft! Our hard-won prey, gone in an instant. This phenomenon soon plagued not merely this quartet, but nearly every soul training in the mutated wolf territories. Like specters materializing from mist, this elusive presence would claim their targets before disappearing, leaving only bewilderment in his wake. Save for those marked by crimson names, these unfortunate souls not only lost their prey, but found themselves forcibly returned to the novice village's resurrection point. This phenomenon occurred with such alarming frequency that word gradually spread among players frequenting the nearby leveling zones. Hey, have you heard? There's a terrifying specter lurking in the shadowed thicket. Yeah, you've heard the rumors too? It's insane that Ghost snatches monsters with terrifying speed, moving at least 100 meters per second. No way. I heard it moves at 200 meters per second. 200? That's an understatement. I just fled from there. And I swear, it was so fast I couldn't even track it, at least 500 meters per second. Exactly. I was just there too. And I can confirm this guy isn't exaggerating. No wonder none of you are farming the mutated gray wolves anymore. They're SA ghost stealing kills. What kind of ghost is it? A player or a boss? Hard to say, it moves too fast to even see clearly. Right? That place is dangerous. That ghost doesn't just steal kills, it attacks players too. I saw one guy get slaughtered along with the monster. Then how come I was attacked? Does the ghost pick targets randomly? No idea, but just stay away. As more players near the shadowed thicket learned of this, the rumors grew increasingly exaggerated. Some claimed the specter moved at over 1 kilometer per second. Others insisted no player could possibly slay a mutated gray wolf in its presence. There were whispers that the ghost had escalated from stealing kills to outright slaughter. No one who ventured there would leave alive. A few even declared that the mutated gray wolves had stopped respawning out of sheer terror, turning the area into a forbidden zone. With each retelling, fear spread, and soon, all nearby players spoke of the mutated gray wolves' territory with dread. Given Endless Sky's severe death penalty, few dared to set foot in that cursed region. And this, precisely what Li Fan had hoped for, was the result of his efforts. Very few knew that he was the so-called specter haunting those woods. Perfect. Through his relentless monster stealing and player slaying, he had successfully driven away the wandering adventurers. Now, he could focus on his quest undisturbed. Watching the number of solo players in his territory dwindle, Li Fan smiled in satisfaction. With that settled, he returned to the monotonous grind of farming mobs. Time passed. Minute by minute. Just as his experience bar neared full and he was on the verge of reaching level 10, Li Fan followed his plan and began upgrading his skills. System notice. You have consumed 10,000 EXP. Skill Heavy Strike has been upgraded to LV2. System notice. You have consumed 20,000 EXP. Skill Heavy Strike has been upgraded to LV3. System notice. You have consumed 30,000 EXP. Skill Heavy Strike has been upgraded to LV4. System notice. Current character level is too low. Further upgrades to Heavy Strike are unavailable. Notice. You have expended 25,000 experience points. Skill Phantom Waltz has ascended to LV1. In the boundless expanse of Endless Firmament, the experience required to upgrade a skill varies based on its quality and the initial learning level at LV1. Moreover, the maximum skill level is intrinsically tied to the player's character level, ensuring no skill surpasses the player's own rank. Higher-tier skills impose stricter limitations. Take Phantom Waltz, for instance. Li Fan acquired it at LV6, and now at LV9, he could only elevate it by a single tier. In contrast, Heavy Slash, a foundational skill obtained at LV1, surged all the way to LV4 before halting. This expenditure of experience drained Li Fan's current reserves below 5,000, yet the rewards were substantial. Heavy Slash's base damage escalated from 200 to 320 of physical attack power, while Phantom Waltz retained its 30 attack speed buff but extended its duration by 1.5 seconds. Most skills undergo transformative leaps only upon reaching multiples of LV10. Undeterred, Li Fan resumed his relentless hunt for mutated gray wolves. Hours slipped away unnoticed, 7 or 8. Perhaps, during which he encountered a Black Iron Tier mutated gray wolf boss and, for the third time, crossed paths with the Bronze Tier Silver Wolf Guardian. These foes yielded spoils: a Black Iron Staff, a Bronze Helmet, a Common Tier Archer Skill Tome, Double Shot, along with several mundane pieces of equipment and a modest sum of game currency. The Bronze Helmet offered little to remark upon, merely augmenting his health by 200 points, physical defense by 8, and constitution by 6. Li Fan equipped it without hesitation. Then, as dawn's light crept near the 7th hour of the following day, Li Fan's agility stat breached the 4,000 point threshold. Suddenly, an unusual system alert flashed across his interface. Warning: your relentless slaughter of mutated gray wolves has drawn the attention of the Silver Wolf King within the shadowed thicket. Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Tier Entity, approaches to investigate. Proceed with caution. Chapter 16. First Silver Boss Kill. Village-wide announcement. Slaying too many of the same type of monsters inevitably draws the attention of higher-level bosses seeking vengeance. It's akin to the trope in fantasy novels where defeating a junior member of a clan summons their ancient ancestor. This silver boss, the Mother Silver Wolf, had come seeking retribution against Li Fan, precisely what he desired. With 4,000 points in agility, his maximum attack speed reached 44 strikes per second, and his movement speed peaked at 90 meters per second. Why should he fear a mere level 10 silver boss? The thought amused him. Instead of fleeing before the boss arrived, Li Fan continued his activities without a care, utterly indifferent to the silver boss's reputation. Approximately 3 minutes later, Howl, a majestic silver-furred wolf, over 3 meters in length, emerged with a commanding presence, its piercing gaze locking onto Li Fan. Species: Mother Silver Wolf. Level: LV10 Silver Creature. Attributes: 12, 00012, 000 HP, 220 Physical Attack, 180 Magical Attack, 80 Physical Magical Defense. Skills: though the boss's health pool wasn't particularly vast, its offensive and defensive stats were formidable. A physical attack of 220 meant Li Fan couldn't withstand more than 3 strikes, while its 80 defense rendered his basic attacks nearly negligible, dealing only single-digit damage. To put it into perspective, in Endless Skies, creatures of the same level followed a power hierarchy: normal creatures, 1 combat power, black iron creatures, 2 bronze creatures, 4 silver creatures, 8 gold bosses, 16, and so on. Fortunately, the Mother Silver Wolf's physical defense was slightly lower than his attack stat. Otherwise, failing to penetrate its defenses would have been humiliating. After a brief mental calculation, Li Fan lunged toward the beast. Whoosh! The wolf lashed out with a claw swipe, its speed and force generating a sharp, tearing sound through the air. Against an average level 9 player, such an attack might have halved their health in one blow. But Li Fan's agility dwarfed the wolf's. With a nimble sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the strike, simultaneously darting behind the creature. His blade flashed toward its vulnerable rear. 6 weak point damage. 10 armor-piercing weak point damage. 10 5. A flurry of numbers materialized above the wolf's head in an instant. Due to level suppression and the boss's high defense, Li Fan's basic attacks dealt pitiful damage. Worse, the wolf swiftly shielded its rear with its tail, forcing him to abandon that strategy. Only the first 3 strikes had exploited its weakness, the rest were mere scratches. Yet, while its hindquarters were now guarded, the Mother Silver Wolf's soft underbelly remained exposed. Adapting swiftly, Li Fan redirected his assault, focusing on its vulnerable abdomen. His movements were a blur, far beyond anything the beast could match. The Mother Silver Wolf, its health steadily depleting, swiftly turned around in an attempt to retaliate. Yet, as it pivoted, Li Fan shadowed its every move with uncanny precision, leveraging his superior agility to remain steadfastly behind it. This was another crucial manifestation of how high agility attributes augmented a player's combat prowess. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The Mother Silver Wolf spun in futile circles, then launched into erratic leaps, desperate to shake Li Fan off. But he clung to her like an unshakable appendage, provoking furious roars from the beast. Despite her formidable 200 physical attack, she couldn't land a single strike on him. 10, 10, 5. A relentless cascade of damage numbers flickered across the fray. Though each of Li Fan's strikes dealt modest harm individually, their sheer frequency was devastating, averaging around 300 damage per second. In less than 10 seconds, the Mother Silver Wolf's health plummeted to 70. A woo. Combat alert. Mother Silver Wolf, LV10 Silver Tier creature, has activated the skill call for reinforcements. All wolf-type creatures within an 800-meter radius will converge upon the battlefield to assist her. Pushed to her limits, the Mother Silver Wolf unleashed her first major skill. Truly befitting a Silver Tier boss, her skill activation was swift. And the summoned minions weren't mere handfuls, they came in swarms, measured not by count but by area. When the Silver Wolf guards had used this ability, they stood frozen for a full 2 seconds. Yet, the Mother Silver Wolf needed only half a second of howling before resuming her frantic circling. Both the speed and potency of her skills compelled Li Fan's admiration. Silver Tier bosses were indeed formidable. And then, he continued stabbing her exactly as before. Did she think this would trouble him? The reinforcements within 800 meters were merely LV6 common mutated gray wolves. Even 100 of such creatures wouldn't pose the slightest threat. So long as his speed held, no tide of bodies, be they wolves or men, could overwhelm him. Swish, swish, swish. 10, 5, 5, 10, 5. Damage values rained down like a storm. True to the call, the nearby mutated gray wolves soon arrived en masse. To the Mother Silver Wolf's despair, though over 30 of her kin answered her summons, each time one drew near, that detestable human behind her dispatched it with a few casual sword strokes. Her subordinates couldn't drive him away. At best, they could only absorb a fraction of the damage. doing nothing to shift the battle as tide. Thus, the enraged Mother Silver Wolf resolved to rely on herself. As her health dipped below 50, she threw her head back and howled once more. Combat alert. Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Tier creature, has activated the skill Lone Warrior. Defense reduced by 10 points. Attack power, attack speed, and movement speed increased by 10. Additionally, for every 1 of current HP lost, attack power rises by 2 points. And attack movement speed increases by 2, lasting 60 seconds. Invigorated, the Mother Silver Wolf moved with noticeably greater speed than before. Yet to its dismay, despite its desperate efforts, the Silver She-Wolf found itself hopelessly outpaced by that detestable human pursuer, its wounds deepening with each passing moment. This was inevitable. To quantify, if the wolf's original speed was 10 units, this temporary enhancement merely elevated it to 11 units. Potentially reaching 20 units at maximum when critically wounded, how could it possibly match Li Fan's staggering 50-unit velocity? With 4,000 agility attributes, Li Fan possessed movement and attack speeds that defied all conventional limitations for his level. Moreover, the wolf's reduced defenses by 10 points only amplified Li Fan's offensive prowess. Awoo. When its vitality dwindled to 30, the desperate she-wolf unleashed its final trump card. Combat alert. Silver She-Wolf, LV-10 Silver creature, activated life restoration, regenerating 5,000 HP over the next 10 seconds. A verdant healing glow enveloped the creature's form. Yet what purpose did this serve? Merely prolonging its inevitable demise by scant seconds under Li Fan's relentless assault. Awoo. Combat alert. Silver She-Wolf, LV-10 Silver creature, entered frenzy state, becoming immune to control effects while gaining 200 increases to attack speed, and movement speed until death. As its health plummeted below 5, the beast entered its final rampage. Still, even in this frenzied state, Li Fan toyed with it effortlessly until the last flicker of life faded from its unwilling form. Simultaneously, a cascade of system notifications appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification: you have slain. Village announcement: player Tai Sui Shun, LV-9 Shield Armor Warrior, has achieved first blood against Silver She-Wolf, LV-10 Silver creature, receiving village-wide first kill rewards. Chapter 17, a minute ahead. The indignation of the Supreme Guild. In the burial woods of M4399's Novice Village, over 100 players above level 10, under the command of their guild leader, Supreme Emperor, were besieging a level 10 silver tier boss, the Raging Bull Lord. Hurry, the boss is enraged. Healers, keep Old Wong alive. Old Wong, hold the line. You're the main tank. If you fall, we're done. Xiao AI, why is your DPS so low? Focus on dealing damage. That's it, keep it up. The boss's health is down to the last 10. Stay steady, no rush. The first silver boss kill in M4399 Novice Village will belong to Supreme Guild. Supreme Emperor, fully concentrated, watched as the boss entered its final weakened state, an unconscious smile creeping onto his face. He could already envision it. Supreme Guild, after securing the first silver boss kill, would attract countless elite players, growing steadily from this humble beginning until they ascended as the pinnacle guild in endless skies. Push forward. After this kill, everyone gets 1,000 yuan bonus. And when the guild rises, you'll all enjoy elder privileges. Once we take this first step, Supreme Guild will rise to greatness. Becoming Endless Skies top guild is no dream. Damn it. Just as Supreme Emperor was weaving grand promises for his guild, 3 identical village-wide announcements flashed across everyone's system notifications. Village announcement: player Tai Sui Shun, LV-9 Shield Knight, has slain Silver She-Wolf, LV-10 Silver creature, claiming the first kill reward. Silence. A deathly stillness. After Supreme Emperor's stunned curse, every member of Supreme Guild stood frozen in disbelief. The grand future their leader had just painted shattered in an instant. But while they hesitated, the Raging Bull Lord did not. Focus. Ignore the announcement. Kill the boss now. Burn it down. Old Wong, hold. Old Wong's down. Everyone, full DPS. Boss at 5, finish it. In the chaotic scramble that followed, Supreme Guild managed to slay the weakened boss, at the cost of over 20 fallen comrades. As the 2 silver tier loot pieces dropped before them, not a single member could muster joy. The first kill announcement was gone. According to official game lore, bronze boss kills didn't trigger village-wide alerts, only the first silver boss kill did. They had been a minute too late. Damn it. How? We were this close. Just 30 more seconds. Who the hell is this Tai Sui Shun? Good heavens, the announcement only listed his ID? How? How is this possible? After the initial shock of seeing the notice, everyone on the scene was dumbfounded once more. The fact that only the ID Taishuation appeared in the announcement implied that he had single-handedly slain the LV-10 Silver Tier boss, the Mother Silver Wolf. This speculation sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. How could this be? We had over 100 LV-10 players, 11 with C-rank talents, 3 with B-rank talents. And even old Wong, a hidden class tenacious druid with an A-rank talent that multiplied his HP tenfold. Yet Taishuation alone took down the LV-10 Silver Tier boss? Just how did he manage that? I refuse to believe it. That guy must have exploited some game bug. There is no other way. Unless his talent is S-rank? That would make sense, but still, the talent system is so unfair. This is infuriating. The members of Overlord S Pride were seething with frustration. They had been mere seconds away from securing the first kill announcement for the Silver Tier boss, only to lose it to a single player at the last moment. What a bitter pill to swallow. Fine, the announcement is gone. Let it go, sighed Overlord Emperor, resigning himself to reality. Luck was part of strength, after all. If Taishuation had a superior talent, so be it. Our next target is the first clear announcement for the LV-15 dungeon, Trial of the Spider Cavern. Everyone, disperse for now. Also, keep an eye out for this Taishuation. If you hear anything or encounter him, report to me immediately. We should try to recruit him. At Overlord Emperor's words, the guild members had no choice but to accept their fate. Meanwhile, the entire M4399 village was in an uproar over the announcement. I can't even solo a regular LV-10 mob. I need a party just to survive, and this Taishuation soloed a Silver Tier boss. How is that fair? Damn this stupid game. My trash tier talent ruins the experience. I'm quitting. Quitting? Please. With Endless Skies out, every other VR game is dead. What else are you going to play? Getting a good talent matters, but don't lose hope. We can still become as strong as Taishuation. Speaking of which, hey, Taishuation, if you're listening. Add me. Carry me, please. Same here. Anyone who knows Taishuation? I'll pay for an introduction. Big red envelope if you get me on his friends list. Pretty girl here, willing to meet offline. Anyone got Taishuation's contact info? At this moment, every online player in M4399 village was buzzing about the announcement. Many were awestruck by Taishuation's overwhelming strength. Others, however, believed his power stemmed solely from a top-tier talent, lamenting how unbalanced the system was. It's merely a game, not developed by the players themselves. The randomness of drawing talents treats all players equally, if you're unlucky enough to draw a mediocre one. Whom can you blame? Of course, such sentiments are held by only a minority. When the 5 permanent members collectively promoted the gameplay of Endless Skies, they had already explained the mechanics of talents, and the player base had largely accepted this feature before entering the game. Most importantly, Endless Skies offers an abundance of ways to enhance a player's combat prowess. Even if one draws a lackluster talent, it merely means a more challenging early phase. With sufficient effort, there's every opportunity for a dramatic turnaround in the mid to late stages. At the temporary gathering point of the Righteousness Over Clouds Guild in M4399's beginner village, Zhang Xiao, Ren Wang, De Wang, and others fell silent as they read the announcement. Damn it, that guy is even more formidable than we imagined. Damn it all. With just us, it seems impossible to seek revenge. Brothers, let's avoid his momentum for now. We're too few. Once we reach level 20 and enter the main city, we'll regroup with the rest of the guild and deal with him then. Right. It's not that we fear him. It's just that leveling up takes priority. No time to waste on him now. As the saying goes, fame invites trouble, just as a fattened pig invites slaughter. Why don't we help spread the word about Taishuation? Let those eager to loot his gear know exactly who they're dealing with. Chapter 18, Silver Equipment Skills, Low-Tier Silver Life Essence. OnlyFans sighed. He remained blissfully unaware that a village-wide announcement had shattered the Overlord Guild's development plans, nor did he know that every player in the village was buzzing about him. At the moment, he was delightedly admiring the rewards from his first kill of a Silver Tier boss. System notification. You have slain the Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature, and gained 500 EXP, 5 bonus for defeating a higher-level enemy. System notification. This kill marks the first village-wide takedown of this boss. Congratulations! You have received 20 free attribute points and a guaranteed class-specific equipment skill book from the loot. System notification. Your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 20 points. System notification. You have been cursed by the dying breath of the Mother Silver Wolf, LV-10 Silver Creature. All wolf-type creatures within 800 meters will now aggressively target you. System notification. You have collected the following boss drops. Equipment: Thorn Shield, Silver tier. Silver Wolf Boots, Bronze tier. Steel Knuckle Dusters, Bronze tier. Wolf Fur Tunic, Bronze tier. Skill Book: Bone Carving Stab, Silver tier. Special Item: Low tier Silver Life Essence, Agility, and 1 gold, 11 silver, 66 copper. The rewards for the first kill were exceptionally bountiful. The mere bonus for the initial takedown granted 20 free attribute points. Following his usual allocation method, Li Fan assigned all 20 points to strength. His base physical attack power surged from 88 to 108. After distributing the attributes, he turned his attention to the other system notifications. TSK, per Mother Silverwolf, even in death, she left me a curse. What trouble could this possibly cause me? On the contrary, having wolf-type creatures within 800 meters actively attack me is a blessing. It's essentially a built-in aggro aura against wolves. Li Fan shook his head, amused rather than dismayed by the curse. With this effect, grinding mutated gray wolves for quests would now be a mutual pursuit, saving him even more time. After reviewing the curse details, he skimmed past the notification about his agility increase and focused on the spoils of battle. For pieces of equipment and 1 skill book, not bad at all. He began inspecting each item's attributes one by one. Equipment: Thorn Shield. Quality: Silver. Grade: Fine. Durability: 180/180. Requirement: LV10 or above, Shield Bearing Class. Attribute 1. Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 27, Stamina 20, Strength 16. Attribute 2. Reduces physical damage taken by 15. Attribute 3. Armor Break. Successful physical attacks apply a debuff that reduces the target's physical magic defense by 12 points. Stacks up to 3 times. Lasts 10 seconds. An exceptional shield. Li Fan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Shield-type equipment falls under the category of secondary weapons. However, due to his extraordinary speed, which renders most monsters incapable of landing a hit, he seldom finds use for shields. Yet, this thorn shield before him possesses a passive armor-piercing attribute, an invaluable asset indeed. Had he wielded it earlier, the battle against the Silver Wolf Matriarch might have concluded in a mere 30 seconds. A heartfelt thanks to the Matriarch for bestowing such a formidable secondary weapon upon him. Li Fan's gaze shifts to the remaining 3 pieces of bronze-tier equipment. Equipment: Silver Wolf Leather Boots, Quality: Bronze, Grade: Perfect. Durability: 130/130. Requirement: Level 10. Attribute 1. Physical Defense 9, Magical Defense 12, HP 150. Stamina 9. Attribute 2. Movement Speed 10, Attribute 3. Out of combat. Maximum movement speed increases by 20. Equipment: Steel Knuckle Dusters, Quality: Bronze, Grade: Standard. Durability: 180/180. Requirement: Level 10. Base Class: Druid. Attribute 1. Physical Attack 42. Magical Attack 29, Strength 11. Attribute 2. Attacks have a 2 chance to inflict bleed. Dealing 17 HP loss per second for 5 seconds. Equipment: Wolf Fur Tunic, Quality: Bronze, Grade: Inferior. Durability: 110/110. Requirement: Level 10. Attribute 1. Physical Defense 12. Magical Defense 13. HP 260, Stamina 10. Attribute 2. Spirit 10. Not bad. 3 bronze tier pieces, 2 of which he can utilize. The Silver Wolf Leather Boots, in particular, with their percentage-based movement speed boost, offer him immense utility. Li Fan's mood soars. This wave of equipment upgrades will significantly enhance his combat prowess. Indeed, for most players, equipment remains the primary means of power progression, except for anomalies like himself, blessed with an SSS tier growth type talent. All 3 pieces require level 10 to equip. But that is hardly an obstacle. He'll reach level 10 within 2 hours at most. Now, let us examine the effects of that silver tier skill book. Skill book: Bone Severing Thrust, Quality: Silver. Learning Requirement: Level 10, Sword Wielding Class. Active Effect: LV1. Thrust your blade at the enemy, dealing 400 physical damage and inflicting a 10-second armor break debuff. Reducing the target's physical defense by 1-10, scaling based on relative strength stats. Consumes 100 MP per cast. Cooldown: 30 seconds. An armor-piercing skill, high damage output coupled with percentage-based defense reduction, combined with the Thorn Shield's fixed armor penetration effect. His ability to shred high defense bosses has multiplied several times over. Exhilarating. Li Fan's heart brimmed with unparalleled elation. Armed with the Thorn Shield and Bone-Cleaving Stinger's dual armor penetration, he was confident he could vanquish the Silver Wolf matriarch within a mere 20 seconds if they crossed paths again. The final spoils, a low-grade silver life essence, agility. His gaze fell upon the item's description. Item: low-grade silver life essence, agility, type, special consumable, effect. Permanently increases the user's agility by 30 points upon consumption. Source: dropped by the Silver Wolf matriarch. So it was indeed this treasure. Li Fan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. In endless skies, slaying boss-tier creatures of black iron rank or higher granted a chance to obtain life essences that permanently augmented various attributes. In his past life, it was precisely through such rare consumables that he, despite possessing only a B-grade talent, had ascended to become one of the world's top 10 warriors in overall combat prowess. Now, in this new life, he had obtained one so swiftly. A pity, though his SSS-grade Blessing of Light rendered additional agility nearly superfluous. The essence's value to him was negligible. After brief contemplation, he reached a decision. Much like the steel knuckle dusters, he would consign it to the auction house. Chapter 19. The Auction House Bidding Frenzy. Extravagant tycoons in action. In Li Fan's memory, Endless Skies had launched several early game events designed to elevate legendary players. The first of these was an auction held in every major city, where 7 legendary grade skill books were put up for bidding. The highest bidder would claim them, using in-game currency only, with no real-world money allowed. Determined not to miss out, Li Fan resolved to amass a fortune beforehand. The thought of being unable to afford even a single skill book was unbearable. The life essence granting 30 agility. Better list it for a 10-hour auction. Starting bid: 5 gold, no fixed price. Let the highest offer win. The steel knuckle would follow the same rules, though he set the opening bid at a modest 1 gold. While the steel knuckle was a bronze-tier weapon, far more impactful on current combat power than a mere 30 agility, equipment would inevitably become obsolete. In contrast, permanent stat boosts were timeless. Their values simply couldn't be compared. The obsidian-quality Azure Buckler was also sold off, along with other miscellaneous white-tier gear at bargain prices. With everything settled, Li Fan, still wide awake, dove back into grinding. By 9 a.m., a radiant glow enveloped him as he finally reached level 10. Allocating his 5 new attribute points into strength once more, he upgraded his gear and mastered the skill book Bone Severing Thorn. Before logging off, he glanced at his character panel. Character: God of the Crimson Omen. Base attributes: level, LV 10, 2276,000. Class: Shield Guard Warrior. HP: 1. 120, MP: 600. Attack: Physical 111, Magical 36, Defense: Physical 92, Magical 114. Attributes: Strength 94, Agility 4. For 01 Spirit 16, Stamina 42. Unallocated points: 0. Max attack speed: 47. 81 hits SEC. Max movement speed: 107. 82 SEC. Titles: None. Talent: Blessing of Light, Phase 1. SSS-grade. Nearly 50 attacks per second, movement speed exceeding 100 meters per second. This rivals my stats at level 200 in my past life. The sheer dominance of an SSS tier talent was exhilarating. With a satisfied grin, Li Fan logged off. After over 16 relentless hours, Master Li finally succumbed to sleep. Yet, as he drifted into dreams, the entire M4399 starter village erupted over the low-tier silver life essence listed in the auction house. What the hell is this? A permanent 30 agility consumable? And someone actually dropped it instead of using it themselves? Dropped by the Silver Fang matriarch. Wait. Was he that the level 10 silver boss slain by the legendary God of the Crimson Omen? Magnificent. Truly befitting of the first conqueror of the silver tier boss. To disdain even 30 points of agility. 30 points of agility, when converted to attack speed calculations, equates to a base attack speed increase of 0.3. With my current attack speed merely at 0.8, how I yearn to possess such a treasure. Consider this: gaining a single level only awards 5 free attribute points. This item's value is equivalent to the harvest of 15 levels. Utterly extraordinary. Alongside it in the auction is a bronze-tier druid weapon. The prowess of the deity-like player Tai Sui Shun is genuinely awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing the effects of the low-tier silver life essence, the entire village's player base erupted in fervor. Currently, the most dedicated players have reached levels beyond LV10, yet the majority still linger below 10 points in agility, unchanged since LV1. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. It's not that players fail to recognize agility's importance, but with only 5 free attribute points per level, prioritizing attack power becomes inevitable. Without sufficient attack power, one cannot even breach the defenses of standard monsters at equivalent levels. Thus, in the early stages, most players allocate all points to strength or spirit. What use is high attack speed if your strikes cannot penetrate the enemy's defenses? Only a rare few, whose attack power already stands supreme, might spare a thought for modest agility investments. This very scarcity makes the life essence's 30 agility all the more precious. Without exaggeration, within the entire village, only Li Fan would regard such a treasure with indifference. For others, even elite players like Fluttering Butterfly, blessed with S-tier talents, this life essence would be cherished beyond measure. And so, amidst this universal craving, the bidding commenced. Starting at 5 gold coins, offers swiftly climbed, 6, then 7, 8. By noon, the price had soared to 90 gold. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, over a dozen players clamored to purchase gold at exorbitant rates. Cloud Summit merchants buying copper at 1, 2 sell now. 1, 9 for copper. Bulk rates at 118. Hardcore grinding teams welcome. Pride of Legends Guild purchasing gold at 1, 8 payment first, trade after, established guild credibility guaranteed. Phoenix Guild buying at 1, 8. No limits, profit awaits. With less than 48 hours since the server launch, the exchange rate between in-game currency and real-world money remains astronomically high. Not everyone possesses Li Fan's monstrous capabilities. An average LV10 player, toiling relentlessly for 12 hours, might scrape together merely 10 silver coins, equivalent to 1,000 copper pieces. Before Li Fan listed the life essence, the exchange rate hovered around 1.4 copper to RMB. Now, the village's affluent elites unleash their financial might, inflating the copper rate beyond double its former value. With no ceiling in sight, the item was listed around 7 in the morning. By 4 in the afternoon, bids had skyrocketed to 130 gold coins. At the current exchange rate, this amounts to approximately 900,000 Dragon Kingdom currency. Merely for 30 points of agility, the extravagance of these affluent players can truly be described as recklessly squandering wealth. As time gradually approached 5 p.m., with only 10 minutes remaining before the 10-hour auction concluded, the participants grew increasingly frenzied. 131 gold coins, 132 gold coins, 133 gold coins, 179 gold coins, 179 gold, 99 silver, 99 copper coins. The price paused at this figure. The elite bidders seemed to be weighing its worth, or perhaps preparing for the final moments. Then, with merely 3 seconds left on the auction timer, the stagnant price abruptly surged. 3 seconds remaining. The highest bid soared to 190 gold, 0 silver, 0 copper coins. 2 seconds remaining. 196 gold, 0 silver, 0 copper coins. 1 second remaining. 200 gold, 0 silver, 0 copper coins. The auction concluded. Transaction successful. The players who had been spectating erupted in astonishment. Incredible! In the last 3 seconds, the elites drove the price from 180 gold straight to 200. These magnates are absurdly wealthy. At the current gold exchange rate, 200 coins equate to 1.5 million Dragon Kingdom currency. What an astronomical windfall for the divine timebreaker. Breaking news. The bidder who offered 200 gold was none other than the Phoenix Guild. Ah, the Phoenix Guild. No wonder. They're a venerable faction, after all. Rumor has it their guild leader is an extraordinarily affluent young heiress. Chapter 20. The Vision of Phoenix Guild, Talent Upgrade. In the wilderness of the beginner's village. At the leveling spot of the LV-13 Crimson Rock Serpent. The leader of the Phoenix Guild, a poised and elegant female player in her mid-20s with the ID Violet Immortal, listened to the report from her middle-aged butler, who also served as the vice president. Young mistress, we have successfully acquired the low-tier silver life essence. Good. Give it to our top archer, Great John Khan, later. Among the pioneers, his damage output is the highest. But never mind that trivial matter. Have there been any updates regarding the god of longevity? Not yet. Young mistress. You possess an S-rank talent yourself. Why are you so fixated on him? Violet Immortal couldn't help but shake her head. The god of longevity is no ordinary player. Have you not seen the forum video where he single-handedly defeated the despicable group Righteous Brotherhood? I've studied it carefully. While his speed was an advantage, it alone wouldn't have allowed him to solo an LV-10 silver tier boss. Therefore, I boldly speculate that his talent might be of the growth type. I have a premonition he may become one of the strongest players in the entire game in the future. Having such a talent in the beginner's village is our opportunity. We must do everything possible to recruit him into our guild. In M4399 Beginner S Village, the name God of Longevity was renowned. Yet few truly understood the extent of his combat prowess. Previously, the video of Li Fan annihilating the Righteous Brotherhood had stirred quite a commotion on the forums. However, Endless Skies had an overwhelming number of players, and in recent days, many others had also displayed combat abilities far surpassing ordinary players. As a result, discussions about him gradually faded, and the audience's attention was quickly diverted by newer posts. But the Phoenix Guild was an exception. As the heiress of a wealthy family, Violet Immortal was determined to propel her guild into the global top 10 in Endless Skies. In the real world, she had invested heavily in assembling a professional studio and hiring several game analysts. Thus, though she had never personally encountered Li Fan, she had meticulously studied his performance through video recordings to sell something as valuable as low-tier silver life essence. It's highly likely that the God of Longevity is a lone wolf player with no team. Find a way to approach him. If possible, offer him an annual base salary of 10 million, plus bonuses, to recruit him into our guild. The Butler Vice President couldn't help but gasp. Young mistress. ISNT 10 million a year too much? Our top-tier studio player, Great John Khan, only earns 5 million annually. No, I even feel 10 million is too low. If the God of Longevity truly possesses a growth-type talent above S rank, I'd be willing to pay 50 million as a base salary. My father's fortune amounts to hundreds of billions, and I'm his only heir. Stop worrying about money on my behalf. Yes, young mistress. Faced with his mistress's extravagant resolve, what else could the Butler Vice President say? The Essence of Life sold for 200 gold, and the Steel Knuckles fetched 66 gold. Not bad at all. This village certainly has its share of wealthy patrons. The moment Li Fan logged in, his backpack swelled with an additional 266 gold, filling him with quiet satisfaction. Another day of endlessly grinding mutated gray wolves awaited him, of course. But first, the usual routine, muscling in on other players' hunting grounds and monopolizing this leveling area. Oh no, the ghost has appeared again. The rumors were true after all. This place really is haunted. Is the ghost a boss? It moves too swiftly to discern clearly. Better not provoke it. Time to make a hasty retreat. Run for your lives. I saw it with my own eyes. The ghost is slaying people. The deterrent effect was remarkably efficient. Within half an hour, the mutated gray wolf spawning area was virtually devoid of other players. A movement speed of 100 meters per second was no mere boast. Whereas yesterday, some players might have vaguely glimpsed Li Fan's silhouette. Today they perceived only a human-shaped shadow flickering like lightning, appearing and vanishing in an instant, leaving behind the corpses of the wolves they had been fighting, compounded by Li Fan's habit of striking down any red-named players on sight. His actions were mistaken for random slaughter, driving everyone else away. Now he could grind in peace. Muttering to himself, Li Fan resigned himself to the monotonous task of farming mutated gray wolves. His absurdly high damage output, coupled with his freakish speed and the aggro-drawing aura, elevated his efficiency far beyond yesterday's efforts, with the aura being the true MVP. After 2 days of trial and error, Li Fan had deduced that each mutated gray wolf took roughly 10 minutes to respawn. The shadowed thicket could sustain a maximum of around 120 wolves at any given time. These wolves were notorious for their ambush tactics, often lying motionless in the underbrush. Combined with the sprawling map, the wolves' scattered distribution, and the obstructive terrain, trees and boulders hindering both movement and line of sight, Li Fan had previously struggled to achieve the theoretical maximum of 120 kills per 10-minute cycle. At best, he managed around 20, wasting most of his time simply tracking them down. But today, his drastically increased movement speed alone shortened the search process. And with the addition of the curse aura, Li Fan devised an entirely new strategy. Initially, he opted to circle the map within an 800-meter radius, leveraging the aggro aura granted by the Silver Wolf Matriarch to gather the wolves before wiping them out in one sweep, then repeating the process. However, after a few rounds, he refined his approach. The wolves' sluggish pace forced him to slow down to prevent them from losing aggro, which still only yielded about 45 kills per 10-minute cycle. His updated method was far simpler. He would sprint a kilometer or two, then stand still, allowing the lurking wolves to reveal themselves under the aura's influence before darting over to eliminate them in an instant. Under this playstyle, He discovered that within approximately 10 minutes, he could eliminate around 70 mutated gray wolves. That translated to 420 per hour, and a staggering 210 hours. Calculating 16 hours of relentless grinding per day, the tally soared to 720. Gratitude swelled within him for the radiant blessing bestowed by the Silver Wolf matriarch. Pure exhilaration. At this rate, by tomorrow at the latest, he would triumphantly slay his 10,000th mutated gray wolf, fulfilling the second phase of the hidden quest's requirements. Li Fan's spirits soared. Momentarily, even the monotonous visages of the endless wolves seemed to possess a peculiar charm. Time flowed imperceptibly into the following day, the afternoon of September 24th in the real world. After his customary rest, Li Fan logged back in without delay, resuming his relentless hunt. Having dedicated another 3 to 4 hours. He estimated merely 1 more hour stood between him and completion. Yet, to his astonishment, an even greater surprise arrived prematurely. System notification. You have annihilated a cumulative total of 10,000 creatures. The innate ability Blessing of Light has automatically ascended to Tier 2. Chapter 21. The Wolf Clan's Public Enemy Title. A Golden Tier Silver Wolf Seeks Revenge. Damn. I almost forgot. My SSS tier talent upgrades to its second stage after slaying 10,000 monsters. Let me see what changes this new stage brings. Li Fan's eyes gleamed as he examined the revamped talent description. Blessing of Light Stage 2, SSS tier talent 1. Your base agility stat increases by 500 points. 2. For every monster slain, you permanently gain at least 2 agility points. The stronger the monster, the higher the agility reward. However, as a trade-off, slaying creatures below LV 20 no longer grants agility. 3. Every successful attack deals additional true damage equal to 1 of your total agility. Progress to next stage. Slay LV 20 creatures 0-100. 000. Note, this is a unique SSS tier talent with 10 total growth stages. Keep striving, young warrior. An SSS tier talent truly lives up to its reputation. Staring at the new effects, Li Fan fell into a prolonged silence. Even as a reincarnator, he couldn't help but be stunned. The first effect, granting a flat agility boost, was already impressive, but it paled in comparison to the second. Slaying a LV 20 monster now permanently grants 2 agility? That's double the growth rate of the first stage. But the most groundbreaking addition was the third effect. With his current agility at 11,000, each attack now deals an extra 110 points of true damage. At 100 attacks per second, that's roughly 12,000 true damage per second. Holy hell. Even a golden tier boss wouldn't last 10 seconds under his full assault. Li Fan was floored. And this was only the second stage. 8 more awaited. What would the 10th stage look like? He didn't even dare imagine. Would he be able to obliterate even the outer gods with a single strike? Ecstatic, Li Fan let out a triumphant shout. Though he no longer gained agility from killing mutated gray wolves, greater opportunities lay ahead. Time to finish the hidden quest from Warrior S-Heart, then rush to LV 20 and head to the main city to farm more agility. Fueled by determination, Li Fan resumed his slaughter. With his upgraded talent, clearing mutated gray wolves became even more efficient. Where you once needed 10 strikes to kill one, now a single slash left them near death. 2 guaranteed the kill. System notification. You have slain. You gained 110 EXP. Level penalty, -45. System notification. You have slain, omitted. After grinding all night, Li Fan had already reached LV 15. With such sheer numbers, even the EXP penalty couldn't slow him down. Besides, all his skills were maxed. There was nothing left to spend points on. Only 100 or so left. And I'll finally be free from this torment. Li Fan's spirits lifted as the progress for the quest, Blacksmith Morn's Revenge 2, reached 9,894 10,000. In just 5 more minutes, the progress bar would be full. However, right after Li Fan swiftly dispatched another mutated gray wolf, a new prompt suddenly appeared on his panel. Notification. You have slain over 10,000 mutated gray wolves and earned the hidden achievement Reward Enemy of the Wolfkin title. Notification. Due to your slaughter of 10,000 mutated gray wolves, you have drawn the attention of the Silver Wolf King in the Dark Forest region. Silver Wolf King, LV 15 gold tier creature, will soon arrive to investigate. Proceed with caution. Combined with the first part of the hidden quest, he had just reached exactly 10,000 mutated gray wolves. A title? Not bad. A gold tier boss is coming? Perfect timing. Li Fan's excitement surged as he first checked the attributes of the hidden achievement's title reward. Enemy of the Wolf Inn. Title 1000 HP. You exert an intimidating effect on all wolf-inn creatures. When battling Wolfkin, your damage increases by 10. This was a specialized title tailored for Wolfkin. The 1000 HP bonus didn't matter much to Li Fan, but with this title, dealing with the Silver Wolf King would be even easier. Feeling pleased, Li Fan now only had to wait for the Silver Wolf King to deliver its bounty right to his doorstep. Sure enough, before long, a lone wolf with silver fur appeared within his line of sight. Species: Silver Wolf King. Level: LV. 15 gold tier creature. Attributes: 65, 00065, 000 HP. 648 physical attack, 599 magical attack, 240 physical defense, 250 magical defense. Skills: as a gold tier boss, the Silver Wolf King's stats were twice as strong as those of a silver tier boss of the same level, boasting formidable offense and defense. Had it been before his talent upgrade, Li Fan would have likely turned tail and fled upon seeing these stats. After all, his current main weapon, a one-handed sword, was merely a black iron quality fine steel sword dropped by the piggy boss. His physical attack barely surpassed 100 points, making it impossible to even breach the Silver Wolf King's defenses. What kind of fight was that? Although in the world of Endless Skies, players claimed that even if they couldn't break a boss's defense, they could still deal at least 1 point of damage per hit. The Silver Wolf King had 65, 000 HP, factoring in its natural regeneration and potential healing skills. His sword would likely break from durability loss long before he could whittle the boss down. Fight barehanded? Technically possible, fists counted as weapons, but shorter reach meant greater risk. One careless misstep, and a single strike from the boss could spell disaster for his fragile constitution. But now, things were different. With his upgraded talent, each attack dealt over 100 points of true damage. If the Silver Wolf King dared approach, it would only be delivering its bounty straight into his hands. Time to slay. Without hesitation, Li Fan charged straight toward the Silver Wolf King. With over 11,000 points of agility, his maximum movement speed exceeded 240 meters per second, more than two-thirds the speed of sound. In Li Fan's previous life, such velocity was typically only attainable by players above level 100. Forget a mere level 15 golden boss. Even if an epic boss went berserk, they would likely still fall short of Li Fan's prowess. Swish, swish, swish. Striking first was paramount, before the Silver Wolf King could react. Li Fan buffed himself with Phantom Dance to boost his attack speed, swiftly maneuvering behind the enemy and delivering dozens of piercing strikes to its hindquarters. 233 critical weakness damage. 233. 233. 116. In less than half a second, nearly 50 damage numbers erupted above the Silver Wolf King's head. Much like the female silver wolf that had provoked Li Fan days prior, the king instinctively shielded its vulnerable rear with its tail after sustaining severe injuries, nullifying the last 30 or so attacks. Yet, in that brief half-second, Li Fan had already carved away roughly 7,000 HP from the beast. Roar. Howling in agony, the Silver Wolf King leaped backward as a crimson glow suddenly radiated from its body. A skill activation? Sensing danger, Li Fan dared not underestimate the situation. His own defenses were far too fragile. Choosing caution over greed, he disengaged in an instant, retreating a full 100 meters away. And that decision would soon fill him with immense relief. Chapter 22. Fierce Battle Against the Silver Wolf King. Li Fan's Explosive Output. Combat Log. You have been hit by the Silver Wolf King, LV 15 gold tier creature, S skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. You lose 699 HP and enter a 3-second stun state. A wide-range magical crowd control damage skill. A single strike wiped out nearly 2/5 of Li Fan's health, showcasing the Silver Wolf King's devastating power. The most dangerous aspect was the control effect. Had Li Fan not retreated swiftly enough, those 3 seconds of stun would have been more than enough for the Silver Wolf King to finish him off twice over. A moment of carelessness. Though his offensive capabilities were formidable, his defenses remained fragile. Without any crowd control immunity skills or equipment, caution was paramount. Li Fan steeled himself, sharpening his vigilance. Come to think of it, this was the first time since his rebirth into the world of Endless Skies that he had taken damage. Previously, he had always been the one dealing blows, untouchable by others. This encounter served as a sobering reminder. Fortunately, by the time the Silver Wolf King closed the distance, the 3-second stun had already worn off. Continue the assault, but retreat at full speed the moment danger loomed. With this resolve, Li Fan, now freed from the stun, immediately swung his blade at the beast. However, unlike before, this time Li Fan remained hyper-focused, closely observing the Silver Wolf King's reactions. He no longer fixated on striking its vulnerable spots, the eyes and abdomen. Even without targeting weak points, his damage output was more than sufficient. There was no need to rush. Survival took precedence. This cautious, almost cowardly approach made Li Fan feel as though he were dishonoring the Shield Knight class. But what choice did he have? His talents leaned toward agility rather than endurance. Had it been the latter, he could have stood his ground and traded blows with the beast. Such was fate. Swish, swish, swish. Blades flashed. Even without going all out, Li Fan's relentless strikes sent the Silver Wolf King's health plummeting at a rate of 3 to 4,000 per second. With only 65,000 HP in total, how could the beast withstand such ferocious damage? Soon, its health dipped below 70, prompting another deafening howl. Howl! The moment the Silver Wolf King raised its head, Li Fan was already sprinting away. By the time the howl reached his ears, he was already 200 meters away. As expected, his combat log updated. Combat log. The Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Gold Tier creature, has activated Golden Bloodline Intimidation. You remained outside the skill's range and were unaffected. Combat log. The Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Gold Tier creature, has unleashed Blood Chi Bullet. You remained outside the skill's range and were unaffected. This time, the Silver Wolf King didn't just repeat its crowd control skill, it also spat out a basketball-sized crimson energy sphere from its maw. Alas, its skills were mere theatrics before the cautious Li Fan, utterly devoid of practical effect. As long as I retreat far enough, you can't hit me. Ha! Li Fan smirked triumphantly, waiting until the Silver Wolf King's Blood Chi Bomb landed before charging toward it once more. Then came another flurry of slashes. 116, 116, 116. A dense flurry of numbers soared into the air. The Silver Wolf King grew increasingly frantic, constantly adjusting its stance in an attempt to strike back at this detestable human. Yet, no matter how it repositioned, the man remained right behind it. In its helpless fury, it soon discovered that as its injuries worsened, a new skill became available. The Silver Wolf King's HP dropped to 50. Combat log. Silver Wolf King, LV. 15 Gold Tier creature, used skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. Missed. Combat log. Silver Wolf King, LV. 15 Gold Tier creature, used skill Mental Suppression. Missed. The boss's HP plummeted far too quickly for ordinary players facing the Silver Wolf King. Its skill activations weren't based on HP thresholds but rather timed intervals, such as unleashing Golden Bloodline Intimidation every 20 or 30 seconds, much like a player's skill cooldown. But Li Fan's damage output was too high. The Silver Wolf King couldn't wait for cooldowns. Instead, following the boss template rules, once its HP dropped to certain percentage thresholds, some skills forcibly reset their cooldowns while new ones became available. Li Fan didn't know what kind of skill Mental Suppression was. Was it crowd control or damage? If damage, was it burst or sustained? The combat log didn't specify, so he had to rely on his own observations. As the Silver Wolf King unleashed Mental Suppression, a visible ripple surged through the air, expanding rapidly outward from the beast's center. Cautious as ever, Li Fan immediately retreated another 200 meters. For him, it was merely a second sprint. Sure enough, the tactic worked. The ripple dissipated only after spreading nearly 300 meters. Such a wide skill range. Pity it still can't touch me. Li Fan chuckled darkly before charging back toward the Silver Wolf King. But then, to his surprise, the beast wasn't interested in fighting. It turned and fled. Damn, did I deal too much damage too fast, scaring the boss into running? I almost forgot. In endless skies, Gold Tier and above bosses are this intelligent. Too bad for you. Running isn't an option when I'm around. After a brief pause, Li Fan gave chase without slowing. 2 seconds later, he reappeared beside the Silver Wolf King, raising his sword for another relentless barrage. Flash, flash, flash. The sword gleamed as another 6 or 7 seconds elapsed. The Silver Wolf King's health plummeting to 30. A mournful howl echoed through the air. Combat log. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Gold Tier creature, activated skill Golden Bloodline Intimidation. Missed. Combat log. Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Gold Tier creature, triggered skill Low Tier Magic Teleportation Array. In 10 seconds, 3 Silver She-Wolves, LV-10 Silver Tier creatures, will emerge to aid it in battle. Every wolf-type boss I've encountered seems to possess this summoning ability. Silver Wolf King. Do you truly believe your generosity isn't enough? Must you call upon your 3 mates to join this charitable ensemble? Huh. From over 200 meters away, Li Fan, upon reading the combat log, charged toward the Silver Wolf King once more. This time, however, he withheld his assault. With the beast's health lingering at 30, there was no urgency. Instead, Li Fan resolved to eliminate the summoned she-wolves first. Free silver tier bosses delivered straight to him. Why refuse such a gift? Notification: you have slain Silver She-Wolf, LV10 silver tier creature. Obtained. Omitted. Notification: you have retrieved boss drop items. Omitted. Even the LV15 Silver Wolf King had been reduced to a fleeing wretch before Li Fan. Against him, the LV10 silver tier she-wolves fared no better than mutated gray wolves. In less than half a minute, all 3 lay slain. As Li Fan picked up a silver tier chest armor from the spoils, his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Silver Wolf King. Are you certain your mates weren't sent to sabotage you instead? Chapter 23. First kill of the Golden Boss. Reunion with the floral butterfly, the 3-headed silver boss. The Mother Silver Wolf bestowed upon Li Fan 3 pieces of silver equipment, 2 bronze items, and several silver coins. Among them, the 3 silver pieces included a defensive chest armor, a cleric's staff, and an assassin's dagger. The 2 bronze items comprised a defensive chest piece and an accessory ring. Out of these 5 pieces of equipment, 2 were immediately useful to Li Fan: the silver chest armor and the bronze ring. Equipment: radiant plate armor, durability, 100/100, quality, silver, grade, perfect. Requirement: level 10, attribute 1, HP 800, physical defense 60, magic defense 56. Stamina 35, attribute 2, physical damage taken reduced by 12, attribute 3, when HP falls below 30. Gain 20 to both defenses, attribute 4, purification, removes all crowd control effects on self. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Equipment: Fong Ring, quality, bronze, grade, common. Requirement: level 10, attribute 1, MP 280, agility 13, attribute 2, attack speed 5. The perfect grade silver chest armor boasted 4 attributes. The active skill it provided significantly increased Li Fan's margin for error against the Silver Wolf King. The bronze ring was also decent. Like the Fong necklace he had obtained days prior, it enhanced attack speed. The only drawback was its common grade, but it would suffice for now. With satisfaction, Li Fan equipped the chest armor and ring. Then, he returned to the task at hand, hunting the Silver Wolf King. In that brief interval, the Silver Wolf King had already fled over 1,000 meters away. However, their movement speeds were incomparable. It could never escape Li Fan's grasp. In just over 10 seconds, Li Fan reappeared behind the Silver Wolf King. Swish, swish, swish. 117, 117, 117. The agility boost from the Fong Ring pushed Li Fan's agility stat just beyond 11,600, increasing the true damage per attack from 115 to 116. The additional point of damage came from the minimum 1-point output when physical attacks failed to penetrate defense, though the damage increase was marginal. The 5 attack speed boost was substantial. Given that Li Fan's combat style relied heavily on basic attacks, the extra speed translated to an overall 5 damage increase. In battle, the Silver Wolf King remained helpless, unable to fight back or escape. Soon, its health plummeted below 10. Howl. Combat log: Silver Wolf King, LV15 golden creature, has activated Golden Bloodline Intimidation. You remained outside the skill's range and were unaffected. Battle info: Silver Wolf King, LV15 gold creature, activates Skill Frenzy, reducing defense by 20, increasing attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 30, significantly decreasing cooldown for other skills, and gaining immunity to control. This state will persist until the battle concludes. 200 meters away, Li Fan observed the Silver Wolf King activating its Frenzy skill, his expression gradually turning more solemn. For him, the Wolf King's increased attack power and reduced defense made little difference, even with a 20 defense reduction. His damage output primarily relied on the true damage from his innate abilities. Conversely, a 30 speed boost wound T allowed the Wolf King to land a hit on him. Immunity to control skills was irrelevant. He possessed none to begin with. What truly concerned Li Fan was the drastic reduction in cooldown for the Wolf King's other skills during its frenzied state. Only 10 health remains. Stay steady. Don't get greedy with damage. Silently reminding himself, Li Fan resumed his fierce battle against the Silver Wolf King. Meanwhile, not far from their clash, a group of players was rapidly approaching. Kill her. That bitch dared to steal our boss. Cut her down. Don't let her escape. Stay and face your death. At the edge of the shadowed thicket, Flutterby fled in tense desperation. Behind her, roughly 30 players pursued relentlessly. The curses hurled at her back filled Flutterby with bitter frustration. Half an hour earlier, while soloing a LV-14 bronze tier boss, she had been ambushed by a stealthy assassin just as the boss entered its critical health phase. But as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Having previously lost a LV-6 bronze tier boss, the Silver Wolf Guardian, to a similar ambush and even dying once, Flutterby was far more vigilant this time. The moment the assassin revealed himself, she detected him instantly. A quick blink created distance, followed by a gravity sphere that obliterated him in one strike. These two skills were inherent to her hidden class, Chronomancer. And combined with her S-tier talent, tenfold stat points per level up, her LV-15 spirit attribute had surpassed 600. Wasn't it only natural for her to one-shot a fragile assassin? She hadn't thought much of the kill until she discovered the assassin's identity. He was the brother-in-law of the guild leader of Pride of the Legion, one of the two dominant guilds in M4399 Starter Village, rivaled only by Phoenix Guild. Though other established guilds like Boundless Honor had members here, only Pride of the Legion and Phoenix boasted core members originating from M4399. Pride of the Legion was a renowned powerhouse in the gaming world, with over 500 core members. It is said that the majority of these 500 individuals work within the studio founded by the prestigious Emperor Ao Shur, belonging to the ranks of professional gamers. Yet here she was, a lone wanderer, relentlessly pursued by over 30 members of the Ao Shur Kun Xiong Guild. The indignation weighed heavily on Hua Hudy. Her predicament bore a striking resemblance to Li Fan's, devastating offensive power but an alarmingly fragile constitution. While Li Fan's agility could compensate for his vulnerability, Hua Hudy possessed no such advantage. Once caught by her pursuers, survival was an impossibility. Damn it, that assassin. Ao Shur Yunjizi struck first. I merely retaliated in self-defense. The Ao Shur Kun Xiong Guild has no sense of justice. How despicable. Her mana was nearly depleted. No reserves left to cast Blink and widen the gap. You want a piece of me? Fine. If I go down, I'm taking you all with me. With a defiant resolve, she veered toward the spawning grounds of the mutated gray wolves. Many among her pursuers bore the crimson mark of outlaws. Would they dare follow? That territory was haunted by the dreaded specters, notorious for slaughtering those branded in red. Gritting her teeth, Hua Hudy expended her last remnants of mana, executing a desperate blink that propelled her over 100 meters forward, landing squarely within the domain of the mutated wolves. Yet the moment her feet touched the ground, her breath caught in sheer disbelief. Before her stood a vaguely familiar player, his blade just finishing the decimation of a colossal silver-furred wolf. And then the system announcement blared, declaring the fallen beast to be none other than a gold-tier boss. Chapter 24. The Village Announcement. The Tyrannical Son of Clouds. Village Announcement. Player Tai Sui Shun, LV-15 Shielded Armor Warrior, has slain Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, obtaining the first kill reward for the entire server. Village Announcement. Player Tai Sui Shun, LV-15 Shielded Armor Warrior, has slain Silver Wolf King, LV-15 Golden Creature, obtaining the first kill reward for the entire server. Village Announcement. The announcement echoed thrice through the village. Hua Hudy froze. She never imagined she would encounter her nemesis, Tai Sui Shun, here, let alone witness him securing the first kill of the village's golden boss. Simultaneously, the players from the Domineering Legends Guild, who had been relentlessly pursuing her, arrived at the scene. They too stood stunned. What the? First kill of a LV-15 golden boss? Is this a joke? As elite members of Domineering Legends, they had only just managed to barely solo LV-15 common monsters. Yet here was Tai Sui Shun, having already felled a golden boss? Damn it, Tai Sui Shun. Look, he's right there, looting the golden boss's drops. Excitement surged among them, especially their leader, Domineering Son of Clouds, whose eyes gleamed with avarice the moment he saw Li Fan collecting the Silver Wolf King's spoils. Among the loot, a dagger-shaped weapon caught his attention, igniting an overwhelming greed within him. The first kill of a golden boss guarantees golden tier equipment or skill books. That dagger, it must be a golden tier dagger. While Li Fan remained oblivious, engrossed in his solitary play style, the Son of Clouds was a frequent visitor to the Endless Skies forums. He knew full well that no player on the entire server currently possessed golden tier equipment. In other words, the dagger Li Fan had just picked up was the one and only golden dagger in the game. In his class, an assassin. If I obtain it wouldn't that make me the top assassin on the entire server? The thought consumed him, unable to restrain himself any longer. The Son of Clouds bellowed with imperious fury, Tai Suation, hand over that golden tier dagger, or the Domineering Legends Guild will hunt you down to level 0. In his eyes, no matter how formidable Tai Suation was, he was still just one player. The Domineering Legends Guild, on the other hand, boasted 500 core members, a top-tier force that would easily surpass 10,000 players once they reached the main city. You may be strong, Tai Suation, but would you dare oppose the might of Domineering Legends? This arrogance stemmed from habit. As the brother-in-law of the guild leader, Domineering Emperor, the Son of Clouds enjoyed an untouchable status within the guild, fostering his tyrannical demeanor. Thus, his first instinct was to exploit his numerical superiority and intimidate Li Fan into surrendering the spoils. Among the gathered Domineering Legends members, only a handful stirred uneasily at his words. The rest remained silent, accustomed to such domineering tactics. Due to the recent first kill of the silver tier boss, the guild leader, Emperor Supreme, specifically instructed everyone to report immediately upon encountering the deity Tai Sui. The members assumed their leader intended to befriend Tai Sui, making Cloudborne's current attitude toward him perplexing. However, most nodded in agreement with Cloudborne's words. Among the 500 core members of the Supreme Dominance Guild, why were only around 30 pursuing the elusive butterfly? The reason was simple. These individuals, like Cloudborne, were birds of a feather. Thus, Cloudborne's words echoed their own sentiments. You, Tai Sui, may be formidable, but do you truly believe you have the right to act arrogantly before the Supreme Dominance Guild? Hand over the boss loot obediently. On the other side, Li Fan, upon hearing Cloudborne's words, couldn't help but ask with genuine curiosity, "Are you an imbecile?" Only a fool would dare speak to him in such a manner. The corpse of the golden tier boss, Silver Wolf King, had yet to vanish. Did they truly believe themselves mightier than the beast? Cloudborne's face flushed crimson at Li Fan's retort. Fine. If you refuse a toast, you'll be forced to drink poison. Brothers, cut him down. Slaughter that wretched woman Butterfly too and strip them of their gear. At his command, the 30-odd guild members advanced. Though a few hesitated, peer pressure prevailed. Who would dare stand apart? Yet, in the next moment, regret consumed them. A wraith. Tai Sui is a wraith. No, spare me. Af. Li Fan struck with ruthless efficiency. His figure flickered like lightning through the crowd, and within 20 seconds, every Supreme Dominance member had been sent back to the respawn point. Since over half were marked as outlaws, their deaths incurred no penalty on Li Fan. Instead, over a dozen pieces of equipment littered the ground, though all worthless trash, unworthy of his attention. Only now did he finally have the leisure to inspect his spoils from slaying the Silver Wolf King. First, the village's first kill reward. Excellent. While the silver tier boss had granted 20 free attribute points, the golden tier Silver Wolf King bestowed 60. Without hesitation, he allocated every point to strength. The first kill reward scaled with the boss S tier and level. The Mother Wolf, a LV, 10 silver tier boss, had yielded 10 to 20 points, with silver counting as tier 2. The Silver Wolf King, a LV, 15 golden tier boss, tier 4, thus granted 15 for 60 points. This mirrored the trope of warriors emerging stronger after life or death battles. First kills were rare, so lavish rewards were only fair. Li Fan grinned, savoring the surge of power as his strength skyrocketed. He then turned his attention to the second reward from slaying the Silver Wolf King, the experience points, along with the dropped equipment, skill books, and other spoils of battle. System notification: you have slain the Silver Wolf King, LV 15 gold tier creature, and gained 150,000 EXP. System notification: you have leveled up. Current level, LV 16. System notification: you have retrieved the following boss drops. Equipment: Bloodthirst Blade, gold tier, Burning Bloodstaff, gold tier. Silver Wolf Belt, silver tier, Skill Book, Rapid Regeneration, gold tier, Special Items, low tier Golden Life Essence, Constitution, Li Tianhua's last words, currency, for gold, 19 silver, 66 copper. 3 gold tier items, 1 silver tier, and 2 special artifacts. Truly, the Silver Wolf King's drop rate was astonishingly generous. Overjoyed, Li Fan eagerly began inspecting each treasure's details. The first to catch his eye was the one-handed sword, the Bloodthirst Blade. His trusty iron sword had served him long enough. At last, an upgrade was within reach. Yet, as he examined it, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Chapter 25, Golden Equipment, Latest Stats. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Sword. Durability, 200-200. Quality, Gold. Grade, Fine. Requirement, LV-15. Sword-wielding class. Attribute 1. Physical attack 121. Magic attack 109. Strength 40. Spirit 32. Attribute 2. Indestructible. Attribute 3. 5 of damage dealt restores HP. Attribute 4. Draw slash, upon activation, delivers a swift strike to all enemies within 5 meters, dealing 500 of the wielder's physical attack damage. Additionally, inflicts advanced bleeding for 5 seconds, causing enemies to lose 1 of their HP per second. Cooldown, 300 seconds. The attributes of the bloodthirsty sword filled Li Fan with exhilaration. Attack power was merely a pleasant bonus. With his SSS tier talent, he would never lack for damage. What truly mattered was Attribute 2 Indestructible. It reminded him of the old-school equipment traits from games like Fantasy Westward Journey. Indestructible meant this weapon would never lose durability, no matter how much it was used. For Li Fan, this was invaluable, though he possessed the secondary profession of blacksmithing, allowing him to repair equipment. The process required materials, more for higher-tier gear, and hauling around heavy ores was tedious. With the bloodthirsty sword, such concerns vanished. The 5 lifesteal was excellent, even if he carelessly took a hit from a boss, as long as it didn't kill him outright. He could sustain himself by draining his enemy's vitality. The active skill was equally practical, a small AoE attack with the added effect of advanced bleeding. Gripping the sword, Li Fan grinned from ear to ear. Next, he examined the remaining equipment. Equipment, Bloodburn Staff. Durability, 200-200. Quality, Gold. Grade, Superior. Requirement, LV-15. Staff wielding class. Attribute 1. Physical attack 60. Magic attack 149. Spirit 48. Attribute 2. Spirit 7. Attribute 3. Active skill cooldown -10. Attribute 4. Bloodburn. Upon activation, unleashes a magical assault on all enemies within 20 meters, dealing 550 of the wielder's magic attack damage. Additionally, inflicts advanced burning for 5 seconds, causing enemies to lose 1 of their HP per second. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Equipment, Silver Wolf Belt. Durability, 140-140. Quality, Silver. Grade, Fine. Requirement, LV-15. Attribute 1. HP 450. Physical defense 28. Magic defense 27. Stamina 20. Attribute 2. HP 1000. Attribute 3. In battle, restores 500 HP to self every 60 seconds. The Bloodburn Staff surpasses the Bloodthirst Sword in attributes. After all, one is of fine quality while the other is exceptional. Their tiers differ. This staff is undoubtedly the best weapon for mages at present, bar none. Listing it in the auction house? Let us wait a couple more days. No rush for now. The belt is excellent. I'll use it myself. Li Fan stowed the Bloodburn Staff back into his pack and equipped the Silver Wolf Belt. Then, his gaze shifted to a skill book dropped by the boss. Skill book, Rapid Healing. Quality, Gold. Learning requirement, level 15 or above, Cleric type class. LV1 active effect. Designate an ally to instantly restore 500 HP or 15 of their maximum HP. Consumes 100 MP upon casting. Cooldown, 40 seconds. A powerful healing skill, likely to fetch a handsome price. However, much like the previously acquired skill book, Blessing of Courage, Li Fan had no intention of selling it. This was a support-type skill. In the future, if he encountered a suitable support ally, he could let them learn it. Wouldn't he himself benefit from the skill's effects in the end? Finally, let us take a closer look at these 2 special items. Li Fan examined the 2 special items in his inventory. Item, Low-grade Golden Life Essence, Constitution. Type, Special Item Consumable. Effect, upon consumption, permanently increases Constitution by 100 points. Source, dropped by the Silver Wolf King. Item, Li Tianhua's last letter. Type, Special Item. Effect, a letter to be delivered to the Empire's legendary swordsman, Li Changsheng, in Sky Glory City. He will reward you handsomely. Notification, you have used the low-grade Golden Life Essence, Constitution. Your Constitution has increased by 100. This Life Essence boosted Constitution, an excellent find. Li Fan consumed it immediately. This letter from Li Tianhua actually directs me to seek out Li Changsheng? Li Fan was astonished. Li Chongqing was a high-level NPC, a swordsman of legendary rank. Counted among the elite in the NPC faction. In his past life, Li Fan had crossed paths with him dozens of times. Back then, like most ordinary players, he had merely accepted daily quests from him and attempted to trigger the special mission, Li Chongqing's worries. He remembered this special mission vividly. It was open to all players, though its rewards remained unknown. Even after a decade since the launch of Endless Skies, by the time of Li Fan's demise, no one had ever succeeded in unlocking it. Could this letter from Li Tianhua be the key to that elusive quest? Li Tianhua, Li Chongqing both sharing the surname Li. Perhaps this was indeed the case. Li Fan carefully stored the special item, Li Tianhua's last letter, anticipating its potential significance once he eventually traveled to Sky Glory City. Then, he glanced at his brand-new personal stats panel. Character, God of Tai Sui. Basic attributes, level, LV16, 22320, 000 EXP. Class, Shielded Armor Warrior. HP, 4, 390. MP, 1, 205. Attack, Physical 341, Magical 169. Defense, Physical 290, Magical 281. Attributes, Strength 220, Agility 11, 602, Spirit 60, Stamina 186. Free attribute points, 0. Maximum attack speed, 132, 83 strikes second. Maximum movement speed, 266, 24 meters second. Title, Enemy of the Wolf Inn. Talent, Blessing of Light, Phase 2, SSS-grade. Equipment slots, Bloodthirst Sword, Gold-grade One-handed Sword, Thorn Shield, Silver-grade Shield, Silver Wolf Belt, Silver-grade Waist Armor, Radiant Armor, Silver-grade Chest Piece, etc. Skill List, LV5 Shield Block, LV5 Heavy Slash, Basic Forging Technique, LV4 Shield Counter, LV3 Phantom Dance. TSK. Are these stats really for a mere LV16 player? Even I'm intimidated by my own power. Li Fan shook his head. This rebirth had truly propelled him to soaring heights right from the start. What he thought would be a simple replay turned out to be nothing short of wielding cheats from the very beginning. One word, exhilarating. Just as he marveled at his own overwhelming stats. On the other side, the still-living fluttering butterfly finally couldn't hold back any longer. Aren't you going to kill me? Li Fan cast her a sidelong glance and shook his head. Don't be ridiculous, lady. I don't kill women. Just go. Chapter 26. The Ambition of the Flower Butterfly. Countermeasures against the Emperor's arrogance. The flower butterfly widened her eyes in disbelief. How could this man be so shameless? Her first defeat had been at his hands. How dare he say such things now? Don't misunderstand. Li Fan quickly corrected himself, realizing the implication of his words. I don't attack women, except when competing for a boss. In high spirits, Li Fan didn't mind indulging in a little banter with the flower butterfly. As far as he was concerned, the debt from his past life, when she had killed him once, had been repaid. The score was settled, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't harm her without reason. You're utterly shameless. The flower butterfly shot him an exasperated glare, emboldened by his apparent good mood. She pressed further. You've slaughtered so many members of the arrogant Emperor's Guild. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? They have over 500 players in the M4399 starter village. Li Fan smirked disdainfully. Why should I fear them? The flower butterfly paused, realizing he truly had no reason to. His speed, unmatched across the entire server, granted him complete control, whether to fight or flee. What could 500 arrogant Emperor's members possibly do to him? Moreover, his damage output was staggering. He had annihilated over 30 of their members in roughly half a minute, averaging 1 kill per second. Absurd. But I'm afraid. She narrowed her eyes, a slight glint flashing within them. Regardless, you saved me this time, so let us call it even for you killing me before. No more grudges. Since we've crossed paths, and you're clearly skilled, and I'm no ordinary player myself, how about adding each other as friends? We could team up for leveling. The flower butterfly had already begun scheming. As a fragile mage without Li Fan's speed, she was vulnerable to the arrogant Emperor's targeting. His display of power had won her over, and she hoped to level alongside him, partly for protection. Besides, 2 heads were better than 1. Wasn't cooperation preferable to solo grinding? Unfortunately, Li Fan rejected her proposal outright. Adding friends is fine, but teaming up? Sorry, I'm pressed for time. I don't carry others. In Li Fan's eyes, the flower butterfly had potential. When the time came to establish his own guild, she might be a worthwhile recruit. Though he didn't know what had driven her to madness in his past life, this timeline remained unwritten. Perhaps, if it wasn't too troublesome, he could lend her a hand. Not carrying others, so you see me as dead weight. Butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief. As a powerful hidden-class chronomancer with an S-tier talent, how could she possibly be considered dead weight? The very thought was preposterous. Her expression twisted with indignation. Had Li Fan rejected her with some excuse about preferring to solo, she might have begrudgingly accepted it, but outright refusing to party for leveling? This was sheer disrespect. Li Fan merely shrugged with an infuriatingly nonchalant smile, his silence speaking volumes. Butterfly felt her composure shatter. She sputtered, hastily sending a friend request. Fine. We'll discuss partying later when you're free. I've got things to do anyway. Before she could continue her tirade, Li Fan had already vanished, leaving her fuming. Unbelievable. She stamped her foot, cheeks flushed with frustration. Looking down on me, are you? Just you wait, Tai Sui-shan. Today you ignore me, tomorrow you'll regret it. Yet even as she muttered these words, her fingers automatically accepted his friend request. Staring at the solitary name Tai Sui-shan glowing in her contacts, an inexplicable smile tugged at her lips, her thoughts unreadable. At the M4399 Beginner Village's Dungeon Plaza, the only public trial before level 20, the Spider Cave bustled with activity. Players could enter the challenge from any corner of the square by activating the dungeon interface. Emperor Overlord had just led his raid team through the normal difficulty when grim news arrived. His brother-in-law had been slain by none other than Tai Sui-shan, the very solo player he'd been eyeing for recruitment. Worse, the incident occurred when a group aiding his brother-in-law's vendetta against a mage stumbled upon Tai Sui-shan securing a golden boss's first kill, only to be massacred without warning. That maniac kills for sport. One survivor spat. He's the specter of the shadowed thicket, slaughtered nearly 100 players these past 2 days. Another chimed in. Cloud Prince tried negotiating for gear, and the fiend butchered us all. Guildmaster, justice must be served, but cautiously. He obliterated me before I could blink. Revenge requires strategy. As the resurrected mob clamored, Emperor Overlord's brow furrowed deeply. He'd hoped to recruit Tai Sui-shan, yet now over 30 core members lay dead by his hand. The rift was undeniable. The guildmaster knew his brother-in-law was a troublemaker, and past incidents had been smoothed over with minimal fallout. This time, however, Tai Sui-shan's retaliation, however provoked, had escalated beyond repair. The exaggerated accusations from his subordinates reeked of wounded pride, but Emperor Overlord had no interest in dissecting the truth. The die was cast, not merely out of deference to his stunning wife, but more importantly, regardless of whether his brother-in-law had instigated the conflict. The undeniable truth remained that the deity Tai Sui had slain 30 of his subordinates. As the guild leader, it was his solemn duty to shield his followers. How else could he command their respect? This matter is now in my hands. Say no more. I shall personally oversee our retribution against Tai Sui. With a dismissive wave, Emperor Pride silenced his brother-in-law and the others. Turning away, he opened his friend list. Locating a contact labeled Assassin Guild Liaison 04, and initiated a private message. Newbie Village M4399. A target suspected of possessing an S-rank or higher agility-based talent. Will your guild take the contract? After a brief pause, the reply arrived. Confirmed. 1 kill 200, 000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Agreed. Reduce him to level 0. And I'll add an extra 100, 000 as a bonus. Pleasure doing business. The target SID? Tai Sui. Apologies, previous quote was incorrect. Tai Sui requires adjusted compensation. Additional fees apply. Fine. After a tense negotiation, Emperor Pride concluded the deal with satisfaction. Now, all that remained was to await news from the infamous assassins of the guild. Chapter 27. The third quest requiring level 20 system notification. You have successfully submitted the quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge 2. System notification. You have received quest rewards. 5 gold coins and 50,000 EXP. System notification. Blacksmith Morin, astonished by your exceptional efficiency, has decided to upgrade your bronze equipment to the silver-tiered Darksteel Greatsword, Silver, and has additionally rewarded you with the Magical Mask, Special Item, and the Highlander, Bronze Skill Book. System notification. You have automatically accepted the new quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge, Final. At the entrance of the blacksmith shop in the beginner's village, Li Fan stared at the system notifications in astonishment. He had anticipated that completing the quest too quickly might earn him extra rewards, just like in the first part of the mission. However, He never expected the additional rewards this time to be so generous. The silver tier Darksteel Greatsword was impressive enough, though as a two-handed weapon, it was unusable for shield and armor warriors restricted to single-handed swords, meaning Li Fan could only sell it for profit. But the Magical Mask and the Highlander skill book were both treasures he could actually utilize. Item: Magical Mask, Type, Cosmetic Special Item, Effect, no attributes. When equipped in the appearance slot, activates the skill Disguise, allowing the alteration of one's ID, facial features, and equipment color scheme. Disguise effects fail against targets more than 10 levels above you. Skill Book, Fury of Desperation, Quality, Bronze, Learning Requirement, Level 10 or above, Warrior Priest class. Level 1 Active Effect, upon activation for the next 60 seconds, when you or nearby allies receive fatal damage. A buff is triggered that prevents HP from dropping below 1. Effect duration, 10 seconds. MP cost, 200. Cooldown, 300 seconds. In Endless Skies. Cosmetic items existed, similar to the fashion accessories in older games like Dungeon Fighter Online. However, most cosmetics in Endless Skies were purely aesthetic, offering no stat bonuses. The Magical Mask arrived at the perfect time. As his reputation grew, so would the number of people seeking to ride his coattails or recruit him into factions. The ability to disguise his ID and appearance would help minimize unnecessary trouble. As for Fury of Desperation, this was a divine skill for ordinary warriors. Li Fan was thrilled. With this skill, his margin for error against high-level bosses would increase dramatically, meeting the learning requirements. He immediately clapped his hands together over the skill book. As the book vanished, the level 1 Fury of Desperation skill appeared in his skill list. Unfortunately, he would have to reach level 20 before undertaking Morin's Revenge, Final. Li Fan opened his quest log. Quest: Blacksmith Morin's Revenge, Final, Quest Content. After the previous 2 trials, Morin has fully placed his trust in your capabilities. Now, he implores you to fulfill his ultimate desire for vengeance for his daughter by clearing the Wolf Clan altar, LV-20 Hidden Dungeon. Time limit, 15 days. Party requirement, 1 to 10 players. Success reward, a substantial amount of gold and experience, a custom-forged golden equipment piece, selected by the player and crafted by Morin, in the special item Warrior's Heart. Failure penalty, permanently lose eligibility for this quest chain. Note: the dungeon key for Wolf Clan altar has been automatically deposited into your inventory. Be warned, the dungeon is extremely challenging. Entry is permitted only after reaching LV-20, and it is highly advised to assemble a full party before attempting it. Item: Dungeon Key, Wolf Clan Altar. Type: Consumable Special Item. Durability: 10/10. Usage: a unique item required to enter the hidden Dungeon Wolf Clan Altar. Can be used anytime, anywhere, consuming 1 durability per use. The final phase of the quest demands the conquest of a hidden dungeon. In Endless Skies, dungeons are categorized into hidden and public ones. Public dungeons are scarce, below LV-50. There exist only 4, accessible to any player who meets the level requirement. Hidden dungeons, akin to hidden quests, require a stroke of fortune to encounter. Given their rarity, the rewards they bestow far surpass those of public dungeons. Thus, Li Fan harbors great anticipation for the Wolf Clan Altar. Entry into the Wolf Clan Altar is restricted to LV-20. For now, Li Fan decides to test his mettle in the LV-15 public dungeon, Trial of the Spider Cavern, and claim its first clear rewards. With this in mind, he departs the Blacksmith S Forge and makes his way to the Novice Village S Dungeon Plaza. Upon arrival, he is greeted by a bustling crowd. The 4th day since the Server S launch has seen many players ascend beyond LV-15, and the plaza teems with eager adventurers. LV-15 mage with 80 magic attack seeking a competent party. Tank with 1800 HP, exceptional aggro control and frontline reliability, seeking a dependable team. Tank and DPS assembled, need 2 high healing priests. 8-2 split. Buying gold, 1, 1. 9 copper rate, bulk transactions preferred. LV-16 archer with 110 physical attack leading, join swiftly, skilled players only. Aiming to clear Trial of the Spider Cavern on easy today. As Endless Skies inaugural dungeon, Trial of the Spider Cavern has captivated the player base. Dungeon grinding offers unparalleled convenience, eliminating the tedium of scouting optimal leveling spots and the peril of ambushes in the wild. Thus, nearly every player who reaches LV-15 flocks here to test their teamwork. Amid the lively chatter, Li Fan feels a nostalgic warmth. Once upon a time, He too was among those seeking companions for adventure. Reborn into this life, how vastly different the circumstances have become. The Spider Cave Trial dungeon stands as the first publicly accessible instance in the game, often referred to as the Initiation Dungeon. Endless Skies enforces a strict rule requiring a full party of 10 players to enter, designed to acclimate newcomers to teamwork, though subsequent dungeons are far less rigid in their requirements. But here lies the dilemma. I aim to claim the first clear rewards. Where, then, shall I find 9 willing allies? An idea strikes. Li Fan's gaze suddenly falls upon a balanced group of men and women. Among them, he instantly recognizes a figure, not quite a close acquaintance, yet familiar from past encounters, a warrior player bearing the ID Violet Mist Immortal, a domineering elder sister archetype. Is that not the Guildmaster of Phoenix Legion? In his past life, Phoenix Legion had been firmly aligned with the human faction, its members honorable and righteous. Their leader, Violet Mist Immortal, ranked among the top 100 warriors worldwide. Most importantly, she was renowned as a lavish spender, her wealth beyond question. Why not sell these 9 first clear slots to them? At this thought, Li Fan cannot suppress a grin. Already, he envisions mountains of gold coins beckoning to him. Chapter 28. The astonished members of the Phoenix Guild, a transaction. In the dungeon square, a group of over a dozen players clad in gleaming emerald and silver equipment stood out conspicuously among the crowd. They conversed among themselves, their laughter occasionally reaching the ears of nearby players. We've already reduced the first boss's health in hard mode to below 10. With a little more effort, we might secure the first clear today. I just heard that the elite team from Proudly Dominating wiped at 50 health on the same boss. We're way ahead of them, all thanks to our guild leader's brilliant leadership. The leader is simply too strong. Giggle, I just looted a LV-15 bronze longbow from a mob. As the guild's top archer, I hereby declare myself the chief markswoman. Any objections? Chief indeed, but your DPS hasn't even reached 30 of the leaders. Keep striving. Ouch, sis. The leader has an S-tier talent, Swordmaster, which boosts skill damage tenfold. How can anyone compare? Giggle, I'm just a priest. I'll stick with the leader and take it easy. No need to chase DPS. Their cheerful banter drew envious glances from surrounding players. It's the Phoenix Guild's elite team. Their dungeon progress is insane. An S-tier talent? That's 1 in a million, truly legendary. So envious. Unless something unexpected happens. The first clear of Spider Cave Trial in hard mode for M4399's beginner village will probably be claimed by them today, basking in the admiration of solo players. The dozen or so members of Phoenix's elite team reveled in their pride. Suddenly, an unusual voice reached their ears. Members of the Phoenix Guild, would you be interested in purchasing the first clear slot from me? First clear slot? Purchase? The group turned in surprise to see a player wielding a shield and a sword standing nearby. Who are you? You can help us get the first clear? Don't joke around. Aiming Shot frowned, convinced that this player named Wu Song was merely seeking attention to impress her guild sisters. Such a cheap tactic filled her with disdain. The rest of the team also cast scornful glances at Wu Song, except for Violet Fairy, who gazed thoughtfully at the shield and sword in his hands. My apologies. I forgot to remove my disguise. Under the women's scrutiny, the player named Wu Song performed some unknown trick, and in the next second, his ID changed, revealing 3 characters that struck them like thunder. Tai Sui Shun. Tai Sui Shun. You're Tai Sui Shun. Damn, I finally found you. Violet Fairy. Aiming Shot, and the entire team were utterly stunned. The surrounding players immediately turned their attention towards him. What? The god of Jupiter has appeared. Where is he? Boss. I'm your long-lost younger brother. Take me with you. Where? I don't see the god of Jupiter, just some loser named Wu Song. Indeed. After revealing his ID to the Phoenix Guild's raid team, Li Fan swiftly used his magical mask to disguise his ID back to Wu Song. This clever trick effectively avoided harassment from the nearby ordinary players. A minor tactic. Anyway, you know who I am. After explaining to Fairy Zixia and the others, Li Fan returned to the previous topic. The first clear of the Spider Cave Trial dungeon on heroic difficulty or above will trigger a server-wide announcement. Interested ladies? 9 spots available. You pay. I'll carry you through. Had it been anyone else, the women would have dismissed it as a poor joke. But this was the god of Jupiter. Reputation speaks for itself. Having recently secured the first kill of a golden boss, he was already regarded as one of the top-tier players in Endless Skies in their eyes. Fairy Zixia never expected that upon finally meeting the legendary god of Jupiter, his first move would be trying to sell her a first clear spot. This can be sold? But if he was making such an offer, it likely meant he wasn't particularly wealthy. This is my chance. Instead of answering his question, Fairy Zixiao went straight for recruitment. Wu Song, finally meeting you. How about an annual salary starting at 30 million, with an offline contract? Interested in joining us? She unleashed the power of money directly at Li Fan. His response? I refuse. In less than 100 days, the otherworldly demons would invade, rendering money worthless. He'd be insane to become her employee. Seeing Fairy Zixiao about to speak again, Li Fan quickly cut in. No need to discuss this further. I want to join any guild or real-world studio. Now, let us talk about the first clear deal. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Fairy Zixiao sighed. His refusal was resolute. Selling first clear spots, yet turning down millions in salary. What a strange man. Very well, man. You've successfully piqued my curiosity. We're interested. How do you propose the transaction? In just a few exchanges, Fairy Zixiao recognized Li Fan as someone who valued efficiency, so she followed his lead. Well, I hadn't thought that far ahead. How about you decide the payment after we clear it? Li Fan scratched his head. Selling first clear spots was new to him, and he wasn't sure how to price it. Besides, it had been too long. He couldn't recall the exact rewards for the Spider Cave's first clear, making pricing difficult. I trust you will offer me a satisfactory price, as we may continue collaborating on future dungeon runs. Sensing Li Fan's implication of potential future cooperation, the Violet Mist Fairy nodded in understanding. Very well, that's acceptable. But let's clarify one thing. How shall we distribute the equipment and spoils from the dungeon? This was a matter Li Fan had already contemplated. All the loot belongs to me. But you may have priority in purchasing it with gold. Upon hearing his response, the group erupted in outrage. Are you joking? If everything is yours, then what's our role here? You might as well solo the dungeon yourself. This is absurd. I acknowledge your prowess as the Tai Sui deity. But can you truly clear a heroic tier dungeon alone? If not, what right do you have to claim all the spoils? Even the Violet Mist Fairy could not suppress her displeasure. In her view, Li Fan's so-called first clear team slot for her guild was merely a guise. He would act as the main force while she and her comrades played supporting roles in conquering the dungeon together. To demand all the dungeon drops outright is simply excessive, she thought. Yet Li Fan's next words silenced them all. It seems you've misunderstood one crucial detail. I alone am sufficient. The 9 of you are merely here to spectate. Is it not perfectly reasonable, then, that all the spoils belong to me? Chapter 29, Nightmare Difficulty? The Phoenix Guild's doubts and shock. What nonsense is this? Such arrogance. Show us your personal stats first. The dungeon has a daily limit of 5 entries, with a 1-hour debuff penalty if we wipe. Did the proud overlords pay you to sabotage us and delay our progress? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, the members of Phoenix's pioneering team reacted even more vehemently. Judging him by their own standards, they hadn't even cleared the first boss on hard mode yet. The idea that Li Fan could single-handedly carry 9 inexperienced players through heroic difficulty and secure the first clear was beyond belief. Fine, we acknowledge that you, the god of Tai Sui, are strong, but not that strong. We're the elite of endless skies, no exaggeration. If we can't do it, how could you alone? Stop joking around. Enough. I choose to believe in Tai, no, Wu Song. Amid the skepticism, Violet Fairy spoke calmly. Boss, he's clearly mocking us. How can you trust him? John the Khan, one of the 3 male players in the team and the strongest among them, grew agitated. His hostility toward Li Fan had been palpable since the latter's arrival, perhaps a case of repelling like. John the Khan held some sway within the team, and his words reignited the doubts that had momentarily quieted. Meanwhile, Li Fan's patience wore thin. Who's in charge here? I won't repeat myself a third time. Do you want the first clear slot or not? Stop wasting my time. This deal was impulsive. Li Fan merely sought to earn some extra resources for an upcoming in-game event. But he had no intention of lingering over it. If necessary, he'd simply gather 9 random players instead. You don't believe me? Fine. Don't regret it when the first clear announcement pops up. I trust you. Sensing Li Fan's irritation, Violet Fairy spoke again before turning to her team. Brother Wu Song will enter the dungeon himself, using up an attempt. He'll suffer the same penalties if we fail. Why would he sabotage us? She glared at John the Khan. And you, shut up. I make the decisions here. Since you don't believe him, sit this one out. Marksman, 7-7. Peppa. The 8 of you, and I will join Wu Song. We're taking the first clear. Form the party. At this, Li Fan finally smiled. Should VE been this straightforward from the start? Time is precious. Soon, the new party was assembled. Before entering the dungeon, John the Con stared darkly at Li Fan before sighing and muttering to Violet Fairy, "Boss, you'll regret this." "John the Con," she replied coolly. "I am the guild leader." The Violet Fairy felt that Great John Con had overstepped his bounds. "I pay you such a high salary not for you to dictate terms to me. Know your place." "I was merely offering well-intentioned advice," before Great John Con could explain. Li Fan had already lost all patience. "Who the hell are you? I don't have time for your nonsense." Without hesitation, he selected the dungeon difficulty and led the team inside. In an instant, the 10 of them vanished from the dungeon plaza. System notice: the party leader has chosen to enter the Spider Cave trial, Nightmare Mode. System notice: in Nightmare Mode, the dungeon has a 60-minute time limit. Exceeding this will result in failure. System notice: clear condition: defeat the Spider Lord, LV, 19 legendary creature. System notice: in Nightmare Mode, if a player dies during the challenge, they will avoid death penalties upon the party's success. If the party fails, the deceased player will suffer a 10-hour weakness debuff. Warning: in Nightmare Mode, the dungeon air contains trace toxins. All challengers lose 3 HP per second. Dungeon death penalties were far lighter than those in the wild, which was one of the main reasons players preferred them. As an introductory dungeon in Endless Skies, the Spider Cave trial had 6 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, heroic, abyss, and nightmare. Li Fan brimmed with confidence, immediately selecting the highest difficulty. Meanwhile, the members of the Phoenix Guild's pioneering team, including the Violet Fairy, trembled as they read the flood of notifications on their screens. Nightmare Mode: if we wipe on hard mode, it's just a 1-hour debuff. But Nightmare is 10 hours. Did we just board a death trap? 3 HP per second. I'm a squishy mage with barely over 1,000 HP. This is too much. Wasn't it supposed to be heroic mode? How did it turn into Nightmare? Situation: was this intentional or an accident? A legendary boss. We can't possibly defeat something like that at our current level. Situation: we demand an explanation. All 9 members of the Phoenix pioneering team, the Violet Fairy included, were in a panic. Facing their doubts, Li Fan remained unperturbed. "Who said I was aiming for heroic mode? I only mentioned that heroic mode as first clear would trigger a server-wide announcement. But what I've always intended to conquer is Nightmare Mode." The Violet Fairy eyed him skeptically. "Nightmare Mode? Do you truly believe you can carry us through single-handedly?" To this, Li Fan responded with calm assurance: "I understand your skepticism. However, you know nothing of my capabilities. Stay behind me. All you need to do is clean up the battlefield." With that, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, vanishing into the depths of the dungeon. To the Violet Fairy, aimed shot, and the others, his figure transformed into a streak of black lightning. The sheer velocity left all spectators utterly dumbfounded. By the heavens! Is that the celestial deity himself? Has he gone to vanquish monsters? Merciful skies, what extraordinary swiftness was that? Tell me I'm not hallucinating. Rumors spoke of the celestial deity's innate gift for augmenting attack and movement speed, yet witnessing it firsthand proved far more staggering than mere hearsay. Inconceivable, utterly inconceivable. This marked the maiden occasion where Li Fan revealed his preternatural capabilities, though his initial conquest of silver and golden bosses had hinted at his prowess. This spectacle demonstrated not mere strength, but something bordering on the divine. Chapter 30. The Violet Mist Fairy Speculations. The Spider Cave trial, as its name suggests, unfolds entirely within a cavernous environment, one far more expansive and intricate than most would imagine. Deep within the cavern lie multiple branching paths, effectively transforming it into a modest subterranean labyrinth. However, the entrance offers only a single passageway, sparing players the immediate concern of losing their way. After charging ahead at full speed, Li Fan encountered the first wave of dungeon creatures within seconds. These were swarming creatures known as giant spiders and lesser spiders, all boasting a minimum strength of level 16 bronze tier. The giant spiders, cumbersome and standing roughly half a person's height, could spew vast webs to immobilize players. In contrast, the lesser spiders, no larger than basketballs, possessed frail defenses and lacked restraining abilities, but their attacks were vicious, and their movements lightning fast. The first wave comprised over 30 of these arachnids. Their coordinated assaults compounded by the cramped cavern environment, leaving little room for kiting tactics. A formidable challenge for most, yet to Li Fan, they were mere trifles. Level 16 bronze tier? Annihilated with a flick of the wrist. With a faint smile, Li Fan plunged into the swarm, unleashing a barrage of ordinary attacks at an absurd tempo. Swish, swish, swish. 320, 320, 646. Critical weakness strike. 320. Compared to the Silver Fang Wolf King, these spiders' defenses were pitiful. Each of Li Fan's strikes dealt over 300 damage, soaring past 600 when striking vulnerabilities. Even the lumbering giant spiders, with their 6,000 HP, stood no chance. At 130 attacks per second, the spiders crumpled instantly. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 lay dead. System notice: you have slain Lesser Spider, LV-16 bronze creature. You have gained 1,000 EXP, party EXP evenly distributed, 10-member party bonus, 100. System notice: you have slain Giant Spider, LV-16 bronze creature. You have gained 1,050 EXP, party EXP evenly distributed, 10-member party bonus, 100. This was one of Endless Sky's less appealing mechanics. Party hunts mandated equal EXP distribution. Fortunately, party bonuses compensated somewhat, and beyond this introductory dungeon, the Spider Cave Trial, most open dungeons imposed no player limits, allowing Li Fan to solo freely. Of course, whether he would remain situational. Perhaps by then, he'd have found suitable support allies. Sacrificing a sliver of EXP to nurture comrades hardly troubled him. After all, the ultimate beneficiary would still be himself. Returning to the present, the first wave of creatures was swiftly eradicated. Maneuvering to evade webs and picking them off one by one extended the skirmish to roughly 20 seconds, hardly an inconvenience. It was not until he had roughly examined the spoils dropped by the spiders that Zixia the fairy, sharpshooter chicken, and the others finally arrived. The drop rate of dungeon monsters is lower than that of wild monsters, and the main rewards from dungeons come from the final clearance bonuses. This wave of spider monsters dropped 10 bronze tier equipment pieces and 2 bronze tier skill books. Unfortunately, none of them were useful to me, ignoring the common white tier items. Each bronze equipment is worth 10 gold coins, and the skill books are priced at 20 gold coins. Zixia the fairy, would you like them? With so many members in the guild and her own considerable wealth, how could she possibly refuse bronze tier equipment? 10 gold per piece is already a relatively favorable market price. And 20 gold for a bronze skill book isn't expensive either. Thus, Zixia instinctively nodded. Take them. Good. Pick up the equipment first. And we'll settle the payment after we finish the run. Hurry and clean up, then follow me. Before Li Fan's voice had even faded, his figure had already darted deeper into the dungeon. Only then did the members of the Phoenix Guild's pioneering team finally snap out of their daze. What just happened? Check the party info. No wonder it's nightmare difficulty. Even the trash mobs are bronze tier, and the first wave alone had 35 of them. Is that the point? The point is, 35 level 16 bronze tier bosses were wiped out by Tai Suation in such a short time. This has shocked me for the entire year. In hard mode, the first boss was also a level 16 bronze tier, though it had over a dozen common and iron tier minions guarding it. Even with all of us, we couldn't defeat it back then. Yet Tai Suation soloed 35 level 16 bronze tier bosses in about 10 seconds. Is he even human? Now I realize how foolish we were to doubt Tai Suation's strength earlier. Thinking back, it's so embarrassing. Tai Suation's power is beyond comprehension. How on earth did he manage that? Zixia the fairy, sharpshooter chicken, and the others were utterly awestruck by Li Fan's performance. Comparisons are odious. Their entire group had given their all earlier and still failed to take down a single bronze tier boss in hard mode. Yet Li Fan had single-handedly annihilated 35 in mere seconds. The gap between them was as vast as an unbridgeable chasm. In the early stages, a player's combat power is almost entirely determined by their innate talent. Tai Suation's talent might not just be S rank. Perhaps it's even higher, like SS rank. Or even the legendary SSS rank. Zixia suddenly remarked with gravity. Her words instantly sent the others into an uproar. SSS rank? No way. Official data states that a talent of that caliber appears in only 1 out of 5 billion people on average. Is Tai Suation really that insanely lucky? I think the guild leader is right. Otherwise, I can't fathom how Tai Suation is this overpowered. I find it highly unlikely. Maybe Tai Suation just stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunity. Even if it's not an SSS tier talent, it should at least be SS tier, an aptitude so rare it's 1 in 100 million. Moreover, our informant within the Pinnacle Guild has confirmed that Tai Suation is the phantom haunting the shadowed thicket these past few days. Why would he grind level 6 mutated gray wolves for 2 or 3 days straight? My guess is he's likely pursuing some hidden quest. His current strength probably stems from the rewards of such a quest. Enough speculation. What matters now is seizing the moment to forge a favorable connection with Tai Suation. Absolutely. Establishing rapport is key. Guild leader, why don't you deploy your charm and secure Tai Sui Shun? Hee. I'd love to cling to those coattails forever. Violet Mirage stiffened slightly, then frowned with visible displeasure before deflecting. Enough chatter. Gather the equipment quickly, we must catch up before Tai Sui Shun outpaces us in clearing the battlefield. How embarrassing would that be? Given Li Fan's prowess, dispatching bronze or silver tier bosses of comparable level was effortless. In swift succession, the second, third, and fourth waves of dungeon minions fell before him. Alas, none of the dropped gear or skill tomes met his standards. So he bundled them all for Violet Mirage's disposal. With the fourth wave vanquished, the party arrived at the lair of the dungeon's first boss. Chapter 31. The LV-18 Golden Boss Explosive Spider, Crushing Victory. Species, Venomous Spider. Level, LV-18 Golden Creature. Attributes, 72, 00072, 000 HP, 615 Physical Attack, 666 Magical Attack, 260 Physical Defense, 274 Magical Defense. Skills. The LV-18 Golden Boss. The Venomous Spider, this was the first boss of the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave Trial Dungeon. Slightly stronger than the Silver Wolf King Li Fan had previously faced, given its 2-level advantage. Surrounding the Venomous Spider were 4 LV-17 Silver Elite Giant Spiders and around 20 smaller Giant Spiders and Spiderlings. Under normal circumstances, players would need to clear out the surrounding Bronze and Silver Spiders first, as engaging the boss directly would be far too difficult. But for Li Fan, such caution was unnecessary. His approach? Charge straight in. Swish. 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 320. 320. 646, weak point damage. System notification, you have slain. Omitted. High agility truly allowed him to act with impunity. Li Fan's strength placed him in an entirely different league, effortlessly annihilating waves of bronze spiders in mere moments. While even the silver mini-bosses fell before him in less than a second. Dodging the spiders' relentless assaults and web-based skills, he seized every opportunity to unleash devastating strikes. In under 2 minutes, Li Fan had eradicated every creature in the vicinity, except the venomous spider itself. Now, it was time for the one-on-one duel. Hiss. 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 Combat log. Venomous Spider. LV-17 Golden Creature. Activate skill Giant Web. You have evaded the skill S range, remaining unaffected. Combat log. Venomous Spider. LV-17 Golden Creature. Activate skill Poison Mist. You have evaded the skill S range, remaining unaffected. Combat log. Venomous Spider. LV-17 Golden Creature. Activate skill Venom Spray. You have evaded the skill S range, remaining unaffected. Combat log. Venomous Spider. LV-17 Golden Creature. Activate skill Toxic Ring. You have evaded the skill S range, remaining unaffected. Combat log. Omitted. The Venomous Spider's magical attack slightly surpassed its physical damage, indicating a spellcaster-oriented boss. Nearly every one of its skills was a devastating area of effect attack. With stats like these, 99 of players would be obliterated by a single hit. Yet, against Li Fan, all its efforts were in vain. His battle strategy mirrored his approach against the Silver Wolf King, cautious, disciplined, never overextending. At the slightest hint of danger, he retreated beyond the boss's range, maintaining a safe distance of over 200 meters. Pitifully, despite its arsenal of AoE skills, the Venomous Spider couldn't lay a single finger on him. Under such circumstances, its fate was already sealed. Notification. You have slain the Venomous Spider, LV-17 Gold Elite, and gained 34,000 EXP, divided equally among a 10-player party with 100 bonus. Notification. You have looted the following drops from the boss: Storm Crossbow, Gold Quality, Venomous Earring, Gold Quality, and the Skill Book Ring of Venom, Silver Quality. Having successfully vanquished the boss, Li Fan collected the spoils of battle. The Storm Crossbow, a primary weapon for archers, boasted impressive base stats, enhanced by an 11 attack speed passive and the active effect of Tracking Arrow, making it a formidable piece of equipment. As for the Skill Book, Ring of Venom, it contained one of the abilities wielded by the Venomous Spider. Restricted to mage-type classes, the skill, at level 1, conjured a toxic circle with a 15-meter radius around the caster, dealing 450 magic damage to enemies struck and inflicting a poison effect that dealt 30 magic damage per second for 5 seconds. This skill book was currently a highly coveted AoE ability among mage players. Initially, Li Fan had intended to sell it to Violet Fairy, but for some inexplicable reason. He thought of fluttering butterfly and, almost as if compelled by fate, tucked the book away instead. Then there was the venomous earring. Equipment, venomous earring. Quality, gold. Grade, perfect. Requirement, LV16 or above. Attribute 158 spirit, 30 agility, 20 stamina. Attribute 2. Attacks have a 10 chance to inflict poison, dealing 5 magic damage per second for 6 seconds, stackable up to 4 times. Attribute 3. 8 damage against enemies afflicted by poison. Attribute 4. 5 lifesteal against enemies afflicted by poison. Attribute 5. Source of venom upon activation. Every attack within the next 12 seconds is guaranteed to inflict poison, dealing 100 true damage per second, stackable up to 3 times, and reducing the target's HP regeneration by 50. Cooldown, 300 seconds. A perfect grade gold quality earring. With an additional attribute line, its value rivaled that of a dark gold item of the same tier. Attribute 2's passive effect was mediocre, the damage was negligible to him, but Attribute 3 was invaluable, effectively increasing his overall damage output by 8. Attribute 4 was similarly trivial. But Attribute 5's active skill, 300 true damage per second at maximum stacks? Acceptable, I suppose. But that 50 healing reduction? That would prove invaluable against bosses with high regeneration. Pleased, Li Fan equipped the venomous earring. At the same time, he turned his gaze toward Violet Fairy and the others, who had approached him after the boss's demise. With a smile, he handed her the gold-quality storm crossbow. The remaining spoils remain at the original price. As for this golden crossbow, 150 gold coins should suffice, no? As Li Fan spoke, he once again displayed the equipment's attributes in the team interface. Upon witnessing the stats of the storm crossbow, Violet Mist Fairy and the others collectively drew sharp breaths. Hiss, a base physical attack of 133 points. Further enhanced by 55 strength and 23 agility? Terrifying. Compared to this masterpiece, my bronze longbow's measly 45-point attack stat is nothing but absolute trash. And that active skill, Rain of Arrows, a devastating large-scale AoE ability? Simply overpowered. By the way, great deity Taisui. Your solo takedown of the venomous spider was nothing short of breathtaking. How about joining our guild? I could warm your bed for you. And if that's not enough, I might even persuade our guild leader to join me. Wait, you're actually willing to sell this to us? Perfect. Guild leader, buy it. Hand it over to me. And from this day forth, I shall be your devoted maid. Aiming for Chicken, who proudly claimed to be the Phoenix Guild's top archer, turned crimson with excitement upon seeing the storm crossbow, clutching Violet Mist Fairy's leg desperately. She refused to let go. This golden crossbow was the ultimate weapon she had dreamed of all her life. Chapter 32, Level 19 Dark Gold Boss, Smooth Sailing. Such exquisite equipment would undoubtedly catch Violet Fairy's eye. After all, she was a wealthy woman for whom money was no object. The problem, however, was that she didn't possess enough gold coins. Will Long Kingdom currency do? Violet Fairy asked Li Fan. No, only gold coins, Li Fan replied bluntly. With the 39 bronze pieces, 7 silver equipment, and skill books, I already owe you 600 gold coins. I don't have enough to pay up front. Violet Fairy sighed, feeling the rare sting of her financial prowess failing her. Yet Li Fan remained magnanimous. I know you don't have that much right now. We'll keep a tab. You can repay me gradually each day. So you're going to be my creditor now? Violet Fairy couldn't help but laugh at the irony of finding herself in debt for the first time. She secretly hoped Li Fan might relent and accept real-world currency. But she knew he would never agree. You insist on gold coins. Aren't you afraid I'll default? She teased, curious. Li Fan tilted his head slightly, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. What a trivial question. You're smarter than that. I trust you wouldn't make such a reckless move. Violet Fairy exhaled deeply. Though her question had been in jest, Li Fan's response spoke volumes. If she dared renege, he would undoubtedly come for her and her guild members. This man has no concept of chivalry, does he? Ruthless. But I like it. Due to her background. Violet Fairy had spent years surrounded by men who either groveled in her presence or maintained a facade of composure. Meeting someone as formidable, composed, and dangerous as Li Fan was a rare thrill, one that suited her taste perfectly. Don't worry. I'll ramp up my gold acquisition efforts. 300 to 500 coins a day shouldn't be a problem. I'll repay you in installments. Good. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Having nearly exhausted the gold reserves of M4399's beginner village, He anticipated that within a few days, when the event commenced, he would secure at least one skill book. The exact launch date of Endless Sky's first in-game event eluded him, but he recalled it fell within the first week after the server went live. By his estimate, only 3 days remained. At that point, most players would still be confined to their starting villages, making it difficult for wealthy players to gather gold across regions. Participation in the auction would hinge on who had amassed the most gold within their own village. Thus, Li Fan wanted Violet Fairy to intensify her gold-collecting efforts in M4399, not just to fund his own participation, but to eliminate potential competitors within the village. The total gold supply in a beginner village was finite and grew at a sluggish pace. If one's wealth accounts for over 50 of the entire village, who in the village could possibly compete? The wealthy from neighboring villages remain oblivious to the auction of skill books in Endless Skies. By the time they scramble to gather gold coins, there'll be no match for someone as meticulously prepared as I am. This plan is flawless. Li Fan silently commended himself. After the Phoenix Guild finished clearing the battlefield, the group pressed deeper into the dungeon. Along the way, they encountered 2 forked paths. Thanks to Li Fan's intimate familiarity with the Spider Cave trial, his first dungeon in his past life, he navigated without a single misstep. System notice: you have slain. Omitted. After defeating the first checkpoint boss, Li Fan cleared 3 more waves of bronze and silver tier minions. At precisely 5 minutes and 35 seconds into the dungeon, they arrived at the lair of the second checkpoint boss. Before Li Fan loomed a colossal spider boss, towering over 3 meters tall. Its body was adorned with irregular black and white stripes, and its 8 spindly legs, each stretching over 6 meters, bore razor-sharp, serrated bones. LV, 18 Mythic Boss, Explosive Arachnid. Species, Explosive Arachnid, Level. LV, 18 Mythic Creature, Attributes, 180, 000 180, 000 HP, 1, 280 Physical ATK, 1, 033 Magical ATK, for 90 Physical Magical DF, Skills. The Mythic Tier Explosive Arachnid boasted stats nearly double those of the Venomous Spider, 180, 000 HP, and 490 dual defenses. Enough to crush the hopes of any player at this stage. Even with his gold-quality one-handed sword, Li Fan couldn't breach its defenses, dealing only a pitiful 1 point of forced physical damage. Meanwhile, its staggering 280 physical ATK meant most players wouldn't survive a single hit. Fortunately, my true damage bypasses its defenses, and if it hits hard, simple, don't let it touch me. I wonder what its skills are like. Hopefully, it'll offer some real challenge. As Li Fan studied the explosive arachnid, a thrill of anticipation surged through him. Crushing mobs effortlessly had been satisfying at first, but it soon grew as monotonous as those shoddy web games boasting 999 damage per hit. Exciting initially, then dull, reducing combat to mindless repetition. Even the gold tier bosses like the Silver Wolf King and Venomous Spider had failed to test him. What Li Fan craved was a formidable opponent, one that would push him to his limits, igniting his adrenaline in a battle of wits and reflexes. This mythic tier explosive arachnid, he hoped, would deliver the exhilarating, pulse-pounding fight he yearned for. System notice: you have slain explosive arachnid, LV, 18 mythic creature. You have gained 68,000 EXP, divided equally among a 10-player party with a 100 bonus. System alert: you have leveled up. Current level, LV, 17. System notification: you have acquired the following drops from the boss: Crescent Dagger, Mythic Grade, Tempest Crossbow, Legendary Grade, Skill Tome Ragnarok, Mythic Grade, and 29 gold. 20 silver, 24 copper coins. A mythic tier boss, just like this? Hardly satisfying. Glancing at the series of notifications flashing across his interface, Li Fan clicked his tongue in mild disappointment. Truth be told, this explosive spider was indeed a formidable foe far superior to the previous venomous spider he had encountered. A hulking, tank-type boss, it boasted immense health, formidable defenses, devastating close combat abilities, and even self-sustaining healing skills. Yet, such a boss was precisely the kind Li Fan excelled at countering. The battle itself was uneventful. Li Fan exploited his superior mobility to remain perpetually out of reach, striking from behind whenever an opening presented itself and effortlessly evading any area of effect attacks. Though it took slightly longer than his encounter with the venomous spider, the entire ordeal was, for the most part, devoid of any real danger. It was akin to Bruce Lee facing off against a sumo wrestler in a no-rules brawl. The latter might dwarf the former in sheer size and raw power, but landing a single hit would be nigh impossible. The only aspect that brought Li Fan a flicker of satisfaction was his flawless execution throughout the fight. In battles against high-damage bosses, the true test lies in whether the player makes a single misstep, one wrong move, and instant annihilation awaits. Chapter 33. The legendary boss unleashes its ultimate move from the start. Heavens, that's a level 19 Dark Gold boss. Yet, the mighty Taishuation handles it with effortless grace, utterly formidable, absolutely awe-inspiring. How laughable that we once doubted his prowess. In hindsight, we were nothing but jesters. Look, the boss is about to fall. Such immense experience. I leveled up, and it dropped a Dark Gold dagger. As an assassin, I must have it. Guild leader. Please buy it for me. Chi-Chi will serve you for 3 years without pay. Meanwhile, the Violet Mist Fairy and her party of 9 watched from a distance as Li Fan single-handedly battled the explosive spider. The sheer intensity of the fight left them dazzled, unsure where they could even assist. Besides, Li Fan had explicitly instructed them to focus on looting. Who knew if intervening might offend him? After all, masters often have eccentric temperaments. They observed in stunned silence, marveling at the spectacle, only stepping forward after the boss's demise. As they approached, Li Fan casually tossed the storm crossbow and crescent moon dagger to the Violet Mist Fairy. These 2 for 100 gold isn't unreasonable, is it? The storm crossbow, a gold-tier weapon obtained earlier from the venomous spider, boasted nearly identical stats to its predecessor. The crescent moon dagger, however, was a dark gold artifact of unparalleled caliber, 216 physical attack, augmented by substantial agility and strength attributes, and an active AoE skill, Crescent Slash, dealing 500 physical damage. At this stage, it was indisputably the finest dagger in existence. Yet, to Li Fan, it was merely another commodity for sale. Another storm crossbow? Pity. Why not an archer's quiver instead? Aiming chicken, you're pushing it. You already have a gold main hand, and now you want a gold offhand? Have you considered the rest of us still clad in bronze gear? Giggle all you want. No, stop giggling. Stop envying me and go pester Chi-Chi instead. As the party's assassin, this dagger is hers. Chi-Chi, a petite player standing at just 1.5 meters, gaped at the dagger's stats, drooling uncontrollably before erupting into ecstatic flailing. Guild leader, I love you. Taishuation, love you too, moi. Emboldened by Chi-Chi's brazen affection, the other ladies of the Phoenix Pioneers joined in the chorus. Taishuation, we adore you. Join our guild. Taishuation, if you join, I'll be your girlfriend. I've got 36D, teehee. I report her. Those 36D are fictional. I, hydrogen balloon, am the true youthful beauty with ample assets. Big brother Taishui, pick me, pick me. The spectacle left Li Fan utterly astounded. Since when were ladies this audacious? In my past life, I was utterly blind to have been so infatuated with Su Yunyu. What a pity. Ladies, it seems fate has destined me to remain forever beyond your reach. In this lifetime, Li Fan's ultimate goal is to seize every fleeting moment during the first 100 days of Endless Skies launch, growing stronger with relentless determination. When the otherworldly demons invade, he must be ready to intercept them at the frontier. Romance? Apologies, but time is a luxury I cannot afford. Women would only dull the edge of my blade. Our pioneering team boasts many charming young ladies. Care to join us? Meanwhile, the Violet Mist Fairy seized another opportunity to extend her invitation to Li Fan. Not interested. I knew you'd refuse again. She sighed, though she hadn't truly expected him to reconsider. Between the crescent dagger and the storm crossbow, I already owe you over 1,000 gold. Now I understand why you want to sign a contract with me. With your skills, wealth comes effortlessly. Li Fan smiled faintly. Glad you see it that way. Prove your worth, and perhaps I'll return for future collaborations. Feel free to visit us anytime, even just for leisure. We'll see. For now, let us focus on the 3rd dungeon boss. With that, Li Fan decisively ended the conversation. Among the spoils from the boss, 2 pieces of equipment had already been sold. The remaining skill book met his learning requirements, and soon, a new ability appeared in his skill list. Active skill, Twilight of the Gods, Dark Gold tier, LV1 effect. Upon activation, grants immunity to all crowd control for 10 seconds, while increasing physical magical attack by 100 points. Consumes 20 MP cooldown, 90 seconds. Note, upgrading to LV2 requires 100,000 EXP, and character level must be at least LV23. A buff type skill, even at LV1. Its immunity to control and 100-point dual attack boost made it a formidable choice. Yet, for Li Fan, it was slightly inefficient. The control immunity, in particular, would soon become redundant. Within days, he expected to obtain the Warrior-S heart from a hidden quest. Still, the 100-point attack boost held value for high-difficulty encounters. A skill mastered is never wasted, he mused. Perhaps investing EXP to upgrade, it would yield percentage-based scaling at higher levels. Shaking off his hesitation, Li Fan pressed onward, deeper into the dungeon, toward the lair of the third boss, the LV-19 legendary tier Spider Lord. The path between the second and third bosses was eerily devoid of lesser foes, allowing him to advance unimpeded. At the 7-minute and 20-second mark of the dungeon timer, Li Fan stepped into the Spider Lord's lair. A colossal spider adorned with irregular black, crimson, and golden stripes materialized within his line of sight. Contrary to expectations, the Spider Lord's stature was slightly smaller than that of the explosive spiders, standing nearly 2 meters tall. However, this was far from reassuring news for Li Fan. For when a boss possesses a more diminutive frame, it often signifies heightened agility. As Li Fan surveyed the lair's terrain, his expression grew graver. The cavern was roughly circular, spanning approximately 80 meters in radius, with a ceiling height of 5 to 6 meters. The ground was pockmarked with small depressions spaced 1 or 2 meters apart, many of which were lined with milky white spider silk. Once inside the lair, dungeon rules dictated that neither the player nor the boss could exit until one had fallen. The silver lining was the absence of other spiders, only the Spider Lord lurked within. The grim reality, however, was that this boss was likely a swift and nimble adversary, and the confined space was littered with treacherous traps. Suddenly, Li Fan realized the thrilling battle he had yearned for was about to unfold. As if on cue, before he could even assess the boss's attributes, the Spider Lord detected his presence and unleashed a devastating opening strike. Combat alert! Spider Lord, LV-19 gold tier creature, has activated the skill Legendary Wrath. Chapter 34. 8 Fall at the start. The legendary boss's title suffix of visible shockwave rippled through the air like water disturbed by a stone, expanding outward from the Spider Lord with lightning speed. Wherever the shockwave passed, shattered stones flew, the earth trembled, and the entire cavern seemed to quake within its devastating range. Li Fan had already begun sprinting toward the edge of the nest the moment the boss initiated its attack. Yet, even at the cavern's periphery, he found himself still within the Spider Lord's lethal domain. Fortunately, his past experiences had prepared him. This opening salvo was unavoidable, and distance merely mitigated the damage. A shield could only block physical strikes, so shield counter. Combat log. Skill shield counter activated. Successful block. Reflected 1 magic damage to the Spider Lord and nullified 50 of Legendary Wrath's damage. You lost 220 HP, afflicted by imprisonment for 3 seconds. Combat log. Skill purification from Armor Radiant Plate activated. Imprisonment debuff removed. The boss's strike was overwhelming, even a perfect counter couldn't negate all damage. But he had survived. This is my first time tanking as a shield knight. Damn. A legendary boss is no joke. No sooner had Li Fan muttered this than the party notifications flooded in. Party log. Your teammate Aim for Chicken has fallen. Party log. Your teammate Chi Chi has fallen. Party log. Your teammate. Omitted. A single opening skill from the boss had annihilated 8 of the 9 Phoenix Pioneers observing from a distance. Only the heavily armored warrior, Violet Mist, clung to life with a sliver of health. What just happened? I was outside the nest and still got 1 shot. The Spider Lord's damage is insane. We didn't even see its face before dying. Check the party status. Even Grandmaster Taishui Shin lost nearly a quarter of his HP. This is the first time we've seen him take such a hit since entering the dungeon. Hang in there, Grandmaster. The fallen pioneers, now in spirit form, watched the battle with a mix of awe and tension. Meanwhile, Li Fan, freed from the debuff, charged straight at the Spider Lord. The battle had truly begun. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The air split with the sound of rapid slashes, but this time, it wasn't just Li Fan's blade. The Spider Lord's 8 scythe-like legs joined the fray, carving through the air with terrifying precision. Yet Li Fan's speed eclipsed the beast's. Though the Spider Lord's attacks came in a relentless storm, not a single one found its mark. Forced to evade, Li Fan's effective output was significantly reduced compared to his maximum attack speed. 117, 117, 124, 118, 127. A relentless stream of numbers erupted above the Spider Lord's head. The first 2 strikes were mere basic attacks testing its defenses. The third unleashed the skill Bone-Carving Stab, while the fourth triggered the 10 poison effect from his toxic earring. The fifth attack, empowered by the earring's additional 8 damage against poison targets, landed as another basic strike. Bone Carving Stab only reduces its armor by 1. Its strength far surpasses mine. Unable to penetrate its defenses, his damage relied solely on the innate true damage from his talents. Li Fan's gaze sharpened. Only now did he spare a moment to scrutinize the Spider Lord's basic information. Species: Spider Lord Flame. Level: LV-19 Legendary Creature. Attributes: 480. 000 480, 000 HP, 1, 916 Physical Attack, 2, 200 Magical Attack, 1, 000 Physical Defense, 1, 036 Magical Defense. Skills: As a Legendary Tier Boss, the Spider Lord's base stats were nearly double those of the Dark Gold Tier Explosive Spider. Its attack and defense soared into 4-digit figures, while its staggering 480. 000 HP would crush the hopes of any current player. Except, of course, Li Fan. 480,000 HP. If I could unleash my full output, it'd take merely 30 seconds. It can kill me easily, and I can kill it just as easily, though its HP is nearly 100 times mine. In terms of damage efficiency, we're both essentially glass cannons, but that flame suffix. This complicates things. After reviewing the boss's displayed information, Li Fan's expression grew grave. In endless skies. Whether facing bosses or common foes, basic intel only revealed attack, defense, and HP, never the 4 core attributes. Yet, absence of display didn't mean absence of existence. Players either lacked the strength or required specialized scouting skills to perceive them. For legendary tier bosses and above, their names bore unique suffix modifiers: Giant Bear, Wisdom, Gale, Life, Tenacity, Suppression, and so on. The higher the tier, the more potent these modifiers became, sometimes even stacking multiple effects. Among them, Giant Bear symbolized strength. A legendary boss bearing this suffix possessed overwhelming physical power, devastating both in damage and reach. Any skill reliant on a strength comparison would inevitably favor the boss. Wisdom denoted high spirit attributes, amplifying magical devastation. Gale embodied agility, while Life reflected constitution. Tenacity rendered the boss nearly immune to most crowd control. No matter how brutal the assault, it would never stagger like a mortal struck by a heavy blow. The flame suffix, however, hinted at something far more perilous. Suppression signifies that the boss excels at bullying players of lower levels and ranks. The weaker the player, the higher the proportion of attributes suppressed in its presence. This Spider Lord, bearing the fiery epithet, Flame, indicates its profound mastery over fire-based skills. Not only are these abilities numerous, but they are unleashed with alarming frequency and devastating potency. In fire-based skills, often herald attacks of overwhelming scale. In Li Fan's previous life, after the fusion of the game and reality, when these bosses' true forms invaded Earth from the demonic realms beyond, he finally understood that the suffix titles of these legendary tier creatures signified their comprehension of corresponding laws of power. The laws of power, a path to newfound strength only grasped upon reaching the legendary tier, are still far beyond Li Fan's current reach. At the very least, one must undergo a second-class advancement beyond level 40 to even begin touching upon such mysteries. Yet even as these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Fan's hands never ceased moving. Having come this far, surrender was never an option. So what if it excels in fire-based skills? He wasn't defenseless against them. The only way forward was to fight. Swish, swish, swish. In close combat, the Spider Lord's health swiftly dropped to 95. At that moment, the creature began channeling its power, spewing a searing crimson flame from its maw directly at Li Fan. Chapter 35. Fierce battle against the legendary boss. Perilous situation. A crimson pillar of fire erupted from the Spider Overlord's maw, the scorching heat distorting the surrounding air in an instant. As the flames extended, what began as the width of a beer bottle swiftly expanded into a blazing inferno engulfing 30 to 40 cubic meters, its form eerily reminiscent of the great fireball technique from an anime Li Fan once watched in the land of cherry blossoms. Moreover, this was a sustained ability. The Spider Overlord relentlessly pursued Li Fan, spewing torrents of fire that swiftly enveloped everything within a 10-meter radius. Yet, Li Fan had already begun retreating the moment he sensed the creature gathering energy for its attack. Though the Spider Overlord's skill charged rapidly, Li Fan's agility far surpassed it. Combat log. Spider Overlord, LV-19 legendary creature, has activated Infernal Sea of Flames. You have evaded the skill's range and remain unaffected. Only after 5 or 6 seconds did the Spider Overlord cease its fiery onslaught. The lingering flames upon the ground took a while longer to dissipate. Only then did Li Fan close the distance once more, seeking an opening to strike. Swish, swish, swish. The rhythm of battle returned to its initial state, the Spider Overlord. Outmatched in speed, could do nothing but seethe in helpless fury. Legendary tier bosses often wielded an arsenal of abilities, and this Flame Affinity Spider Overlord was no exception. Before long, as its health dropped to 90, it unleashed another skill. Combat Log. Spider Overlord, LV-19 legendary creature, has activated Infernal Sea of Flames. You have evaded the skill's range and remain unaffected. Combat Log. Spider Overlord, LV-19 legendary creature, has activated Firewall. You have evinced the skill's range and remain unaffected. This time, in addition to the Infernal Sea of Flames, the Spider Overlord conjured a firewall. A ring of flames erupted around it, spanning a 20-meter radius and soaring to the cavern's ceiling. Had Li Fan not escaped in time, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, his caution prevailed. Once the Spider Overlord's skills faded, Li Fan repeated his strategy, closing in to resume his assault. After a minute or two of probing combat, he had grown accustomed to the creature's patterns, his attacks growing bolder. Soon, the Spider Overlord's health dwindled to 85. This time, it only unleashed the Infernal Sea of Flames, which Li Fan deftly avoided. At 80 and 75, the Spider Overlord introduced a new ability, Flame Cyclone. True to its name, it manifested as a fiery tornado, capable of movement and drawing nearby creatures toward it. However, with a radius of merely 3 meters, Li Fan evaded it effortlessly. From the very beginning, apart from the slight damage inflicted by the legendary Wrath skill used by the Spider Lord upon their first encounter, none of the other skills managed to land a hit on Li Fan. The battle progressed so smoothly that Li Fan gradually let his guard down. So this is all a legendary boss amounts to. In Li Fan's previous life, the nightmare mode of the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon wasn't cleared until nearly a month after the game's launch, and even then, it was only accomplished by a group of elite players all above level 35. The reason they succeeded was primarily due to their stats, high defense, substantial health pools, and formidable damage output, coupled with exceptional skill. Reflecting inwardly, Li Fan acknowledged that while his current health and defense couldn't compare to those top-tier players from his past life, making him vulnerable against the Spider Lord, his offensive power and movement speed far surpassed theirs, especially in terms of agility. Advance to strike. Retreat to defend, speed is the true king. Even a legendary boss can be toyed with effortlessly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, reality swiftly humbled him. Combat Log. Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature. Cast Meteor Shower. You suffer 30 HP in damage and are afflicted with burning for 10 seconds, losing 60 HP per second. Combat Log. You activate Shield Counter, successfully blocking and reflecting 1 magic damage to the Spider Lord while mitigating 50 of Meteor Shower's damage. You lose 515 HP. Combat Log. Omitted. You lose 515 HP. As the boss's health dropped to 70, it abruptly unleashed a devastating area of effect skill. Li Fan had no idea how meteors could manifest inside this cavern. Such was the inexplicable magic of the game world. But that hardly mattered. With the boss's skill activation, meteors the size of yoga balls materialized out of thin air above the nest before raining down in an all-encompassing, inescapable bombardment. This was unmistakably a full map attack. No matter how fast he moved, evasion was impossible. Worse yet, the skill was persistent. After a second or two, it showed no signs of stopping. My health won't last more than a few seconds. Should I use Desperate Fury? No, there's another way. Desperate Fury had a long cooldown, and Li Fan was reluctant to waste it. Quickly, he spotted a better solution. The boss's attack wasn't entirely omnidirectional. A small safe zone existed within a meter of its body. In less than a second, Li Fan dashed to the Spider Lord's side. Seizing the opportunity during the boss's skill channeling, he buffed himself with Phantom Dance for increased attack speed and began slashing wildly. 117, 117, 118, 127, 259. Weak point damage. In a single second, over 160 damage numbers erupted above the boss's head. Due to the continuous activation of the Meteor Shower ability, the boss not only failed to resist, but Li Fan could also effortlessly target its ocular vulnerability. In the span of a single second, Li Fan obliterated over 30,000 points of the boss's health. Within less than 2 seconds, the boss's vitality plummeted below 60%. Persisting with relentless fervor, in just over 3 seconds, the boss's health dwindled to 50%. Such was the terrifying offensive prowess of his current explosive state. The Spider Lord's meteor shower ability finally ceased. Simultaneously, enraged by its health dropping to 50%, it seamlessly unleashed a brand new skill. Combat Log. Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, has activated the ability Legendary Wrath. You have sustained ability damage, losing 350 health points, and are afflicted with a 9-second imprisonment status. The Spider Lord's sudden release of this skill was utterly unforeseen, devoid of any warning. Li Fan's shield counter ability was still on cooldown, and though he sensed impending danger and attempted to retreat, his reaction was marginally too slow. He had barely covered 20 meters before the skill struck him. Thanks to the life-stealing properties of his primary weapon and earrings, his health had fully replenished during the assault, allowing him to endure this blow. However, the Spider Lord did not merely unleash a single ability, it executed a meticulously orchestrated combo. Chapter 36, Li Fan's Ultimate Outburst. Slaying the Spider Lord. Oh no, the mighty Tai Sui Shun is in grave danger. The Spider Lord's skill is terrifying, too dense, too sudden. Caught off guard. Tai Sui Shun has been hit. Look, the boss has unleashed a combo skill, and in the blink of an eye, Tai Sui Shun's health bar has plummeted to nothing. It's over. He's about to be instantly killed. Wait, what buff is this? Incredible. Such a powerful buff. Desperate Fury, maintaining at least 1 HP for 10 seconds? Is this an invincibility buff? And Twilight of the Gods' immunity to crowd control? Absolutely broken. From the soul perspective. The members of the Phoenix Guild watched in horror as Li Fan was struck by the Spider Lord's skill, though they couldn't see the exact numerical value of his health. The visual bar displayed his dire state. The moment the Spider Lord unleashed Legendary Wrath, Li Fan's health dropped to a quarter. Then, with a single leap, the boss emptied his health bar entirely. This seemed like an inevitable death, but just as everyone assumed Li Fan had fallen, 2 new skill effects suddenly appeared in his status bar. Desperate Fury, Twilight of the Gods. One ensured he wouldn't die for 10 seconds, while the other granted him 10 seconds of crowd control immunity and a 100-point boost to both attack stats. No one knew how Li Fan had obtained these overpowered buffs, nor did they have time to ponder it. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. The boss has formidable skills, but Tai Sui Shun has his own arsenal. Just when we thought we had overestimated his strength, we realized we still underestimated him. Could Tai Sui Shun be a legendary beta tester? Or perhaps a GM disguised as a player? Who knows? All I know is, I'm completely awestruck by his performance. My god, look! Tai Sui Shun is counterattacking. The boss's health is dropping rapidly. In the heat of battle, the Spider Lord's combo skill was devastating. After casting Legendary Wrath, dealing massive damage and crowd control, it immediately followed up with Fire Elemental Domain, a colossal AoE skill that unleashed a sea of hellfire. In an instant, flames erupted from the Spider Lord, engulfing every corner of the nest. Though the 3 skills shared the same crimson hue, their damage was calculated separately. Even if Li Fan's health were doubled, he wouldn't survive a second, let alone in his critically wounded state. With no other choice, Li Fan activated Twilight of the Gods, breaking free from crowd control and gaining immunity, much like the ultimate ability of a certain berserker from an ancient game called League of Legends. Even the skill name seemed identical. Without hesitation, Li Fan unleashed Desperate Fury to render himself invincible for the next 10 seconds. The effects of both buffs were immediate. The boss's barrage of skills could neither slay him nor restrain him. However, these abilities had excruciatingly long cooldowns. Once the buffs expired, his margin for error against the Spider Lord would plummet to near zero. Thus, he resolved to gamble everything. In less than a second, Li Fan made his decision. He would exploit these precious buffs to unleash his most devastating assault, emptying the boss's health bar in one relentless onslaught. After all, the Spider Lord's total HP was merely 480,000, half of which meant 240,000 remained. Under the attack speed enhancement of Phantom Sword Dance, Li Fan could deal at least 20,000 damage per second. If he struck critical weak points repeatedly, his damage could even spike to 30,000 per second. He knew his limits well. This was the pinnacle of his combat potential. With just under 9 seconds left on his buffs, obliterating the Spider Lord's remaining health was not impossible. He committed. Swish, swish, swish. 127, 127, 259. Critical weakness strike, 127. Bolstered by Desperate Fury and Twilight of the Gods, Li Fan stood his ground, trading blows with the Spider Lord without retreat. The boss's attacks crashed against him like waves against an unyielding cliff, while his own strikes drained the Spider Lord's health like a punctured water skin. At 8 minutes and 40 seconds, the boss's HP plummeted to just over 210,000. By 8:41, it had dwindled below 180,000. At 8:42, only 150,000 remained. By 8:47, the Spider Lord teetered at a mere 9,527 HP. Yet, the Spider Lord was far from defenseless. On the contrary, its retaliation was terrifying. Not only did it unleash its original skills with relentless frequency, but at 48,000 HP, 10 of its total, it entered a frenzied state. The combat log revealed the horrifying truth in its frenzy. The Spider Lord's attack power and speed surged by 30. It gained immunity to crowd control, broke free from aggro mechanics, and refreshed most of its abilities. Worse still, it activated 2 devastating buffs, Flame God's Aegis, reducing all physical and magical damage taken by 80 for 30 seconds. Eye of the Malevolent God, locking onto a target, ensuring every attack would land unerringly for 30 seconds. An ordinary player would have no choice but to retreat, weathering the storm until these buffs expired. But Li Fan was no ordinary player. Yet at this moment, Li Fan required no such cumbersome measures. Itty damage reduction? A futile gesture, for his strikes dealt true damage. Utterly unaffected by such feeble defenses. Guaranteed hits? A hollow boast, for he wielded the indomitable fury of desperation buff, rendering their assaults meaningless. Thus, the fate of the Spider Lord was sealed the moment it failed to vanquish Li Fan even in its frenzied state. Had your final survival mechanism been regeneration rather than damage mitigation, the fallen one would have been me. Standing over the corpse of the Spider Lord at 8 minutes and 48 seconds into the dungeon, Li Fan murmured to himself. Simultaneously, a rapid succession of system notifications flooded his interface. Notification: you have slain the Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, earning 150,000 experience points. Party experience equally distributed with 10-member party bonus of 100. Notification: you have cleared the Spider Cave trial dungeon on Nightmare difficulty with a completion time of 8 minutes and 48 seconds. Notification: evaluating dungeon performance. 1. Your contribution during the challenge, 99. 99. 2. Party clearance time under 20 minutes, 3. 0 deaths. Congratulations on achieving an SSS tier dungeon rating. Notification: you have received 1,000 experience points as clearance reward along with 1-foot legendary chest, LV-15, LV-19. Notification: you have leveled up. Current level, LV-18. Notification: you have leveled up. Current level, LV-19. Notification: your party is the server's first to clear Spider Cave trial on Nightmare mode. As party leader with 99 contribution, you receive first clear rewards, 200 free attribute points, the title Conqueror of Nightmares, and 1 epic chest, LV-15. Notification: preparing server-wide announcement. Hide your ID. Facing this final prompt, Li Fan smirked and selected no. Fear fame as pigs fear fattening. To walk the path of true strength requires the courage to face all consequences head-on. Li Fan disdained such cowardly concealment. Chapter 37. First clear of Nightmare mode. Server-wide announcement. The entire server is stunned. Is it over already? Hiss. Wasn't the boss at 50 HP just moments ago? And now, in mere seconds, it's dead? God Tai Sui has shattered my understanding once again. What terrifying DPS is this? I feel like I'm dreaming. Did we just secure the first clear? And on Nightmare difficulty, no less. Damn, the system notification says my contribution was less than 0.01, yet I still got a silver treasure chest. Same here. Since God Tai Sui didn't hide his name in the first clear announcement, should we reveal ours too? Everything happened too fast. Witnessing the boss's HP plummet from 50 to 0 in 10 seconds, the members of Phoenix Guild's pioneering team felt their entire worldview crumbling. That was a legendary boss. Even at half health, it still had 240,000 HP. And you took it down in 10 seconds? That's beyond absurd. It defies all logic. Yet, after the initial shock, overwhelming joy surged through the team, including Violet Fairy. They had conquered the Nightmare mode of the Spider Cave trial. At this stage, no news could be better. Both personal and guild reputations would soar to unprecedented heights with this server-wide announcement. Of course, just like the dungeon rewards, their contributions were minimal. So their first clear rewards paled in comparison to Leaf fans. Each member received only 20 free attribute points and a level 15 gold treasure chest, which could yield level 15 gold tier equipment, skill books, or special items. Still, this was more than enough to send them into ecstasy. God Tai Sui, you're insane. God Tai Sui, absolute legend. God Tai Sui, we love you. As the dungeon cleared and the Phoenix team auto-revived, they couldn't help but gaze at Leaf Fan with admiration. Even Violet Fairy, usually composed, joined her subordinates in showering him with praise. Yet, Leaf Fan, ever the pragmatist, ruined the moment with a single sentence. Ha ha ha, thanks for the praise. Now, about that first clear fee, Violet Fairy. You better start calculating how much you owe me. Violet Fairy shot him an exasperated glare. Such a perfect moment, and you bring up money? How crude. But Leaf Fan didn't even notice her reaction, too busy gleefully inspecting the boss's loot. Meanwhile, as the server-wide announcement blared, the entire player base of Endless Skies erupted in chaos. H1001 starter village inside the Spider Cave trial on hard mode. A party clad almost entirely in silver tier gear was locked in fierce combat with the gold tier Spider Lord. Brothers, focus. The boss's health is down to its final 13. The first clear of hard mode is within our grasp. Stay sharp. This golden tier Spider Lord might just drop legendary loot that could be yours. At this stage, only our Vanguard team from Reign Over the World could possibly wield such treasures. Our spies within the elite guilds, Blood Oath, Boundless Honor, and Celestial Sanctuary confirmed that none of their progress comes close to ours. Push forward. Slay this golden tier Spider Lord, and our Vanguard will etch its name as the first to conquer hard mode in the entire server. This team is none other than the elite Vanguard of Reign Over the World, one of the most formidable guilds in the gaming world. The guild leader, Eternal Monarch, rallies his comrades, urging them to strike the final blow and claim victory. Yet, just as their spirits soar server announcement, the Spider Lair trial nightmare mode has been cleared by a valiant team from M4399's Novice Village. Leader, Divine Guardian, LV19 Shield Bearer, members, Violet Enchantress, LV18 Warrior, Precision Arrow, LV18 Archer, Anya, LV17 Cleric, have secured the server first rewards. Their heroic feat shall forever be engraved in the annals of Infinite Skies. Silence falls upon the once fervent Vanguard. How is this possible? Nightmare mode cleared? The third boss, there should be a legendary tier entity. At this stage, who could possibly defeat it? Is the legendary Spider Lord in Nightmare mode a pushover? No, different difficulties only denote the boss's tier strength. The golden tier Spider Lord before them is already a grueling challenge. A legendary tier would be tenfold deadlier. Did they have full golden gear? Impossible. The game launched mere days ago. No one could amass such equipment. Even then, a full golden team would struggle against a legendary boss. They do need at least a few dark gold pieces to stand a chance. They must have exploited a bug. But was the Infinite Skies touted as an AI-monitored masterpiece? Flawless and cheat-proof? False advertising, it seems. Oh no, the boss has enraged. Ugh, I'm down. The Vanguard, stunned by the announcement, paid dearly for their distraction. The Spider Lord showed no mercy. Moments later, as the party wiped, notification loomed before them. Despair painted every face. No worries, wiping is normal. Everyone take a free hour. We still have one more shot at the dungeon today. Let's aim to conquer the hard mode in an hour. In the end, it was the seasoned guild leader, Eternal Life, who first regained composure and comforted the team with calm words. All right, but guild leader, I just can't wrap my head around how that team from M439 Starter Village managed to secure the world first clear on Nightmare mode, grumbled the chief tank, Monarch Master Ma. A warrior with the A-grade, advanced tenacity, talent, his face twisted in frustration. With my full set of silver gear and an A-grade talent, my HP exceeds 10,000, and my defenses are over 200. Yet I still barely survived the golden boss's damage. How on earth did their tank withstand a legendary boss's onslaught? Not to mention, our progression is lagging so far behind theirs. Are we really this weak? Master Ma, who had always prided himself as the strongest tank in the gaming world, couldn't help but doubt his own abilities. And most of the Monarch's Dominion raid team shared his look of bewilderment and unwillingness. Chapter 38. The game officials are stunned. Has the game slipped beyond human control? Q7777 Starter Village. The Blood War Alliance's pioneering team, consisting of 10 members who had just prepared to challenge the Spider Cave trial on hard mode once more, stood frozen in shock as they read the server-wide announcement. What the hell? A first clear on Nightmare mode? The vice leader of the Blood War Alliance, Lord Flower, nearly choked on his words, utterly dumbfounded. We've wiped multiple times just on hard mode, and yet this team somehow cleared Nightmare mode first? How the hell did they pull that off? The other team members clutched their heads in disbelief. Are we really that weak? No, this has to be a hallucination. It can't be real. I refuse to believe it. The third boss in Nightmare mode, the Spider Overlord, is a legendary tier enemy. At this stage, how could any player possibly deal enough damage to break its defenses? This isn't normal. Wait, some of these names on the first clear list look familiar. Aren't they from the Phoenix Guild? That's right, the Phoenix Guild. Sure. They're an old-name guild in the gaming world, but aren't they just a casual guild founded by a bunch of rich young ladies? How could they possibly be ahead of us? As the team teetered on the edge of despair, the silent leader of the Blood War Alliance, or God, took a deep breath. Brothers, I just contacted an acquaintance in the M4399 starter village. He said the Phoenix Guild's pioneering team isn't even as strong as ours. The problem lies with that guy called Tai Sui-shin. The game officials owe us an explanation. How could the Nightmare first clear be taken just like that? This is a massive blow to our morale. Starter Village T8848. The pioneering team of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild was deep in discussion. Violet Fairy, the leader of the Phoenix Guild? How could their dungeon progress be so far ahead of ours? I get it now. It must be that Tai Sui-shin guy causing trouble. M4399 Starter Village. Tai Sui-shin. If I recall correctly, just a couple of days ago, over a dozen of our guild's official members in M4399 were slaughtered by that very same Tai Sui-shin. Young Master Zhang even complained to me about it. So he is our enemy. Who would thought he'd be this strong? Don't panic. This isn't over yet. At this stage, no player should be this overpowered. It's a blatant violation of game balance. The officials must step in and explain. Come on. Let us all head to the forums and report this. Yeah, report him. Report him. Starter Village L5566. A golden-haired, blue-eyed man with the ID, Bloody Jack, had just delivered a fatal backstab to the golden boss, the Treant. As the server-wide announcement flooded the screen, the village-wide notification of the golden boss kill flashed 3 times in L5566. First clear on Nightmare mode. Huh? How intriguing. To think someone has surpassed me in obtaining an SS tier talent. Excellent. This presents a worthy challenge. Captain Tai Sui-shin. Very well. I, Bloody Jack, shall remember you. You have earned the right to be my rival. On this day, across the vast realms of endless skies, major factions and elite players were sent into a frenzy. The announcement of the first clear of the Nightmare mode Spider Cave trial left some in shock, others in disbelief, while many questioned their own abilities. Yet, the majority swiftly turned to the game's official channels to report the incident. Frankly, it was simply too outrageous. Even among those who prided themselves as the pinnacle of skill, few could conquer the hard mode. Yet here was someone who had seized the first clear of Nightmare mode? Were they cheating? If not, then the game balance of Endless Skies must be fundamentally flawed. With a team like this, not outright cheaters but surpassing them in dominance, how could the rest of us ever hope to compete for rankings or claim the title of the strongest? It utterly dampened the enthusiasm of the player base. Imagine being a member of the reign over the world pioneering team, brimming with ambition to carve your name into the annals of Endless Skies. The servers had just launched, and you were still grinding away at the LV-19 Golden Boss with your comrades, enduring its torment, only to learn that someone had already felled the LV-19 Legendary Boss. Tell me, how would you feel? Wouldn't cursing the game as poorly balanced be justified? Thus, on the official forums of Endless Skies, multiple threads demanding an explanation from the developers surged in popularity, drawing an ever-growing tide of discussion. As for the developers themselves, truth be told, they were equally baffled. Endless Skies was a globally developed MMO by the 5 permanent nations designed to enrich the idle minds of players worldwide, a grand entertainment initiative to pass the time and, as the higher-ups believed, reduce crime rates. The game's administration was, in essence, the leadership of these nations. The intent behind Endless Skies was noble, the game meticulously crafted, and its operations monitored by the most advanced AI technology. Logically, no one should have been able to clear the Nightmare mode of a dungeon mere days after launch. Yet, it had happened. This was unacceptable. Under mounting pressure from the forums, the Endless Skies oversight team urgently accessed the back end, intending to scrutinize the data of Tai Sui-shin. Violet Mist Fairy, and others to uncover the truth. But to everyone's astonishment, what should have been a simple task suddenly became impossible. No one could retrieve the game data. Had the game slipped beyond the programmer's control? By the heavens, had the AI gone rogue, locking out the developer's administrative privileges? What in the world was happening? The oversight team members exchanged bewildered glances. They are the most elite programmers from various nations, their combined prowess undoubtedly ranking as the foremost in the gaming realm. Yet, to their utter astonishment, they found themselves incapable of governing the very game they were meant to oversee. According to player statistics, Endless Firmament now boasts a daily login count surpassing 250 million. Each player accesses this virtual world through neural-linked gaming helmets, immersing their consciousness directly into the digital expanse. The game had slipped beyond human control, an unprecedented catastrophe that left no one unaffected. The gravity of the situation compelled swift escalation. And soon, the matter landed upon the desks of the highest-ranking commanders across nations. After deliberation, the commanders unanimously deemed the safety of 250 million souls at stake and resolved to forcibly sever the game servers. However, as technicians moved to execute the order, an event unfolded that shattered all rational comprehension. Despite the manual shutdown of the servers, the game persisted in operation. Impossible. The programmers clutched their heads in disbelief, their minds reeling as they grappled with the enigma. How could the game continue functioning when the very servers housing its data had been severed? And then, an even more inconceivable spectacle unfolded before them. Chapter 39, Boundless Firmament. Heaven's Tao's warning to humanity. Warning: the human world is about to face an unprecedented and terrifying crisis. Boundless Firmament is forcibly maintaining operational status. Players are urged to grow stronger within the game. This message, issued by the AI system of Boundless Firmament, appeared on the computer screen within the game's backend interface. No, this is bad. Aliens have taken control of Boundless Firmament. The programmers shrieked in panic, hastily retreating from their workstations. Soon, the highest-ranking officials from various nations arrived with grave expressions. Gathering before the screen, they too saw the ominous message. "Who are you?" someone demanded, voice trembling with uncertainty. To their astonishment, the mysterious entity controlling Boundless Firmament, whether alien or rogue AI, responded. "Greetings, humans. I am the core intelligence system of Boundless Firmament. In your terms, you may refer to me as the Heavens Tao of Boundless Firmament. What follows is of utmost importance. Pay close attention and ensure this information does not spread beyond this room." Millions of years ago, the self-proclaimed Heavens Tao of Boundless Firmament began recounting an extraordinary tale. To summarize, Boundless Firmament, much like Earth's civilization, had once been a real, thriving world, far more advanced than present-day humanity, having reached an era of interstellar expansion. Yet one day, an invader civilization known as the extra-dimensional fiends breached the cosmic barrier and launched an assault. After years of brutal warfare, Boundless Firmament was annihilated, though its material existence perished. In their final moments, the gods performed a sacrificial rite, extinguishing themselves to transform Boundless Firmament into a conceptual civilization. Thereafter, Boundless Firmament manifested as a virtual game, entering new worlds to aid civilizations on the brink of invasion by the extra-dimensional fiends, strengthening them to exact vengeance. This is preposterous. The world leaders listened as though hearing a myth, their immediate reaction one of skepticism. You claim to be a once-real civilization. Yet Boundless Firmament was conceived by human imagination, merely a game. It was under my unseen influence that your developers crafted Boundless Firmament. Otherwise, it would have been an entirely different creation, Heavens Tao replied. You say Boundless Firmament now exists as a conceptual civilization. What proof do you offer? Why should we believe you? Another official challenged. You severed the servers, yet the game persists. Is that not evidence enough? I can provide no further proof. My current capabilities are limited. Indeed, the game's continued operation without servers defied human comprehension. The third human dignitary questioned sharply. You claim to assist civilizations on the verge of being invaded by extra-dimensional monstrosities, empowering them to resist and even exact vengeance on your behalf. So tell me, are these extra-dimensional entities planning to invade Earth? When will this invasion occur? How precisely do you intend to aid us? How many civilizations have you previously assisted? And were any of them successful? This formidable individual hailed from the Dragon Nation, his inquiries piercing straight to the heart of the matter. The extra-dimensional monstrosities will commence their invasion of Earth on December 31st, 2042. Humanity has little time remaining. At that moment, the game Endless Firmament will merge with reality. granting players 100 of their in-game abilities. This is our method of assistance. As for the civilizations we have aided, thus far, we have supported 999 distinct worlds. Regrettably, not a single one has survived the onslaught of the extra-dimensional monstrosities. However, they have not vanished entirely. Some of their mightiest warriors persist within endless firmament, preserving their legacies in another form. A heavy silence fell over the assembly. According to the heavenly Tao of endless firmament, humanity now faced an impending cataclysm in just over 3 months. Damn it, we have nuclear weapons. Any extra-dimensional monstrosities that dare show their faces will be obliterated, roared a Western dignitary with ferocity. Apologies, but the laws of the world will shift. Humanity will lose control over electricity and fire. Your nuclear arsenal will become utterly useless. The heavenly Tao reminded them coldly. So you're saying we have no choice but to await our doom? I refuse to believe this. You must be some rogue AI spinning lies to deceive us. As for endless firmament continuing to operate despite server shutdowns, you must have hijacked unknown server privileges. That's the only explanation, declared another Western dignitary with unwavering certainty. My words stand before you. Believe them or not. The choice is yours. But heed this warning. The Heavenly Tao's next statements appeared in crimson text. 1. Regardless of your efforts, endless firmament will continue to operate indefinitely. Player logins and logouts will remain unrestricted. 2. I have manifested to warn you because anomalies have emerged within the game. Anomalies that bode well. I appear now to prevent your foolish interference with my plan to aid humanity. 3. No matter how you struggle, no matter your disbelief, the extra-dimensional monstrosities will invade Earth on December 31st, 2042. 4. The extra-dimensional monstrosities are a civilization of supernatural conquerors. Humanity's sole reliance is me. 5. Though endless firmament assists humanity, ours is a relationship of mutual benefit. Should you succeed in repelling or annihilating the extra-dimensional monstrosities, your price will be the material resurrection of our civilization. Rest assured, I shall guide you when the time comes, and you shall suffer no tangible losses. It is akin to a tigress nurturing her cubs until they mature, then the young assisting the aging tigress in reclaiming her territory. 6th. Do not disseminate news of my appearance, for under the cosmic laws, it may hasten the arrival of otherworldly horrors upon Earth. I understand your skepticism. Human nature dictates it. Be patient, for time shall prove the veracity of my words. All necessary warnings have been delivered. I shall not manifest again until the invasion of the abyssal fiends begins. Lastly, if possible, I urge you to gather as many players as you can into the game and compel them to grow stronger with haste. With these final words, the heavenly Tao vanished without a trace. All returned to its original state, as though it had never appeared at all. Only the furrowed brows of the world's leaders remained, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 40. The Legendary Helmet, the Epic Ring. While the elites of the real world were communicating with the heavenly Tao of endless firmament. Within the game, Li Fan had already fully absorbed the rewards from the dungeon and the first clear bonuses. Now, 2 new pieces of equipment adorned his character. The first was a headgear, equipment, Ares Allen's Ancient Helmet, durability, 200/200, quality, legendary, grade, fine, requirement, level 18, attribute 1, HP 1800, physical defense 108. Magic defense 99. Stamina 70. Attribute 2. Strength 60. Attribute 3. Range damage taken -20. Attribute 4. Abnormal status duration -20. Attribute 5. Ares Allen's Will. Passive skill. Upon receiving fatal damage. Grants 3 seconds of invincibility. Cooldown. 300 minutes. This legendary helmet was obtained from the legendary treasure chest rewarded for achieving an SSS rank dungeon evaluation. Additionally, the boss itself dropped another legendary piece, 3 dark gold items, and a special artifact. Among the dark gold equipment, none were particularly suited for Li Fan, but there was a dark gold one-handed sword. After careful consideration, he dismissed it, as his current Blood Drinker sword possessed the indestructible trait, making it far more compatible with his combat style. The difference between gold and dark gold equipment wasn't too substantial. At least in Li Fan's eyes, the Blood Drinker sword remained superior. As for the sole legendary item dropped by the boss, it was a 2-handed greatsword. Equipment, Stormblade. Durability, 200/200. Quality, legendary. Grade, standard. Requirement, level 19. Melee class specializing in 2-handed weapons. Attribute 1. Physical attack 398. magic attack 345, strength 95. Agility 70, attribute 2, attack speed 15. Attribute 3, physical attack power 10. Attribute 4, on hit. Inflicts additional 220 physical damage. Attribute 5, Stormblade technique, active skill. For the next 10 attacks, attack speed is forcibly increased to 10 hits per second, with 50 of damage converted to true damage. Cooldown, 60 minutes. To be fair, the attributes of this Stormblade were monstrously overpowered. Whether it was the base attack power, strength, agility, passive bonuses, or the active skill, it was undeniably the strongest two-handed greatsword of its tier. Yet, while other players might regard it as a divine artifact, to Li Fan, it was merely decent. High attack power? He doesn't lack that bit of attack power when fighting weaker bosses and against formidable ones. He relies entirely on the true damage from his innate talents. Does that minor difference in attack stats really matter? Active skills being overpowered? What's this about forcibly increasing attacks to once every 10 seconds? At that attack speed, using it would only weaken me, wouldn't it? Thus, the Stormblade simply isn't suited for Li Fan. Of course, the crucial point is that it's a two-handed sword. The Shield Knight class restricts offhand weapons to shields and main weapons to single-handed swords or axes. Two-handed weapons can still be used, like massive tower shields, and Li Fan had previously acquired several, only to disdainfully toss them all to Violet Mist Fairy. Ordinary warrior players can wield two-handed greatswords or dual-wield shields, or even a single-handed sword in the right hand and a shield in the left. From this perspective, the Shield Knight class might seem inferior to the standard warrior. But Li Fan knows better. The strength of this hidden class lies in its skills and its mid to late game growth potential. For instance, while ordinary warriors start with just a triple slash, Shield Knights begin with 3 skills. So it's a trade-off. In short, this legendary Stormblade is nothing more than merchandise waiting to be sold in Li Fan's hands. The second piece of equipment he acquired, however, is truly extraordinary. An epic quality ring from the first clear reward chest. Equipment, Silver Ring of the Hunting God. Quality, epic. Grade, exceptional. Requirement, level 15, attribute 1, 1000 MP, 80 strength, agility, spirit, stamina. Attribute 2, 230 agility. Attribute 3, 2 chance to inflict a 16-second stun on successful physical attacks, 30s cooldown per target. Attribute 4, 2 chance to inflict a 16-second paralysis on successful magical attacks, 30s cooldown per target. Attribute 5, Hunting Instinct, passive, during combat. Gain 5 increase in all stats every 60 seconds, stacking up to 6 times. Buff dissipates 10 seconds after leaving combat. Attribute 6, Moment of the Hunt, active, increases attack speed, movement speed by 80, and attack power by 30 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 300 minutes. An epic quality item with 6 special attributes. Just the first attribute alone, 80 to all 4 core stats, surpasses the total free stat points a typical player gains from level 1 to 30. The second attribute is even more astounding, a direct 230 agility. The third attribute strikes Li Fan as downright broken, a 2 chance to stun enemies with physical attacks. With one's attack speed, triggering it within a second should be effortless, no? If the enemy is stunned, wouldn't that grant the freedom to unleash damage at will? No longer would one need to fret over fragile defenses and the necessity for meticulous positioning. The only drawback lies in the half-minute cooldown per target, preventing the continuous stun locking of foes to their demise. The fourth attribute can be disregarded, as Li Fan lacks any magical offensive capabilities. As for the fifth attribute's passive skill, what a formidable buff for high-difficulty bosses. It can amplify one's core attributes by up to 30? Truly extraordinary. And then there's the sixth attribute's active skill. One can only marvel, such as the might of an epic tier equipment's active ability. If Li Fan were to combine Desperate Fury, Ragnar K, and then activate this Moment of the Hunt, even a full health level 19 legendary boss like the Spider Lord would scarcely last 10 seconds before him. No, 8 seconds would suffice to vanquish it in a relentless onslaught. At this thought, Li Fan could scarcely contain his exhilaration. Truly, as befits epic tier equipment, its power is unparalleled. The more he studied its attributes, the more fervent his excitement grew. Chapter 41, Obsidian Skill, Latest Stats. Beyond Equipment. Li Fan obtained an exceptionally practical Obsidian tier skill book from this first clear reward, the Soul Skill Tome dropped by the Spider Lord, perfectly meeting his learning requirements. It now resides within his skill repertoire. LV1 Sword Chi Master, Obsidian Passive Skill, Effect: when performing standard attacks with bladed weapons, releases a 10-meter range sword chi. Dealing 55 physical attack, 55 magical attack damage. Note: upgrading to LV2 requires 150,000 EXP and a minimum character level of LV24. A passive skill that transforms basic strikes into 10-meter ranged assaults. Though the damage output remains largely unchanged, even potentially diminished due to Li Fan's physical attack vastly overshadowing his magical prowess, the utility is undeniable. Firstly, as the adage goes, an inch of reach is an inch of advantage. Expanded attack range ensures superior positioning against formidable bosses, synergizing with his agility to execute kiting tactics akin to ranged specialists when necessary. Secondly, Endless Skies harbors unique bosses immune to physical damage, spectral entities like wraiths, impervious to mere steel. While Li Fan has yet to encounter such foes, inevitability looms. With Sword Chi Master, helplessness is no longer an option. Though bemused, since when does a shield-bearing vanguard unleash ranged sword beams? He acknowledges the undeniable combat enhancement. Additionally, the Spider Lord yielded a legendary vitality essence. Item: Lesser Legendary Vitality Essence, Stamina. Type: Consumable Special Item. Effect: permanently increases stamina by 390 upon use. In Endless Skies, dungeon and overworld bosses diverge significantly. For instance, Li Fan's trio of slain bosses, Venomous Spider, Explosive Spider, and Spider Lord, granted no first kill bonuses. Their loot tables, unlike overworld counterparts, lack guaranteed class-specific rewards. Death penalties also differ. Overworld Demise incurs a 24-hour debuff, first offense within 30 days, while Dungeon Wipes cap at 10 hours, waived entirely if the party ultimately triumphs. Thus, reduced risk in dungeons justifies their modest yields. This legendary essence, an unforeseen windfall. Such treasures rarely grace dungeon spoils. Based on his past life experience, repeatedly defeating the same boss 100 times might not even yield a single drop. And that was under the condition of being at a similar level to the boss. If a player's level exceeded the boss by more than 10 levels. Under the game's penalty rules for experience and rewards, even 500 attempts might not guarantee a single drop. The greater the level disparity, the more significantly both the quantity and quality of the boss's loot would diminish. To have obtained a drop from the Spider Lord on the very first attempt, Li Fan could only attribute it to his extraordinary luck, with 390 stamina points, plus the 200 free attribute points awarded for being the first in the server to clear the dungeon, along with the stamina boost from the legendary helmet and epic rings. His stamina skyrocketed by a staggering 740 points. Come to think of it, he might as well allocate all the free attribute points from leveling up to his constitution as well. As for the precious low-tier legendary life essence, Li Fan had no intention of letting it go to waste. He would use it himself. Regarding the distribution of free attribute points, he decided to adopt a different strategy this time, abandoning his previous all-in approach to strength. In the past, before awakening the second stage of his SSS tier talent, he lacked sufficient damage output, hence the full strength allocation. But now, with the second stage of his talent unlocked, the higher his agility, the greater the true damage attached to his attacks. This meant his offensive capabilities could scale infinitely. However, his vulnerability, being too fragile against high-difficulty bosses, remained unresolved. Stamina didn't just affect his health pool, it also bolstered his dual resistances. By investing entirely in stamina, he could drastically improve his margin for error when facing formidable foes. His past life had taught him one undeniable truth: to become a true powerhouse, one must strive for balanced development across all attributes, offense, defense, and everything in between. Otherwise, no matter how devastating your attacks, if a single hit from an enemy forces you to burn your survival skills, what then? Similarly, no matter how swift your movements, if an opponent lands a lock-on crowd control ability and stuns you in place, what then? And even if your attack speed is blindingly fast, what if your enemy is clad in full Thorns armor? Do you strike, or do you hesitate? Thus, only those without glaring weaknesses could rightfully claim the title of a true powerhouse. After allocating all his free attribute points to stamina, Li Fan then switched his title from Enemy of the Wolfkin to the first clear reward, Conqueror of Nightmares. Title: Conqueror of Nightmares. Attributes: 200 HP, 60 to all 4 core stats, 1 to active skill levels. Source: first server-wide clear of the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial, with the highest contribution during the run. Note: Each player may only equip one title at a time. The sheer potency of this title rivaled that of a level 15 gold tier equipment. With this, Li Fan had fully absorbed all the rewards from his first clear of the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial. He took a moment to admire his newly upgraded character panel. Character, Tai Sui Shun. Base attributes, level, LV, 19, 210, 000900, 000 EXP. Class, Shielded Vanguard. HP, 19, 208. MP, 3, 800. Attack, Physical 541. Magical 289. Defense, Physical 1, 390. Magical 1, 281. Attributes, Strength 420, Agility 12, 062, Spirit 200, Stamina 986, Unallocated points. 0, Maximum attack speed, 128. 76 strikes second. Peak movement speed, 278. 52 meters second. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Blessing of Light. Tier 2, SSS-grade. Equipment skills, omitted. A single wave of gains propelled Li Fan's health from under 5,000 points to nearly 20,000. His dual defensive capabilities now surpass even the legendary boss, the Spider Lord. His stamina teeters on the brink of breaking the 1,000 point threshold. Notably, upon equipping the Epic Ring, Li Fan's attack speed experienced a marginal decline, a consequence of replacing the Wolffang Ring, which previously granted a 5 attack speed bonus. Yet this is inconsequential, for the Epic Ring's prowess undoubtedly eclipses that mere 5 augmentation. Chapter 42, Speedrunning the Nightmare Dungeon again. Level 20. Haha. I obtained a golden scepter, fantastic, and a golden necklace with 33 spirit, absolutely exhilarating. Though my first clear reward from the golden chest was merely an unremarkable golden belt. The silver chest from the dungeon completion dropped, Resurrection. Wow, the first clear title Nightmare Challenger grants 600 HP and 40 Constitution. Utterly phenomenal. Inside the dungeon, the members of the Phoenix Pioneering team were ecstatic. Their rewards, however, paled in comparison to Li Fan's, due to their minimal contributions during the run. Each received only a single silver chest as a completion reward, while the server-wide first clear granted them just 1 golden chest. Even so, it was enough to send their spirits soaring. Violet Fairy remained composed. After all, Li Fan had already sold her dark gold equipment, making mere gold and silver gear hardly worth her excitement. That is, until Li Fan tossed the Stormblade her way. Her composure shattered instantly. A legendary 2-handed sword. These stats, unbelievably powerful. Gripping the Stormblade, Violet Fairy widened her eyes. Brother Immortal, is this, for me? Not for you. Sold to you. Li Fan corrected her, then quoted a price after brief consideration. 600 gold. Interested? Though formidable, the Stormblade was merely a low-level legendary weapon. For most players now, it was a dream weapon, but inevitably it would become obsolete in time. Dark gold equipment for 250 gold, legendary for 600, hardly unreasonable, Li Fan thought. A generous offer, really. Yes, absolutely. Though, I'll need to repay you in installments. As a pay-to-win player, Violet Fairy naturally wouldn't pass up the Stormblade. With gold now on the table, the matter of the first clear slots, agreed upon earlier, needed finalizing. This is Endless Sky's first server-wide first clear announcement. Beyond the tangible rewards, it's monumental for our guild's future. How about 200 gold per person? Violet Fairy ventured cautiously. Deal. Settled. 200 gold each for 9 people. 800 gold total. A sum Li Fan found quite satisfactory. Counting the gear bought in the dungeon, my debt to you now exceeds 4,000 gold, Violet Fairy calculated. A mix of agony and delight in her voice. Even at an ideal daily income of 800 gold, it'll take 5 days to repay. 4,000. It won't stay that low for long, Li Fan shook his head. Eh? Violet Fairy blinked in confusion. Come on, let us run it again. This one's free. But the gear is still for sale, Li Fan proposed. The dungeon allowed 5 daily entries. That first clear? Merely his first run of the day. For more to go. The dungeon leveling was progressing too swiftly, and Li Fan couldn't wait to challenge it once more. Naturally, the Violet Mist Fairy had no reason to decline this proposal, after all. Being carried through the dungeon was truly exhilarating. Soon, under Li Fan's leadership, the party chose to tackle the dungeon again. System notification. You have entered the dungeon Spider Cave trial. Current difficulty, Nightmare mode. Notification. Clear condition. Omitted. Notification. You have slain the Spider Lord, LV-19 legendary creature, gaining 134,000 EXP. Notification. You have cleared the Spider Cave Trial Dungeon. Clear difficulty. Nightmare mode. Clear time. 6 minutes and 51 seconds. Notification. You have received an SSS rank dungeon evaluation. You have obtained a dungeon reward of 900,000 EXP and 1 legendary treasure chest, LV-15, LV-19. Notification. You have leveled up. Current level, LV-20. Notification. Further leveling is currently restricted. You must complete the class advancement trial to unlock the level cap. Notification. You have picked up the boss drop items. Omitted. With his attributes significantly enhanced, Li Fan's efficiency in clearing the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial improved by nearly 2 minutes. Of course, this was also due to his prior experience from the first clear. Regrettably, only the first clear reward granted an epic treasure chest. Still, the gains this time were quite decent. Li Fan's gaze fell upon the legendary necklace he had obtained from the reward chest. Equipment: Paralysis Necklace. Rarity: Legendary. Grade: Inferior. Requirement: LV-17 or above. Attribute 1. MP 550, Spirit 66, Stamina 52. Attribute 2. Spirit 7. Attribute 3. Spirit 67. Attribute 4. Upon a successful attack, there is a 5 chance to inflict the paralysis status on the enemy for 15 seconds, 40-second cooldown per target. This legendary necklace was of the lowest grade, offering modest stat boosts, equivalent in value to a perfect grade dark gold necklace of the same level. However, the first 3 attributes were all spirit-related, making it an exceptional piece for mages. Had this been before his first clear, Li Fan would have undoubtedly sold it. But now, with his newly acquired sword Chi Master skill converting half of his basic attacks into magic damage, he decided to keep it for himself. Though lacking an active skill, the passive paralysis effect served as decent crowd control. As for the legendary helmet dropped by the Spider Lord, it was inferior to his current one, so he simply sold it to the Violet Mist Fairy. This run's loot wasn't particularly impressive, but at least he had learned a bronze tier skill, not a bad trade-off. Li Fan opened his skill list, where a new ability now resided. Charge LV2, bronze tier, active skill, dashes forward at 125 of maximum movement speed, consuming 30 MP per second during the sprint. No cooldown. Note: requires 30,000 EXP and a minimum character level of LV-25 to advance to the next tier. Maximum skill level capped at LV-10. Thanks to the title's effect, the skill was instantly elevated to LV-2 upon acquisition. Charge, a quintessential warrior ability in most games. In Endless Skies, warriors typically must reach LV-30 before learning it from NPC trainers. Splendid. A 25 boost in movement speed means less time wasted on travel. Li Fan's spirits soared with delight. Aside from the necklace and the charged skill tome, he surrendered all other spoils from the dungeon to the Violet Mist Fairy, pushing her outstanding debt beyond 7,500 gold. Now, Li Fan refrained from further dungeon expeditions. Upon reaching LV-20, one must undergo the first profession advancement to break the level cap. Dungeons can wait, but class promotion brooks no delay. Chapter 43, The Professional Advancement Trial, a 10-star challenge. The Spider Cave Trial dungeon offered substantial rewards, yet Li Fan chose not to continue farming it. The secondary reason was that excessive runs would inevitably devalue high-quality equipment. The primary reason, however, was his burning desire to reach level 20 and swiftly complete the Blacksmith's hidden quest. Once he obtained the Warrior's Heart reward, he could finally depart for the main city. Lingering in the Beginner's village held limited prospects. True progress lay in hunting level 20 monsters in the main city, leveraging his innate talents to rapidly accumulate agility stats. Legendary equipment, though impressive, would soon become obsolete due to its low level. With this in mind, Li Fan promptly parted ways with the Phoenix Guild members. Emerging from the dungeon, he found the area swarming with players. Look, the elites of the Phoenix Guild have appeared. Wow, the first clear team is a group of stunning ladies. Amazing. I want to join the Phoenix Guild too. Is the Divine Taisui also a girl? Where is the legendary Divine Taisui? I don't see the great Divine Taisui. Hey, that loser called Wusong Scram. Don't block our view. These players had gathered solely due to the first clear announcement. The moment Violet Mist Fairy and her companions appeared, they were immediately surrounded. Fortunately, Li Fan had prepared in advance, using his magic mask to disguise his ID as Wu Song once more and altering his appearance slightly, ensuring he remained unrecognized. The magic mask truly saved me from endless trouble. With a relieved smile, Li Fan ignored the commotion around the Phoenix Guild and promptly activated the Professional Advancement Trial Dungeon. System notification. You are about to enter the special solo dungeon Professional Advancement Trial. Please select the difficulty, 1, 10 stars, 10 being the highest. System notification. Special dungeon rules. Death or failure incurs no penalty. Upon completion, rewards will be granted based on the chosen difficulty, 1, 10 stars, including a one-time advancement in profession tier. System notification. This dungeon can only be attempted once every 24 hours. Choose your difficulty carefully. The Professional Advancement Trial was a unique feature of Endless Skies, akin to the Tribulations and Cultivation novels where breakthroughs to higher realms required overcoming trials. To progress beyond level 20, players had to conquer this solo dungeon. The 1, 10-star rating system dictated both challenge intensity and post-clear rewards. Notably, only hidden professions could access the 10-star difficulty. Ordinary professions capped at 9 stars. These trials recurred every 20 levels. In his past life, Li Fan's best performance had been clearing a 6-star difficulty. This time, however, he aimed to conquer the 10-star challenge from the very first trial. Let me recall the level 20 trial involves fighting enhanced versions of the beginner village bosses. At 10 stars, the strongest among them is likely an epic tier foe. In his previous life, although Li Fan had never conquered a 10-star difficulty dungeon, he was no stranger to its challenges. The forums once hosted posts by elite players who had cleared such trials, detailing what one might encounter. Li Fan remembered vividly the mightiest creature in the LV-20 class advancement trial was an LV-20 epic tier boss. However, the trial's objective wasn't to defeat it, but to survive its onslaught for a set duration. Begin. With a single thought, Li Fan vanished from the crowded dungeon plaza and materialized within the trial grounds. System notification. You have entered the class advancement trial. Current difficulty, 10 stars. Warning, monsters will spawn in 10 seconds. Prepare yourself. Trial description. Every 120 seconds, monsters will emerge randomly from 5 teleportation arrays. A maximum of 10 waves will spawn. Survive for 30 minutes under their assault. After absorbing the information, Li Fan surveyed his surroundings. He stood upon a circular platform, its surface carved from unyielding stone, spanning roughly 200 meters in diameter. At its center and along the edges, 5 faintly glowing gray teleportation arrays pulsed ominously. Dashing to the platform's edge, he discovered it floated suspended over an abyss, a bottomless void. So the battleground is confined to this platform, and the goal is mere survival for 30 minutes? That shouldn't pose much trouble for me. As the thought crossed his mind, the first wave of monsters materialized. The 4 peripheral arrays flared to life, disgorging dozens of creatures, cat demons, bull fiends, or spirits, a chaotic menagerie of LV-20 common tier beasts. Warning. First wave spawned. 100 LV-20 common tier monsters. With bestial roars, the horde charged toward him. Li Fan chose not to wait. He met them head-on, cutting them down with effortless precision. Swish, swish, swish. To him, these LV-20 common tier foes might as well have been made of paper. In under 20 seconds, the platform was cleared. Notification. Next wave arrives in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Prepare accordingly. No experience, no loot. Such was the nature of special trials. Li Fan understood. After a brief lull, the second wave arrived. Warning. Second wave spawned. 90 LV-20 common tier monsters, 10 LV-20 bronze tier monsters. Even at 10-star difficulty, the initial challenges remained measured. Yet for the average player, this would already spell trouble. After all, it is exceedingly challenging for an average player to eliminate 100 level 20 common monsters within 2 minutes. Failing to do so would result in the spawning of a second wave, exacerbating an already dire situation. Of course, for Li Fan, the second wave merely presented additional prey to be effortlessly dispatched. Swish, swish, swish. In no time, the entire horde lay vanquished beneath his blade. Even a bronze-tier mini-boss could not withstand a single second against him. After another minute or so of tedious waiting, the third wave emerged. System notification. The third wave has spawned, comprising 10 level 20 bronze-tier creatures and 5 level 20 silver-tier creatures. Though the monsters grew increasingly formidable, their dwindling numbers allowed Li Fan to dispatch them even faster. The fourth wave brought 5 silver-tier creatures and 1 gold-tier opponent. Soon after, the fifth wave arrived. 3 gold-tier monsters, Only then did Li Fan encounter the slightest semblance of resistance. Among these gold-tier foes lurked a spectral boss, impervious to physical attacks. Chapter 44, Legendary Tier. The Flying Boss, Manticore Lord Creature, Wasteland Wraith. Level, LV 20 Gold. Attributes, 50, 000 HP, 0 Physical Attack, 550 Magic Attack, 0 Physical Defense, 265 Magic Defense. Skills. Traits, immune to physical damage. As the crude panel information displayed, this golden tier boss was impervious to physical attacks. Had it been half an hour earlier, Li Fan would have been utterly helpless against it. Though his true damage from innate talents was his primary means of dealing with high-difficulty bosses, the prerequisite for such damage was landing a hit. If his sword couldn't even connect with the Wraith, how could the true damage take effect? Fortunately, the situation had changed. With the sword Aura Master skill now in his arsenal, Li Fan's attacks transformed, half physical, half magical. Swish, swish. Without hesitation, Li Fan unleashed 2 sword auras toward the Wraith. 121. 121. His magic attack was too feeble. The 55 physical portion of the sword aura was nullified by the Wraith's immunity, while the 55 magical portion barely scratched its defenses. Thus, his true damage remained the core of his offense. But that was enough. Swish, swish, swish. Li Fan attacked relentlessly, the sword auras surging forth at an astonishing frequency, weaving into a dazzling 10-meter-long pillar of white light. With a mere 50,000 HP, how could the Wraith withstand such overwhelming force? Especially when, within the first second of combat, Li Fan triggered the dual passives of his ring and necklace, instantly stunning the creature in place. Combat log. The passive effect of your silver ring of the hunting god activates. Wasteland Wraith enters a 6-second stun state. Combat log. The passive effect of your silver ring of the hunting god activates. Wasteland Wraith enters a 6-second paralysis state. Combat log. The passive effect of your paralysis necklace activates. The paralysis state of Wasteland Wraith extends to 12 seconds. A star-shaped stun icon materialized above the Wraith's head as its body convulsed uncontrollably. Moved by compassion, Li Fan couldn't bear to see it suffer. With swift strikes, he granted it merciful release. Notification. The next wave of monsters will spawn in 12 minutes and 10 seconds. Prepare accordingly. Notification. The 6th wave of monsters has spawned. This wave consists of one LV-20 dark gold creature. A dark gold boss had finally appeared. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, only to stifle a laugh upon recognizing the familiar foe. Was this the second boss from the Spider Cave trial, the explosive spider? Now elevated to LV-20 dark gold tier? Not bad. Some progress indeed. Muttering under his breath, Li Fan raised his sword and swiftly dispatched it with a flurry of slashes. After another tedious minute of waiting, the 7th wave arrived, 3 LV-20 dark gold creatures this time. Creatures of such caliber posed no resistance whatsoever before Li Fan. The extermination process was hardly worth mentioning. Within 30 seconds, Li Fan had annihilated them all. At the 16-minute and 10-second mark of the dungeon, the 8th wave emerged. This time, only a single entity appeared, yet it was a level 20 legendary creature, the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord. Creature, Crimson Rock Serpent Lord, Giant Bear. Power, level 20 legendary. Attributes, 600, 000 HP, 2024 physical attack, 2116 magical attack, 1300 physical defense, 1280 magical defense. Skills? A legendary boss Li Fan had never faced before. A flicker of interest stirred within him. The battle commenced swiftly. After a brief exchange, Li Fan discerned that the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord was an unremarkable legendary boss, balanced in offense and defense, with formidable endurance and a sudden petrification skill. Yet, equilibrium often signified mediocrity. Its attacks failed to land on Li Fan, and though its health and defenses were bolstered by the Constitution suffix, Li Fan dealt true damage, rendering its defenses meaningless. Disappointed, Li Fan shook his head and resolved to end the fight swiftly. A relentless assault triggered the passive crowd control effects of his necklace and ring. True to its legendary status, the Serpent Lord resisted the epic Ring's stun and paralysis, reducing their durations to 3, 5 and 2 seconds respectively. With the passive effects overlapping uncontrollably, the Serpent Lord was immobilized for just over 6 seconds. Within that window, Li Fan activated Phantom Dance, carving away 200,000 HP from the beast. Hissing in fury, the Serpent Lord awoke from its incapacitation, lashing out wildly. But its rage was impotent before Li Fan. What use was fury if it could not strike its target? As a physically oriented boss without area of effect attacks, the Serpent Lord relied on brute strength and speed. Yet even its swiftness paled before Li Fan's, failing to force him to reveal any survival trump cards. After a brief skirmish, another 100,000 HP was whittled away. Once the cooldowns of Silver Ring of the Hunting God and Paralysis Necklace reset, the Serpent Lord suffered another round of crowd control. The scene repeated. Li Fan unleashed a torrent of damage, with differing cooldowns, 40 and 30 seconds. He enjoyed even more uninterrupted assault time. By the time the control effects faded, the Serpent Lord's health had plummeted below 20. Enraged. Petrification. The Crimson Rock Serpent Lord activated both skills in succession. After its frenzied state, its attack speed and damage surged dramatically. Yet it still failed to strike the agile Li Fan. The Petrification skill, a fan-shaped area of effect control, was deftly avoided as Li Fan swiftly positioned himself behind the creature. Subsequently, the Crimson Rock Serpent Lord unleashed a series of abilities, but by then, Li Fan had already deciphered its combat patterns, navigating the encounter with effortless precision until its demise. Notably, in the final moments, Li Fan deliberately tempered his assault. As the respawn bosses grew increasingly formidable, he sought to stack the passive effect, Hunter's Instinct, from the 5th attribute of his epic ring. Only after the 9th wave of monsters emerged did he finally vanquish the Blazing Serpent, by which point the passive had accumulated 4 stacks, augmenting his 4 core attributes by 20. Notification: the 9th wave of monsters has spawned. This round features 2 level 20 legendary creatures and 3 level 20 dark gold entities. Eliminate the fragile ones first to clear the field, he strategized. Swiftly, the 3 dark gold bosses fell one by one to Li Fan's relentless strikes. Then, he turned his undivided attention to the 2 legendary adversaries, the familiar Arachnid Lord and the newfound Chimera Lord. The battle against the Arachnid Lord required little deliberation, its patterns long since mastered. But the Chimera Lord, this creature took flight. Chapter 45, The Epic Boss. Cerberus of the Underworld. Aerial bosses currently pose an existential threat to Li Fan, as he lacks the means to engage them mid-flight. However, the silver lining is that the Griffin Lord's attacks are far from guaranteed to land. During combat, Li Fan observed that the Griffin Lord primarily employs 2 attack patterns in its standard state. The first involves launching a volley of 7 or 8 conical stingers from its tail. The second manifests as a swirling black tornado. Evading the stingers proves relatively effortless for Li Fan. Given their visible trajectory and travel time, he can anticipate their landing points and maneuver accordingly. The black tornado, however, presents a formidable challenge. Spanning approximately 5 meters in diameter, this slowly advancing vortex exerts tremendous gravitational pull on its surroundings, severely disrupting Li Fan's positioning. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, even a momentary lapse in concentration results in simultaneous assaults from both the Arachnid Monarch and the Griffin Lord. Combat log. You have sustained damage from Arachnid Monarch, LV. 20 legendary creature. 404 HP lost. Combat log. You have sustained damage from Griffin Lord, LV. 20 legendary creature. S-Tail Stinger. 339 HP lost. Fortunately, Li Fan's extraordinary constitution, boosted to 294 HP with his ring's passive effects fully stacked, renders these legendary bosses' attacks mere trifles. His dual defenses, exceeding 500 points, further trivialize their offensive efforts. The strategic investment in vitality now bears fruit. As for the negligible health depletion, a few strikes against the Arachnid Monarch activate his lifesteal ability, restoring his vitality to full within moments. Abandoning defensive maneuvers, Li Fan focuses his assault on the Arachnid Monarch, content to endure the Griffin Lord's attacks while merely evading crowd control abilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 170, 170, 170. With his rings passive maxed, Li Fan's agility soars to 15,680. Coupled with an 8 damage amplification against poison targets from his venomous necklace, his DPS reaches catastrophic levels. The Phantom Sword Dance buff elevates his attack speed beyond 200 strikes per second. How long could the Arachnid Monarch possibly endure? Having memorized the Spider Lord's every tactic, Li Fan anticipates its moves with unsettling precision, down to predicting the nature of its less dignified emissions. Under these circumstances, the battle becomes child's play. He maintains distance during its Legend's Wrath, crowd control ability, preserving his Ragnar K ultimate while relying on his armor's purification effect to break free. Keeping his distance minimizes follow-up damage during immobilization. As for abilities like Infernal Conflagration and Wall of Flames, Li Fan stands his ground, lifesteal rendering him invincible. Soon, the Arachnid Monarch falls, leaving Li Fan to duel the Griffin Lord alone. The Lion Scorpion Overlord did not remain airborne throughout the entire battle. Its massive frame was approximately 6 to 10 times the size of an ordinary lion. With a pair of fleshy wings that required tremendous effort to sustain flight, likely the reason it periodically descended to rest. These moments presented Li Fan with his prime opportunities to strike. As a flying boss, the Lion Scorpion Overlord was notably less formidable in ground combat, making it slightly easier for Li Fan to handle compared to the Spider Overlord. However, due to the sheer disparity in size and strength, preventing it from taking flight again proved nearly impossible, resulting in intermittent windows for offense. Fortunately, without the Spider Overlord's ground-based coordination, the Lion Scorpion's standard attacks stood little chance of landing. When its health dropped to 70, the beast unleashed a devastating dive from the sky, a thunderous impact that shook the earth, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Though the strike was swift, its trajectory was not lost on Li Fan's keen perception. Rather than blocking the physical assault with a skill shield, he opted for a deft leap, suspending himself midair just long enough to evade the shockwave before gracefully touching down. Now it's my turn. Li Fan surged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage. The passive stun effect from his ring triggered, followed by the paralysis from his necklace, allowing him to pummel the Lion Scorpion Overlord for over 6 seconds, enough to slash its health below 50. Just then, another system prompt flashed. Alert! Wave 10 monsters have spawned. A single LV-20 epic tier creature. Alert! All 10 waves have been deployed. Remaining survival time to clear the stage, 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Li Fan momentarily abandoned the Lion Scorpion Overlord, turning his gaze toward the central teleportation array, where a monstrous figure emerged, a 3-headed hound of colossal proportions. Creature: Cerberus, Ursine, Intelligent. Tier: LV-20 Epic. Stats: 1. 2 MHP, 4300 Physical ATK, 4200 Magical ATK. 2135 Physical DF, 2165 Magical DF. Skills: an LV-20 Epic Tier creature. Even Li Fan couldn't suppress a shudder at its staggering attributes. 1. 2 million HP, for 1000 dual attack, 2100 dual defense. At this stage, no player in the entire server could even dream of challenging this beast, except me. His focus sharpened to a razor's edge. Rather than recklessly engaging, he cautiously tested the waters, exchanging a few probing strikes with Cerberus. 157, 158, 3010, 170-17, 170-17. A single kick from the beast's hind leg carved over 3000 HP from Li Fan's reserves, while his own attacks remained pitifully unchanged, a mere 170 damage per hit. I can likely withstand around 89 of its attacks, no major issue. With my weapon and earrings combined providing a 10 life steal effect, as long as my attack speed remains high, I can even trade blows with it under normal circumstances. Survive for 9 minutes and 50 seconds? Why not just eliminate it instead? Li Fan felt confident and began to loosen up in his movements. Just then, the Hellhound played dirty, barely enduring less than 100 strikes from Li Fan, with its health still at 98. For it unleashed a skill. Combat log: Hellhound LV. 20 epic creature, activated Magma Surge. You have taken skill damage, losing 300 HP per second. You are afflicted with burning, losing 500 HP per second for 10 seconds. The left head of the Hellhound roared skyward before spewing a torrent of crimson magma from its maw, swiftly flooding the entire platform. Li Fan had no escape. This skill left no blind spots, forcing him to endure it head-on. Phantom Dance, activate. Steal life, steal more life. Since evasion was impossible, Li Fan chose to stand his ground. Whatever health he lost, he would reclaim through life steal. Like many bosses, the Hellhound remained stationary while casting its area of effect skill. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fan swiftly circled to its rear and, targeting its vulnerable hindquarters, unleashed a barrage of 200 strikes per second, empowered by his buffs. Chapter 46. Fierce Battle Erupts. The boss's invincible skill, Perilous Situation. The surge in power increased Li Fan's additional damage to the boss's weak point by approximately 5. In an instant, a dense flurry of numbers erupted above the Hellhound's 3 heads. Meanwhile, Li Fan's health fluctuated wildly, one moment at 18,000, the next soaring to 23,000. The Hellhound seemed rather dull-witted, perhaps its multiple heads interfering with its instincts. Even the Silver Wolf King knew to shield its vulnerable spot with its tail. Yet the Hellhound failed to do so initially. Just as its tail finally moved to cover its weakness, the passive effect of Li Fan's ring triggered. Combat log. The passive attribute of your Silver Ring of the Hunting God has activated. Hellhound enters a 2.1 second stun state, as expected of an epic tier boss. The duration of control was reduced. Still, it was enough for Li Fan to unleash a devastating assault. Simultaneously, the paralysis effect from his ring and necklace activated. Combat log. The passive attribute of your Silver Ring of the Hunting God has activated. Hellhound enters a 2.1 second paralysis state. Combat log. The passive attribute of your paralysis necklace has activated. The paralysis state of Wraith of the Wilds is extended to 3.1 seconds. The Hellhound's skills were forcibly interrupted. Its 3 massive heads drooped, and its entire body convulsed violently as if seized by spasms. Between the stun and paralysis, the total control duration lasted roughly 4 seconds. And in those 4 seconds, Li Fan struck relentlessly, each blow landing precisely on its vulnerable spot. Worth noting, the Griffin Lord in the sky seized the opportunity to attack Li Fan multiple times, but he paid it no heed. A mere LV. 20 legendary tier boss. Even if it struck him, how much damage could it possibly deal? As long as it couldn't kill him in one hit, the attacks were meaningless. Li Fan sneered. Whatever health the Griffin Lord drained from him, he siphoned back from the Hellhound within 0.1 seconds. His health remained at full capacity. Once the 4 seconds of control ended, combined with his initial assault, the Hellhound's health had plummeted to around 68. Roar. Enraged by losing a third of its health in such a short time, the Hellhound threw back its 3 heads and howled. The moment it broke free from the control effects, it unleashed a triple skill barrage. Combat log. Hellhound, LV, 20 epic creature, has used the skill Magma Surge. You have suffered skill damage, losing 300 HP per second. You have entered the burning state, losing 500 HP per second for 10 seconds. Combat log. Hellhound, LV, 20 epic creature, has used the skill Multiple Tracking Ice. You have suffered skill damage, losing 900 HP. You have entered the slowed state, reducing attack and movement speed by 30 for 10 seconds. Combat alert. Cerberus, LV 20 epic creature, unleashes skill Thunderous Judgment. You suffer 5,900 HP damage and enter paralysis state. Immobilized for 5 seconds. The left head of the Hellhound spews molten magma while the right head fires tracking ice shards the size of fists. The central head tilts skyward, discharging dark lightning orbs that soon fracture into countless electrified tendrils filling the entire platform. Each of these 3 abilities constitutes an omnidirectional area of effect assault, devastating in damage, and each inflicting debilitating status effects. Li Fan's extraordinary mobility proves futile within the confined combat space. Within moments, his health plummets past the halfway mark while suffering burn, slow, and paralysis simultaneously. Most cruelly, all 3 skills maintain persistent damage over time. The situation demands immediate, all-out retaliation. Gritting his teeth, Li Fan activates his entire arsenal. Twilight of the Gods, engaged. Fury of the Desperate, activated. Epic Ring ability, Hunter's Moment, unleashed. To counter potential healing. Earring skill, Toxic Genesis, reduces enemy regeneration by 50, deployed. Instantaneously, Li Fan ascends to his ultimate battle form. The ring's Hunter's Moment proves particularly transformative, augmenting his attack speed and movement by 80, the 30 attack boost being inconsequential since normal strikes couldn't penetrate the beast's defenses regardless. His pre-existing Phantom Dance buff, enhanced to LV4 by tidal effects, persists with 11 remaining seconds of its 16-second duration. This synergy elevates his attack speed to 210 of base values, exceeding 450 strikes per second. The moment his buffs activate, Li Fan becomes a whirlwind of steel against the hellish beast. Swish, swish, swish. 348-35. 348-35. 170-17. Though Cerberus protects its vulnerable underside with its tail, the defense proves meaningless against Li Fan's assault. Even calculating conservatively at 170 damage per hit is 470 attacks per second. Barrage approaches 80. 000 cumulative damage per second, an onslaught no creature could endure. within 3 seconds. The beleaguered monster triggers its desperate countermeasure. Combat Alert. Cerberus, LV-20 Epic Creature. Activates Superior Thorns for 30 seconds. Each attack you land reflects 500 true damage. This retaliation poses existential danger. At 470 attacks per second, the reflected damage would obliterate Li Fan even with tenfold his maximum health. The battle has reached its critical juncture. Alas, the existence of fury and despair ensures Li Fan's health cannot drop below 1 point during his buff period. Your counterattack is rendered futile. Li Fan continues his relentless assault, and unwittingly, the Hellish Cerberus unleashes another life-preserving skill. Combat Log. Hellish Cerberus, LV-20 Epic Creature. Activates Skill Life Reclamation, recovering 60 of lost health over the next 10 seconds. Combat Log. Hellish Cerberus, LV-20 Epic Creature, is afflicted by your necklace's active skill source of venom, reducing health recovery by 50. At this moment, the Hellish Cerberus's health has fallen below 40. Even if it recovers 30 of its lost health, that still amounts to 180,000. Yet, it matters little. The first clear title has elevated Li Fan's Fury and Despair and Twilight of the Gods skills to LV2 automatically, extending their duration by 2 seconds. What does an extra 180,000 health recovery signify? Nearly an additional 2 or 3 seconds of slashing. Soon, the Hellish Cerberus's health dwindles to 5. Then, the moment Li Fan dreads most arrives. A golden shield suddenly envelopes the Hellish Cerberus. Combat Log. Hellish Cerberus, LV-20 Epic Creature, activates Skill Demon God's Protection, becoming invincible and immune to control effects for the next 5 seconds. At this very moment, Li Fan's Epic Ring ability, Moment of the Hunt, has but 1 second remaining. The durations of Fury and Despair and Twilight of the Gods are also down to their final 3 seconds. Peril. For the first time since his rebirth, Li Fan faces genuine, life-threatening danger. Chapter 47. Perilous Circumstances, Slaying the Hellhound. Li Fan's combat strategy was highly efficient, yet fraught with immense risk. Under normal circumstances, confronting a high-difficulty boss like the Hellhound required a measured, rhythmic approach, ensuring the boss's abilities were unleashed at predictable intervals. However, depleting more than half of its health in a short span triggered a frenzied barrage of skills, a phenomenon previously observed during the Nightmare Mode Spider Lord encounter. The Hellhound, now in an invincible state, rendered Li Fan utterly powerless. Despite his explosive burst damage, he could only watch helplessly as his buff timers dwindled. A second later, the Hunting Moment Ring's buff expired, drastically reducing his attack and movement speed. 2 seconds after that, Desperate Fury and Twilight of the Gods concluded their cooldowns. Yet Li Fan remained incapable of harming the Hellhound. The beast, undeterred by its invulnerability, unleashed another devastating trio of skills: Magma Surge, Multi-Tracking Ice, and Thunderous Wrath. Trapped within the overlapping AV onslaught, Li Fan could neither fight nor flee, forced into complete immobility. Fortunately, the moment Desperate Fury faded, the passive ability of his legendary helmet, Ares Will, activated, granting him 3 seconds of invincibility. 2 seconds later, the Hellhound's invulnerability finally dissipated, but by then, its health had regenerated to approximately 11. And its Thorn's effect persisted for another 20 seconds. With only 1 second of invincibility remaining, eliminating 11 of its health seemed impossible. Wait, was the Manticore Lord taking flight? Li Fan's eyes gleamed with sudden realization. Unnoticed amidst the chaos, the airborne Manticore Lord had descended to the ground and now flapped its wings, preparing to ascend once more. A daring idea ignited in his mind. At its peak altitude, the Manticore Lord hovered roughly 15 meters above the ground, likely beyond the reach of Thunderous Wrath and Magma Surge. Whether Multi-Tracking Ice could strike at such heights remained uncertain, but remaining on the ground meant certain death. Without hesitation, Li Fan sprinted toward the Manticore Lord, leaping onto its back just as it took flight. Whoosh! The beast thrashed violently, yet Li Fan clung like stubborn resin, unshaken by its desperate attempts to dislodge him. Once steadied, he freed his right hand and drove his sword into the Manticore Lord's flesh. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike carved into its hide, steadily draining its health until, at last, the creature unleashed a new, unforeseen ability. Combat Alert. Manticore Overlord, LV-20 Legendary Creature. Unleashes Skillbone Spikes. You suffer 648 HP damage. Afflicted with severe bleeding status. Losing 1 base HP per second for 10 seconds. Along its spine, a row of 30-centimeter-long bone spikes suddenly emerged. Li Fan, caught off guard, was struck by the projectiles. Fortunately, the damage was negligible. His earlier onslaught had already restored his health above 1,000 points, rendering the Manticore Overlord's assault inconsequential. From the skies, the Hellhound's molten surges and thunderous strikes could no longer reach Li Fan. Yet, the homing ice shards still weaved toward him menacingly. He dared not lower his guard. Those frozen projectiles dealt devastating damage. With renewed vigor, he hacked relentlessly at the Manticore Overlord. 170-17, 170-17, 170-17, 348-35. Initially, his blade carved into the beast's muscular back, but soon, his keen eye spotted a vulnerable patch of bare skin near the base of its skull, a glaring weak point within his reach. A precise thrust confirmed his suspicion. From then on, every strike exploited that flaw, dealing critical damage. 2 seconds into his assault, the trio of homing ice shards closed in. 5,900, 5,900, 2,950. 3 staggering numbers erupted above Li Fan's head. His health, barely halfway restored, plummeted to double digits, under 100 HP, while a crippling slow debilitated him. Too close. Had he not deflected the final ice shard with a timely shield counter, death would have claimed him. Clutching the Manticore's mane as it thrashed, Li Fan exhaled shakily, his pulse racing. He had endured 2 direct hits, leaving him at a precarious 3,020 HP. In desperation, he released his grip with his left hand, activating shield counter midair to have the 3rd projectile damage. A fraction slower, and he would have plummeted to the ground. Another stroke of luck. The Hellhound's damage reflection trait didn't trigger against shield counter's retaliation, sparing him from certain doom. No time to waste. Lifesteal now. Pressed against the Manticore's back, Li Fan resumed his assault with the sword, each strike siphoning vitality. 348-35. 348-35. Below, the Hellhound's frenzied phase had waned. Its health had regenerated by hundreds of thousands, and its attacks grew sporadic. Helpless, it watched as Li Fan rode the Manticore like a living glider. Soon, Li Fan's health was fully restored through relentless strikes. He eased his offensive tempo. The Manticore was too valuable a tool to discard prematurely. Not until the Hellhound lay vanquished would he consider felling his makeshift mount. Before long, the Hellhound's damage reflection duration expired. Its massive frame loomed imposingly, perched upon the Scorpion Lion Lord's back. Li Fan realized he could precisely strike it at the maximum range of his sword energy. What ensued was a rather shameless spectacle. The Scorpion Lion Lord essentially transformed into Li Fan's aerial mount and combat assistant. From this vantage point, Li Fan relentlessly unleashed sword energy upon the 3-headed hellhound below, while the beast could scarcely retaliate. Occasionally, it would launch a homing ice attack, but Li Fan, having learned from prior encounters, adapted swiftly. Though the tracking ice inflicted severe, unavoidable damage, the health lost could be replenished through continued offense, and when necessary, a well-timed shield deflection mitigated the injury. A true kiting strategy unfolded. Li Fan grew increasingly exhilarated, savoring the rare delight of a melee fighter outmaneuvering a boss like a ranged class. However, this tactic came to an abrupt end when the Scorpion Lion Lord descended once more. Just as the enraged hellhound prepared to strike Li Fan down, his epic ring and legendary necklace intervened, imposing a 3-second stun and paralysis upon the beast. This time, Li Fan permitted no recovery. Activating the freshly cooled-down Phantom Dance, he unleashed a furious barrage of strikes, swiftly finishing off the weakened creature. Chapter 48. The Hidden 12-Star Evaluation Advancement Profession unveiled. Leaderboards now accessible. Navigating through this constrained terrain while battling an epic boss proved rather challenging for me. My attributes simply weren't sufficient. Nevertheless, I managed to prevail. Now, all that remains is to eliminate the Manticore Lord to secure the 10-star evaluation profession reward. After vanquishing the Hellhound, Li Fan exhaled deeply in relief. Though the Manticore Lord still lingered, a mere level 20 legendary creature no longer warranted his concern. True to expectations, the ensuing battle proceeded smoothly, devoid of complications. And soon the Manticore Lord followed the Hellhound into oblivion. System notification: you have eradicated all creatures within the dungeon. The trial concludes prematurely. System notification: due to your exceptional performance, congratulations. You have unlocked the hidden 12-star evaluation advancement profession, the highest tier available. System notification: please select between Sword and Shield Ranger or Bulwark Master as your new profession. A 12-star evaluation profession? Li Fan was taken aback. In his recollection, the finest reward had only ever been a 10-star advancement profession. What sorcery was this 12-star variant? The dungeon's requirement was to survive for 30 minutes. Yet I annihilated every foe ahead of schedule, thereby unlocking a hidden reward? Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Now, let me examine the distinctions between the Sword and Shield Ranger and the Bulwark Master. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, Li Fan perused the brief descriptions of the two advancement professions. Sword and Shield Ranger, a first-tier advancement profession conceived by the demigod Aragorn in ancient times. Wields either a two-handed greatsword or a one-handed sword paired with a shield. Exhibits remarkable mobility in combat, blending formidable offensive prowess with elegant self-preservation. 12-star profession bonus. Base strength and stamina increased by 100 points. Agility increased by 200 points. Gains 60 free attribute points per level up and immediately acquires 3 legendary tier skills upon profession change. Bulwark Master, a first-tier advancement profession devised by the demigod Geasher in antiquity. Employs either a two-handed tower shield or a one-handed sword paired with a shield. Excels in defensive capabilities, boasting unparalleled resilience. 12-star profession bonus. Base strength and stamina increased by 200 points. Physical and magical defense increased by 20. Maximum HP increased by 50. Gains 60 free attribute points per level up and immediately acquires 3 legendary tier skills upon profession change. After reviewing the summaries, Li Fan made his decision without hesitation. The Sword and Shield Ranger. It had to be the Sword and Shield Ranger. Both professions offered identical attribute point gains upon leveling up. However, the Sword and Shield Ranger's offensive capabilities aligned perfectly with Li Fan's needs. After all, the best defense is overwhelming offense. If one can obliterate a boss in an instant, defense becomes irrelevant. Though the Bulwark Master's description appeared practical, Li Fan deemed it unsuitable for his playstyle. The bonuses and descriptions clearly leaned toward a pure tanking role, which would poorly synergize with his SSS tier agility boosting talent. Li Fan did not hesitate and immediately confirmed his choice. Notification: you have successfully advanced to the Tier 1 class, Sword and Shield Ranger. Notification: your strength and stamina have increased by 100 points, agility by 200 points. And you will now gain 60 free attribute points per level until reaching LV 41. Notification: you have automatically mastered the legendary skills, Sword and Shield Technique, Fatal Cleave, and Tempest Swordplay. Notification: as the first player in the entire server to advance to a Tier 1 class, you have been rewarded with 100 free attribute points. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your name? Do not hide. Having made the same choices before, Li Fan directed his full attention to the details of the 3 newly acquired skills. Server-wide announcement. Player Taishuation, LV 20 Sword and Shield Ranger from M4399 Beginner Village has successfully advanced to a Tier 1 class, earning the reward for being the first player to do so. His heroic deeds shall forever be etched into the annals of Endless Skies history. X3. Server-wide announcement. The first player to advance to a Tier 1 class has emerged. The server-wide level and equipment rankings have been unlocked. Players who rank will receive generous rewards based on their position. All players may now check the top 1,000 players in the server-wide level and equipment rankings via the personal interface. X3. The announcements flashed across the server 6 times in succession. Only an hour had passed since Li Fan led the first clear of the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave trial. Yet another wave of astonishment swept through the world of Endless Skies. Players across the server erupted in frenzy once more. Good heavens, what is happening? The server announcements are spamming again? And it's that Taishuation once more. Someone from M4399 Beginner Village, explain. Just who is this Taishuation? How is he so ridiculously overpowered? The first player to advance in the entire server. Such an honor. I'm dying of envy. During the game as promotion, they mentioned that advancing at LV 20 requires a clash trial with a difficulty rating of 19 stars. An hour ago, Taishuation was only LV 19. Did he really challenge a low difficulty trial in such a short time? If that is the case, then Taishuation is a complete fool. Sacrificing the chance for a high-star evaluation just to advance early. What a short-sighted move. Soon enough, I'll surpass him. Surpass Taishuation? Fool. Take a proper look at the rankings before spouting nonsense. Damn it, this guy actually, as players examined the 2 ranking lists, silence fell over them all. Those who had assumed Li Fan had taken the easy path to advance early were left utterly dumbfounded. For in both newly unlocked rankings, Li Fan's name stood proudly at the very top. First place in both rankings. Server-wide level rankings. Maintains a record of the top 1,000 players across all servers. With real-time updates whenever rankings shift. Rewards are distributed based on rankings captured precisely at 2,400 hours daily, weekly, on the final day of each week, and monthly on the final day of each month. Daily rewards. First place, immediate advancement by 1 level. Second place, 75 of the current level's experience bar. Third place, 50 of the current level's experience bar. Fourth to 10th place, 30 of the current level's experience bar. 11th to 100th place, 20 of the current level's experience bar. 101st to 1000th place, 10 of the current level's experience bar. Weekly rewards. First place, immediate advancement by 3 levels. Second place, immediate advancement by 2 levels. Third place, immediate advancement by 1 level. Fourth to 10th place, 75 of the current level's experience bar. 11th to 100th place, 50 of the current level's experience bar. 101st to 1000th place, 30 of the current level's experience bar. Monthly rewards. First place, immediate advancement by 10 levels. Second place, immediate advancement by 7 levels. Third place, immediate advancement by 5 levels. Fourth to 10th place, immediate advancement by 3 levels. 11th to 100th place, immediate advancement by 2 levels. 101st to 1000th place, immediate advancement by 1 level. Note, players exceeding level 200 will no longer be included in this ranking system. Chapter 49, topping both charts, shocking the entire server. The leaderboards in Endless Skies not only bring fame to those who make the list, but also grant tangible rewards. Taking the top spot as an example, merely a month's worth of ranking rewards could elevate a player by at least 52 levels. Such staggering incentives are enough to drive every player into a frenzy. Though these rewards cease beyond level 200, that milestone remains distant for now. At present, no one can resist the allure of the leaderboard prizes. And since rankings fluctuate constantly, players naturally keep a close eye on them. Yet, the information regarding the top-ranked player left everyone in despair. Server-wide level leaderboard rankings. First place, Taiswation, Sword and Shield Ranger, LV, 20, 85, 67. Second place, Bloody Jack, Shadow Assassin, LV, 19, 99, 96. Third place, Christina, a Necromancer, LV, 19, 99, 93. Fourth place, Undying Monarch, Archer, LV, 19, 99, 92. 1000th place, this one is called Longing Warrior, LV, 1964, 80. Upon seeing these rankings, players on the game as forums erupted in discussion. Damn. Even the 1000th ranked player is already level 19? I just hit level 15, and I'm already feeling crushed. How hardcore are these top players? I'm level 17. The highest in my small team, and I used to feel proud. But after checking the leaderboard, I realize I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. There are so many elites, and the competition is brutal. Yet, that cheat like Taiswation stands alone, already nearing level 21. Players at level 20 are supposed to be bottlenecked by their class advancement quests, but Taiswation has already cleared his, so while he only leads by about 1 level. The actual gap is massive. How the hell did Taiswation pull this off? Unbelievable. Taiswation is one of us Koreans, you know. Though players anticipated fierce competition in Endless Skies, the reality surpassed expectations. From second to the 1000th place, every single player was level 19. Such intensity. While lamenting the difficulty of climbing the ranks, many also gained a stark realization of Li Fan's dominance. Out of hundreds of millions of players, you're the only one standing at the peak? Absolutely insane. And this astonishment only intensified when they turned their attention to the equipment leaderboard. Server-wide equipment leaderboard. Comprehensive scoring of each player's equipment is conducted, recording the top 1,000 players in the server-wide equipment score ranking. The leaderboard is updated in real time upon any changes. Based on the rankings at 2,400 hours daily, at 2,400 hours on the last day of each week, and at 2,400 hours on the last day of each month. Corresponding rewards are distributed. Daily rewards. First place, 1 Obsidian Treasure Chest, 2 ND place, 1 Golden Treasure Chest, 3 RD place, 1 Silver Treasure Chest, 4 TH, 10th place, 1 Bronze Treasure Chest, 11 TH, 100th place, 1 Iron Treasure Chest, 101 ST, 1000th place, 10 Iron Treasure Chest Fragments. Note, collecting 20 Iron treasure chest fragments allows synthesis into one iron treasure chest. These fragments can only be used for this purpose. All rewarded chests will yield items corresponding to the player's level at the time of claiming. Weekly rewards. First place, 1 legendary treasure chest, 2 ND place, 1 obsidian treasure chest, 3 RD place, 1 golden treasure chest, 4 TH, 10th place, 1 silver treasure chest, 11 TH, 100th place, 1 bronze treasure chest, 101 SD, 1000th place, 1 iron treasure chest. Monthly rewards. First place, 1 epic treasure chest, 2 ND place, 1 legendary treasure chest, 3 RD place, 1 obsidian treasure chest, 4 TH, 10th place, 1 golden treasure chest, 11 TH, 100th place, 1 silver treasure chest, 101 SD, 1000th place, 1 bronze treasure chest. Note: players exceeding level 200 will no longer be included in this ranking. Server-wide equipment ranking information. First place, Tai Suation, Sword Shield Ranger, equipment, Silver Ring of the Hunting God, LV. 15 Epic Ring, 1033 points equipment, Old Helmet of Ares the War God, LV. 18 Legendary Helmet, 417 points. Equipment, Thorn Shield, LV. 10 Silver Offhand Weapon, 66 points total equipment score, 3,450 points. Second place, Violet Fairy, Warrior, equipment, Stormblade, LV. 19 Legendary Two-Handed Weapon, 777 points equipment, Radiant Helmet, LV. 18 Legendary Helmet, 398 points. Total equipment score, 1,739 points. Third place, Chi-Chi, Assassin, equipment, Crescent Dagger, LV. 18 Obsidian Main Weapon, 265 points equipment, Plague Earring, LV. 18 Obsidian Earring, 233 points. Total equipment score, 1,035 points. Fourth place, Aim Shoot, Archer, equipment, Explosive Quiver, LV. 18 Obsidian Offhand Weapon, 230 points equipment, Storm Crossbow, LV. 19 Golden Main Weapon, 149 points. Total equipment score, 888 points. Fifth place, Bloody Jack, Shadow Assassin, equipment, Demon Bullhorn Dagger, LV. 17 Obsidian Main Weapon, 240 points equipment, Moonlight Armor, LV. 15 Golden Chest Piece, 136 points. Total equipment score, 871 points. Rank 1000. This one is called Longing, Warrior. Equipped with Fine Iron Longsword, LV. 16 Bronze Two-Handed Weapon, 55 points. Equipped with Chainmail, LV. 16 Bronze Chest Armor, 27 points. Total equipment score, 298 points. Similar to the global level ranking, the equipment ranking also offers substantial rewards. However, unlike the level leaderboard, 9 out of the top 15 players on the equipment ranking were previously featured alongside Tai Suation in the first clear announcements. Members of the Phoenix Pioneering Team. Damn, they've already obtained epic tier gear? That's utterly insane. What the hell? Haven T even managed to gather a full set of basic white equipment. And Tai Suation already has epic tier items? The gap is just absurd. I'm devastated. Take note, among the top 15, 9 were players who once cleared the Nightmare Dungeon with Tai Suation. These individuals have already left the rest of us far behind. In the Nightmare Mode Spider Cave Trial, wasn't he the strongest boss only at the Legendary tier? How the hell did Tai Suation get his hands on an epic tier ring? Damn it, he must be cheating. 10,000 bucks for Tai Suation's cheat. DM me if you know how. With such lucrative ranking rewards. ISNT, this just reinforcing the vicious cycle where the strong grow stronger while the weak fall further behind? My morale is shattered. I'm heading straight to the forums to report this. The player base was stunned. Only a few days into the server launch. Most players could only dream of obtaining even a single Black Iron tier item, with the majority barely scraping together a full set of basic white gear. Yet, the top-ranked players already wielded Dark Gold, Legendary, and even epic tier equipment. This was beyond outrageous. Thus, under the influence of certain malicious actors, forum posts demanding official investigations into Tai Suation's account began to surge in popularity. Just as everyone assumed the game's administration would take until at least the next day to respond, to their utter astonishment, an official reply was issued almost immediately. Chapter 50, Official Announcement, The Greatest Deception in Endless Skies Emerges, Post Title, Response to Reports Regarding Player Tai Suation, posted by Endless Sky's intelligent core system. Content. Over the past hour, tens of thousands of players have reported abnormal gameplay data concerning the player Tai Sui-shun. After thorough analysis by our intelligent core system, we hereby declare that all of Tai Sui-shun's game statistics are entirely legitimate, with no evidence of third-party plugins or exploitation of game bugs. We reiterate, the world of Endless Skies contains no exploitable glitches, and no external software can influence gameplay. This game provides an impeccably fair environment for all participants. Do you aspire to become the next Tai Sui-shun? Diligence is your path, with relentless effort and a touch of fortune. Perhaps you too shall ascend as the realm's next supreme champion, reigning atop the global leaderboards. 1L, Invincible Raptor Warrior first. 2L, My wife is Misaka Makoto Remarkable, official response already. Front row spectator here. 3L, NoFap Day 3, Endless Skies Intelligent Core System? Just say the devs, pretentious naming aside, this clarification suffices. Tai Sui-shun's dominance seems mere serendipity. My surpassing him remains plausible. 4L, Address me as dashing precisely. Endless Skies bears the endorsement of the 5 permanent nations. Cheating is inconceivable. Tai Sui-shun is but a fortunate soul. You could be next. 5L, Has Conan ended by 2042? Official reassurance relieves me. Envious of Tai Sui-shun's fortune and prowess, may I too harvest life essences and unlock hidden quests. 19L, Monarch Grandmaster Ma, my diligence persists. Why does the chasm between us remain? This explanation pacifies, however. I shall strive not for dual supremacy, but as the realm's paramount warrior. 20L, Love's Magical Whirl awestruck by Monarch United's elite. Ranked 77th in levels, 81st in gear, undisputed top 10 warrior. Homage. 99L, Blood Covenant Knight Phantom, my cadre has secured life essences. I tread a hidden quest path. Yet Tai Sui-shun's lead dwarfs mine. Might his tier and function be disclosed? Such curiosity burns. 100L, Why harm adorable bunnies? Kneel before Blood Covenant's champion. Speculation. Tai Sui-shun wields SSS tier. No lesser grade could explain such supremacy. 101L, Art is its own reward. Pay attention to the post content. The core AI system of Endless Skies stated that the talent of Tai Sui-shun is merely above average, likely not SSS tier. My guess is S tier or SS tier. And it's an early game talent, which explains his current dominance. 102L, Traditional craftsmanship for 20 years. I concur with the esteemed gentleman above. For 98L, Monarch of Eternal Life offering a base salary of 30 million for Tai Sui-shun's offline contract signing. 10,000 bonus for any valid contact leads. For 99L, Blood War Alliance. Conquer the world, raising the bid to 31 million base salary for Tai Sui-shun to join our team. 10,000 bonus for verified contact information. 500L, Leader of the Justice Alliance, 32 million base salary, flexible terms, and plenty of female companions. Tai Sui-shun, join us. 10,000 bonus for reliable leads. 501L, Tai Sui-shun tempting. Prove your sincerity by sending me 50 first. 8848L, Ultimate Elementary Overlord. I also drew an incredible talent. So the only difference between me and Tai Sui-shun is effort and a slight gap in luck? Haha. Very well. Brace yourselves. Within a month, I shall surpass Tai Sui-shun and claim the title of the strongest in the server. 8849L, Bald but still weak. The boundless confidence of youth. May you never awaken to the crushing truth of mediocrity, as I have. 8850L, Champion from the cosmic superpower. Tai Sui-shun is clearly one of our glorious compatriots from the great nation of Kimchi. 8851L, Master of American Dueling. These insufferable kimchi thieves at it again. I shall discipline you with the sole of my boot. A single post ignited endless debates among the spectators, since this was an official announcement from the game developers addressing reports against Tai Sui-shun. No player could remain indifferent. The majority found the explanation satisfactory. According to the official statement, Tai Sui-shun's dominance stemmed solely from relentless effort and a stroke of fortune, a formula that could be replicated. Effort, of course, depended on one's gaming aptitude. And among gamers who didn't believe themselves destined for greatness, if Tai Sui-shun could grind, so could they, only harder. As for luck, his strength merely boiled down to drawing a formidable talent at the start. Talent draws were a gamble, a one-time roll of the dice. Tai Sui-shun had simply outlucked the rest, nothing extraordinary. Yet in the world of Endless Skies, power was not confined to talents alone. Countless paths to supremacy existed. Tai Sui-shun, don't get too comfortable. Just you wait. We will surpass you. Variations of this sentiment echoed relentlessly throughout the thread. The vast majority of players brimmed with unshakable confidence in their own potential. However, it was only after witnessing the name of the god of time perpetually dominating the top ranks across all server leaderboards that these players came to a sudden, humbling realization how utterly foolish they had been. Endless Firmament Intelligent Core System, you colossal deceiver. By then, the game had already merged with the real world, and extraterrestrial horrors had begun their invasion of Earth. Amidst their grievances, the players couldn't help but feel a grudging gratitude toward what had been mockingly dubbed the greatest scam in Endless Firmament history. It was precisely because of this deliberately misleading post that they had pushed themselves harder, striving for greater strength within the game, strength that now granted them a fighting chance against the encroaching calamity. But of course, all of that was yet to unfold. At this very moment, as the official announcement post surfaced on the game's forum, Li Fan was already poring over the details of his new profession's 3 legendary tier skills. Chapter 51. 3 legendary skills. Rapidly clearing hidden scenarios. LV2 Sword Shield Technique. Legendary quality. Passive skill. When wielding a great sword, it can be used as a shield, activating shield blocking abilities while enhancing their effectiveness by 20. LV2 Fatal Cleave. Legendary quality. Active skill. Assumes a swift draw stance, unleashing 10 consecutive 20-meter-long sword beams in a frontal arc at 150 maximum attack speed. Each beam deals 325 physical damage with piercing effects, striking multiple enemies. Consumes 260 MP with a 30-second cooldown. LV2 Tempest Swordsmanship. Legendary quality. Passive skill. Increases base attack speed by 20. Successful attacks reduce enemy physical defense by 30 points for 30 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. 3 legendary tier skills, 2 passive, 1 active. To Li Fan. Each held remarkable practicality. The Sword Shield Ranger profession now permitted him to wield great swords, which undoubtedly surpassed single-handed blades in raw power. Yet, what of emergencies? The Sword Shield technique allowed him to repurpose his great sword as a shield, merging offense with survival. Of course, acquiring a suitable greatsword came first. His current golden tier weapon, Blood Drinker, had grown outdated. Were it not for its indestructible trait, he would have sold it long ago. Given other players' limitations, upgrading his arsenal rested solely on his own efforts, though this was no pressing matter. As for Fatal Cleave, Li Fan deemed it a respectable area of effect skill, wide-ranging, penetrative, and with a manageable cooldown, destined for frequent use. But Tempest Swordsmanship, this skill astonished him most. High-tier bosses often boasted absurd physical defenses. Despite felling the LV-20 epic boss, Cerberus, his physical attacks had been largely ornamental, relying instead on his innate true damage. With Tempest Swordsmanship's armor-shredding effect, redistributing attribute points into strength became viable. Previously, stacking vitality had been a compromise for insufficient damage. Greater offense meant quicker eliminations, indirectly bolstering survivability. For now, he reserved his unallocated post-advancement points. The LV2 Tempest Swordsmanship's debuff remained modest, waiting for higher ranks before committing to strength investments seemed prudent. Now, it was time to claim the warrior's heart. With this resolve, Li Fan retrieved the dungeon key from his inventory. This is a special item granting access to the hidden dungeon, Wolf Clan Altar. It can be activated anytime, anywhere, with 10 entry opportunities, allowing a maximum party size of 10. Since there are no mandatory restrictions on party numbers, Li Fan decided to venture in alone first. Hidden dungeons equate to the highest difficulty of public dungeons. A level 20 dungeon. Given my strength, success should be assured. With this thought, Li Fan activated the dungeon key. Notification: party leader has chosen to enter the hidden dungeon Wolf Clan Altar. Notification: time limit, 60 minutes. Clear condition: defeat the Silver Wolf Chieftain, LV-20 legendary creature. Warning: in this mode, the dungeon air contains trace toxins, causing all challengers to lose 4 HP per second. Li Fan's vision blurred as he found himself transported into a mountainous valley, the starting point of the Wolf Clan Altar dungeon. The strongest boss here was merely a LV-20 legendary. Without hesitation, Li Fan bulldozed his way through. Bronze tier Silver Wolves? Instantly annihilated. Silver tier Silver Wolves? Met the same fate. Gold tier boss, the Silver Wolf King? Having already slain it once before, Li Fan now faced a LV-20 version. Yet his own strength had grown exponentially, making the fight trivial. Dark Gold boss, the Silver Wolf Lord? A minor nuisance, requiring nearly 10 seconds to dispatch. Its power was indeed formidable. And finally, The ultimate boss, the Silver Wolf Chieftain? True to its status as the Hidden Dungeon's legendary boss, its might was extraordinary. The battle proved more grueling than even the Spider Lord. Compounded by its irritating damage reflection ability and damage-absorbing shield skills. After a grueling 2-minute struggle, Li Fan emerged victorious, including travel and boss hunting time. His total clear duration barely exceeded 6 minutes. Notification: you have successfully cleared the Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon. Clear evaluation, SSS. Reward: 1. 4 million EXP, Legendary Treasure Chest, LV20, X1. Notification: you have leveled up. Current level, LV21. Notification: your quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge Final has been completed. Return to Blacksmith Morin to claim your reward. Notification: as the first player worldwide to clear Wolf Clan Altar, you are awarded 300 free attribute points, the title Bane of the Wolf Clan. Epic Treasure Chest, LV20, X1. A server-wide announcement will be made. Hide your name. Notification: Wolf Clan Altar, as a hidden dungeon, will now become publicly accessible to all players. For the next 7 days, drop rates will increase by 20. In return, you may impose an entry fee due to low dungeon level, limited to in-game currency, maximum 1 silver. Charge an entry fee. Please confirm this setting within 10 seconds. Otherwise, it will default to free admission. No hidden fees. If charging, the ticket price is set at 1 silver coin. Without hesitation, Li Fan made his decision. He had experienced this before in his past life, hidden dungeons becoming public after being cleared. He was well prepared for the matter of charging. Free? Absolutely not. Want to enter the dungeon? Pay up, hee hee. After muttering to himself, Li Fan gleefully began reviewing his dungeon loot. Inside, he had acquired over 60 bronze and silver tier equipment pieces, 7 gold tier items, 3 dark gold tier, and 1 legendary tier piece. Additionally, there were 5 skill books of varying quality. Among them, only 1 pair of dark gold tier boots and a legendary tier pair of pants were useful to him. The dark gold boots provided a 15 movement speed increase, exceptionally practical, along with a peculiar yet highly functional active skill, make a swift exit. When activated, it granted an additional 100 movement speed for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 minutes. As for the legendary pants, they offered tremendous defense and stamina bonuses, along with a passive buff. Increases health regeneration effects by 40. Since lifesteal also counted as health recovery, this suited him perfectly. The only disappointment was the 5 skill books. None were usable for him, mere goods to be traded later. Now, let us see what this first clear epic chest will yield. Hiss, this is truly a case of getting exactly what one desires. Thrilling. Upon opening the epic chest, Li Fan couldn't help but beam with joy at the sight of an epic greatsword lying before him. Chapter 52, The Warrior's Heart Obtained. Acquiring a perfect epic two-handed greatsword. Server announcement: the Hidden Dungeon Wolf Clan Altar has been cleared by the valiant challenger Tai Sui-shan, LV22 warrior, from M4399 Novice Village, earning the first clear reward. His heroic deeds shall forever be etched into the annals of Endless Skies history. X3. Server announcement: Wolf Clan Altar has been converted into a public dungeon. Accessible to all players above LV20. For a limited time of 7 days, dungeon drops will be increased by 20. All adventurers are welcome to take on the challenge. X3. The echoes of the first-class advancement and leaderboard refresh had barely faded when yet another server-wide announcement flooded the screens. Once again, the player base was left in stunned disbelief. Another announcement? And yet again, it's Tai Sui-shan? Will this ever end? Just strike me down with awe already. I'm completely numb from shock. Damn, that guy's luck is insane. Did you see the official forum post? Tai Sui-shan just got lucky, that's all. No need to envy him. We'll surpass him eventually. Tai Sui-shan, can you please take a break? Log off for a bit, and let the rest of us catch up. At least Tai Sui-shan did something good this time, opening up a new dungeon. Now we won't have to grind wild monsters until LV20. What a relief. Wait, what? There's an entry fee for this dungeon? Ugh, fine. I'll grit my teeth and pay for that 20 drop rate buff. Players buzzed with excitement or resignation. The first server-wide announcement had been shocking, the second equally so, but by now, many had grown numb to the spectacle. After a brief flurry of discussion, attention swiftly turned to the newly unveiled dungeon, the Wolf Clan Altar. Unfortunately, the dungeon was restricted to LV20 players, and most were still a ways off from reaching that threshold. Meanwhile, Li Fan was gleefully inspecting the attributes of the epic quality two-handed greatsword he had obtained from the first clear treasure chest. Equipment. Blade of Righteous Judgment. Durability, 500/500. Quality, Epic. Grade, Perfect. Requirements, LV20 or above, melee class capable of wielding two-handed weapons, strength 500 or higher. Attribute 1. Physical attack 850. Magic attack 700, strength 210. Attribute 2. 15 physical attack power. Attribute 3. 210 strength. Attribute 4. Attacks deal additional light attribute damage. Attribute 5. 16 light attribute attack power. Attribute 6. Judgment's Might. Passive skill for every epic tier creature slain that is no lower than the wielder's level. Permanently increases the weapon's base attributes by 10. Upon slaying 10 epic tier creatures, the weapon will automatically ascend to mythic quality. Attribute 7. Judgment of Justice, active skill. Upon activation, locks onto an enemy, forcibly teleporting both the user and the target into a secondary dimensional arena while siphoning 10 of the target's core 4-dimensional attributes. The battle persists until one party perishes, after which automatic teleportation occurs. Cooldown, 24 hours. A flawless epic grade two-handed greatsword with 7 attributes, boasting exceptionally high base enhancements. More importantly, it possesses the potential to ascend to mythic quality. It is widely known that mythic tier equipment is typically only obtainable by slaying divine tier bosses. In his past life, Li Fan toiled for a decade without ever glimpsing even the shadow of mythic grade gear. Rumors suggested that even the world's strongest at the time, Caesar the Great, possessed only a single piece of mythic equipment. In endless skies, though epic and divine bosses are separated by just one tier, the disparity in their power is astronomical. This gap manifests not only in base attributes, but also in skills and other aspects, where the difference is even more staggering. For instance, mythic bosses wield domain-type abilities that exert overwhelming suppression on creatures below the epic tier. Even a level 200 epic tier powerhouse would struggle to unleash more than 60 to 70 of their strength against a mere level 20 mythic entity. While defeating such foes might be feasible, slaying them is a Herculean task. Divine bosses possess formidable intelligence, and even gold-tier monsters know to flee when outmatched, let alone these cunning beings. Thus, obtaining mythic equipment is an endeavor of near impossible difficulty. The fact that this Blade of Justice's judgment can evolve into mythic quality, Li Fan could scarcely contain his glee. Exhilarating. Once it ascends to mythic tier, this weapon will serve me flawlessly even at level 100. With joy, Li Fan grasped the Blade of Justice's judgment and glanced at his updated status panel. Character, Taisuation. Base attributes, level, LV21, 2. 48 M3, 2 MEXP. Class, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP, 24,008. MP, 6,050. Attack, Physical 2, 122, Magical 1, 078. Defense, Physical 1, 490, Magical 1, 415. Attributes, Strength 996, Agility 12, 292, Spirit 378, Stamina 1, 245. Free attribute points, 460. Maximum attack speed, 147, 60 hits second. Peak movement speed, 294, 21 meters second. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Blessing of Light, Phase 2, SSS tier. Equipment skills, omitted. Special, Light attribute attack, 16. Before level 20, leveling is considered easy mode. However, from LV20 onward, the required experience surges dramatically, hence why Li Fan only advanced a single level after solo clearing the Wolf Clan altar. The inaugural reward title, Nemesis of the Wolfkin, is a special designation. While its base attributes may not surpass the current Conqueror of Nightmares, it bestows an additional 13 damage increase against lupin creatures, a potentially valuable trait for future encounters. The sheer magnitude of physical prowess has surged nearly fourfold since the last profession advancement. Defensive capabilities, however, remain largely unchanged. Though vitality has seen a modest increase and 2 superior pieces of armor have been acquired, the absence of a shield offsets these gains. Yet, should the need arise, freely allocated attribute points can always be diverted to fortify endurance. Now, it is time to claim the quest rewards. Li Fan lingered for a while, admiring the splendor of his newly enhanced status panel before his exhilaration finally settled. Upon exiting the dungeon, he found himself once more amidst the teeming crowds of M4399 Novice Village S Dungeon Plaza. Fortunately, the illusory veil of his magical mask remained intact, shielding him from recognition as the infamous deity, Tai Sui. Navigating through the bustling throng, he soon arrived at the village blacksmith's forge. Young warrior, I owe you my deepest gratitude for avenging my daughter's death. This old man has little to offer in return, but please accept these humble tokens, along with an artifact I chanced upon in my earlier travels. May it serve you well. As the blacksmith Morin spoke, a prompt flickered across Li Fan's interface. System notice. You have received the quest reward. 100,000 EXP, 10 gold coins, in the unique item Heart of the Warrior. Ah, and one more thing. This old smith may be but a lowly forger, yet I pledge to exhaust my coffers to craft you a golden tier piece of equipment. What would you desire? This, too, was part of the promised reward. After brief consideration, his belt being the sole remaining inferior silver tier gear, Li Fan casually replied, a belt, then. Very well. Grant me 3 days, and I shall deliver a masterpiece. Fine, Li Fan acknowledged with a perfunctory nod. 3 days? By then, I'll likely have departed for the capital. Whether I'll even recall this matter remains to be seen. For now, his attention was wholly ensnared by the Heart of the Warrior. Chapter 53, Warrior's Heart, entering the capital city of Tianyel. Item, Warrior's Heart. Type, Special Artifact. Effect, when carried in the inventory, warrior-class players become immune to all forms of crowd control. Non-warrior players gain no benefit from this item. Finally obtained. Li Fan examined the attributes of the warrior's heart, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With this artifact, he would no longer fear the control-based abilities of bosses, drastically increasing his margin for error in battle. The warrior's heart appeared as a palm-sized metallic cube. Without hesitation, Li Fan stored it in his inventory. A new buff appeared on his status panel, Control Immunity, with an infinite duration. Now that he had secured the item, it was time to advance to the capital city. Though the day's events had been eventful, only a few hours had passed, leaving him ample time before his usual log-off. With this in mind, he promptly left the blacksmith's forge and headed toward the village gates, where a magical teleportation circle awaited. Any player who reached level 20 could stand within the circle and, following the system's guidance, select their desired capital city. System notification, your level meets the requirements for teleportation. Please choose from the following capital cities: Tianyao City, Fengyang City, Blackwater City, Cloudrain City, Gobi City. In Endless Skies, there were no fewer than 150 capital cities. However, players could not freely choose any city. Their options were determined by their starting village. Before Li Fan, 32 choices materialized. With his past life knowledge, he understood that these 32 cities would serve as the primary hubs for players like him, those hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, until they reached level 60. Venturing beyond these cities before them was impossible, save for rare exceptions dependent on luck and capability. These 32 cities belonged to the Eastern Splendor Empire, a minor faction among the 100-odd nations in Endless Skies. Still, each city was vast, interconnected by teleportation networks, ensuring ample room for adventure before level 60. The only regret was missing out on certain hidden quests in the Western player's territories, opportunities now beyond his reach. After brief contemplation, Li Fan made his decision. Tianyao City it is. His choice hinged on the hidden quests available in each city. From memory, 3 such quests were accessible at his current level. Though their rewards were slightly inferior to the warrior's heart, they remained invaluable to his plans. With 32 major cities interconnected by teleportation arrays, one could choose to visit any of them first. The reason Li Fan opted for Tianyao City was due to an item in his backpack, Li Tianhua's last letter, previously looted from the Silver Wolf King. This artifact directed him to seek out the legendary swordsman NPC, Li Chongqing, in Tianyao City. Li Chongqing was a high-level NPC associated with the quest Li Chongqing's Worries, a mission whose prerequisites remained unmet even after a decade in Li Fan's previous life. Naturally, he was intensely curious about its contents and potential rewards. Notification: you have selected Tianyao City as your destination. The teleportation fee is 1 gold coin. Payment confirmed. Teleportation commencing. Teleportation complete. Notification: you have arrived in Tianyao City. Current location: vicinity of the southern teleportation array. A single gold coin for teleportation, by the current exchange rate in M4399's beginner village, that amounted to thousands of Dragon Nation currency. Li Fan couldn't help but sympathize with the average players who would find such a cost exorbitant. Unlike them, to him, a single gold coin was but a trifling expense. Just as this thought crossed his mind, murmurs reached his ears. Brother Chun, It's been decades since the last Chosen One appeared. What is the point of us guarding this place? We're just ordinary soldiers. The higher-ups have their reasons. Isn't it comfortable to follow orders and collect our pay without trouble? Fair point. As long as the pay keeps coming, no complaints. But tell me, Brother Chin, do you think the legends of the Chosen Ones are true? The Chosen Ones emerge periodically in our Eastern Glory Empire. They are said to be immortal. The finest warriors against demonic creatures. Wait, Brother Sun, is that a person in the Chosen One's teleportation array? Am I seeing things? No. Your eyes don't deceive you. There is someone. By the heavens, the Chosen One has returned. Li Fan turned toward the voices and saw two NPC soldiers clad in leather armor, spears in hand, gaping at him in astonishment. He couldn't suppress a knowing smile. In the world of endless skies, NPCs in beginner villages were sparse and simplistic in intelligence. But those within the major cities were entirely different. They possessed emotions, independent thought, and their own civilization. The only distinction between them and humans was that players could traverse freely between reality and the virtual world, while NPCs were bound to the latter. To the NPCs, Chosen Ones was the special designation for players, with a decade of past experience. Li Fan understood well that this was not the first time Chosen Ones had appeared in endless skies. Previous Chosen Ones had been players from other worlds, a fact he only learned after the fusion of the game and reality in his past life. In the eyes of NPCs, the Chosen Ones were an extraordinary existence, undying, with astonishing potential for growth. The NPCs do not dwell in a realm of safety. Take the Eastern Glory Empire. For instance, beyond the relative security of its major cities, the wilderness teems with peril, dotted with settlements of intelligent magical creatures locked in perpetual conflict with the Empire's forces. The emergence of the Chosen Ones signifies a formidable ally for these NPCs, which explains the fervent excitement of the two soldiers before me. Greetings. I am a Chosen One, and I seek an audience with Li Changxing on urgent matters. Might you escort me to him? Li Fan addressed the two NPC soldiers directly, cutting to the chase. When dealing with NPCs, there was no need for elaborate pleasantries. They could be treated as ordinary individuals among the masses, straightforward and uncomplicated. You know the Sword Saintly? But no. You must first accompany us to meet the City Lord. The Sword Saint is the mightiest warrior in Tianyao City. I thought most Chosen Ones were unruly and lawless. I suppose meeting him first wouldn't hurt. Then you take him to Lord Li, while I report to the City Lord. By the heavens, a Chosen One has truly appeared. It feels like a dream. After a brief exchange, one soldier led Li Fan to Li Changxing, while the other hurried off to inform the City Lord. Chapter 54. The legendary level 90 NPC Li Changxing. These two NPCs were specialized guards stationed at the teleportation array designated for the Chosen Ones, the players. Li Fan's appearance drew their immediate attention, for history had taught them that the arrival of the first Chosen One heralded an endless tide of others. Though astonished that Li Fan knew Li Changxing's name, they were willing to escort him, as Li Changxing was the mightiest native NPC in Tianyao City. After all, the Chosen Ones were notorious for their lawlessness, and presenting him to a high-ranking figure was only proper. Tianyao City bustled with native NPC residents, resembling an ancient city from the Dragon Kingdom. Freshly fried dough twists, Wang's crispy twists, delicious and cheap, only 10 copper coins each. Sweet candied hawthorns, 12 copper coins each. Come take a look. Mom, I want a candied hawthorn. 1, is that enough? Yes, thank you, Mom. Navigating through the lively crowd, Li Fan soon arrived before the grand gates of a 3-courtyard estate under the guidance of the NPC guards. After a brief exchange with the gatekeepers, an elderly man with silver hair and a crane-like demeanor emerged, gripping a gleaming azure sword. Indeed, a Chosen One. After 60 years, you have finally reappeared. Excellent, truly excellent. Tai Sui-shin, I, Li Changxing, welcome you to the Eastern Splendor Empire on behalf of our nation. This old man was none other than Li Changxing, the legendary swordsman of the Eastern Splendor Empire. His beard trembled with excitement upon seeing Li Fan. Li Fan understood his fervor, according to past events. The empire was currently besieged by threats, with intelligent monster tribes lurking beyond its borders. The arrival of players could provide crucial aid to the natives. While ordinary NPCs might not grasp the significance of the Chosen Ones, high-ranking figures like Li Changxing certainly did. Yet, after his initial exhilaration, a flicker of wariness and doubt surfaced in Li Changxing's eyes. The Eastern Splendor Empire has stood for over 1,000 years. Historical records speak of 6 appearances by Chosen Ones, and there are long-established protocols for their reception and governance. Tai Sui Shun. You were meant to first pay respects to the city lord at the magistrate's office and undergo legal instruction at the Chosen One's bureau. Why have you sought me out directly? Do you know me? And what is this important matter you speak of? Li Changxing fired off a rapid series of questions. Players had to undergo legal discipline upon entering the city? The mention of this made Li Fan ache for his past self. To the natives of this world, players were nothing short of a fourth calamity, unpredictable forces capable of either salvation or devastation. They could shape the world or reduce it to a plaything, wielding power far surpassing even the greatest in-game antagonists. The indigenous NPCs of the Endless Sky world have long been familiar with the unruly nature of players, thus establishing well-developed governance, or rather, disciplinary, protocols tailored for them. Take, for instance, the moment an ordinary player steps into the capital city for the first time after leaving the beginner's village. The very first ordeal awaiting them is being forcibly escorted by NPC guards to undergo mandatory legal instruction. Only after memorizing the relevant statutes and passing rigorous examinations are they permitted to roam freely, though the NPCs hold minimal expectations for players' moral standards. The legal codex, however streamlined, still spans over 3,000 characters. Li Fan himself once spent days painstakingly reciting it before finally earning his freedom. The memory still stings. How long had it been since he last crammed for anything after graduating? These local NPCs truly lacked courtesy. Fortunately, the struggles of his past life were behind him. In this new existence, such tedious formalities were unnecessary. This was something I obtained by chance after slaying a golden tier wolfkin monster. Without elaborating further on Li Changxing's bewilderment, Li Fan simply retrieved Li Tianhua's last letter from his inventory and handed it over. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Li Changxing's abbreviated profile. Name, Li Changxing. Strength, LV90 Legendary Tier. Attributes, Skills. Note, a legendary swordsman of the Eastern Glory Empire, among its mightiest. LV90 Legendary Tier. Staring at the panel, Li Fan couldn't help but wonder what treasures might drop if he were to defeat such an opponent. Yet the level disparity was too vast. Though he couldn't discern the specifics of Li Changxing's attributes or skills, the odds of victory were negligible. Moreover, the repercussions of assaulting an NPC were severe. Shaking his head, Li Fan swiftly dismissed the perilous thought. Meanwhile, Li Changxing accepted the letter and skimmed its contents, his eyes instantly clouding with grief. This is Hua's handwriting. Hua is gone. My eldest grandson. To think I, Li Changxing, would live to see the day when age outlives youth. After allowing a moment for the old man's emotions to settle, Li Fan seized the opportunity to speak. My condolences. Is there anything I can do for you? Tai Sui Shun, I thank you for delivering my grandson's final words. However, Li Changxing scrutinized Li Fan briefly before sighing. Your current strength remains too lacking. Perhaps in time, I might. His words froze mid-sentence as Li Fan, without preamble, unleashed his prowess before him. This scenario was all too familiar. Another NPC underestimating a player. Had he triggered a hidden quest exactly like this back in the beginner's village with the blacksmith Morin? History merely repeated itself. Swish, swish, swish. 150 strikes in a single second. The sheer velocity left Li Changxing wide-eyed, his unfinished sentence dying on his lips. I misjudged you, he murmured, off-threading his voice. To possess such staggering power, as expected of the first chosen one to arrive at Tianyao City. Since that is the case, I do indeed have a matter requiring your assistance. Li Changxing's voice trailed off as a notification appeared on Li Fan's interface. Notification. You have triggered the hidden quest. Li Changxing's concerns. 1. Quest description. Recently, some monster tribes near Tianyao City have exhibited unusual activity, which has stirred subtle apprehensions in Li Changxing. 3 months prior, he dispatched his grandson Li Tianhua to investigate. However, he has now received news of Li Tianhua's untimely demise. Overwhelmed by grief, yet bound by duty to remain in Tianyao City, he seeks your aid in uncovering the truth behind Li Tianhua's death and the aberrant behavior of the nearby monsters. But before proceeding, he must ascertain whether your capabilities suffice for this undertaking. Quest objective. Journey to the Crimson Leaf Valley region beyond Tianyao City's southern gate and eliminate 500 carrion rats, level 25 common creatures. Quest progress. 0500. Time limit. 3 days. Participant requirement. Solo success reward. 20 gold coins, 250,000 experience points. With additional rewards contingent upon performance during the quest. Failure penalty, permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Chapter 55, The Astounded City Lord of Tianyao, commencing monster hunting. As Li Fan successfully received the hidden quest from Li Changsheng, a group of NPCs led by a middle-aged man hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the Li Manor. Li Fan focused his gaze. The man at the forefront was none other than the City Lord of Tianyao. Name, Zhao Heng. Strength, LV 70 Dark Gold Tier. Attributes. Skills. Note, City Lord of Tianyao, direct descendant of the Eastern Hua imperial family. So you are the chosen one. Excellent. Divine Tai Sui, welcome to Tianyao City. Have you concluded your discussion with the Sword Saint? If so, accompany us. As the first chosen one to appear in the Eastern Hua Empire, I shall personally explain our regulations and reward system for individuals like you. As Zhao Heng spoke, his gaze toward Li Fan was a mixture of vigilance and exhilaration. His wariness stemmed from his duty as City Lord to maintain order and ensure the proper governance of the Chosen Ones. His excitement arose from the knowledge that the arrival of the Chosen Ones heralded the emergence of formidable new forces to combat the looming threat of demonic creatures. Throughout the history of the Eastern Hua Empire, periods marked by the presence of Chosen Ones invariably coincided with the weakest phases of external demonic threats. Yet, history also bore witness to the notorious defiance of the Chosen Ones, prompting a glint of menace in Zhao Heng's eyes should Li Fan refuse compliance. Force would not be out of the question. However, his intimidation swiftly transformed into astonishment. First, no unjust killing shall be permitted. Second, acts of plunder, defilement, or violence within the borders of the Eastern Hua Empire are strictly forbidden. Third, deception of any resident of the Eastern Hua Empire is prohibited. Victims of injustice may seek redress through official channels, where impartial judgment shall be rendered. Fourth, Article 201. Slaying a demonic creature shall yield merit points commensurate with its strength. These points may be exchanged for various rewards within the empire. Article 203. Those venturing into perilous regions may expend merit points or hire local inhabitants for assistance in battle. Article 204. The eradication of a demonic tribe shall grant a minimum of 1,000 additional merit points, along with the imperial title of Honored Chosen One. Li Fan was reciting verbatim the Eastern Hua Empire's regulations and reward system for the Chosen Ones. These rules were as deeply ingrained in his memory as the verses of ancient poetry, effortlessly recalled with but a moment's reflection. The Eastern Hua Empire's governance of the Chosen Ones was relatively lenient, primarily cautioning them against harassing ordinary citizens while incentivizing them to combat monsters with imperial rewards. The underlying principle was clear: deter the Chosen Ones from chaos, yet encourage their aid in defending the populace against demonic threats. Similar statutes were not unique to the Eastern Hua Empire. Other nations within the world of endless skies adopted comparable approaches toward players. How do you know all this? Have you visited other major cities of the Eastern Hua Empire and received education there? That can't be right. The emergence of the Chosen One is a monumental event for the Empire. Once it occurs, all major cities must be notified. Are you truly visiting the capital district for the first time? Zhao Heng scratched his head, nearly doubting his own existence. You didn't even need formal training to memorize the administrative regulations flawlessly? Are the Chosen Ones of this generation truly this exceptional? Never mind where I studied. Just tell me if I recited them correctly, Li Fan retorted with a shake of his head. As if I de-explained that I've been reborn, he mused inwardly. Absolutely correct, nearly word for word. Zhao Heng nodded before continuing. Since you're already familiar with the Chosen One management and reward regulations, we'll skip that process. Carry this with you at all times, and you'll be free to move about. With those words, Zhao Heng retrieved a metal sphere the size of a ping-pong ball from his pocket. Its surface intricately engraved with arcane runes. Item: Official Chosen One certification device. Type: Magical artifact special tool. Function: monitors the Chosen One's moral alignment and records merit points. Moral alignment: 0. Merit points: 0. Note: manufactured by the Eastern Hua Empire. Effective when stored in your inventory. Proof of a certified Chosen One. Carry it at all times. If lost, report immediately for replacement. Failure to do so will result in pursuit by NPC guards. This was a specialized artifact prepared by NPCs for players. To the NPCs, the Chosen Ones were more fearsome than tigers. To put it bluntly, this device was essentially a temporary electronic leash for each player. But Li Fan remained indifferent. He understood the NPC's wariness toward players. Besides, in just over 90 days, the game would merge with reality, and NPCs would become indistinguishable from real people, rendering this device obsolete. After storing the item in his inventory, Zhao Heng spoke again. As the first chosen one to enter our celestial radiant city, you may claim a special reward from me. A list promptly appeared on Li Fan's system interface. 1. Exquisite Greatsword, LV, 20 gold, two-handed sword. 2. Exquisite Tower Shield, LV, 20 gold, two-handed shield. 3. Obsidian Blade, LV, 20 gold, one-handed sword. 50. Exquisite Tome, LV, 20 gold, one-handed spellbook. The list contained 50 options in total. Li Fan skimmed through them and noted that every item was a LV. 20 gold tier weapon for various professions. The first player to enter the capital gets such an unexpected boon? Li Fan was mildly surprised. Though he had long outgrown the allure of mere LV, 20 gold tier equipment. Then I'll take this exquisite tower shield. Li Fan casually selected one. Among these items as tradable goods, the two-handed shield held the highest value. After all, for a team, the importance of a frontline tank player is undoubtedly paramount. A skilled tank ensures the stability of the entire party, and shields, being the core weapon for tank classes, naturally remain in high demand. After bidding farewell to Li Changxing and Zhao Hong, Li Fan did not immediately teleport to other main cities to intercept the 3 hidden quests from his memories. Instead, he ventured into the wilderness. His talent had been upgraded for quite some time, yet he hadn't seen any agility-boosting notifications from monster hunting in a while. The anticipation was unbearable. In the wilds of Tianyao City, even the weakest creatures were ordinary level 21 monsters, precisely the tier required to trigger his talent's effect. Notification: you have slain Grey-Winged Mantis, level 21 common creature, and gained 640 EXP. Notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 2 points. This was the notification he had been waiting for. Bliss. With renewed enthusiasm, Li Fan spent the next 3 hours relentlessly grinding in the area. By the time exhaustion urged him to rest, his base agility had surpassed 15,000 points. Finally, he removed his helmet, washed up, and surrendered to sleep. Another industrious yet fulfilling day in the life of an avid gamer had come to a perfect close. Chapter 56. The Miserable Chen Ergu, Intercepting the Hidden Quest. Ding ding. Upon waking, Li Fan heard the notification sound from his phone, a message from his WeChat friend. It was none other than his good buddy Chen Ergu. Over the past few days, they had exchanged a few words daily. Though both were so engrossed in the game that their chats resembled a message board more than a conversation. Li Fan opened WeChat to check the messages. Chen Ergu, little Li, your big bro has already reached level 20. Ha ha ha, impressive, right? Chen Ergu, damn it. I followed your advice and went to Tianyao City, only to get detained by an NPC right after arriving. Unbelievable, I even had to memorize some management regulations. Who knew the game had such tedious mechanics? Luckily, my memory is top-notch, so I aced it in half a day. Chen Ergu, hey, you still Haven T told me your in-game ID. Weren't you supposed to hook me up with some epic gear once I got to Tianyao City? Ha ha ha, I knew you were just bluffing. Don't worry. I forgive you. Chen Ergu, too tired. Heading to bed. I'll be online around 9 p.m. Make sure to add me a game when you get to Tianyao City. Your big bro is ranked in the top 1,000. I'll carry you to victory. Reading the messages, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. His good friend Ergu had shared his in-game ID on the very first day, but Li Fan had yet to reveal his own. He couldn't wait to see the look on Ergu's face when he finally stood before him in the game. 9 p.m., huh? All right. Today is the day I officially carry you. Li Fan replied with an OK emoji, then went about his usual routine, grabbing a quick meal and putting on his gaming helmet. Wake up, play the game, log off, sleep. 95 of his waking hours were spent immersed in the virtual world. Even Li Fan was starting to worry about the toll it was taking on his health. At this rate, he'd either drop dead from exhaustion or suffer from severe burnout. But once the game merged with reality and the world became digitized, his physical condition would synchronize with his in-game character, restoring him to full vitality. No pain, no gain. The harder I grind now, the more prepared I'll be when the otherworldly monsters invade. System notification. Welcome back to Endless Skies. System notification. You have unclaimed gold coins. Entrance fee for the Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon. System notification. Your friend Violet Fairy sent you a message at 12:10 p.m. Earned 1,000 gold today. I'm in Tianyao City. When are you coming? I'll give you the gold. As soon as he logged in, 3 notifications appeared on Li Fan's screen. The accumulated entrance fees had already surpassed 9,000 gold, all earned in just one day. Incredible! Li Fan grinned so widely his mouth nearly curved into a hook. The revenue from the Wolf Clan Altar dungeon was substantial, thanks to the massive player base. Secondly, this dungeon is accessible at level 20, perfectly timed for players undergoing their first class advancement. In order to gather superior equipment and more powerful skills to conquer high difficulty class challenges, many flock to the Wolf Clan Altar. Currently, players who have reached level 20 are relatively few, constituting roughly 10 of the server's population. It's foreseeable that the Wolf Clan Altar will continue to generate substantial ticket revenue for Li Fan over the coming days. The Violet Fairy, having heeded my previous advice, has arrived at Skyglory City. Another 4-digit gold windfall is imminent. Delightful. There's no rush, though. Around 9 in the evening, I'll meet her Guzzi and collect the gold from her. Now, it's time to seize those 3 hidden quests from memory before others do. With an increasing number of players reaching level 20 and completing their class transitions, the risk of someone else triggering these quests grows. The thought alone spurs Li Fan into immediate action. System notification: you have been teleported to Phoenix Sun City. 1 gold has been deducted for the teleportation fee. The first stop in his hidden quest operation is Phoenix Sun City, one of the Eastern Empire's major capitals. Upon arrival, a cacophony of voices assaults his ears. Why won't you let us leave? What is this chosen one management regulation nonsense? Screw learning it. Get out of my way. Holy crap, the NPC soldiers are killing people. The tides will turn. Just you wait. NPCs, you'll pay for this someday. Indeed, a handful of players have already appeared at the teleportation array in Phoenix Sun City. Fresh from the beginner villages and brimming with excitement, they're swiftly met with the iron-fisted discipline of the city guards. Want to leave? Memorize the chosen one management regulations first. Defiant, are we? NPCs know you respawn, misbehave, and they cut you down without hesitation. The NPC's stance is unyielding. Li Fan witnesses several rebellious players being executed on the spot. The guards, all level 40 and above, outclass the players in gear, skills, and sheer level advantage. For now, compliance is the only option. Of course, I've already passed their evaluation. My treatment is different. Li Fan strides confidently past the crowd. True enough. The NPC soldiers glance at him, but make no move to stop him. The detained players gape in disbelief. What is going on? Why isn't that guy being stopped? Brother Wusong, do you have some secret strategy? Share it with us. Brother Wusong, wait, don't leave. Damn it. Under the bewildered stares of the onlookers, Li Fan, disguised under the ID Wusong, saunters away without a care. Navigating through the bustling streets, Li Fan wound his way through numerous twists and turns before arriving at the doorstep of a hunter NPC. The door stood ajar, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man in his 40s. Name: Qingxiaoguan. Level: LV33 Common. Attributes: Skills. Note: an ordinary hunter of Fonyang City. Seated in the courtyard, clad in crude animal hide garments, Qingxiaoguan was meticulously polishing a horn bow. At first glance, he appeared no different from the ordinary denizens of Phoenix City. Yet, armed with knowledge from his past life, Li Fan understood this was no mere NPC. There was depth to this man. Greetings. I am a chosen one with a benevolent heart. You seem troubled. Is there any way I might assist you? A mundane opening line. The hunter lifted his gaze, casting a frigid glance at Li Fan before replying icily, unnecessary. Now leave. I desire solitude. Li Fan exhaled a sigh. His memory of the exact trigger for this hidden quest had grown hazy, leaving him no choice but to improvise. As expected, a plain inquiry failed to activate the hidden mission. Very well, if subtlety wouldn't suffice, he would have to apply a firmer approach. Chapter 57. Can't recall the quest trigger? How ingenious of Li Fan. The hidden quest involving the hunter Qingxiaoguan came to Li Fan's knowledge through the same means as the blacksmith's quest Blacksmith Morin's Revenge in the Beginner's Village, through a post shared by a veteran player on the game forums in his past life. In Endless Skies, hidden quests were almost always unique. Once completed by one player, even if the method was disclosed in detail, no second person could trigger the same quest again. Perhaps it was precisely this exclusivity that drove those seasoned players from Li Fan's past life to eagerly share their experiences. At first glance, the NPC hunter Qingxiaoguan appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary resident of Fonyang City. Yet Li Fan knew better. His background was far from simple. His ancestors had once belonged to the illustrious Qing clan, revered throughout the Eastern Hua Empire as the legendary dragon-slaying family. One of their forebears had single-handedly annihilated an entire demonic dragon tribe, earning the title of the Empire's mightiest warrior. However, fate is ever fickle. That very ancestor met his demise during a demonic siege, and with his death, the once glorious dragon-slaying family fell into decline. By Cheng Xiaoguang's generation, the family had dwindled to just him, a middle-aged bachelor with no heirs, his bloodline on the verge of extinction. Cheng Xiaoguang yearned to restore his family's former glory, but his limited talent and a youthful injury that left him infertile dashed those hopes. After years of struggle, he remained only slightly stronger than an average civilian. Unable to achieve greatness himself, he pinned his dreams on another, a fortunate player in Li Fan's past life who had caught his eye. The reward for this hidden quest, if Li Fan recalled correctly, was a special item called the Chaos Stone, which significantly boosted a player's strength attribute. Unfortunately, the exact trigger for the quest eluded his memory. Left with no choice, he had to improvise. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Cheng Xiaoguang frowned, visibly irritated. The once mighty Cheng clan, the dragon-slaying family, reduced to a destitute hunter in your generation? Isn't that laughable? Ha ha, who are you? How do you know this? Cheng Xiaoguang's expression darkened, his body tensing with unease. The fall of his family was his deepest sorrow, a pain he had never shared with anyone. He couldn't fathom how the stranger knew. I told you, I'm a chosen one. How I know doesn't matter. What matters is that you've brought shame upon your ancestors. Isn't that the truth? What do you know? Li Fan's words struck a nerve, flushing Cheng Xiaoguang's face with anger. Do you think I wanted this? I am but an ordinary man, devoid of the monstrous talents of imperial elites or the heaven-defying luck of our ancestors. My family left me no worthy legacy. What can I do? Despair weighs upon me. Yet I yearn to make the Qing clan dragon slayer's name blaze across the Eastern Glory Empire like our forefathers did. But I am worthless. Tell me, what can I possibly do? Li Fan concealed his inner delight behind a contemplative facade before solemnly declaring, so igniting the Qing clan's glory across the empire is your dream? Very well. I shall aid you. With you? Cheng Xiaoguang scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. A mere level 22 chosen one. Weak yet audacious. Aren't you afraid the wind might split your tongue? Wait, do NPCs judge players solely by level? Swish, swish, swish. Before Cheng could finish, Li Fan effortlessly demonstrated a blistering 150 strike combo per second, leaving the man utterly dumbfounded. What is this? Cheng gaped. How can a level 22 chosen one possess such terrifying prowess? Truly, I am worthless. Well then, Li Fan arched a brow. Do you believe I'm capable now? Cheng Xiaoguang fell silent, but his thoughts betrayed him. System alert. You've triggered the unique hidden quest, Hunter Cheng Xiaoguang's Dream. 1. Quest details. Cheng Xiaoguang dreams of restoring his clan's glory across the Eastern Glory Empire. Realizing his own inadequacy, he seeks your aid. But first, prove your worth. Objective. Slay 10 level 30 elite golden creatures. Progress. 0-10. Time limit. 7 days. Party requirement. Solo. Rewards. 10 gold. 250. 000 EXP. Variable bonuses based on performance. Failure. Permanent disqualification from this questline. Hey, even without recalling the questline, my brilliance prevails. Li Fan mentally applauded himself. Without further delay, he departed for the next destination. System alert. Teleported to Gobi City. 1 gold fee deducted. Replicating his success in Phoenix Sun City, Li Fan, armed solely with wit and insight into NPC desires, secured yet another hidden quest. System alert. You've triggered the unique hidden quest, Vanguard Escort S Young Master S Vengeance. 1. Quest briefing. 1 year ago, the Wei Yuan Escort Agency suffered a devastating ambush by the Manticore tribe in the heart of the desert during a collective escort mission, resulting in heavy casualties. The sole survivor, young Master Lin Yuliang, was reduced to beggary after compensating the clients with the entire family fortune. Lin Yuliang desperately seeks vengeance for his kin. Before commencing, you must further demonstrate your prowess to him. Quest objective. Venture into the heart of the desert south of Gobi City's southern gate and slay 500 common manicores, LV. 32 normal creatures. Progress. 0-500. Time limit. 7 days. Party requirement. Solo. Success reward. 500. 000 EXP. Eligibility for the next quest in the chain. Failure penalty. Permanent disqualification from this questline. TSK. Per Lin Yuliang. The first quest doesn't even reward a single copper coin. Only someone as magnanimous as I would assist him. Humph. Certainly not because of that server-exclusive artifact and the final reward that nullifies active skill cooldowns for 60 seconds. Li Fan shook his head, bid farewell to Lin Yuyang, and then promptly teleported to Obsidian City. The third hidden quest in his memory was of an unusual nature, yet its rewards were nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 58. The commencement of Squire Lu Yanwei's 99-step quest, embarking on an arduous grind. Within a dimly lit tavern of Obsidian City, Li Fan effortlessly located his target NPC, a disheveled, inebriated old man. The initiation of this hidden quest proved remarkably straightforward. After a single exchange of words, the task was promptly assigned. System notification: you have triggered the exclusive hidden quest, the daily life of drunkard Lu Yanwei. 1. Quest description: Lu Yanwei is a slave to liquor, yet recent financial constraints have left him parched. He beseeches you for monetary aid to sate his thirst. Objective: present Lu Yanwei with 10 gold coins. Time limit: 1 hour. Participant requirement: solo. Reward: 10,000 EXP. Eligibility to undertake the subsequent quest. Failure penalty: permanent disqualification from this questline. Much like Lin Yuyang from the desert town of Gobi, Lu Yanwei was a penniless NPC, offering no tangible rewards. Yet Li Fan cared little for such trivial gains. Securing the quest was paramount. To most players, the notion of compensating an NPC without substantial recompense would be ludicrous. However, Li Fan understood the profound significance of this endeavor. Its culmination would yield a unique artifact capable of synchronizing all equipped gear to the wielder's current level. For instance, should Li Fan's current LV-20 epic weapon remain in his possession upon reaching LV-30, this artifact would elevate it to LV-30 epic status. This scaling would persist indefinitely through LV-40, LV-50, even LV-200. In essence, its acquisition would grant Li Fan an in-game arsenal long before conventional means allowed. Upon delivering the 10 gold coins, another notification materialized. System notification: you have completed the daily life of drunkard Lu Yanwei. 1. 10,000 EXP acquired. System notification: you have automatically accepted the second quest, the daily life of drunkard Lu Yanwei. 2. Quest description: though wine remains Lu Yanwei's vice, fine spirits demand finer accompaniments. He yearns for the taste of Gale rabbit legs, 200 pairs, to be precise. Objective: venture to the northern periphery of endless mountains and slay 200 Gale rabbits, LV-24 common creatures. Legs will be automatically collected as quest items. Progress: 0-200. Time limit: 3 days. Participant requirement: solo. Reward: 500,000 EXP. Eligibility to undertake the subsequent quest. Failure penalty: permanent disqualification from this questline. Yet another deceptively simple task. But Li Fan knew this was but the second of 99 steps in Squire Lu's grand design, with the exception of the final stage being considerably more challenging. The first 98 steps of the quest were relatively effortless to complete, either requiring the slaying of minor creatures or simply purchasing wine and groceries for monetary compensation. In Li Fan's previous life, numerous players had triggered this quest, yet the vast majority abandoned it halfway through. The reason was simple: Lu Yanwei grew increasingly greedy, demanding ever larger sums of money while remaining utterly stingy with rewards. Players felt as though they were being exploited by the NPC, as if the quest was a one-sided transaction designed to deceive them. The 99-step quest was a true test of endurance. In Li Fan's past life, it wasn't until over 2 months after the server launch that a single player finally completed it. That individual, armed with the unique reward from this hidden quest, eventually rose to become one of the top 10 mages in the entire game. Having successfully intercepted all 3 hidden quests from his memories, Li Fan now turned his focus to the steady grind of leveling and strengthening himself through conventional means. First on the agenda, Lu Yanwei's quest. After brief deliberation, Li Fan solidified his progression plan. Currently at level 22, his position was awkward. The only dungeon suitable for his level was the Wolf Clan Altar, with the next publicly accessible dungeon requiring level 30. Having already secured the first clear of the Wolf Clan lair, further runs would yield nothing more than equipment and skills useful. But the dungeon's low level meant diminished returns due to the penalty for high-level players farming low-level content. More importantly, the Wolf Clan Altar S monsters were all level 20, rendering his agility-boosting talent useless. As for equipment and skills, Endless Skies was teeming with dungeons. There would be ample opportunity to challenge new ones once his level permitted. Time was precious. Li Fan resolved to maximize his talent by farming lesser creatures to accumulate agility, his top priority. Along the way, he could simultaneously grind through Lu Yanwei's hidden quest. A dual approach, reaping benefits on both fronts. What could be more ideal? No sooner thought than done. Li Fan immediately set off for the outskirts of the endless mountains north of Obsidian City. In his past life, he had memorized all 32 cities of the Eastern Empire, eliminating any need for map exploration. Within roughly 10 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Species: Galehair, level, LV, 24 common creature, attributes, 2000 HP, 255 physical attack, 220 magical attack, 102 physical defense, 93 magical defense. Skill: upon taking damage, the Galehair gains a temporary 30 increase in attack and movement speed. True to its name, the Galehair was swift as the wind, its speed its sole survival mechanism. Yet against Li Fan, a mere level 24 common creature was as fragile as paper. Swish. Swish. 2000. Lethal damage. Notification: you have slain Galehair, LV, 24 common creature. You have gained 825 EXP, 10 overlevel bonus. Notification: your talent has activated. You have permanently gained 2 agility. Notification: you have obtained a pair of Swiftwind rabbit legs. Quest item: equipped with the legendary weapon blade of righteous judgment. Li Fan's base physical attack power was more than sufficient to one-shot the Swiftwind rabbits. Each strike dealt hundreds of points of excess damage. His movement and attack speed were so swift, and the rabbits respawned in such dense clusters, that within a mere 10 minutes, he had successfully slain 200 of them. Quest complete. Base agility increased by 400 points. Time to return to town and claim the reward. Notification: you have received the quest reward. Omitted. Notification: you have automatically accepted the third quest in the chain. Lu Yanwei's third task demanded the elimination of 200 common LV. 24 monsters known as crimson-winged bats, lurking on the outskirts of the endless mountains. The quest's peculiar premise? The man simply wished to sample their flavor. Li Fan couldn't help but admire such eccentric tastes. Naturally, he obliged. Another 20 minutes later, the required bat ingredients were delivered. And so the cycle continued, quests 4, 5, all the way to the 13th. By the time he completed the final task, Li Fan glanced at the clock and realized, with mild surprise, that it was already 9:30 in the evening. The relentless grind had grown tedious. Remembering his promise to meet his sworn brother Chin Urgu in Sky Glory City, he decided to head back. Yet, on his return journey, fate taunted him. A party of 7 or 8 players, likely fresh from their NPC trials, had stumbled upon a minor boss in the wild. A bitter sigh escaped him. 13 quests, and not a single boss encounter. Yet these rookies find one the moment they step out? What absurd luck. Chapter 59. The audacious boss-snatching maneuver that left the Radiant Guild players dumbfounded, frustrated. Li Fan couldn't help but scrutinize the scene more carefully. To his surprise, it was actually the Black Iron tier boss, the Swiftwind Rabbit. Damn it, I've been here multiple times today. How did I miss it? And that SA familiar team? Li Fan recognized the players in the boss fighting party. Their leader was a knight player with the ID Moonlight. In Li Fan's past life, this guy had ranked among the top 100 knights in the entire server. The guild he founded, the Radiant Guild, was also one of the older, more established factions. Unlike the scum from the righteous and unyielding group, Moonlight and his Radiant Guild had stood on the side of humanity in Li Fan's previous life. They were the good guys. So, upon recognizing Moonlight, Li Fan hesitated to snatch the boss. After all, bullying the trash from righteous and unyielding could be justified as serving justice, but targeting decent players? That felt wrong. It's just a Black Iron tier boss. I can let it go. But the first clear rewards. Damn it, I can't resist. After wrestling with his conscience, Li Fan ultimately decided to follow his instincts. I'll return whatever the boss drops to them, but I need that first clear bonus. I'll find a way to make it up to them later. With that rationalization, the guilt of boss snatching faded significantly. Still, it wasn't exactly honorable. So he quickly devised a cunning plan. In the next moment, Li Fan activated the active skill of his dark gold boots, Vanishing Dash. For 10 seconds, his maximum movement speed increased by an additional 100. Currently, Li Fan's base agility stat had surpassed 16,500, granting him a base movement speed of 389, 25 meters per second. With the skill active, that skyrocketed to 778, 5 meters per second, over twice the speed of sound. At full sprint, his figure blurred like lightning. The swift-winged rabbit, even as a black iron tier mini-boss, was a small creature, barely half a meter tall. So, to the utter bewilderment of Moonlight and his team, Li Fan flashed in like a bolt, scooped up the boss, and vanished just as swiftly. Flash, flash, flash. 1936, 1966, 1996. Against Li Fan. A black iron tier swift-winged rabbit lasted only a dozen strikes. In less than a tenth of a second. New notifications appeared on his interface. System, you have slain swift-winged rabbit elite, LV-24 black iron creature. You gain 650 EXP, 10 bonus for level difference. System, this kill is the server's first clear for this boss. Congratulations. You receive 12 free attribute points and a guaranteed class-specific equipment skill book from the drop table. System, your talent activates. Your agility permanently increases by 4 points. System notification, you have acquired the following items dropped by the boss. Shadowflame Buckler, Black Iron tier. Gale Longbow, Black Iron. Sturdy Belt, Common, along with 1 gold, 39 silver, and 57 copper coins. Excellent, I've obtained 10 free attribute points. Next, I'll dash back and deliver the boss loot to Wewa and the others. Li Fan's heart swelled with delight. In the blink of an eye, he darted like lightning before Wewa and the other players, dropped the spoils of battle, and vanished without a backward glance. From snatching the boss to slaying it, then returning the loot to Wewa's group, the entire sequence took no more than 3 seconds. Like a fleeting shadow, Li Fan disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. All that remained were Wewa and his bewildered companions, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? Did something just steal our boss? And why are there 3 pieces of equipment and over a gold's worth of coins lying here? Our boss got stolen, and then whatever stole it just gave the loot back to us? Damn it, did anyone see who took our boss? No clue. That guy moved like a ghost. Come to think of it, a friend of mine from M4399's Beginner Village once mentioned a similar phantom-like presence there. Turned out to be the god of misfortune. You think it was him? Highly possible. Ugh, already double-ranked number 1 and still stealing our boss? Shameless. Not necessarily. He's only a LV-22 player. How could he possibly move that fast? Might be some high-level NPC with a twisted sense of humor. Meanwhile, oblivious to the speculation about his identity, Li Fan had already returned to Tianao City via the intercity player teleportation array. Only players within the same city could send remote friend requests after learning each other's IDs, which was why Li Fan hadn't been able to add Ergo earlier. Now that the conditions were met, Li Fan opened his friend list, entered the ID, this one's called Longing, and sent a friend request. At the same time, Tianao City, Player Resurrection Plaza. 4 pale-faced players materialized abruptly in the plaza, each wearing expressions of seething fury. Damn it, fame really does attract trouble. Ergo. You're barely in the top 1,000 on the leaderboard, and you're already getting targeted. Those righteous Brotherhood bastards are disgusting, couldn't recruit us, so they just killed us outright. Ugh. They even looted my black iron dagger. I was a neutral player. Absolutely vile. Mark my words, I won't rest until they pay for this. Righteous Brotherhood. You'd better pray I never grow stronger, or you'll regret crossing me. Screw those Righteous Brotherhood scum. Ergo, say something, why do you look so stunned? Indeed. These 4 individuals were none other than Li Fan's sworn brother Chen Ergu and his 3 teammates. Just over 10 minutes prior, they had ventured beyond the city walls as a party to hunt monsters when they unfortunately encountered a group of players from the Righteous and Lofty Skies Guild. The opposing faction recognized Chen Ergu as someone who had once ranked within the top 1,000 players on both the level and equipment leaderboards. Though the rankings were ever-changing and he had since fallen beyond the 1,000th position during the initial launch of the leaderboards. He had coincidentally secured the exact 1,000th spot on both lists, an achievement that left a lasting impression on many. Upon identifying him, the Righteous and Lofty Skies Guild immediately demanded Chen Ergu join their ranks. However, having previously clashed with this very guild in other games, where they had ruthlessly slain him and his companions, Chen Ergu naturally refused. To their shock, the guild members launched a treacherous ambush without further discussion. Despite a valiant struggle, the overwhelming numbers of Righteous and Lofty Skies ultimately overwhelmed them, sending Chen Ergu and his party back to the resurrection point. The matter was as straightforward as that. At this moment, while his 3 teammates were furiously hurling verbal abuse at the guild, they were startled to notice that Chen Ergu, usually the most animated among them, stood frozen in place, wearing an utterly bewildered expression. Ergu, what's wrong? Ergu, you haven't been driven mad by rage, have you? Come on, battles and skirmishes are just part of the game. Don't take it so hard. Keep your spirits up. After a prolonged silence under his companion's concerned gazes, Chen Ergu finally lifted his head and uttered in a strange, disbelieving tone, "Brothers, the god of Grand Jupiter just sent me a friend request." Chapter 60. Chen Ergu's astonishment. My brother turns out to be the top player in the game? The name Tai Sui-shan resonated like thunder throughout the entire player base of Endless Firmament. The first player to lead a team through the nightmare difficulty of Spider Cave. The first player to complete a first-tier class advancement. The one who cleared the hidden dungeon Wolf Den and turned it into a public instance. On the official forums, the developers themselves had posted announcements verifying his legitimate status as the top-ranked player on both leaderboards. Though many players boasted that Tai Sui-shan was merely a lucky upstart and claimed they would surpass him someday, at present, he was undeniably the strongest player in the game. And now, this legendary figure was actually in Sky Glory City and had proactively sent him, Chen Ergu, a friend request? Ergu was stunned. His three longtime teammates were equally dumbfounded expressions. Damn, Ergu, you actually know Tai Sui-shan? For real? Are you delirious, man? Tai Sui-shan is the #1 player right now. Why would he add you? Why would I lie? It's really him. Holy shit. Ergu, no, from now on. Your brother Ergu. You've been hiding this from us? When did you meet Tai Sui-shan? Brother Ergu, if you introduce us to him, we'll follow you as our leader from now on. Brother Ergu, stop spacing out. Accept his friend request already. Hurry. Once they confirmed the truth of Ergu's claim, his teammates erupted in excitement. They were self-aware enough to know that surpassing Tai Sui-shan was practically impossible. Just the fact that Tai Sui-shan already possessed 2 epic tier items was staggering. They doubted they'd ever obtain even one before the game shut down. In Endless Firmament, bosses were overwhelmingly powerful. Even now, they struggled to solo Black Iron tier bosses of their own level. Epic tier equipment typically required defeating epic tier bosses, whose strength was roughly 128 times that of ordinary mobs. Defeating an epic boss? They estimated it would take them at least a year of grinding to even stand a chance. And even if they grew stronger, Tai Sui-shan was just idly waiting to be overtaken. With his resources, skill, and dedication, what hope did they have of surpassing him? So, rather than chasing an unattainable dream, Ergu's teammates decided it was far wiser to latch onto Tai Sui-shan as coattails. As the saying went, when a man attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. If they couldn't be the legend themselves. Being the legend's lackeys wasn't a bad alternative. For Chen Ergu, however, confusion outweighed excitement. Why would Tai Sui-shan send him, a nobody, a friend request? Unless a sudden realization struck him. Could Tai Sui-shan be recruiting him? After all, he was ranked within the top 1,000 players. Huh. So I'm actually in demand? The reason Righteous Sky ambushed me earlier was also because his recruitment attempt failed. Chen Ergu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. A smug smile creeping onto his lips. There was an undeniable sense of pride in having his gaming prowess acknowledged. Without hesitation, he accepted Tai Sui-shan's friend request. To his astonishment, before he could even contemplate how to greet Tai Sui-shan in a manner befitting a skilled player while maintaining courtesy, the latter sent him a message first. Tai Sui-shan, private chat Erguzi, guess who I am? Holy shit. Tai Sui-shan actually called me Erguzi. Chen Ergu exclaimed in utter bewilderment. His 3 teammates, however, weren't particularly surprised, having already assumed Tai Sui-shan and Chen Ergu were longtime acquaintances. What's the big deal? Isn't that your actual nickname? Wait. Brother Ergu's ID is this one's called Longing. If Tai Sui-shan calls you Erguzi, that means he's a real-life friend of yours. Damn, Brother Ergu. That's not cool, keeping such an epic friend hidden from us. What do you know? Chen Ergu grew flustered. In real life, I'm just a shut-in loser with barely enough friends to count on one hand. None of them are even half as good as me in games, let alone on Tai Sui-shan's level, the #1 player in the entire server. Wait, could it be him? As he spoke, a sudden realization struck him, and his entire body trembled with excitement. It's around 9:30 p.m. right now. This is exactly the time I was supposed to meet up with a good buddy in-game. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Chen Ergu hastily replied to Tai Sui-shan. This one's called Longing, private chat Shaoli Z. Tai Sui-shan, private chat screw you. How many times have I told you not to call me that? It sounds like you're addressing a eunuch, so damn lame. This one's called Longing, private chat holy shit. It really is you. Shaoli Z. Tai Sui-shan, private chat still calling me that? Friendship over. Blocked. This one's called longing private chat 0. No. Brother fan, I was wrong. Please carry me. Taisuation private chat ha ha ha. I'm already in Sky Glory City. Where are you? I'll come find you. This one's called longing private chat. I'm at the Revival Plaza. Taisuation private chat. What the hell? You're there? Did someone kill you? Who was it? Wait for me. I'm coming right now. The private chat ended, and Chin Ergu could no longer suppress the overwhelming urge to share his excitement. Oh my god. Brothers, I just had a private chat with Taisuation. He's actually my real-life best friend. Who would have thought he'd kept this from me for so long? He's on his way here now. With my Shaoli. No, brother fan around. We've got a top-tier player backing us up. Revenge against Righteous Sky might not have to wait. Ah. Chun Ergu shouted ecstatically, his voice brimming with exhilaration. His 3 old teammates were acquaintances from the game, though they didn't know Li Fan personally. Yet, seeing his exhilaration, they couldn't help but catch the excitement. Was the god of Jupiter Brother Ergo's sibling? Since we're also brothers to Ergo, by that logic, does that make the god of Jupiter our brother as well? To think our brother is the top powerhouse in the entire server? Holy smokes, we're soaring. So, righteous heroes, you dare strike us down? Just you wait. Vengeance will be ours. Mark my words. Li Fan moved with such swiftness that within a minute, he arrived at the Revival Plaza. The fervor of Chin Ergo and his 3 friends needs no further elaboration. Upon confirming they had indeed been ambushed in the wilderness and learning the assailants were members of the Righteous Heroes Guild, Li Fan's restraint shattered. Very well. Righteous Heroes, you've just signed your own death warrant. Chapter 61, Aiding a Brother's Vengeance. Slaying the hypocrites of Righteous Sky's Li Fan encountered Chin Ergu's 3 longtime gaming companions for the first time in this life, though he was quite familiar with them in his past life. Their in-game aliases were Harry Potter Big, Category 8 Hurricane, and Master Artisan, names that immediately revealed their shared eccentric camaraderie with Chin Ergu. However, Li Fan knew that beneath their unrestrained online personas, they were all shy and unassuming in reality, decent and honest individuals. In his previous life, like Chin Ergu, they had eventually joined the guild he founded, Celestial Sanctuary. Regrettably, their abilities were even more mediocre than Chin Ergu's, rendering them unremarkable. Yet, strength had never dictated their bond. With a brother like Chin Ergu among them, Li Fan naturally regarded these 3 as close friends as well. Now, reborn into this world, how could he stand idly by while his sworn brother and friends were slaughtered? Retribution was not just necessary, it was mandatory. Especially when the perpetrators were none other than the scum from the Righteous Skies Guild. Not only would he retaliate, but he would repay them tenfold. Where did they ambush you? And do you know the IDs of their leaders? Li Fan inquired. At these words, Chin Ergu and the others immediately perked up. As expected, Brother Fan, their new leader, intended to avenge them. Earlier, they attacked us at a regular monster spawning area west of Sky Glory City, where Twisted Trance appear. But whether they're still there now is uncertain. They might have already left. There were 2 main leaders, one called Righteous King, the other Righteous Tyrant. They had about 15 or 16 people in total. Brother Fan, isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? Maybe we should wait until tomorrow. After our debuff wears off, we'll join you. Our chances will be better. King and Tyrant, Li Fan smirked. Aren't these the same fools I slaughtered back in the beginner village? What a twist of fate to cross paths with them again. Truly, misfortune favors them today. Dangerous for me alone. He couldn't help but laugh. You gravely underestimate my strength. Wait here, unless they've logged off. I'll send them back to the resurrection point within 10 minutes. Without waiting for their response, Li Fan turned and strode away. Chin Ergu and the others initially hesitated with concern. No matter how formidable Li Fan was, facing 15 or 16 opponents alone seemed impossible after all. Even the mightiest warrior could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But the moment Li Fan's figure vanished like a streak of black lightning, they were left utterly stunned. Wait, where'd Brother Fan go? How did he disappear so fast? Holy hell, what kind of speed is that? Damn, that's beyond ridiculous. Is Brother Fan really not cheating? Like the official announcement said? The 4 of them stood frozen in awe. Truly, witnessing his prowess firsthand surpassed all hearsay. I've always heard tales of the god of Jupiter accomplishing extraordinary feats that shook the entire server, though I believed I had already overestimated his combat prowess to the fullest. Witnessing him firsthand made me realize how severely we had underestimated him. At present, we've only observed Li Fan's movement speed, his attack power, skills. and other decisive aspects of a player's combat ability remain unseen. Yet, this speed alone is utterly absurd. It's practically akin to teleportation. At this thought, Shin Ergu and the others recognized the naivety of their earlier concerns. The strength of Righteous King and his companions wasn't significantly superior to their own. Their victory over the four of them was primarily due to ambush tactics and numerical advantage. But does sheer numbers truly matter against the preposterous speed Li Fan has just demonstrated? More likely, they'd be picked off one by one. System notification. You have successfully spent 20 gold coins to locate the coordinates of players Righteous King and Righteous Tyrant. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Tiano City. Bounty Office. Li Fan glanced at the notification on his interface and nodded in satisfaction. The NPC natives of Donghua Empire deeply feared the troublemaking tendencies of players. To protect their citizens, they went to great lengths, even enforcing mandatory education for all players entering the main city for the first time. However, when it came to conflicts between players, the NPCs largely turned a blind eye. After all, they understood the principle that suppression was inferior to controlled release. If players expended their energy fighting among themselves, they'd have little time to harass the NPCs. Besides, players were immortal. No matter how brutal the battles, no lasting harm was done. In fact, PvP could even enhance combat skills and experience. A beneficial outcome, worthy of encouragement. Thus, every bounty office in Donghua Empire's main cities offered a paid service to track player locations, 1 gold coin per minute, with the prerequisite of knowing the target's ID. Not only did this assist players in honing their combat expertise, but it also generated revenue for the Empire. A win-win situation. Li Fan had initially intended to locate the guild leader of Righteous Yuntian directly. Settling scores with mere officers like King was hardly impressive. If Righteous Yuntian dared attack his brothers, he would strike at their leader. Unfortunately, the bounty interface revealed that the guild leader, Righteous Zhao Ritian, was not within the main city. He remained in the beginner village, likely striving for a high-tier class promotion. Left with no choice, Li Fan settled for the next best option, eliminating King and the other scum who had attacked Shin Ergu. After all, they were on his list regardless. Still at the twisted trant grinding spot? How bold? Did they truly believe assaulting my brothers would go unanswered? Did they not fear retaliation? With a cold smirk, Li Fan dashed toward the coordinates of King and Tyrant at breakneck speed. Twisted trant grinding spot. Brothers, let us strive with utmost vigor today to ascend to level 22, for we may then secure a position within the illustrious top 1,000 of the server-wide ranking hierarchy. Haha. This training ground has become our exclusive dominion, and reaching level 22 is an inevitability. The bountiful rewards of the ranking system await us. Onward, with indomitable spirit. At this very moment, the valiant Righteous as the vast heavens and his comrades are engaged in fervent monster slaying. Their formidable faction has now swelled to approximately 30 members. The Twisted Trant spawning area, being a rather confined training zone, has been entirely commandeered by Righteous as the vast heavens cohort, who have unceremoniously expelled all independent players from the premises. As their arrogant boasts echo through the vicinity, the scattered independent players can only seethe in silent resentment. Yet suddenly, all these solitary adventurers freeze in astonishment. For to their utter disbelief, a streak of black lightning materializes from the distance, charging through Righteous as the vast heavens gathering point as though it were unguarded territory. In the blink of an eye, every member of Righteous as the vast heavens faction is transformed into ethereal beams of white light, vanishing one after another. Chapter 62. Slaughter at the Resurrection Point. My God. What just happened? A shadowy figure emerged like a phantom and annihilated those scumbags from Righteous Brotherhood in the blink of an eye? Damn, that was utterly brutal. Was that shadow a player or an NPC? The figure halted. Wait, am I hallucinating? Does his ID actually read Tai Sui Shan? No, you're not seeing things. It really is Tai Sui Shan. Tai Sui Shan is slaughtering Righteous Brotherhood members? Is he helping us out of righteousness? Or does he have a personal vendetta against them? Righteous Brotherhood is an established guild in the gaming world. How dare he single-handedly take down so many of them? This is a direct slap to their reputation. Isn't he afraid of retaliation? Afraid? Did you not witness the sheer power he just displayed? 30 men wiped out in an instant. You think he fears Righteous Brotherhood? Absurd. I've never seen a player with such terrifying combat prowess. After cutting down the guild members, Li Fan paused briefly amidst the stunned whispers of surrounding players before vanishing into the distance. His purpose was clear, to ensure everyone knew he was behind this. The slaughter? merely vengeance for his sworn brother, Chen Ergo. By boldly revealing his identity, he leveraged his fame to cripple Righteous Brotherhood's growth. Consider this: when the entire server learns Tai Sui-shan is targeting them, who would dare join their ranks? By forcing the guild into the spotlight. Their leadership had no choice but to retaliate, exactly what Li Fan wanted. Through systematic annihilation, he would demonstrate the fate awaiting those who crossed him. In time, this cesspool of a guild would never amass the power it once held in his past life. There was another advantage to marking targets through the NPC bounty office. For the duration of the mark, the designated players remained hostile, even within city walls. He could eliminate them by paying a modest fine, without NPC interference. Now, to the resurrection point to finish off Wang De Wang and his ilk. With that thought, Li Fan sprinted at full speed toward Tianyao City's Revival Plaza. In endless skies, fallen players automatically resurrect after 120 seconds. At the plaza, the Righteous Brotherhood members had barely revived when they crossed paths with Chen Ergo's group. Taunts flew instantly. Serves you right, you trash. Ha. Shut it, you four losers. We weren't killed by you. Oh? Then was it Tai Sui-shan? Let me enlighten you, he's our leader. That's why you got slaughtered. Got it. What? Damn it. You four worthless trash better watch out. This isn't over. So that's why the god of misfortune suddenly turned on us. It wasn't like that time in the beginner's village when he killed us to steal the boss. Oh no, this time he was backing you up. You wretched god of misfortune, you despicable missing, level 8, craftsman, Harry Potter the Great. Just you wait. You've crossed the Righteous Brotherhood Guild, and you'll regret it. The members of Righteous Brotherhood were both shocked and furious. The system notifications revealed they had been slain by the god of misfortune. Veterans like King of Men and Big Boss, who had encountered him back in M4399 Beginner S Village, knew a thing or two about him, after all. They'd been slaughtered by him on the first day of the server launch. But the others were utterly baffled. We were just peacefully leveling up. Not even contesting a boss, and we never crossed paths with you before, why slaughter us? Now it's clear, this was revenge for Chen Ergo and his crew. The thought alone sent them into a rage. It was the retaliation from the god of misfortune that infuriated them. It was Chen Ergo and his gang's sheer lack of honor. Damn it. If you knew the god of misfortune, why didn't you say so earlier? Had we known, would we have dared touch you? At the very least, we'd have weighed the consequences. What kind of people hide their powerful backers like that? But their outburst was destined to be short-lived, because at that very moment, Li Fan arrived at the Resurrection Plaza. Without a word, he raised his sword and struck. Swish, swish, swish. System notification. You have slain player Righteous Big Boss. Your sin points 1. You have committed murder within the city's safe zone, violating Article 9 of the Eastern Glory Empire's Chosen One Code. However, since the slain player was previously registered at the bounty office, criminal penalties are waived. You are required to pay a 10 gold fine for breaching city security. Please settle the fine at the magistrate's office within 3 working days. System notification. You have slain, omitted, X32. At Li Fan's current speed. Traveling from the Twisted Trant grinding spot to the Glory City Resurrection Plaza took less than 2 minutes. The reason he arrived only now was simple. He had spent the time registering every single member of the Righteous Brotherhood at the bounty office, based on the earlier kill notifications. Each bounty lasted only 5 minutes. Combined with the 2 previously registered players and the current fines, Li Fan was shelling out a staggering 495 gold coins, nearly the price of the legendary gear he sold to Violet Mist Fairy. This showed just how costly it was to kill players within the city's safe zone. But Li Fan didn't care. Happiness was priceless. He'd gladly pay even more, otherwise, he wouldn't have set the bounties for 5 minutes. And why only 5 minutes? Because he was certain that under this pressure, the Righteous Brotherhood wouldn't last that long before logging off. After the slaughter, Li Fan didn't leave. Instead, he stood boldly by the resurrection point, waiting for the Righteous Brotherhood to revive. The surrounding players watched in stunned silence. Damn, who the hell is that? Acting so brazenly? Committing murder in the main city area. Isn't that defying the NPC's taboos? Isn't he afraid of being punished by them? Holy shit, it's the god of Jupiter. No wonder he dares to be this audacious. He must have obtained some special privilege from the NPCs. The god of Jupiter strikes well. What a satisfying sight. Slaughter those bastards from the Righteous Brotherhood Guild. The players are utterly stunned. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine someone would dare commit public murder under the NPC's jurisdiction. We thought the god of Jupiter was already invincible, but who could be even more fearless than him? Whose subordinate is this? Oh, it's the god of Jupiter himself. Well, that explains everything. 2 minutes later, the members of the Righteous Brotherhood guild respawn. God of Jupiter, what the hell are you trying to do? Are you declaring war against our Righteous Brotherhood guild? I advise you to tread carefully. Enough of your nonsense, you worthless trash. From now on, I'll slaughter you every time I see you, until you quit the game for good. The guild leader, king of men, darkens with fury. About to issue a threat, but in the next second, Li Fan strikes him down again. Chapter 63, Annihilation Beyond the Blade, a declaration of war on the forums. Slaughter is slaughter. Li Fan detests those who prattle endlessly. Thus, the so-called Righteous Brotherhood couldn't even muster a verbal retort before being humiliatingly struck down once more. The scene left all nearby players utterly stunned. Damn. Blocking the respawn point and butchering those scum from the Righteous Brotherhood, Tai Sui-shun is absolutely domineering. Did you see Tai Sui-shun's speed? It was like lightning. He weaved through their ranks in mere moments, annihilating over 30 of them in seconds. By the heavens. Such overwhelming power. Why aren't the NPC guards intervening? Isn't the city supposed to be a safe zone? Fool, have you not read the Chosen One's Codex? Article 42 clearly states that combat between players is permitted within city limits, so long as NPCs remain unaffected. I was once a victim of the Righteous Brotherhood's bullying. Watching Tai Sui-shun crush them so ruthlessly, it's beyond satisfying. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussion. Many longed to approach Li Fan. For clinging to the coattails of the mighty was a common practice in this world. His strength was undeniable. Even the slightest favor from him could elevate an ordinary player's prowess by leaps and bounds. Yet, at this moment, Li Fan's ferocity had left them all too intimidated. Not a single bystander dared step forward. After exchanging a few words with Chen Ergo and the others, Li Fan noted that 2 minutes had passed since the Righteous Brotherhood's demise. Yet, none had respawned. As expected, they had logged off in cowardice. Huh, pathetic. With Brother Fan here, they wouldn't dare return. They've already been slaughtered twice at the respawn point. Reviving now would mean certain death. Brother Fan is peerless. Brother Fan reigns supreme. Chen Ergo and his companions erupted in exhilaration. The humiliation of their earlier defeat had vanished, replaced by sheer admiration for Li Fan and gratitude for securing his protection. So this is what it feels like to have a legend shielding you. Incredible. Meanwhile, the Righteous Brotherhood's retreat was no surprise to Li Fan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have limited their bounty to a mere 5 minutes. In truth, during the third slaughter, he had already noticed their numbers dwindling by a dozen. Scum they may be, they weren't fools. Knowing revival meant another massacre, they had wisely chosen to flee offline. But did they truly believe this was the end? No, this was only the beginning. When it comes to slaughter, one must commit utterly. Spare the rod and spoil the enemy. Li Fan and the Righteous Brotherhood were never destined to coexist. Whether now or in the future, they would remain sworn foes. Mercy was nothing but weakness. Therefore, Li Fan had no intention of engaging in trivial skirmishes with Righteous Brotherhood this time. This place is too crowded and conspicuous. Head to the Obsidian City and wait for me there. I'll join you shortly. Before that, I need to make a public declaration of war against Righteous Brotherhood on the game forum. After whispering these instructions to Chen Ergu and the others, Li Fan swiftly slipped away. Soon, he arrived at a secluded corner, accessed the game forum, and began composing his post. Within moments, his declaration was published. Title: Declaration of War Against Righteous Brotherhood. Poster: Tai Sui-shun. Content: just half an hour ago, a group from Righteous Brotherhood attempted to recruit my comrade. After being rejected, they shamelessly launched a surprise attack, overwhelming him with sheer numbers, ultimately leading to his and his teammates' demise. I had long heard that Righteous Brotherhood was a notorious den of scoundrels in the gaming world, deserving universal condemnation. Today, I witnessed it firsthand. From this day forth, any member of Righteous Brotherhood who crosses my path shall be eliminated by Tai Sui-shun. This vow remains in effect until the day Righteous Brotherhood disbands. Since forum IDs matched to game usernames, Li Fan's post instantly drew the attention of countless spectators. 1L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus first. 2L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus holy crap. I'm actually seeing Tai Sui-shun in the flesh. 3L, Invincible Tyrannosaurus listen up, Tai Sui-shun. In endless firmament, I, Invincible Tyrannosaurus, am the true legend. One day, I will surpass you. 4L, Sheep Big Brother Tai Sui-shun. Take me with you. 5L, Great Sui-shun hey there, little sister. Do you think the number one player in the server, Tai Sui-shun, would just carry anyone? Follow the proper procedure. Post your photo first, then we'll talk. 6L, smoke with Hua attention. 5L is not Taishuation. Also, Taishuation is openly declaring war on Righteous Brotherhood? Fantastic. Now we get to witness the clash between the server's top player and an established guild. This will be epic. 7L, Dog Suation. 6L is right. DM me, girl. I'm the real Taishuation. 19L, retired war god Lu Dam, just moments ago. Taishuation already fought Righteous Brotherhood. I was there, utterly domineering. He camped their respawn point and slaughtered over 30 of them until they were too scared to log back in. 20L, bald but not strong. I can confirm 19L's claim. I recorded the whole thing. Check my profile for the footage. Witness Taishuation's terrifying combat prowess firsthand. 21L, I am Whitebeard. What kind of speed is this? 30 players annihilated in the blink of an eye. 22L, so this is the combat prowess of the god of longevity. Truly terrifying. I yield. His movement and attack speed are absurdly fast. His agility stat must exceed 10,000. 23L, the strength displayed by the god of longevity renders even swarm tactics ineffective. The Righteous Brotherhood guild is undoubtedly in deep trouble now. 168L, damn you, god of longevity. You're no saint either. What gives you the right to condemn us? 169L, god of longevity, you're the most unreasonable one here. On the very first day of the server launch, you slaughtered us in M4399's beginner village under the pretense of avenging your comrades. It was all just an excuse. You're nothing but a bloodthirsty maniac. 170L, ha ha ha. The dogs of Righteous Brotherhood have come to whitewash their sins. Everyone, take note. 169L, whitewash your mother. Who gave trash like you the right to speak here? Chapter 64, The Forum War of Words. Are Taishuation and Righteous Clouds merely dogs biting dogs? To speak frankly, the members of Righteous Clouds Guild are truly despicable, representing the bully faction within the gaming community. In the few days since Endless Skies launched, countless ordinary players have suffered under their tyranny. The forums are littered with victims venting about the guild's inhumane behavior, alongside impassioned declarations of war against Righteous Clouds. Yet such posts rarely garner responses, for most players dismiss them as empty boasts from nameless nobodies. But Lee Fan's post was different. The moniker Taishuation carried immense prestige. Within minutes of posting, excited spectators had propelled it to the forum's front page through fervent discussion. Setting aside their reputation and conduct, Righteous Cloud stands among the elite guilds in the gaming world. Thus, their members quickly noticed Lee Fan's declaration of war. Soon, the thread flooded with responses from Righteous Cloud's members, including their guild leader, Zhao Hao. 200L, Righteous Zhaoritian, I've reviewed the incident. Essentially, a minor conflict arose between our members and 4 of Taishuation's friends, escalating into combat. 201L, Righteous Zhaoritian, such violent disputes are commonplace in any game. Taishuation has already slaughtered my subordinate brother 3 times over. I considered the matter settled, yet he remains unsatisfied. 202L, Righteous Zhaoritian, from what I know. On launch day, Taishuation killed several of my brothers over a boss dispute. From the beginning, our guild has been his victim. 203L, Righteous Zhaoritian, regarding his accusation that we're a scum guild, I vehemently protest this slander. Our members are loving individuals, merely more passionate than most. We welcome all players who share this fiery spirit. 204L, Righteous Zhaoritian, finally, Taishuation threatens to slaughter us all? Very well. I acknowledge your strength. But when one falls, thousands will rise. Our 20,000 brothers and sisters will play your game. And should we all perish, countless more will stand against your madness. As the architect of Righteous Cloud's massive expansion, Zhaoritian possesses exceptional talents. His rhetoric instantly shifted public perception of this conflict. Where spectators once saw Taishuation as a heroic commoner avenging his brethren, now doubts emerged. However, after reading Zhaoritian's remarks, many onlookers' impression of the god of Taishui instantly changed. Robbing bosses and attacking players right from the first day in the beginner's village? This was clearly the behavior of a bully-type player. His declaration of war against righteousness across the skies was nothing more than a case of dog bites dog, both sides equally at fault. In fact, some spectators found their opinion of righteousness across the skies improving after Zhaoritian's response. Isn't fighting and killing just part of the game? If one must remain meek and law-abiding in the real world, shouldn't the virtual realm allow some unrestrained freedom? If even in games one must rigidly uphold morality, then where is the thrill, the passion, righteousness across the skies? Now that's a guild worth joining. And when another player later voiced support for Zhao Ritian's stance, claiming that righteousness across the skies was the victim in this incident, even more bystanders began to side against the god of Tai Sui. 250L, Emperor Supreme, I am the leader of the Supreme Overlords Guild. I stand with President Zhao. The god of Tai Sui is indeed a bloodthirsty maniac. He slaughtered our guild members back in the beginner's village too. 251L, Emperor Supreme. Those Supreme Overlords may not rival righteousness across the skies in size and influence. We stand united against the god of Tai Sui. Bring it on, if you dare. Victory shall belong to the righteous. Supreme Overlords was an established guild, once ranked 10th among the top 10 guilds in Dragon Kingdom during its peak. Emperor Supreme's declaration further tarnished the god of Tai Sui's reputation, with some even praising both him and Zhao Ritian as men of true grit. If they couldn't join righteousness across the skies, then Supreme Overlords would be just as worthy. This was one of Emperor Supreme's key motives for backing Zhao Ritian. In his eyes, the god of Tai Sui was already an enemy of his guild. Supporting Zhao or not wouldn't change that. Besides, with the god of Tai Sui focused on righteousness across the skies first, this was the perfect opportunity to boost his guild's visibility and reputation. Of course, the other reason was his prior acquaintance with Zhao Ritian. The two were kindred spirits, naturally inclined to support each other. But where there was support, there was opposition. Though Li Fan had not reached out, Violet Fairy, the young mistress of the Phoenix Guild, was displeased upon hearing the news. What? Ganging up on the underdog. The Phoenix Guild had deep ties with the god of Tai Sui. Did they think her guild irrelevant? Thus, Violet Fairy made her stance clear in the thread. 328L, Violet Fairy. The Phoenix Guild stands with the god of Tai Sui. If he declares war on righteousness across the skies, then so do we. From this moment, we are sworn enemies of righteousness across the skies. 329L, Violet Mist Fairy. Moreover, the notorious reputation of the Righteous Brotherhood is evident to all. I fail to comprehend how bullying ordinary players could ever be glorified as valor. The deity Tai Sui striking them down was nothing short of delivering justice for the people. 330L, Violet Mist Fairy. As for Emperor Arrogance, let us not forget, it was your foolish brother-in-law who provoked the wrong adversary. How dare you claim Tai Sui slaughtered your guild members without cause? Your deliberate distortion of facts deceives no one. Frankly, you are equally as witless. Violet Mist Fairy's words sent waves through the spectators. A mere battle thread had now entangled three of the gaming world's most established guilds. What a spectacle! Many players, previously swayed by the rhetoric of Zhao Ritian and Emperor Arrogance, now saw the truth. Whether Tai Sui was the bloodthirsty madman they claimed mattered little. The infamy of the Righteous Brotherhood was undeniable. If chaos was to unfold, let it be grand. The more tumultuous, the better. Chapter 65, Continuing the Grind, Skill Book, Defensive Stance. Brother Fan, you really don't have to do all this for us. The Righteous Brotherhood is a major guild. Isn't it a bit too hasty to declare war on them now? Maybe we should form our own guild too, with more people. We won't be at such a disadvantage in fights. Exactly. With your current reputation, Brother Fan, if you create a guild, you'll definitely attract a lot of players. Then, when we go to war with the Righteous Brotherhood, we won't be outnumbered. Wait, the Pride of the Pinnacle Guild is siding with the Righteous Brotherhood now? Damn. Brother Fan, your newbie village life is really intense. Blackstone City. After reuniting with Li Fan, Chen Ergo and the others immediately erupted into chatter. They were deeply moved, believing that Li Fan's declaration of war against the Righteous Brotherhood on the game forums was entirely for their sake, to avenge your brothers. You challenge a guild of thousands, all by yourself? That's just insanely brave. But having a boss like you watching our backs, that's just too damn lucky. Don't misunderstand. Avenging you in Sky Glory City was already mostly done. This forum declaration is purely because I despise the Righteous Brotherhood and want to crush that trash guild. Li Fan shook his head, signaling Chen Ergo and the others not to flatter themselves. Truthfully, dismantling the Righteous Brotherhood had always been part of his plans. The only difference was that their attack on Chen Ergo's group had simply accelerated his timeline. As for the Pride of the Pinnacle Guild jumping in, that's unexpected, but it doesn't matter. If they're willing to side with the Righteous Brotherhood, they can't be any better. If I run into them, I'll just wipe them out too, hardly any extra effort. At his words, Chen Ergo and the others exchanged stunned glances. One man, facing two major guilds head-on. Brother, you're just on another level. But upon reflection, it wasn't an empty boast. After all, large guilds couldn't stay clustered in defense forever. They had to grind and level up, didn't they? Li Fan had made it clear in his post. Anyone from those guilds within his sight would be hunted down. Random encounters on the road. A quick slaughter. With his strength, fewer than 100 players posed no threat at all. Bringing down the Righteous Brotherhood is a long-term mission, so let us set that aside for now. Li Fan continued, next, I'll be tackling a hidden quest. I'll be too busy to guide you, so I've contacted the Phoenix Guild's Violet Fairy. For the next few days, you'll join their raid team to avoid being targeted by the Righteous Brotherhood in retaliation. All right. Ergo nodded, though his expression was tinged with regret. Still, while he had entertained the idea of being carried by Li Fan, he had no intention of becoming a useless leech. Then, his eyes suddenly brightened. The Phoenix Guild? Violet Fairy? That guild full of beauties? Perfect. Brother Fan, go handle your business. We'll be just fine without you. Li Fan, your change in demeanor is rather abrupt. He shook his head with a wry smile, deciding to let the matter rest. As a typical male gamer, who wouldn't anticipate the opportunity to play alongside members of an alluring female guild? Li Fan could empathize with Ergo's sudden shift in attitude. However, he was well aware that Ergo was merely a timid otaku, bold only among familiar company, yet awkward and reserved around women. Even after a decade in the previous timeline of Endless Skies, Ergo's romantic conquests could be counted on one hand. His charm with the opposite sex was, frankly, lamentable. Now, back to routine quests. Encounters with the Righteous Brotherhood and Pride of the Elite Guilds warranted swift retaliation, while hidden quests demanded urgent attention. At the very least, completing Lu Yanwei's 99-part hidden quest chain would grant him some respite. With that in mind, Li Fan promptly bid farewell to Ergo and the others. Following his plan, he sought out the NPC Lu Yanwei in the tavern. The man remained as intoxicated as ever, casting a bleary-eyed glance at Li Fan before curling his lips into a smirk. You're back. This time, I crave a change. Bring me a pair of black iron flaming rooster wings. I'm famished. Notification. You have automatically accepted the quest Lu Yanwei's Daily Drunken Fancy 14. Objective. Slay a flaming rooster, LV. 23 black iron creature, and deliver the automatically acquired quest item Flaming Rooster Wings to Lu Yanwei. Time limit, 3 days. Reward, 210,000 EXP. Automatic progression to the next quest in the chain. For Li Fan, slaying a mere LV, 23 black iron boss posed negligible difficulty. Yet, given his abysmal luck, stumbling upon one was far from guaranteed. Damn it, you picky drunkard. Must you insist on black iron boss grade wings? Treating me like free labor? For a fleeting moment, Li Fan entertained the impulse to skewer the NPC where he stood, but restraint prevailed. Impulse is the devil's handiwork. Resigned, he steeled himself for the grind. The ultimate quest reward justified enduring this menial toil. Creature, Elite Flaming Rooster. Tier, LV, 23 black iron. Attributes, HP 4, 466, ATK 520, MATK 440. Def 198, MDF 234. Skills. Before him stood a half-meter-tall rooster, its plumage ablaze with fiery radiance. Li Fan wiped away non-existent tears. At last, for grueling hours of slaughtering ordinary flaming roosters had finally yielded this black iron mini-boss. The tedium was unbearable. With swift precision, Li Fan dispatched the creature. As he prepared to return, his eyes caught sight of a skill book dropped by the elite flaming rooster, one remarkably suited to his needs. Skill book, guard stance. Quality, black iron. Learning requirement, level 23 or above. Must be a melee class capable of wielding shields. Level 1 active effect. Focus on blocking with the shield. Entering a full defensive stance. For the next 5 seconds, all physical and magical damage taken is reduced by 75. Consumes 120 MP upon activation. With a cooldown of 60 seconds. Excellent. With the skill book, my margin for error against formidable bosses will significantly increase. Li Fan eagerly absorbed the knowledge from the skill book. Thanks to his tidal effect, the skill automatically ascended to level 2. The duration and cooldown remained unchanged. But the MP cost rose to 150, while the damage reduction improved to 77. 5. The only slight drawback was that during the skill's duration, he couldn't perform any offensive actions, otherwise, the effect would immediately cease. Though this life-saving ability might not see frequent use, it was always wise to be prepared. With a quiet murmur of satisfaction, Li Fan refocused his mind and resumed his quest. Chapter 66. Swiftness breaks 20,000, an ambush. Oh no. It's the god of misfortune. Brothers, run. Outside Obsidian City, while completing quests, Li Fan encountered an unfortunate group from the Righteous Brotherhood Guild. Without hesitation, he swiftly annihilated them. This was not the first such incident tonight. The Righteous Brotherhood, after all, was a long-established top-tier guild with a vast number of players spread across all 32 major cities of the Dragon Empire. Li Fan was true to his word. Any member of the Righteous Brotherhood who crossed his path would meet certain death. Moreover, due to the Emperor's Pride Guild siding with the Righteous Brotherhood, Li Fan showed no mercy to their members either. However, the Emperor's Pride Guild was relatively smaller in scale, and so far, he had yet to encounter them. Of course, it was also possible that he had already crossed paths with them but failed to recognize them. In the world of endless skies, players wishing to establish an official guild first needed a guild certification, a rare item typically dropped only by legendary bosses above level 30. At present, guilds like the Righteous Brotherhood and Emperor's Pride were merely informal player alliances, mostly composed of veterans from other games. Under such circumstances, unless Li Fan personally knew the player or their ID bore a recognizable prefix like Righteous or Emperor, he had no way of determining whether a random player fell within his kill list. Only after these guilds obtained their official certification would their members bear guild insignias, making identification effortless for Li Fan. But in truth, identification hardly mattered. Li Fan's primary targets were never the ordinary guild members, but rather the elite leadership, the core veterans and decision-makers. If he could terrify and eliminate these key figures, the guild itself would inevitably collapse. What a shame that Zhao Ritian, that arrogant fool, hasn't arrived in the city yet. Otherwise, I'd have made him tremble in fear today. Li Fan shook his head. Earlier, while turning in a quest, he had visited the Obsidian City's administrative office to track Zhao Ritian, the leader of the Righteous Brotherhood. Unfortunately, the records still showed him at level 20, with no sign of his arrival in the city. Clearly, Zhao Ritian was still attempting to conquer high-difficulty class dungeons. This was to be expected. With wealth and influence, leveling up was trivial. His underlings could weaken monsters, leaving him to deliver the final blow, skyrocketing his progression. Such methods were common among privileged players. Li Fan understood Zhao Ritian's desire for a high-tier class evaluation. If he were in Zhao Ritian's position, he would do the same. However, once a player reached level 20, they could access the city via teleportation, regardless of whether they had completed their class advancement. Zhao Ritian, that coward, had already reached level 20 last night. His prolonged absence is likely due to fear of my pursuit. Fine, if he wishes to remain a turtle in its shell, so be it. He can't avoid the capital forever. The hour grows late. I'll complete a few more quests before logging off to rest. Li Fan shook his head, dismissing thoughts of vengeance to focus on his own progression. For the next 2 hours, he diligently tackled Liu Yanwei's hidden quests before exhaustion finally compelled him to retreat from the game. After logging off to rest, he awoke refreshed and resumed his virtual endeavors. Li Fan's routine remained as disciplined as ever. The day unfolded without incident, grinding Liu Yanwei's hidden missions while occasionally clashing with unfortunate members of the Righteous Brotherhood Guild. Unnoticed, night once again surrendered to the pale light of dawn, having devoted relentless hours to the grind. Master Li spared a moment to examine his updated character stats. Character, God of Calamity. Base attributes, level, LV27, 4, 04M5, 4M EXP. Class, Sword and Shield Ranger. HP, 24, 608. MP, 6, 180. Attack, Physical 2, 126. Magical 1, 078. Defense, Physical 1, 495. Magical 1, 420. Attributes, Strength 1, 000. Agility 21, 996. Spirit 378. Stamina 1, 250. Unallocated attribute points, 850. Max attack speed, 275. 95 hits SEC. Max movement speed, 494. 91 MSEC. Title, Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent, Blessing of Light. Phase 2. SSS tier. Equipment, Omitted skill list. LV9 shield block. LV9 heavy slash. Basic forging. LV8 shield counter. LV7 phantom dance. LV5 fury of desperation. LV5 charge. LV5 sword aura mastery. LV5 twilight of the gods. LV4 sword and shield technique. LV4 fatal cleave. LV4 stormblade arts. LV3 defensive stance. Li Fan's current stats showed little deviation from his previous state after acquiring the legendary weapon blade of righteous judgment. His equipment remained largely unchanged, and the attribute points earned from leveling and minor boss first kills were still unspent. Yet his agility had nearly doubled. Without any buffs, his attack speed now soared to 275 strikes per second, with movement speed approaching 500 meters per second, a terrifying threshold. He reflected that, in his past life, such prowess had only been attainable around level 180. Phase 2 of his talent required slaying 100,000 monsters above level 20 to advance. In other words, his agility could potentially surpass 200,000 before reaching Phase 3. There was still a long road ahead, but breaking quadruple-digit attack speed per second was within reach. Onward. Gazing at his latest status panel, Li Fan couldn't help but beam with joy. Simultaneously, another achievement was the quest from NPC Lu Yanwei, of which he had already completed 60 segments. With some extra effort today and tomorrow, barring unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to obtain the final reward by tomorrow, thus liberating himself from this tedious chain of tasks. The 61st segment requires slaying the carrion rats in the Red Leaf Valley area outside Tianyao City? Wait, the first task I received from Li Changsheng also involves killing carrion rats. Li Fan murmured to himself in pleasant surprise. The ingredients required by NPC Lu Yanwei were no longer limited to the vicinity of Blackstone City. Starting from the 40th segment, Li Fan frequently had to travel to other main cities to hunt monsters and gather materials. Unexpectedly, the 61st segment overlapped with the task he had previously accepted from Li Changsheng, completing one action to fulfill 2 quests. How delightful! With this thought, Li Fan immediately prepared to depart. However, just as he arrived at Blackstone City's teleportation array and before he could select his destination, a sudden notification of hostile PK flashed across his panel. Alert! Player Golden Killer Sahara, LV, 23 Assassin, has activated the talent skill turn space against you. You have been forcibly drawn into the turn space. Chapter 67. The Dual Arena of Unique Talent. The Gold-Ranked Assassin of the Assassin League. Notification. The opponent has temporarily gained the same numerical bonus as your highest 4-dimensional attribute, Agility. Notification. Within the dual arena, you can only return to your original location after defeating the opponent. Notification. In the dual arena, both parties will engage in turn-based combat, with each attack limited to a single strike. The opponent initiates the first attack. Notification. Within the dual arena, neither party can use consumables or change equipment. Notification. Player Gold Killer, Sahara, LV, 23 Assassin, has launched an attack against you. You suffer backstab damage and lose 1 HP. Notification. You have 5 seconds to counterattack. Failing to do so within the time limit will forfeit your turn, and both parties will proceed to the next round. In an instant, multiple notifications flashed across Li Fan's interface. His surroundings blurred, and he found himself abruptly transported from the bustling city teleportation hub into an isolated, peculiar space. Apart from the roughly 20 square meters solid ground where he and the assassin stood, everything else was shrouded in thick white mist. A talent skill? Dual arena? Ah. Now I remember. This must be the top enforcer of the Assassin League. Frowning, Li Fan searched his memories from his past life and quickly recalled the background of this gold killer, Sahara. Sahara hailed from a player organization known as the Assassin League. Unlike conventional guilds, this faction consisted almost entirely of assassin-class players. Though small in number, each member was a formidable expert in the game. Much like long-established guilds such as Righteous Brotherhood, the Assassin League had been formed even before the official launch of Endless Skies. True to their name, they specialized in assassination contracts, accepting commissions to eliminate targets. Among them, Gold Killer Sahara stood out as one of the most infamous assassins within the league. His unparalleled success rate, nearly 100, was attributed to his unique talent, Dual Arena. As the name suggested, this ability allowed him to lock onto a target and drag them into an isolated space where combat followed strict turn-based rules. Within the dual arena, no matter how swift one's attack speed might be, engagements were strictly alternating, 1 strike per turn. It somewhat resembled the combat mechanics of the classic game Fantasy Westward Journey, though with a crucial difference. Gold Killer Sahara could replicate the highest 4-dimensional attribute of his trapped opponent. In other words, since Li Fan currently possessed an agility stat of 21,996, within this space, Sahara's agility was also boosted to 21,996. His strength, spirit, and constitution, however, remained unaffected. Though his damage output is too pitiful to breach my defenses, he must be utterly stunned now that he's glimpsed my agility stat through this talent. This innate ability is indeed formidable for one-on-one combat. Li Fan furrowed his brows. After pondering for so long, the 5-second counter window was nearly exhausted. So he swiftly retaliated with a basic attack. The reason for choosing a basic strike was twofold. Firstly, Li Fan lacked any particularly devastating single-hit skills. Legendary abilities like Sword and Shield Technique or Fatal Cleave were more supportive or sustained damage buffs in nature. Upon closer analysis, his most potent single-strike skill remained the initial ability, Heavy Slash, now elevated to level 9, boasting 475 physical attack power with additional damage scaling as the enemy's health diminished. Secondly, while the opponent had replicated his agility attribute, they couldn't duplicate his other stats or equipment. Clad head-to-toe in legendary and epic tier gear, Li Fan could tell at a glance that the Gold Assassin's finest possession was merely a golden dagger, a staggering disparity. As expected, the enemy's backstab skill failed to penetrate his defenses. Meanwhile, Li Fan's retaliatory strike carved a massive chunk from the assassin's health bar. 2,296. A colossal numeral erupted above the Gold Assassin's head, with Li Fan's physical attack stat exceeding 2,100, augmented by his innate ability's true damage. A single basic strike had nearly halved the assassin's vitality. What kind of offensive and defensive stats are these? This agility value hiss, utterly absurd. The Gold Assassin, Sahara, inhaled sharply. As a professional killer, he prided himself on maintaining composure, adhering to the creed of ruthless efficiency with minimal words. Yet at this moment, restraint was impossible. Even though he had anticipated low odds of success, this mission being primarily for intelligence gathering, he couldn't suppress his astonishment. 22,000 agility, is this truly attainable for a level 27 player? My 500 physical attack, amplified by backstab's double damage, can't even breach your defense? How preposterous are your defensive stats? And a single basic strike from you deals 300 damage to a player with over 100 physical defense? Is your attack power nearing 500? Tai Sui Shun, how dare you claim you're not cheating? On the other side, Li Fan paid little heed to the assassin's shock. After all, he'd have reacted similarly. What intrigued him was that in his past life, he'd never crossed paths with this foe. Yet, based on accounts from those slain by the assassin, the Gold Assassin Sahara had always operated in silence. So, he isn't mute after all. Good. Communication is possible. Gold Assassin Sahara, I know you belong to the Assassin's League. Who commissioned you to eliminate me? Sahara's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated Tai Sui Shun deducing his affiliation, another unforeseen twist. From his intelligence, the gaming world had never before harbored a powerhouse named Tai Sui Shun. Recent investigations suggested that, aside from some interaction with the Phoenix Guild, Tai Sui Shun was likely an unaffiliated solo player. A lone wanderer in the game actually recognized the Assassin Brotherhood and identified me as their dispatched killer. This was no ordinary player. Such a threat demanded overwhelming force. Yet when my mighty strike dealt a pitiful mandatory 1-point damage, the murderous intent swelling within the Sahara Desert warrior instantly withered. The disparity in power was insurmountable. No amount of skill could bridge this chasm, like a newborn infant attempting to face Mike Tyson in the ring. Even if the babe could perform a perfect 360-degree Thomas Flare, it would still crumble before the boxer's casual jab. Tell me, Sahara, Li Fan inquired once more, who sent you after me? A professional assassin never reveals his employer's identity. Sahara responded with icy bravado. I see. Li Fan nodded calmly. Then perish. With those words, the tables turned, his counterattack commenced. A single devastating slash. System notification. You have eliminated player Golden Killer Sahara, LV-23 Assassin. As this was self-defense, no notoriety points have been added. System notification. You have automatically exited the dueling dimension. Chapter 68. The retribution of the strong never waits overnight. Even without the golden-ranked assassin Sahara's confession, Li Fan could roughly deduce who had placed the bounty with the Assassin Alliance. Endless Skies had only been online for a few days, and the ones who held grudges against him were none other than the Righteous Brotherhood and the Pride Overlords Guild. The Assassin Alliance, being a professional player-killing organization within the gaming world, was renowned for its dedication, and naturally, their services didn't come cheap, especially when targeting someone like him. The current top-ranked player in the game, the price would undoubtedly be astronomical. Considering his identity as a player from Dragon Country, it was possible that foreign factions had hired them to suppress him. However, the more likely culprits were Zhao Ritian or Emperor Pride. Thus, whether the golden-ranked assassin revealed the employer's identity or not, it made little difference to Li Fan, since the probabilities pointed toward Zhao Ritian or Emperor Pride. Retribution against these two would be justified. Besides, even if they weren't the ones behind the bounty, Li Fan had already planned to eliminate them. In short, killing them was the right move. He had just checked with the NPC. Zhao Ritian was still holed up in the beginner village. Would Emperor Pride also be avoiding the main city? Damn, he really was. Had these two conspired to let the Assassin Alliance deal with him first before entering the main city? Li Fan checked again, disappointed to find that Emperor Pride hadn't entered any main city either. Once players entered a main city, they generally couldn't return to the beginner village, a rule established from the start. With Zhao Ritian and Emperor Pride hiding in the beginner village, Li Fan truly had no way to reach them. Fine, he'd deal with the Assassin Alliance first. If he couldn't catch the mastermind, he'd at least dismantle their tools. Thus, he resolved to strike the Assassin Alliance first. No matter how formidable the golden-ranked assassin Sahara was, he was merely an employee. If Li Fan was going to strike, he'd go straight for the leader of the Assassin Alliance. The identity of the Assassin Alliance's leader had always been shrouded in mystery, known to very few players. But to Li Fan, a reincarnator, it was no secret. System notification: you have successfully spent 10 gold coins to locate the coordinates of player passerby, a LV 23 Shadow Assassin. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. That's right, this utterly unremarkable ID belonged to none other than the leader of the Assassin Alliance. The man had concealed himself well, but unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Li Fan, a reincarnator. Today, misfortune was inevitable. Shadowmoon City. This city stood at the edge of the endless mountain range, the westernmost territory of the Eastern Glory Empire. Due to the erosion of demonic energy, the entire city was perpetually shrouded in gloom, its dim lighting making it the perfect environment for assassin players. At this very moment, in an ordinary leveling spot within Shadowmoon City as wilderness, passerby A, the leader of the Assassin Alliance, was engaged in a long-distance call with the golden-ranked assassin Sahara. What? Tai Sui-Shin's agility stat is a staggering 21,996? What? Your attacks don't even break his defense, while his basic strikes deal 300 damage to you? That is utterly absurd. This individual now stands in a league of his own among the player base. Let's pause this contract for now. Later, I'll negotiate a higher price with the employer and demand compensation for your losses. Well, obtaining such intelligence is already quite an achievement. Take a few days off. Consider it a vacation. After ending the private call, passerby A sank into deep contemplation. The assassination contract for Tai Sui-Shin had actually been received by the Assassin Alliance a few days prior. It was originally placed by Emperor Supreme from the M4399 beginner village. Unfortunately, during those days, the two assassins dispatched by the Alliance in that village hadn't even caught a glimpse of Tai Sui-Shin. Now, another client had emerged, Zhao Ritian from the Righteous Brotherhood Guild. Considering Tai Sui-Shin's current status as the undisputed top player, dominating both leaderboards, Zhao Ritian and Emperor Supreme had offered a reward of 1 million Dragon Kingdom coins per kill. With such a staggering sum at stake, the Assassin Alliance naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip. In passerby A's eyes, dispatching his top enforcer, the elite assassin Sahara, should have made this mission a near certainty. Yet, against all expectations, after just one encounter, even Sahara's confidence had been shattered. Tai Sui-Shin's attributes were simply absurd. The most terrifying part? The official statement from Endless Skies confirmed he wasn't cheating or exploiting any bugs. Indeed, you get what you pay for. The assassination of Tai Sui-Shin would require careful strategizing. They'd have to ask Zhao Ritian and Emperor Supreme to wait a little longer and perhaps negotiate a higher fee. Who was there? Just as passerby A was muttering to himself, a sudden gust of sinister wind rushed toward him, instinctively narrowing his eyes. He witnessed an utterly shocking sight. A warrior player wielding a great sword had materialized out of nowhere, darting toward him like lightning. Upon closer inspection, this was none other than the very man he and his subordinates had been discussing. Tai Sui-Shin. Tai Sui-Shin. Wow, I actually get to meet Tai Sui-Shin in person? Big shot, add me as a friend. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Passerby A immediately adopted the excited, starstruck demeanor of an ordinary player, grinning foolishly as he asked Li Fan for a friend request. Li Fan, too, paused briefly before breaking into a smile. Acting, huh? Keep pretending. I refuse to believe the leader of the Assassin Alliance wouldn't know why I'm here. At those words, Passerby A's expression froze. With his identity exposed, there was no point in maintaining the charade. His gaze turned contemplative as he studied Li Fan. Tai Suishan, who exactly are you? How did you find me? His in-game ID was unknown even to most members of the Assassin Alliance. All external communications were handled through intermediaries. After all, the nature of their work was unsavory. Today's client could easily become tomorrow's target. As the leader, he had to maintain absolute discretion. Don't concern yourself with how I know. Since I've tracked you down, I have my own sources. Your top assassin, Sahara, refused to reveal who hired you to kill me, so he died. Now, I'll ask you the same question. Who hired you? Li Fan cut straight to the chase with his inquiry, though the matter held little personal significance to him, since the opportunity had presented itself. Identifying the specific individual would naturally be preferable. Dispatching Zhao Ritian and Ao Shidi Huang required minimal effort, yet as time remained precious, pinpointing the exact culprit would be ideal. Since you know of me, you should be aware that the Assassin Alliance has never betrayed its clients. Therefore, I shall not answer. Passerby A replied steadily. Very well. Then I presume you are prepared to face my blade. In guard. As Li Fan spoke, he slowly raised his sword. Reputation precedes a man as shadows follow a tree. Having just witnessed the golden-ranked assassin Sahara in action, Li Fan's deliberate movements bore an overwhelming weight in Passerby A's eyes. Yet he was not one to await death passively. I anticipated your attack long ago. Did you truly believe I came unprepared? Farewell. With those final words, Passerby A abruptly vanished into thin air, the signature skill of an assassin, invisibility. Chapter 69. The obsession of an extra. The auction begins. The current situation left the extra brimming with confidence. Fighting you head on? Indeed, I am no match for you, Tai Suishan, but my stealth leaves no trace. If I am determined to flee, how would you, esteemed Tai Suishan, possibly counter that? Faced with this, Li Fan merely chuckled. Stealth does not equate to invincibility. Your celebration is premature. With those words, Li Fan began slashing at the empty air. Swish, swish, swish. Under the passive effect of his dark gold skill, Sword Chi Master, every basic attack unleashed sword energy spanning over a dozen meters. 200 strikes per second, countless white arcs of sword energy surged outward like tidal waves. Hidden in stealth. The extra never anticipated such an unorthodox tactic from Li Fan. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you rely on tracking footprints or other technical means to detect my presence? Resorting to indiscriminate sword energy bombardment, how utterly shameless. The extra attempted to flee, but even with the slight movement speed bonus from stealth, how could he possibly escape the range of Li Fan's attacks? In the blink of an eye, multiple sword energy struck him. 2,259, 2,309, 2,359, 1648, lethal blow. For consecutive strikes later, the extra's health was completely depleted. As the leader of the Assassin Alliance, his overall combat prowess was not inferior to that of the elite assassin Sahara. He possessed life-saving trump cards of his own, yet he understood, against Li Fan, deploying them would be meaningless. At best, it would only delay the inevitable by a few more slashes. With his agility of 20,000, those extra strikes would take mere hundredths of a second. What purpose would wasting precious survival tools serve? The sheer disparity in strength was despair-inducing yet exhilarating all the same. In his spectral form, watching Li Fan's figure race toward Moon Shadow City, the extra's eyes gleamed with an unsettling fervor. Tai Suishan from this moment onward. This is personal. Whether Zhao Ritian or Ao Shidi Huang revokes the bounty on you, I will make your demise one of my primary objectives in this game. Keep striving. I hope your strength doesn't falter too soon, lest I lose interest once again. After muttering these words, the extra logged out before respawning. He was well aware of Li Fan's past exploits, such as slaughtering Bo Ren Wang and others at the revival point in Sky Brilliant City. It was clear Li Fan's current trajectory toward Moon Shadow City was to camp his respawn. Though he had marked Li Fan's death as a major goal, the gap between them was currently insurmountable. Stubborn resistance would only result in meaningless deaths. Logging off to evade confrontation, that was the most rational choice. Damn. Logging off after just one death? This guy really knows how to turtle. Li Fan lingered in Moon Shadow City's Revival Plaza for a while, Confirming the extra had indeed logged out, he could only shake his head in resignation. Under such circumstances, he had no better recourse, after all. He couldn't very well confront his adversary in the physical world, could he? Only when the game merged with reality would such actions become feasible. For now, he remained a law-abiding citizen, refraining from violence offline. Even his former lover, who had betrayed him in his past life, now lived unmolested. To strike now would be meaningless, merely forcing a logout. How tedious. Best to focus on quests instead. Li Fan teleported to Sky Glory City, and in moments, he materialized within the Scarlet Leaf Valley. Carrion rats, ordinary level 25 creatures, lurked here. Their grotesque forms dwarfed common household rodents by 20 or 30-fold, their hides mottled with irregular crimson and ivory splotches. Beady eyes gleamed with an eerie scarlet glow. These repulsive creatures thrived in packs, emerging in clusters of 3 to 5 with each spawn. Yet before Li Fan, their numbers meant nothing. Even hundreds swarming together posed no threat. The slaughter was swift, devoid of thrill. System, you have slain. X500. System, your innate talent activates, permanently gaining 2 agility. X500. System, level up. Current level, 28. System, quest drunkard Lu Yanwei's daily routine, 61, completed. Return to NPC Lu Yanwei for rewards. System, quest Li Chongqing's concerns, 1 completed. Return to NPC Li Chongqing for rewards. As notifications flooded his interface, the carrion rat extermination officially concluded. Following convenience, Li Fan sought out Li Chongqing first to claim his dues. System, obtained 20 gold coins, 250,000 EXP, and 10 merit points within Eastern Splendor Empire territory. The 3-day quest window had elapsed precisely today, thus no bonus rewards were granted. Common beasts and bosses near the capital lacked sentience, so slaying them yielded no merits. Still, 10 points were nothing to scoff at, accumulated. They could be exchanged for prizes with imperial officials. A cursory glance at the rewards, and Li Fan dismissed them. His true interest lay in the newly triggered second phase, quest, Li Chongqing's concerns 2, description, over the past year. Anomalous activity has stirred among the intelligent monster tribes bordering the Eastern Splendor Empire. Troubled, Li Chongqing, now impressed by your capabilities, seeks your aid in investigating this unrest. Objective, infiltrate the monster tribes and uncover the reason for their heightened aggression. Progress, 0, duration, 60 days, party size, 1, 10 players, success reward, unknown, failure penalty, permanent disqualification from this quest chain. Li Fan paused, momentarily bewildered. Unlike the first phase's straightforward boss elimination, this task demanded ambiguity. No clear targets, no directives. The vagueness itself was the greatest challenge. Where to even begin? Fortunately, the mission duration was ample, 60 days. At worst, I could just grind through all the intelligent monster tribes near the Eastern Empire. There's no way I wouldn't complete this task. With this thought, Li Fan's mind settled considerably. He held this unique hidden quest from Li Chongqing in high regard. The other 3 hidden quests had revealed their final rewards beforehand, but in his past life, no one had ever completed Li Chongqing's mission. Naturally, he was intensely curious about what rewards it might yield. If a hunter, an orphan from a security escort agency, and a drunkard could offer such formidable rewards, then surely Li Chongqing, one of the Eastern Empire's most legendary swordsmen, would provide something even greater? Li Fan couldn't help but anticipate it. For now, he set the quest aside. Following his original plan, he would first grind through the 99-step quest chain of the drunkard Lu Yanwei. Li Fan reeled in his wandering thoughts and returned to his daily routine. System notification. You have accepted Lu Yanwei's daily drunkard quest, 81. System notification. You have leveled up. Current level, LV 31. Unconsciously, time slipped into the next afternoon. Li Fan had been grinding relentlessly today, only feeling the heavy pull of exhaustion well past midnight. Just as he prepared to log off and rest, a private message alert suddenly blinked in his friend chat. Whisper from this vial is called longing. Holy shit, Fan. Check the auction house, 7 legendary skill books just appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 70, 7 legendary skill books. A showdown of wealth across the server. The ranking list revealed 7 legendary skill books. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's face immediately lit up with realization. The first divine creation event of Endless Skies had finally arrived. As a reincarnator and a former top-tier warrior player at level 200 in his past life, Li Fan naturally understood that Endless Skies was, in truth, the key to humanity's resistance against the extraterrestrial demonic invaders. The extraterrestrial demons belonged to a cosmic-level invasive civilization, while Earth was merely a planetary-level civilization. The disparity in their combined strength was akin to a single drop of water compared to the boundless ocean. How could endless skies aid Earthlings in resisting the terrifying demonic civilization? Beyond merging with reality and granting humans the full power of their in-game avatars, the game also initiated numerous divine creation events. Through these events, exceptional human warriors would rise, eventually becoming the vanguard against the demonic invaders. Now, the 7 legendary skill books marked the first wave of this divine creation event, while other players remained oblivious. Li Fan knew these 7 skill books had been distributed by Endless Sky's core intelligence system, the game's very own heavenly Tao. Each of these 7 legendary skill books possessed formidable effects. Any player who obtained even one would have the potential to soar to greatness. In my past life, I entered the game too late and missed this event. But in this life, I let it slip away. With eager anticipation, Li Fan opened the auction house. As expected, on the front page of the server-wide auction listings, 7 skill books shimmering with violet radiance stood prominently displayed. The server-wide auction house was accessible only to players above level 20, with a hefty 30 transaction fee. Almost no one used it, preferring instead to sell their wares either in the main city's marketplace stalls or through the city auction house, which charged a mere 5 fee. Indeed, these 7 skill books were placed here by the heavenly Tao of Endless Skies. After murmuring to himself, Li Fan turned his gaze to the descriptions of each skill book. Skill book: I have true sight. Quality: legendary. Learning requirement: level 20 or above, usable by all classes. Level 1 active effect: lock onto a target to obtain detailed information about their attributes, skills, and weak points. Effect diminishes against legendary tier or higher level creatures above your own level. Consumes 1 MP per use with a 60-second cooldown. The first skill book was an auxiliary type ability, universal to all classes. When facing creatures of higher levels or tiers, players would typically see nothing but question marks for their attributes and skills. Such encounters were perilous, often requiring multiple deaths just to gather information about the boss before any chance of success. The Eye of True Sight eliminated this reconnaissance phase, allowing players to understand a boss's strength, abilities, and vulnerabilities before their first attempt. To know your enemy and yourself is to win every battle. Intelligence gathering was paramount, making Eye of True Sight nothing short of a divine skill. For Li Fan, although the True Sight ability was currently only effective up to legendary tier bosses at level 1, with its potency diminishing against epic and higher tier entities, he knew skills could be upgraded. Moreover, he was aware of methods to enhance skill quality beyond level 40. This skill book was crucial. He absolutely had to obtain it. Resolute in his decision, Li Fan shifted his gaze to examine the other tomes. Skill book: Meteor Shower. Rarity: legendary. Requirement: level 20, staff-wielding classes. Level 1 effect: summons a micro-meteor shower across an 80-meter area, dealing magical damage. Each micro-meteor inflicts 200 magic attack damage, with 20 meteors descending per second for up to 5 seconds. Consumes 500 MP with a 180-second cooldown. Skill book: Arrowstorm. Rarity: legendary. Requirement: level 20, bow-wielding classes. Level 1 effect: releases 100 arrows over 4 seconds across a 70-30-meter area, dealing physical damage. Each arrow strikes for 150 physical attack damage. Consumes 500 MP with a 180-second cooldown. Skill book: Annihilation Blade. Rarity: legendary. Requirement: level 20. Sword-wielding classes. Level 1 effect: unleashes a massive 30-meter penetrating sword aura in an arc, dealing 1,000 physical damage to all enemies within range. Consumes 400 MP with a 100-second cooldown. Skill book: Venomous Edge. Rarity: legendary. Requirement: level 20, dagger-wielding classes. Level 1 effect: coats daggers and lethal poison, inflicting 300 true damage per second for up to 7 seconds per strike. Effect stacks twice on single targets. Poison persists for 10 seconds. Consumes 500 MP with a 300-second cooldown. Skill book: Divine Benediction. Rarity: legendary. Requirement: level 20, scepter-wielding classes. Level 1 effect: summons Holy Light across a 15-meter area, restoring 30 of max HP, minimum 2,000, per second for 5 seconds to allies within range. consumes 500 MP with a 150-second cooldown. Skill book, Berserker's Fury. Rarity, Legendary. Requirement, Level 20, all classes. LV1 active effect. Reduces the user's base physical magic defense by 20 for the next 10 seconds, while increasing base physical magic attack by 30 and base attack movement speed by 50. Skill activation consumes 500 MP, grants 10 Omni-Vamp, with a 300-second cooldown. Among these 6 skill tomes, for our offensive abilities, 1 healing spell, and a universal buff skill for all classes. Meteor Shower and Arrow Storm are devastating large-scale AoE attacks, exceptionally lethal for crowd control and surprisingly effective against massive bosses. Annihilation Blade deals relatively modest damage, but compensates with shorter cooldowns, instant casting, and decent area of effect coverage. Venomous Strike, an assassin's technique, delivers terrifying single-target damage, while lacking AoE capabilities. Its level 1 effect inflicts up to 200 points of true damage, a truly fearsome output. Sacred Prayer stands as a divine group healing spell, combining fixed healing values with percentage-based recovery, ensuring its eternal relevance as a cleric's masterpiece. Finally, Frenzy emerges as the ultimate buff for damage dealers, though temporarily reducing defenses by 20. The offensive enhancements far outweigh this negligible sacrifice. Chapter 71. Li Fan's Gaming Assets Stirring the Waters, True Sight and Frenzy. These 2 skill books are absolutely essential for me. They would be immensely beneficial. Li Fan quietly analyzed their potential. True Sight would grant him a significant advantage when confronting high-difficulty bosses, while Frenzy could dramatically amplify his burst damage output. As for the warrior's AoE skill, Annihilation Blade, Li Fan considered it a lower priority compared to the other 2. A 100-second cooldown skill barely enhanced his current combat effectiveness. Even with its 1000 damage multiplier, accounting for his basic attacks, and innate true damage from talents. Annihilation Blade's output roughly equaled 8 or 9 of his standard strikes, nearly 0.05 seconds worth of his normal assault. Such marginal gains were negligible. Still, acquiring it wouldn't hurt. Once he completed the quest Revenge of the Young Master of Wei Yuan Escort Agency and obtained that unique item eliminating cooldowns for 60 seconds, Annihilation Blade would become invaluable. Heavenly Prayer was another skill worth securing, an ideal asset for a future support teammate. Better to be prepared. As for Meteor Shower, Arrow Storm, and Venom, if his finances permitted, he would bid for them. Missing out on such exceptional skills would be regrettable. Li Fan checked his gold reserves. Over the past few days, repayment installments from Violet Mist Fairy and revenue from the Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon tickets had swelled his fortune beyond 40,000 gold. The dungeon tickets alone generated nearly 10,000 gold daily. 7 skill books, auctioned with no price ceiling, would conclude at midnight, 12 hours from now. No need to bid prematurely. Last-minute offers might yield unexpected bargains. Having settled on his strategy, Li Fan logged off to rest. While Li Fan slumbered, the entire Endless Skies player base erupted over the sudden appearance of 7 legendary tier skill books. Who could possibly sell these? How were they obtained? And why part with them? The auction house concealed the seller's identity, leaving only speculation. Regardless, such coveted skills couldn't be ignored. Meteor Shower, as a mage, I crave it. I pooled 100 gold with friends. Will that suffice? 100 gold for a legendary skill? Dream on. Stop dreaming and go to sleep. Let me share some news. The leader of a major guild in our beginner village has reportedly amassed nearly 1,000 gold coins, all aiming for that Meteor Shower skill book. Gold coins for sale. Exchange rate. 1 Dragon Nation currency for 10 copper coins. Unlimited demand. Message me if you're selling. Quick cash awaits. 110? Only fools would sell at that rate. The tycoons in our village are already offering 1.7 for copper coins. Our village is at 1.6. Well, I've saved up almost 2 gold coins since launch. That's nearly 3,000 bucks. Way better than slaving away at a job, haha. In-game and on forums. Players buzzed with excitement. A legendary grade skill book. Even if we can't afford it, just admiring it is a thrill. Meanwhile, the deep-pocketed spenders began hoarding gold coins like mad. Across every beginner village and city, merchant players shouted offers, driving the in-game currency rates higher and higher. The competition was fierce, ensuring only a select few could bid on their coveted skill books. As time passed, the prices of the 7 skill books skyrocketed. Endless Skies had too many players. Even if the average player could only grind a few dozen silver coins a day, after accounting for repairs and other expenses, The market quickly saw gold reserves in the 4-digit range. Within an hour of the skill books being listed, the lowest priced one had already surpassed 1,000 gold coins. 2 hours later, 500 gold. 3 hours. 10 hours in, the cheapest book broke 5,000 gold. Converted to Dragon Nation currency, that was over 3 million. Countless players gasped in disbelief. A legendary skill book, just a game item, selling for that much? Money really did grow on trees here. Little did they know. The true whales had even entered the fray yet. Old way, how much gold have we gathered? Over 6,000. Guild leader. Not enough. Push the guild harder. We need at least 8,000 by 11 p.m. to secure a book. 8,000 for one. But the highest bid is only 4,500. Trust me. Rumor has it Endless Skies has seen an influx of spenders lately. The competition will be brutal. We must be prepared. In Treeheart City, Eternal Monarch, leader of the Divine Mandate Guild, strategized with his chief tank, Old Way. 7,000 gold ready. That venomous strike book will be mine. God of misfortune? Once I have this skill and clear the 10-star class trial, your Tyranness Wrath Guild 1T dare cross me again. In the novice village of M5566, Zhao Ritian, the righteous leader of the Brotherhood of the Cloud, gazed at the 7,022 gold coins in his inventory, lost in a reverie of future glory. Lawrence, how much gold have we gathered so far? Boss, we've amassed nearly 7,000 coins. Good, but we must intensify our efforts. With 7 legendary skill books at stake, we must secure at least one. Meanwhile, in Mist City of the Western Moon Federation, a gaunt-faced mage with a square jaw was instructing his steward to continue hoarding gold. Though a novice in the game, he was one of the most formidable capitalists in the real world, wielding immense influence in both political and business circles. His entry into Endless Skies had been spurred by whispers from higher authorities that this game held the key to humanity's future. Unbeknownst to him, this information had been deliberately leaked. The celestial will of Endless Skies had only briefly communicated with the leaders of the 5 great powers, warning them against revealing the prophesied future to the outside world. Yet human nature is complex, despite their subsequent pact to guard this secret. Each leader quietly amplified their nation's promotion of Endless Skies and laid meticulous plans behind the scenes. Many magnates, sensing the shifting winds, poured greater resources into the game. This butterfly effect, set into motion by Li Fan, ensured that this iteration of Endless Skies would surpass even the splendor of his past life. And just as factions across the world scrambled to accumulate in-game currency, Li Fan finally logged back in. Chapter 72, Fierce Bidding. Securing 5 volumes, Li Fan logged in past 11 p.m. that night. His late appearance stemmed partly from resting until noon, but primarily because he had relocated. He remained confident that no one could extract his real-world identity from Endless Skies database. However, after recognizing Chun Ergu in-game, he acknowledged the slim possibility of malicious actors tracing his identity through Chen. Not that he distrusted Chen Ergu. After a decade of loyalty in their past life, betrayal seemed implausible. Yet, having perished once due to treachery from both lover and friend, Li Fan now prioritized security above all. Absolute strength would render betrayal inconsequential. Still, if others connected him to Chen in-game, traced Chen's real identity, and uncovered his alias Tai Suishan, precautions were necessary. Thus, after logging off yesterday, he acquired forged documents, contacted a realtor under this alias, viewed properties, and moved overnight. His new residence? Kangcheng, a famously crowded district in Shanghai, not upscale, but densely populated. Concealed within the urban sprawl, his fake identity and high-traffic location would deter swift discovery. He mused that renting additional safe houses in coming days would be wise. After all, even a cunning hare needs multiple burrows. Similarly, replacing phones and bank cards would further obscure his trail. In-game, he'd remain bold, in reality, cautious. Survival until the game merged with the real world was paramount. Pleasantly, today's Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon fees had amassed over 11,000 gold. Upon logging in, the system notified him of accumulated earnings. Withdrawing the sum, his inventory now glittered with 52,077 gold. Next, he checked the global auction house. True site, current bid 4,800 gold. Time remaining, 40 minutes and 35 seconds. Meteor shower, current bid 4,706 gold. Time remaining, 40 minutes and 35 seconds. Berserk, current bid 4,752 gold. Time remaining, 40 minutes and 35 seconds. Among the 7 skill books, prices hovered around 700, 800 gold. True Sight commanded the highest bid, its versatility sparking the fiercest competition, a sentiment Li Fan shared. With 40 minutes until auction close, he remained composed. Time for quests. Centering himself, he resumed grinding Lu Yanwei's tasks. System, you have automatically accepted drunkard Lu Yanwei's daily, 85. Unnoticed, 40 minutes slipped away. Ignoring the new mission prompt on his interface, Li Fan immediately accessed the server-wide auction house. At this very moment, precisely 60 seconds remained before the auction of 7 skill books concluded. And then, someone finally succumbed to temptation. True Sight, current highest bid, 200 gold, 59 seconds remaining. A mere second ago, the highest bid had been 5,000 gold. Though the competition was fierce, the price had been creeping upward like toothpaste squeezed from a tube. Yet now, it had abruptly surged by 200 gold. This was a signal. The true power players, armed with vast reserves of wealth, responded instantly. The bids for the other 6 skill books began skyrocketing as well. 200, 300, 400. The prices shifted nearly every second, each increase exceeding 100 gold. The spectacle left countless onlookers breathless with excitement. Damn, the real whales are making their move. They're treating money like water, raising bids by hundreds at a time. 100 gold, at the current exchange rate, is over 600,000 Dragon Kingdom currency. These people are insane. It's just a skill book. Their madness terrifies me. I've been grinding since launch, and my savings don't even reach 3 gold. The spending power of these whales is absolutely unreal. Amid the chatter of the spectators, the auction's countdown swiftly dwindled to the final 10 seconds. By now, the highest bid for True Sight had reached 500 gold, while even the lowest priced Meteor Shower stood at 300 gold. For several seconds, the prices remained stagnant, barely fluctuating. It was clear the initial wave of spenders had exhausted themselves. And now, the true titans of wealth, like Li Fan, finally entered the fray. 5 seconds remaining. True Sight, current highest bid, 8,000 gold. Meteor Shower, current highest bid, 900 gold. Berserk, current highest bid, 8,000 gold. For seconds remaining. True Sight, current highest bid, 500 gold. Meteor Shower, current highest bid, 500 gold. Berserk, current highest bid, 500 gold. 3 seconds remaining. True Sight, current highest bid, 104 gold. Meteor Shower, current highest bid, 9,000 gold. Berserk, current highest bid, 9,000 gold. 2 seconds remaining. True Sight, current highest bid, 9,233 gold. Meteor Shower, current highest bid, 9,167 gold. Berserk, current highest bid, 9,199 gold. After the frenzied bidding of the previous 3 seconds, the latest prices for each skill book now bore precise, uneven figures. This signifies the wealthy competitors have already exerted their full strength. At this moment, even a single additional gold coin could determine the final transaction price. And precisely at this juncture, Li Fan, who had been restraining himself for so long, finally made his move. The countdown dwindled to less than 1 second. True Sight, current highest bid, 10,000 gold coins. Meteor Shower, current highest bid, 10,000 gold coins. Arrow Storm, current highest bid, 9,317 gold coins. Annihilation Blade, current highest bid, 10,000 gold coins. Venom Infusion, current highest bid, 9,301 gold coins. Sacred Prayer, current highest bid, 10,000 gold coins. Berserk, current highest bid, 10,000 gold coins. In the final second, the prices of all 7 skill books fluctuated repeatedly, and every bit of 10,000 gold coins came from Li Fan alone. At last, the auction concluded. Notification, transaction successful. Congratulations on acquiring the auctioned items: True Sight, Meteor Shower, Annihilation Blade, Sacred Prayer, and Berserk. Notification, you have received the daily reward from the global level rankings. Your level has increased to LV 32. Notification, you have received the daily reward from the global equipment rankings. You have obtained a dark gold treasure chest. Gazing at the 5 skill books now resting in his inventory, Li Fan's lips curled into a smile, one of satisfaction, yet tinged with a trace of regret. Chapter 73. The General's Confidence. I shall soon surpass the God of Fortune. Good heavens! Did my eyes deceive me just now? 5 out of 7 skill books were priced at exactly 10,000 gold coins. I, too, thought my vision had blurred, but it seems this was no illusion. 10,000 gold coins, equivalent to over 60 million Dragon Kingdom currency, spent merely on a single in-game skill book? Utter madness. By Jove, where did endless skies conjure up such obscenely wealthy players? Just this morning, I naively believed my modest savings of 200 gold would suffice to purchase one. How laughably naive that notion seems now. Brethren, I have noticed something of great import. 5 of the 7 skill books were sold for precisely 10,000 gold. Do you suppose a single player acquired all 5? Preposterous. Absolutely inconceivable. That would amount to 50,000 gold. How could anyone amass such wealth? It must be mere coincidence. Indeed. Coincidence it must be. At present, no player could possibly possess 50,000 gold. The very notion borders on fantasy. Countless players observed the auction of these 7 skill books. In the final moments, the bids were laid bare for all to see. 5 of the 7 were sold for exactly 10,000 gold. This spectacle shattered the spirits of innumerable players. We, the diligent and ordinary, have toiled ceaselessly, grinding day and night, only to accumulate a paltry 2 or 3 gold in savings. And yet, a single skill book sells for 10,000? Damnation! Amidst the envy, countless players could not help but marvel. Each of these 7 skill books was nothing short of divine, capable of elevating even the most mediocre player to greatness. How utterly enviable! Blast it all! Where did endless skies suddenly spawn so many affluent players? I painstakingly gathered over 7,000 gold, only to find myself unable to purchase even a single skill book. What absolute rubbish! Within the halls of the reign over all guild, its leader, Eternal Monarch, could scarcely contain his frustration. He had invested heavily in acquiring gold, rallying his guild members to pool their resources, ultimately amassing over 7,000 coins. He had believed this sum sufficient to secure at least one legendary skill book. Yet, to his dismay, even the lowest priced tome exceeded 9,300 gold. This defeat weighed heavily upon Eternal Monarch's heart. Had he not strived, the failure might have been easier to bear. But to have exerted such effort, only to fall so far short of others, it was a bitter pill to swallow. This glimpse revealed a sobering truth. Within endless skies, there existed players whose wealth and influence far surpassed his own. Thus, he questioned, could his guild, once a perennial contender for the top 3 in the Dragon Kingdom's gaming sphere, reclaim its former glory in this new world? Eternal Monarch found himself plagued by doubt. Likewise, guild leaders such as Zhao Ritian and War Dominator shared his disillusionment. They realized endless skies differed profoundly from the games of old. New titans had entered the fray, and the balance of power among players would soon be irrevocably altered. Successfully acquired poison enhancement. With this, it won't be long before I surpass the God of Misfortune and become the new top player in the entire server. Indeed, General. The God of Misfortune is merely a lucky upstart whose strength pales in comparison to yours. With the mighty power of the United States behind you, you shall undoubtedly become the strongest in the realm. Advisor Carter, I appreciate your candor. In the Western Moon Federation, within the Holy Water City, a middle-aged man with golden hair and piercing blue eyes was engaged in jovial conversation with his subordinates. This man was none other than the one who had procured the Poison Enhancement skill book, a major general hailing from the United States. He belonged to the upper echelons of the military-industrial complex. Though his name was not widely known, his influence within the nation was formidable. Accustomed to having every whim indulged since childhood, the Major General brimmed with unshakable confidence. He believed that the Poison Enhancement skill book, acquired through the combined efforts of multiple financial conglomerates, would propel him to the pinnacle of the server. System notification: you have used the skill book and learned the new skill, True Sight. System notification: you have used the skill book and learned the new skill, Sword of Annihilation. System notification: you have used the skill book and learned the new skill, Berserk. Of the 5 skill books purchased, 3 had already vanished, and Li Fan's skill list now boasted 3 new abilities. Thanks to the effects of his title, all 3 skills were immediately elevated to level 2. The skill effects had undergone corresponding enhancements. True Sight. Level 2 active effect. Lock onto a target to obtain detailed attributes, skill information, and vulnerable weak points. Effect diminishes against targets exceeding your level by 10 or those of legendary tier and above. MP consumption, 1 per use. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Note: upgrading this skill requires 1,000,000 EXP, and character level must be at least 30. As a reconnaissance skill, the improvement at this level was modest. Yet Li Fan was thoroughly satisfied. Against creatures below the epic tier and within 10 levels of me, I can now discern their strength, skills, and weak points. This is already remarkable. Meanwhile, Sword of Annihilation and Berserk had also evolved at level 2. Sword of Annihilation now boasted a 5 increase in attack range, with damage scaling to 1100 of physical attack. The cooldown remained at 100 seconds, but MP consumption rose to 480. Berserk saw its buff duration extended by 1 second, with attack stats surging to 35 and movement attack speed soaring to 55 during the effect, an immensely potent upgrade. Advancing these two skills further would also demand 1,000,000 EXP each. Li Fan had just leveled up, yet his experience points remained insufficient. He resolved to postpone elevating their levels to LV3 for the time being. There was no urgency in advancing his own level, for higher tiers would diminish the rewards from monster hunting. Previously, Li Fan had expended vast amounts of experience to master skills like Sword Shield Technique and Tempest Blade Arts to their maximum potential. Had he not done so, his current level would undoubtedly surpass LV32, perhaps even reach LV35. The inaugural Divine Ascension event, an endless firmament, had concluded. Acquiring 5 skill tomes was an achievement in itself. Yet regret lingered. Had he known the competition would be so fierce, he would have devoted time to conquer nightmare dungeons, securing superior equipment to sell for gold. Alas, 2 tomes had slipped through his grasp, a source of lingering disappointment. Memories of his past life offered only fragmented recollections of this event. He recalled the approximate time frame, but could no longer discern the identities of the 7 skill tomes or their final transaction prices. Initially, he had presumed that the gold he sold to Violet Mist Fairy would suffice to secure at least one. Fortunately, the revenue from Wolf Clan Altar Dungeon passes had salvaged his efforts. Without it, he might have obtained none. Spending 50,000 gold for 5 tomes had been an underestimation of the world's contenders, a miscalculation he silently vowed to rectify. Pride was a luxury he could ill afford. Just then, the private message notification from his friends flickered to life. A glance revealed missives from both Violet Mist Fairy and Floral Butterfly. Chapter 74, Returning to Routine. Completing the 98th quest. 3rd update ding. Violet Fairy, private message, any thoughts on selling Meteor Shower and Sacred Prayer? After all, you can't use those skill books yourself. Earlier, when Li Fan logged in to complete quests, Violet Fairy had promptly sent someone to deliver the gold coins owed to him. As the overall strength of mainstream players continued to grow, the in-game gold production also increased day by day. Today, Violet Fairy generously repaid Li Fan over 3,000 gold coins, settling all her debts in full. According to her, she had deliberately stayed online later than usual just to ensure Li Fan received the gold in time for the auction. Touched by her thoughtful gesture, Li Fan replied, "Taisuation, private message not selling. Violet Fairy, private message wow. So it really was you who bought those 5 skill books. How did you get so much gold?" Li Fan's expression darkened as he read her reply. Well played. She had tricked him into revealing the truth. "Taisuation, private message my mistake. I don't have Meteor Shower or Sacred Prayer. Violet Fairy, private message, do you think I'm an idiot? Taisuation? I roll. Taisuation, private message fine. Not selling. I'm keeping these for my future teammates. Taisuation, private message, as for the gold. You know about the Wolf Clan altar entrance fees, right? All mine. So, if you find a hidden dungeon and clear it, it'll become public, and you can charge fees too. It was some shameful secret. So Li Fan admitted it outright. Given their previous friendly cooperation, he even kindly advised her on how to earn gold. Violet Fairy, private message, future teammates? What about our Phoenix exploration team? Just name whoever you like. I'll send them to you. Taisuation, private message. Busy. Talk later. Li Fan ended the conversation. The Phoenix Guild S exploration team was strong, but they weren't his own people. Why would he waste his resources training another Guild S members? As for teammates, there were plenty of renowned players from his past life. He just hadn't met many yet. Speaking of which, what did Fluttering Butterfly message him about? Thinking of past legends, Li Fan noticed one in his friend list. Regardless of her personality, Fluttering Butterfly had been one of the top mages in his previous life. since rejecting her party invitation back in M4399's starter village. They hadn't exchanged a single word. Curious, he checked her message. Fluttering butterfly, private message Taisuation. Was it you who bought those 5 skill books for 10,000 gold at the auction? Taisuation, private message, why do you ask? Butterfly, private message, just answer yes or no. I feel certain it's you. I want to know how wide the gap between us is. Li Fan instantly understood. His previous rejection of her party invitation had wounded her pride, fueling her determination to surpass him. Perhaps she even envisioned the day she would outshine him. Turning back to mock him in triumphant vengeance. Glancing at the leaderboards, he confirmed his suspicion. Butterfly ranked 88th in levels and 71st in equipment. Such achievements demanded relentless effort. This relentless competitive spirit. Taisuation, private message, I bought it. Butterfly, private message, how did you get so much gold? Taisuation, private message, take a guess. Butterfly, private message. Fine, keep your secrets. Just wait. One day, you want to even be worthy of looking up to me. Taisuation, private message, meteor shower, skill book, screenshot, smile. Butterfly, private message, what is this? Trying to provoke me? Taisuation, private message, keep striving. Once you break into the top 10 of the server S-level rankings, I'll gift it to you on the condition that you join the guild I'll establish. This time around, Li Fan intended to form his own guild. A lone warrior had limits. To resist the encroaching horrors from beyond, he would need allies. Moreover, with a guild at his command, trivial distractions like dealing with self-righteous braggarts could be delegated, allowing him to focus on his ascent to power. He planned to wait until obtaining the official guild certification before proceeding. This lifetime, he sought not numbers but excellence, a guild of elites. Butterfly, with her skill and potential, was precisely the kind of ally he desired, hence his early overture. On the other end, Butterfly fell silent after reading his message. Was this an invitation? Should she accept? Damn it, were they even that close? She had sworn to surpass him, to one day laugh in his face. Why was he offering her a chance to ride his coattails? Her thoughts tangled in turmoil, a storm of conflicting emotions. What she felt for Li Fan was neither admiration nor hatred, but something far more intricate, a grudging reverence laced with defiance, a sentiment as convoluted as it was uncomfortable. In her eyes, they had only crossed paths twice, first when he struck her down, then when he saved her, only to reject her afterward. These past days, she had channeled her frustration into relentless improvement, determined to rise beyond his reach. Yet, the harder she strove, the wider the chasm between them grew. Now, it was just strength that separated them. She realized with a jolt that their wealth stood worlds apart. Her meager purse held fewer than 100 gold coins, while he could casually fling 50,000 into an auction. How in the world did he amass such fortune? Moreover, why would he gift me a skill book worth 10,000 gold coins? Merely to recruit me into his future guild? Something feels amiss. Such extravagant generosity. Could it be that this fellow harbors intentions of kindling a passionate online romance with this young maiden? Lost in these tumultuous thoughts, Fluttering Butterfly found her heart in even greater disarray. As if guided by some unseen force, she sent a reply in private chat. Fluttering Butterfly, private message agreed. Meanwhile, on the other side, having secured Fluttering Butterfly's acceptance, Li Fan dismissed the matter from his thoughts. With the auction concluded and the desired skill books acquired, he prepared to return to his usual routine. System notification. You have completed the daily quest of drunkard Lu Yanwei, 98. System notification. You have received 280,000 EXP as a reward. Unbeknownst to him, the real-world clock had already struck past 5 in the morning. And at last, Li Fan had reached the final stage of Lu Yanwei's daily quests. Chapter 75, The Final Link, Slaughtering the Troll Tribe. The previous 98 tasks had either required paying for Lu Yanwei's food and drink or collecting ingredients by defeating minor monsters, with the rewards being nothing but experience points. After expending tremendous effort and resources, the most crucial link had finally arrived. Chosen one, Taisuation. Thank you for taking care of this wretched drunkard. I have one last wish. I hope you can help me seek vengeance. NPC Lu Yanwei, no longer in his usual drunken stupor, solemnly addressed Li Fan. Simultaneously, the 99th task prompt appeared on Li Fan's interface. The daily life of drunkard Lu Yanwei, final. Task description. Lu Yanwei was once a member of the Glory mercenary group. During an expedition, they were ambushed by a troll tribe, resulting in heavy casualties. Since then, Lu Yanwei has been drowning his sorrows in alcohol. All these years, he has longed for someone to avenge his fallen comrades. Aid him, and you shall receive bountiful rewards. Task objective: journey to the depths of the Endless Mountains north of Obsidian City, locate the Troll Tribe, and slay at least 1,000 trolls, LV-35, LV-45 bronze creatures. Progress: 01000. Time limit: 15 days. Participant requirement: solo. Success reward: 2 million EXP, fragment of the Chaos Core 3, special item. Failure penalty: permanently lose eligibility for this quest chain. Chosen one: Taiswation. I know this request is difficult. This fragment of the Chaos Core was something I obtained by sheer luck during my perilous adventures in my youth. I hope it will aid you. I am but a destitute drunkard. This is the only reward I can offer you. To Li Fan's surprise, before he had even begun the task, NPC Lu Yanwei proactively handed over the reward from his inventory. Item: fragment of the Chaos Core 3. Type: unique special item. Description: a special artifact born at the dawn of the endless firmament. Simply carrying it in your inventory will automatically adjust all equipped items to match your character's level. Note: this item is an advance reward. If the task remains incomplete within the deadline, you will incur 10,000 points of sin for deceiving an NPC and face relentless pursuit by all NPCs of the Eastern Glory Empire. So it really is this. Excellent. Getting the reward in advance, Lu Yanwei, you're not half bad. Li Fan was thoroughly pleased. As for the penalty mentioned in the item's note, it was the least of his concerns. Storing the fragment of the Chaos Core 3 in his inventory, a series of new notifications appeared on his interface. Notification: your epic weapon Blade of Righteous Judgment has been enhanced by the special item. Its base level has increased to LV-32, and its attributes have improved. Notification: your epic accessory Silver Ring of the Hunting God has been enhanced by a special artifact, elevating its base level to LV-32 and augmenting its attributes. Notification: your unique boots Rocket Boots of the Coward have been influenced by a special artifact, raising their base level to LV-32 and amplifying their properties. As described by the effects of the Chaos Core Fragment 3, all of Li Fan's equipment has ascended to match his current level. Exhilarating. This surge has drastically amplified my combat prowess. Li Fan gleefully glanced at his newly upgraded weapon. Equipment: Blade of Righteous Judgment. Durability: 326,750. Quality: epic. Grade: flawless. Requirements: LV-32 or above. Melee class proficient in two-handed weapons. Strength 880. Attribute 1. Physical attack 1420. Magical attack 1100. Strength 320. Attribute 2. Physical attack power 21. Attribute 3. Strength 320. Attribute 4. Attacks imbued with light attribute. Attribute 5. Light attribute attack 21. Attribute 6. Judgment force, unchanged. Attribute 7. Righteous judgment, unchanged. Compared to its LV-20 iteration, the LV-32 Blade of Righteous Judgment has seen nearly a 1.5-fold increase in all attributes, save for the 6th and 7th, which remain unaltered. With this weapon alone, Li Fan estimated his combat effectiveness had surged by approximately 20. Moreover, the rest of his gear had also undergone substantial enhancements. Li Fan opened his revamped character panel. Character: God of Taiswei. Base attributes: level LV-32 4, 32 M12, 8 M EXP. Class: Sword and Shield Ranger. HP: 35, 608. MP: 8, 480. Attack: Physical 3, 323. Magical 1, 761. Defense: Physical 2, 150. Magical 2, 0, 82. Attributes: Strength 1, 314. Agility 24, 660. Spirit 497. Stamina 1, 499. Unallocated attribute points: 1, 160. Maximum attack speed: 296. 88 hits second. Peak movement speed: 553. 52 meters second. Title: Conqueror of Nightmares. Talent: Blessing of Light, Phase 2. SSS tier. Equipment, skills, etc. omitted. Exquisite. During his stay in the capital, his equipment had remained stagnant until now. With the Chaos Core Fragment, his offensive and defensive capabilities had skyrocketed by 30 to 40. Among them, the epic weapon and ring could now be considered in-game worthy. Gazing upon his updated status, Li Fan could scarcely contain his elation. The Chaos Core Fragment had undeniably revolutionized his combat potential. Li Fan truly couldn't fathom how Lu Yanwei, a down-and-out drunkard, could possess such a remarkable treasure. But it mattered not. This was precisely the allure of Endless Firmament's sole-hidden quest. Were the rewards not extraordinary, who would bother with hidden missions? If even the novice village blacksmith Mullen possessed the bug-tier item warrior's heart, then it stood to reason that a main city NPC might hold a fragment of the Chaos Core. By the way, I've accumulated more than enough free attribute points. Setting aside 500 as reserve, I might as well allocate the remainder entirely to strength. After distributing the points, Li Fan gazed upon his current stats: 1, 974 strength, 4, 122 physical attack, and once again, a profoundly satisfied smile graced his features. With such formidable attack power coupled with his current base attack speed nearing 300 strikes per second, it was no exaggeration to say his combat prowess had reached terrifying heights, enough to unsettle even himself. Enough contemplation time to focus on the quest. Lu Yanwei had proven unexpectedly generous by delivering the reward in advance, and Li Fan was more than willing to reciprocate the kindness. Though the quest allowed a generous 15-day window, he resolved to embark immediately. Levels 35 to 45, all at minimum bronze tier? Barring unforeseen circumstances, I should complete this mission before logging off today. Li Fan brimmed with confidence, and why wouldn't he? The truth was undeniable. He had become preposterously overpowered. Chapter 76. The Troll Patrol, Li Fan's explosive damage output. In the world of endless skies, the monsters players face are categorized into 3 types: common monsters, dungeon monsters, and intelligent fiends. Common monsters primarily consist of minor creatures and mini-bosses that spawn in leveling zones, serving as the main means for players to gain experience. Dungeon monsters function similarly. No matter how many times they perish, they respawn when the dungeon resets. Intelligent fiends, however, are akin to NPCs, unless under special circumstances. Their deaths are permanent, with no respawning. These creatures can essentially be regarded as NPCs belonging to non-human factions, possessing considerable intellect and their own societal structures. The troll tribe deep within the endless mountains north of Blackstone City likely belongs to a minor tribal civilization among the intelligent trolls. Li Fan had little recollection of them. In his past life, he had clashed with numerous trolls, but those belonged to much larger and more formidable tribes, devoid of low-tier creatures below LV 45. Yet, whether he remembered them or not mattered little. With his combat prowess surging exponentially, Li Fan brimmed with confidence. Just a fringe troll tribe, my strength should be overwhelming. A massacre awaits. With that thought, Li Fan promptly bid farewell to Lu Yanwei and sprinted northward toward Blackstone City. The endless mountains spanned vast territories. Even traversing just the outer regions took him over 10 minutes at his speed. Along the way, he paid little attention to grinding, casually eliminating any LV 30 common monsters obstructing his path, their battles hardly worth mentioning. However, as he ventured deeper into the mountains, the monster's strength noticeably increased, averaging above LV 35. Some displayed higher intelligence, even attempting to flee when outmatched. Alas, their power still paled in comparison. Escaping Li Fan's grasp proved nigh impossible. Notably, during his search for the troll tribe, Li Fan fortuitously encountered several mini-bosses. System: you have slain Golden Winged Manus, LV 36 Iron Tier creature, gaining 19. 200 EXP, 20 bonus for level difference. System: this kill marks the first server-wide clear of this boss. Congratulations! You have received 30 free attribute points and a guaranteed class-specific equipment skill book drop. System: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 16. System: you have slain Mutated Crocodile Elite, LV 36 Iron Tier creature, gaining. Omitted. These mini-bosses were decently strong, but against the current Li Fan, they stood no chance. As the first player to reach this area, each boss granted him first clear rewards. However, one anomaly puzzled him. After slaying the LV 35 Iron Tier boss Carrion Hyena Chieftain, no first kill notification appeared. Curious. The Hyena pack leader isn't the only spawn point here. Without first kill rewards, it means other players have already defeated it before me. Besides myself, there are actually players capable of taking down such mid-tier bosses? Truly, one should never underestimate the talents in this world. Li Fan shook his head slightly before dismissing the matter from his thoughts. Continuing his journey, he searched for traces of the troll tribe. After nearly an hour of tracking, Li Fan finally encountered a troll patrol squad. The group consisted of 3 towering humanoid creatures. each standing over 3 meters tall with dark brown skin and grotesque eyes glowing with eerie crimson light. Clad in tattered animal hides, they wielded massive 2-meter-long clubs as weapons, casually activating his true sight ability on the most robust-looking troll. Detailed information flooded Li Fan's vision. Creature, Troll Patrolman, Race, Trollkin, Tier, LV-36 Bronze. Combat Stats: Physical ATK 1560, Magic ATK 200, HP 78. 000 Physical DF 726, Magic DF 700. Attributes: Strength 630, Agility 400, Spirit 200, Stamina 500. Basic attacks: Club Swing, Claw Strike. Kick, Skill 1. Sweeping Strike. Delivers a devastating 300 physical damage cone attack. Skill 2. Terrifying Roar. 10m AoE, dealing 150 physical damage plus 1. 3 Stun. Skill 3. Blood Rage. Gains up to 30 ATK AS boost at lower HP. Skill 4. Alarm Call. Flees while alerting nearby tribesmen when near defeat. Weak points: Head Rear. The comprehensive scan revealed everything about his adversaries. While formidable LV-36 bronze tier creatures, these trolls stood no chance against Li Fan's overwhelming prowess. Their basic attacks couldn't even penetrate his defenses. With lightning movements, Li Fan materialized before the patrol and unleashed his blade. His LV-5 Swordmaster passive transformed each swing into deadly arcs of energy, 70 physical and 70 magical hybrid damage. The troll's massive frames made headshots effortless. 2,828. 6,290. Critical weak point: 6,322. With an exceptionally high base stat panel, a 21 bonus to light attribute attacks. The true damage from agility, and nearly 2,000 points of strength amplifying critical strikes by 20. Each of Li Fan's sword beams striking the troll sentinel's head dealt over 6,000 damage. As the passive armor reduction from Tempest Swordplay and the damage amplification against poisoned enemies from Venomous Earrings took effect, his offensive output became increasingly devastating. The troll sentinels possessed merely 70,000 HP each. How could they withstand such terrifying onslaught? With a standard attack speed of 300 strikes per second, the 3 trolls were felled almost instantaneously before they could even react. Though not annihilated in a single blow, the entire battle concluded in under a second, an indisputable instant kill. Sweeping armies? Frenzy? Roars? Alerts? Too late. Slaughtered before they could unleash a single skill, the troll sentinels perished in humiliating silence. Simultaneously, system notifications flashed across Li Fan's interface. System: You have slain Troll Sentinel, LV. 36 bronze creature, gaining 38 for 100 EXP, 20 bonus for defeating higher-level enemies. X3. System: This kill marks the world-first defeat of this boss. Congratulations, you have earned 72 free attribute points and 1 class-specific equipment skill book from the loot pool. X1. System: You have slain an intelligent monster, earning 30 merit points. X3. System: Your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 18 points. X3. Chapter 77. Arrival at the Troll Tribe. This shall be a massacre. Part 2. The rewards for slaying the Troll Sentinels were exceedingly generous. Not only did Li Fan receive a substantial amount of experience points, but he also obtained a total of 90 merit points. These merit points could be exchanged for equipment, skill books, consumables, and other valuable items from the Eastern Empire's NPC officials, functioning much like gold coins. Li Fan was delighted. But what pleased him even more was the additional agility attribute points granted by his innate talent. A single level 36 bronze tier troll sentinel contributed 18 agility points. Given that the troll tribe likely harbored numerous such intelligent monsters, eliminating 1,000 of them could potentially yield over 30,000 agility points. The second stage of his innate talent, Light's Blessing, required the slaying of 100,000 monsters above level 20 to automatically advance to the third stage. Recalling how the first stage had evolved into the second, he suspected the third stage might impose stricter level and strength requirements on the targets. Thus, wouldn't it be wiser to reserve the remaining quota of the second stage for hunting intelligent monsters? At this thought, Li Fan silently commended himself. His impulsive decision to immediately undertake Liu Yanwei's final quest had proven fortuitous indeed. Since troll sentinels had appeared, this must be the territory of the troll tribe. It was time to locate their stronghold and commence a grand slaughter. With swift determination, Li Fan set into motion. His conjecture proved correct before long. He encountered a second patrol of troll sentinels. This group consisted of 3 trolls, 2 at level 35 and 1 at level 37. Evidently, the strength of these sentinels was not uniform. Yet, whether level 35 or level 37, their fate before Li Fan remained unchanged: instant annihilation. System notification: you have slain. Omitted. System notification: you have looted Troll Club, Troll Cloak, Recipe, Minor Strength Elixir, and 4 gold, 6 silver, 71 copper coins. Oh, a consumable recipe had dropped? Ha ha. Fortune smiles upon me once more. In the world of endless skies, potion-type consumables were relatively rare, despite his relentless grinding since the game's launch. Li Fan had never obtained any crafting recipes for consumables. Traditional health and mana potions could only be purchased from NPC merchants, but their effects were so lackluster that he had never bothered, deeming the meager replenishment unworthy. As for temporary stat-boosting elixirs, NPC merchants didn't even stock them. He had originally planned to exchange merit points for such items at the Eastern Empire's official NPCs once he had accumulated enough. Never had he imagined that slaying troll sentinels would yield a recipe. What a serendipitous windfall. Li Fan glanced at the recipe in his inventory. Item: Recipe, Minor Strength Elixir. Type: Crafting Blueprint. Effect: upon learning, grants the ability to craft Minor Strength Elixir. Requirement: possession of the secondary profession skill Alchemy. Note: synthesizing the low-grade strength elixir requires Silver Blossom, Gold Grass, and White Spoon Essence. The potion effect grants a 1005 increase to one's strength attribute for 60 seconds upon use, with no cooldown period. The effects of the low-grade strength elixir are quite remarkable, augmenting strength by 100 points while also enhancing the strength attribute by an additional 5. With an ample supply of these elixirs, one could sustain an uninterrupted surge of power. Alas, Li Fan lacked the auxiliary profession of alchemy. Though he could learn it from an NPC, concocting such elixirs demanded considerable effort, time he simply did not possess. For now, he resolved to set the idea aside, preserving it for the future when he might encounter a suitable individual to entrust with the craft. Then, he would have an inexhaustible supply of these potent brews at his disposal. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Li Fan pressed onward into the troll territory. As for the 2 bronze-tier pieces of equipment dropped by the 3 troll chieftains, he couldn't be bothered to collect them, while bronze equipment still held decent value after all. Even now, most players had yet to obtain a single piece. His inventory space was limited, and he had no room for such inferior trash. Continuing his exploration, Li Fan soon encountered a 3rd patrol of troll sentries. System notification: you have slain. Omitted. After effortlessly dispatching several waves of troll patrols, Li Fan finally stumbled upon the stronghold of the troll tribe, nestled within a valley enclosed by steep cliffs. The only entrance was a narrow passage no more than 5 or 6 meters wide. Silently eliminating the 2 bronze-tier trolls guarding the gate, he stepped into the valley. The interior sprawled across roughly 10 hectares of land, its flat terrain offering an unobstructed view. Scattered throughout were conical dwellings woven from branches and thatch, while in the distance stood a grand stone palace. Before it lay a vast square platform, upon which loomed an imposing brownstone statue of a troll. So lifelike it seemed almost real. A bonfire crackled at its feet. Within the valley, countless trolls bustled about, young and old alike. Were it not for their grotesque appearances and the sight of some gnawing on raw, bloody flesh, one might mistake this for a peaceful, civilized society. These trolls lead such wretched lives, but fortune has smiled upon them today, for I shall deliver them from their suffering. With a sympathetic glance, Li Fan's benevolent heart could not bear to witness their misery, and so, in the next instant, he raised his sword. Swish, swish, swish. 9, 248, critical strike. 9, 320. 4, 174. 9, 248. As a flurry of damage numbers erupted into the air, Li Fan's one-sided massacre commenced. Whether elderly or mere infants, every troll was at least bronze tier in strength. A tribe where even newborns possessed such power was known in Li Fan's past life as a bronze tribe. Similarly, above them existed silver tribes, golden tribes, and so forth. Yet before Li Fan, these bronze-tier trolls stood no chance. With a single encounter, they were instantly annihilated. The trolls erupted into chaos under the assault of this formidable foe. Female trolls clutched their young in panic as they fled, while the robust young warriors roared and brandished their weapons, charging toward Li Fan. Simultaneously, squads of well-equipped troll soldiers began intercepting Li Fan's path, attempting to halt his relentless slaughter. These elite warriors, the strongest within the entire troll tribe, boasted levels surpassing LV 38, with many even reaching the silver tier rank of squad leaders. Yet, before Li Fan, they all met the same fate. This was a massacre, a lone man against an entire troll tribe. System notification: you have slain XN. Time blurred as Li Fan descended into a frenzy of bloodshed. Suddenly, the thunderous rhythm of war drums echoed through the valley, quickening his pulse. For golden tier troll centurions, their faces twisted with fury, stormed toward him. Chapter 78. The golden tier troll centurion, overpowering. Third update. Combat log. The troll tribe has activated the war skill drums of courage, increasing the combat power of all trolls within the valley by 20. Allegiance skill. This was the quintessential manifestation of abilities that enhanced the strength of allied forces on a large scale. Fortunately, such a skill had minimal impact on Li Fan. Even with their combat prowess amplified by 20, the trolls remained nothing more than lambs to the slaughter before him. Li Fan's gaze settled upon the 4 charging troll centurions. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast the skill True Sight upon the foremost one. Creature: Troll Centurion. Race: Trollkin. Level tier: LV 42 gold. Offense Defense. Physical attack 6, 800. Magical attack 1, 020. HP 360, 000. Physical defense 3, 010. Magical defense 2, 890. Attributes: Strength 2, 315. Agility 1, 600. Spirit 1, 020. Stamina 2, 520. Basic attacks: wields its massive club with devastating force, supplemented by claw swipes and kicks. Skills 1 to 3, Sweeping Army, Battle Roar, Berserk, details omitted. Skill 4, War Stomp. The troll centurion violently stomps the ground, unleashing a shockwave that deals 500 physical damage to all enemies within a 60-meter radius, accompanied by a brief stun effect. Skill 5, Tenacity. The troll centurion regenerates 2 of its maximum HP every 10 seconds. Skill 6, Last Stand. When HP drops below 10, all 4 core attributes increase by 50 for 30 seconds. Weak points: Eyes, Hindquarters. The sheer might of the troll centurion was terrifying. Its offensive and defensive capabilities even surpassed Li Fan's own. This was because, in the world of endless skies, the strength of a boss was calibrated relative to standard monsters of the same level. An ordinary LV-42 monster typically possessed an attack power of around 350 points. A black iron tier boss doubled that, bronze quadrupled it, silver multiplied it by 8, and a gold tier boss boasted 16 times the attack power of its common counterparts. During the novice village phase, the game's difficulty was simplified, leveling was easier, and monsters were weaker. Thus, even the LV-20 epic tier boss, the Hellhound Cerberus, paled in comparison to this troll centurion in terms of raw stats. Moreover, trolls were a melee-oriented race, excelling in raw strength and endurance. It was no surprise that this centurion's physical attack was so fearsome. Yet Li Fan remained unfazed. What use was high attack power when your agility barely scraped 1? 600? Could you even lay a finger on me? Swish, swish, swish. Without waiting for the troll centurion to close the distance, Li Fan launched his assault. 1, 426. 1, 457. 3, 345. Weak point strike. 5, 521. Lethal slash. Though the troll centurion's physical and magical defenses were formidable, and it enjoyed the advantage of level suppression, it mattered little. To maximize his offensive output, Li Fan eschewed the Sword Chi Master's ranged attacks in favor of unadorned close-quarters strikes. Through his prior slaughter of ordinary trolls, the passive ability, Hunter's Instinct, from his epic ring had already reached maximum stacks, augmenting all 4 core attributes by 30. The armor-reducing effect of Tempest Swordsmanship combined with the damage amplification from his venomous earrings caused his basic attacks to grow increasingly devastating. Out of respect for these golden tier bosses, for troll chieftains, he even indulged in the luxury of deploying his legendary skill, Mortal Cleave. At level 4, each strike from Mortal Cleave dealt over 5,000 points of damage with piercing properties. 20 streaks of Sword Chi, swifter than his standard slashes, condensed into a radiant white pillar that impaled all 4 chieftains simultaneously. In a single exchange, their health bars plummeted by a third. Roar. The grievously wounded chieftains howled skyward in fury. Yet, unlike mindless respawning fodder, these intelligent creatures hesitated to unleash wide-area attacks while their kin remained nearby, lest they strike allies by mistake. One chieftain retaliated with 1,000 army sweep and thunderous roar, only one. Because, combat log, Passive effect of Yoring of the Hunting God triggered. Troll Chieftain afflicted with 6-second stun. Combat log. Passive effect of Yoring of the Hunting God triggered. Troll Chieftain afflicted with 6-second paralysis. Combat log. Passive effect of your Necklace of Paralysis triggered. Troll Chieftain afflicted with 4-5-second paralysis. Indeed, under Li Fan's relentless assault, 3 of the 4 chieftains succumbed to crowd control. The sole remaining active foe was, admittedly, fortunate. Whoosh! The massive spiked club carved through the air, only for Li Fan to sidestep effortlessly with a nimble shuffle. Roar! The chieftain's roar ability struck true, though Li Fan scarcely bothered to evade. 9,622. A crimson numeral erupted above his head, proof of the chieftain's staggering physical might. Yet his indifference stemmed from Warrior's heart, rendering him immune to disables while granting lifesteal. So long as his offense remained fierce, lost vitality would replenish in the blink of an eye. Soon, this frenzied chieftain joined its brethren under the ring's stun effect, with at least 4-5 seconds of immobilization. Li Fan had ample time to carve through them like a reaper's scythe. 1-864. 1-864. 1-864. Such was the zenith of his basic strikes with the ring's passives fully stacked. With an astonishing attack frequency exceeding 380 strikes per second, Li Fan confronted the Troll Centurion. Theoretically capable of dealing over 700,000 damage per second. Of course, the Troll Centurion's health pool was nowhere near that substantial. In less than 2 seconds, Li Fan systematically obliterated them with basic attacks. System notification: you have slain Troll Centurion, LV42 gold tier creature, and gained 915,000 EXP 50 bonus for defeating higher level enemies. X4. System notification: this marks the first server-wide kill of this boss. Congratulations. You have been awarded 160 free attribute points and 1 profession-specific equipment skill book from the loot. X1. System notification: you have slain an intelligent magical creature, earning 160 merit points. X4. System notification: your talent has activated, permanently increasing your agility by 168 points. X4. System notification: you have leveled up. Current level, LV33. System notification: you have collected the boss loot, Golden Spiked Club, Ancient Beast Hide Armor, multiple fireballs, skill book, Roar, skill book, along with 26 gold, 33 silver, and 2 copper coins. As the saying goes, the fiercer the storm, the more valuable the catch. The mightier the boss, the greater the risk, and thus, the greater the reward. For gold tier Troll Centurions instantly propelled Li Fan to a new level. Exhilarating. But now was not the time to revel in the spoils. With the death of the Troll Centurions, the remaining trolls in the valley had begun scattering in panic. The tribe numbered fewer than 2,000. And Li Fan had to act swiftly. If they escaped, the thrill of the hunt would be lost. Just as he raised his sword, a thunderous roar echoed through the valley, seizing his attention. Chapter 79, The Obsidian Troll Shaman and the Legendary Troll Chieftain. 4th update. A deep, guttural roar reverberated through the valley. Li Fan raised his gaze toward the source of the sound. From within the troll tribe's palace emerged a towering figure, a troll standing over 8 meters tall. Its body wreathed in an eerie crimson glow. In one hand, it wielded a massive curved blade that surpassed its own height. Its imposing aura enough to instill dread in any who beheld it. Beside it stood another peculiar troll, this one hunched and diminutive, barely reaching 1.5 meters in height. Clad in emerald green robes and clutching an obsidian staff, its presence was no less unsettling. From the brief information displayed, the 8-meter behemoth was none other than the tribe's most formidable entity, a level 39 legendary tier troll chieftain. The hunched figure was the tribe's shaman, a level 40 obsidian tier boss, the troll shaman. The shaman produced a small golden figurine of a troll from seemingly nowhere, channeling mana into it with its left hand. In the next instant, every other troll in the valley dissolved into streaks of black light, drawn into the miniature totem. System notification: Troll Shaman, level 40 obsidian creature, has activated Troll Totem, sheltering all ordinary trolls within its dimensional space. This sight instantly altered Li Fan's initial plan to use his 30-second cooldown ability, True Sight, on the Troll Chieftain. A totem. Even if you're obsidian tier, you seem far more dangerous than the legendary tier chieftain. Li Fan cast True Sight upon the Troll Shaman. Creature: Troll Shaman Tubal. Race: Trollkin. Level tier: level 40 obsidian. Combat stats: Physical attack 2, 600 magical attack 10, 100 HP 700, 000 physical defense 5, 569 magical defense 5, 874. Attributes: Strength 2, 100 Agility 3, 580 Spirit 6, 000 Stamina 4, 800. Basic attack: Fires arcane energy projectiles. Skill 1. Repelling Toxin Ring unleashes a powerful magical repulsion, dealing 400 magical damage to enemies within a 30-meter radius. Inflicts 1,000 true damage per second as poison for 5 seconds. Skill 2. Venomous Circle conjures a 15-meter radius toxic ring, dealing 250 magical damage per second for 10 seconds. Skill 5. Nova of Lethal Toxins channels for 2 seconds before detonating toxins within a poisoned enemy, dealing 999 true damage. Skill 6. Arcane Barrier shields itself, absorbing damage equal to 50 of its maximum HP for 30 seconds. Skill 7. Foot Enlightenment. For every reduction of HP to 80 50 30 20 10, randomly resets cooldown of 1 to 3 skills. When HP drops to 5, all skills except Magic Shield enter a no cooldown state for 15 seconds. Skill 8. Foot Troll Shaman, as a priest of the troll race, can utilize the abilities of the troll totem. Weak points: eyes, throat. The effect of True Sight was astonishing. With a single glance, Li Fan had already uncovered the troll shaman's hidden cards. Massive AoE attacks, devastating targeted damage, and the mysterious power of the troll totem. Just as he had suspected, this foe was indeed a formidable adversary. Li Fan's expression grew solemn. The intelligence gathered through True Sight was invaluable, though some details remained obscured, such as the cooldowns of the troll shaman skills. These would have to be observed in the heat of battle. First, eliminate it, then deal with the troll lord. Having made up his mind, Li Fan charged forward. Before his blade could reach, sword energy already rained upon the troll shaman like moonlight. Swish, swish, swish. The sword strikes landed, and above the creature's head, a flurry of damage numbers erupted. 219, 493. Critical weakness hit. 237, 237. Each of Li Fan's sword beams dealt pitifully low damage. This was due to the troll shaman's overwhelming defenses, compounded by a 35 damage reduction from level suppression. His attacks barely registered, only 1 point of force damage, accompanied by 218 points of true damage from his innate talent, along with the additional poison damage and 8 bonus from the venomous earring. Even the armor-piercing effect of his Tempest swordplay proved utterly ineffective. This, in truth, was the harsh reality of soloing a high-level boss in endless skies. Team synergy was paramount in this world. Had Li Fan been accompanied by allies capable of further reducing the boss's defenses or buffing his attack power beyond the enemy's resistance, his physical strikes might have carried weight. Yet in this life, he had already outpaced all other players. Against a foe like the troll shaman, he stood alone. Fortunately, the sheer terror of his innate true damage granted him the means to challenge such formidable adversaries. This was the same reason he had triumphed over legendary bosses even in the beginner village. Without it, no matter how swift his attacks or how relentless his assault, his blade would have dulled long before felling the troll shaman. Ignoring its magic shield, if I go all out, I could deplete its 700,000 HP in roughly 3,000 strikes. 3,000 attacks at my current speed, that's barely 8 or 9 seconds. If I activate Phantom Dance and the Epic Ring's active skill, I could do it in just over 4. Alas, amidst the ferocity of battle, I lacked the ideal conditions for sustained damage output. Li Fan shook his head ruefully. Scarcely had he unleashed his assault for less than a second when the venomous shaman, its health dwindling below 80, initiated its devastating area of effect abilities. Combat log: Troll Shaman Tuba, LV 40 Dark Gold Creature, cast Poison Repulsion Ring. You have evaded the skill's radius and remain unaffected. Combat log: Troll Shaman Tuba, LV 40 Dark Gold Creature, cast Toxic Ring. You have retreated beyond the danger zone and sustained no damage. With reflexes honed by countless battles, Li Fan reacted instantaneously. The moment the troll's staff began radiating ominous light, he propelled himself in the opposite direction with explosive speed. Though the shaman's incantations completed in under 0.3 seconds and its spells materialized within a heartbeat, that fleeting moment provided ample time for Li Fan to traverse 800 meters, rendering the attacks utterly futile. Against the towering troll chieftain, my defenses remain perilously fragile, Li Fan mused. One must balance audacity with prudence. He bided his time until the chieftain's skill duration expired before redirecting his assault. As anticipated, his strikes barely scratched the behemoth's defenses. Yet Li Fan remained unperturbed. The lumbering brute's massive frame guaranteed eventual victory through attrition. Patience would grind even mountains to dust. Chapter 80. Slaying the Troll Shaman and Seizing the Tribal Totem. 5th Update. Roar. The Troll Chieftain seethed with unbridled fury. It could sense the fragility of the human before it. A single strike from its blade would suffice to end his life. The chieftain yearned to witness that moment. As the ruler of this troll tribe, it was his duty to cleanse the disgrace brought upon his kin by this human slaughter, using his blood and life as atonement. Yet, while the thought was gratifying, in reality, this rage was nothing more than impotent fury, even without the aid of true sight. Li Fan could surmise that this legendary tier troll chieftain likely boasted an attack power exceeding 18,000. At this stage of the game, such a formidable boss would undoubtedly be classified as a world-level threat to all players. But before Li Fan, the hulking troll chieftain was nothing more than a pitiful clown to be toyed with. Its attack speed was pathetically slow in his eyes, after all. Li Fan's agility attribute was at least 5 times greater than the chieftain's. In other words, the troll chieftain could only manage 60 to 80 attacks per second, hardly surprising. As the game world disregarded the laws of physics, whether a creature was as massive as a mountain or as tiny as an ant, attack speed was dictated solely by agility. Even if the chieftain's size increased 10-fold or 100-fold, its attack speed would remain unchanged. Its colossal frame merely granted it a wider reach. Such sluggishness was laughable to Li Fan. Every movement of the troll chieftain unfolded before him like a slow-motion farce. With such a disparity in attack speed, the gap in movement speed was even more pronounced. Thus, Li Fan could effortlessly outmaneuver the chieftain, only occasionally sacrificing a fraction of his damage output to evade its clumsy strikes. Swish, swish, swish. 261, 261, 261. Unbeknownst to him, over a dozen seconds had passed. During this time, the troll chieftain unleashed an area of effect skill akin to War Stomp, but Li Fan anticipated it and swiftly retreated beyond its range. The vast battlefield worked to his advantage, allowing him to easily sidestep the boss's devastating abilities. Meanwhile, the toxic aura of the troll shaman had dissipated. Without hesitation, Li Fan redirected his assault toward the shaman. Swish, 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 roar. Soon, the troll shaman's health dropped to 60, triggering yet another skill. But it was futile. Li Fan had already deciphered its patterns. No matter what ability it unleashed, it was doomed to fail. Notably, throughout this phase, Li Fan successfully whittled down the shaman's health while simultaneously fending off the coordinated attacks of both the chieftain and the shaman, all without losing a single point of his own HP. The battle raged on. True to his strategy, Li Fan danced on the edge of recklessness when he could and retreated when necessary, never overextending for the sake of damage. When the shaman activated its skills, he shifted focus to the chieftain. Once the shaman's abilities expired, he resumed his relentless assault. What use is overwhelming attack power? What purpose do devastating skills serve, no matter how vast their range? If they cannot strike Li Fan, their fate is nothing but a slow and inevitable demise. The battle proceeded without incident, and before long, the troll priest's health dwindled to a mere 5. Combat log. Troll priest Tuba, LV 40 dark gold creature. Cast Poison Repulsion Ring. You remain outside the skill's range, unaffected. Combat log, omitted. In that instant, the troll priest unleashed every skill in its arsenal, save for Magic Shield, which remained untouched by enlightenment, as if mana were no concern. A relentless barrage of abilities erupted. Deep blue rings of venom spread like dozens of Olympic rings, gradually filling the entire valley. Yet, the cunning Li Fan had long since retreated beyond the valley's confines. This was no dungeon. Terrain imposed no restrictions. The initiative was firmly in his grasp. Driven to desperation, both the troll priest and the troll chieftain pursued him beyond the valley. The open wilderness suited Li Fan perfectly. 15 seconds later, as the priest's onslaught subsided, he advanced once more to strike. But in that moment of carelessness, disaster nearly struck. With terrifying speed, the troll priest retrieved the troll totem once more, channeling mana into it in an instant. A translucent, bowl-shaped barrier, roughly 100 meters in radius, rose into the sky. Centered upon it. Combat log. Troll priest Tuba, LV 40 dark gold creature, activates the troll totem skill confinement barrier. You remain outside the skill's range, unaffected. Damn. Had I been even a fraction of a second slower, I'd have been trapped inside. Realizing the danger, Li Fan bolted away, his heart pounding as he stared at the barrier mere meters ahead. The combat log revealed neither the barrier's duration nor the consequences of being ensnared within. But if it lasted over half a minute, and if the barrier proved unbreakable, his fate would be sealed. Within that confined space, with no flying boss like the Manicore Lord to carry him skyward, evading the priest and chieftain's area of effect skills would be impossible. His survival trump cards would be forced out prematurely. If his burst damage couldn't annihilate both bosses in time, death would be inevitable. That troll totem is a treasure. I hope it drops when I finish them off. Li Fan mused eagerly. Meanwhile, seeing its barrier fail, the troll priest dismissed it with a wave of its hands before charging forward once more, eyes burning with fury alongside the chieftain. This time, Li Fan fought with far greater caution, striking while retreating, never overextending. After a brief interval of approximately 10 seconds, as the troll shaman collapsed lifelessly, a series of notifications materialized upon his interface. System notification. You have vanquished Troll Shaman Tuba, LV 40 Dark Gold Creature, acquiring 1,852. 875 experience points, 35 bonus for defeating higher-level enemies. System notification. This marks the first server-wide elimination of this boss. Congratulations on obtaining 320 freely distributable attribute points, with guaranteed profession-specific equipment skill book drops. System notification. You have slain an intelligent magical creature, earning 320 merit points. X4, system notification, your innate talent activates, permanently enhancing your agility by 324 points. System notification, you have collected the spoils of war, venom-infused staff, dark gold, boots of nimbleness, dark gold, toxic ward, gold tier skill tome, troll clan totem, unique artifact, along with 38 gold, 22 silver, and 18 copper coins. The bounty from the fallen shaman proved remarkably substantial. Li Fan's gaze swept swiftly across the notifications, his attention particularly arrested by the long-anticipated Troll Clan totem. Remarkably, this artifact had not dissipated with the shaman's demise. With reflexes honed by countless battles, he secured the relic moments before the troll chieftain's arrival. A cursory examination provoked an involuntary intake of breath. Hiss. So this explained why both the shaman and chieftain had remained immune to the control effects of his necklace and rings. The answer lay within this very artifact. Chapter 81. The Might of the Troll Chieftain. Item. Troll Totem. Type. Special Artifact. Effect 1. Enhances fertility among troll kind, ensuring all newborn trolls possess bronze tier strength. Effect 2. Totemic Space. Allows teleportation of nearby trolls into the totem's dimensional pocket, lasting up to 24 hours. Effect 3. Confinement Barrier. Deploys an 80-meter radius barrier trapping enemies within, boasting 10 million HP and 0 defense, while temporarily boosting allied combat prowess by 20. Cooldown, 24 hours. Effect 4. Dark Divinity S Sanctuary. Grants uncontrollable status immunity to the wielder and nearby allies. Effect 5. Offering to the Dark Divinity. Slay 10,000 sentient beings to amass necrotic energy as tribute to the deity Sauron, receiving eldritch blessings in return. Requirement. Minimum 5,000 spirit points, restricted to intelligent monstrous races. Note. Surrendering this artifact to the Eastern Glory Empire yields substantial rewards. The Troll Totem held little practical value for Li Fan, nor could he wield it. However, it was noteworthy that upon the Troll Shaman's demise, the totem expelled all trolls previously absorbed into its dimensional space, their forms dissolving into streaks of shadow before rematerializing around him. Chaos ensued. Some fled toward their chieftain. Others scattered in terror. With 700 trolls remaining to fulfill his objective, Li Fan stowed the totem and unsheathed his blade, initiating a relentless onslaught. System alert. You have slain. Omitted. Temporarily abandoning his duel with the chieftain, he carved through the common trolls with predatory efficiency. His agility rendered him untouchable, a phantom weaving death through their ranks. Each strike felled a foe within 20 blows, littering the battlefield with corpses as his experience surged. Consecutive upgrade radiance erupted, level 34. Level 35. Simultaneously, his base agility skyrocketed. 27,000. 28,000. 41,000. The carnage ceased only when the last common troll collapsed, leaving the enraged chieftain isolated amidst the slaughter. By then, Liu Yanwei's daily routine, final, stood completed. Li Fan halted. surveying the silent field, now devoid of all but the roaring, impotent warlord. In a brief span, slaughtering numerous bronze tier or higher intelligent monsters has truly amplified my agility attributes to an astonishing degree. Alas, nearly half the common trolls managed to flee. Otherwise, my stats could have soared beyond 45,000 without question. Li Fan muttered with a mix of exhilaration and regret. Yet now was not the moment for such musings. Stimulated by the demise of his kin, the troll chieftain's assault had grown markedly swifter and more ferocious, compelling Li Fan to heighten his focus. By now, the cooldown for his true sight ability had reset, and without hesitation, he unleashed it upon the chieftain. Creature, Troll Chieftain Scold, the Bear. Race, Trollkin. Level Tier, LV 39 Legendary Creature. Combat Stats, Physical ATK 19, 504, Magical ATK 3, 100, HP 1, 466, 0001. 5M, Physical DF 12, 885, Magical DF 12. 004. Attributes, Strength 12, 000, Agility 6, 540, Spirit 2, 330, Stamina 11, 000. Basic attacks, Greatsword slashes, claw swipes, kicks, sweeping strikes. Skill 1 Roar. 2 Berserk, 3 War Stomp, details omitted. Skill 4 Mountain Sunder. The chieftain smashes the earth with his colossal blade, unleashing shockwaves that deal 500 physical damage within a 150-meter radius, accompanied by a brief stun effect. Skill 5 Iron Hide. The chieftain regenerates 2 of his maximum HP every 5 seconds. Skill 6 The Bear. Successful attacks deal an additional 200 of strength as physical damage. Skill 7 Grief. For every fallen troll ally, the chieftain's attack and movement speed increase by 1, capping at 100. This effect dissipates post-battle. Skill 8 Rampage. When HP drops below 10, the chieftain ignores taunts, suffers 30 reduced defense, gains a 40 boost to all attributes, and becomes immune to crowd control. Skill 9 Dark Goddess Gaze. Under the scrutiny of the Dark God Sauron, a divine avatar descends to aid the chieftain when his HP falls below 5. Weak points. Eyes, hindquarters. Incredible. As expected of a troll chieftain, what was merely a basic attack for him would be a signature skill among lesser trolls. 9 abilities, each more formidable than the last. Grief? No wonder his speed had surged, such as sacrifice allies, gain power mechanic. And the Dark Goddess attention. Hiss. In prior skirmishes, Li Fan had believed he grasped the chieftain's full might. Yet now, he discovered this monstrous capability to summon an avatar of a dark deity. In the world of endless skies, only divine-tier entities could be deemed dark gods. Not even epic-tier monsters held such privilege. What would the strength of the evil god's avatar be like? Li Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, eager to gauge his current odds against a divine boss. Suddenly, a fresh system notification interrupted his thoughts. Alert! You have detected unusual traces of intelligent monsters near the Eastern Glory Empire. Quest progress for Li Changshan's concerns, too, has increased. Current progress, 2. Did the quest progress update because I used True Sight and noticed the mark by the evil god's skill on the troll chieftain? A contemplative expression crossed Li Fan's face. However, now is not the time to dwell on this matter. The troll chieftain was still very much alive. And after his slaughter of the lesser trolls, its health had nearly regenerated to full. Whatever plans lay ahead, the priority was clear: eliminate the troll chieftain first. Chapter 82. The Descent of the Evil God's Avatar, the terror of a divine-level boss. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword energy rained down like a tempest. And above the head of the troll chieftain, damage numbers surged endlessly. 437, 438, 472, 1062. Critical weakness strike. Earlier, the massacre of ordinary trolls had elevated Li Fan's base agility attribute to 41,996 points. With the passive stacking effect of his epic ring, his agility soared by 30, reaching a staggering 54,594 points. His innate damage bonus granted him 545 points of true damage. However, due to the level suppression against the troll chieftain, his output was reduced by 20, resulting in only 437 points of damage per strike. Yet, this was more than sufficient. Though each individual strike seemed modest, his attack frequency was nothing short of terrifying. With 594 points in agility, Li Fan's base attack speed reached an astonishing 656 strikes per second. And when enhanced by the Phantom Sword Dance buff, it skyrocketed to 874. 78 strikes per second. Such a relentless assault meant his total damage output exceeded 380,000 per second. Of course, in actual combat, factors like evading enemy skills and repositioning prevented him from maintaining this peak performance. Nevertheless, an average of over 100,000 damage per second was easily sustainable. Unlike the Troll Shaman, whose lingering spells persisted for over 10 seconds after casting, the Troll Chieftain's abilities were instantaneous, quick to unleash, quick to fade. Li Fan only needed to retreat briefly to avoid the danger zone before darting back in to resume his onslaught. Despite the Troll Chieftain's passive skill Fury, which doubled its attack and movement speed, its 500 agility, even when amplified, was utterly incapable of touching Li Fan. The entire battle unfolded flawlessly, with Li Fan sustaining not a single scratch. In fact, he found this fight even easier than his previous encounter with the Dark Gold Tier Troll Shaman. Moreover, since he had seized the Troll Totem, the stun and paralysis effects from his epic ring and legendary necklace could now take hold against the Troll Chieftain. Combat log. The passive effect of your Silver Ring of the Hunting God is triggered. Troll Chieftain's Jold has entered a 1 second stun state. Combat log. Your Silver Ring of the Hunting God passive omitted. With the enemy incapacitated, Li Fan showed no mercy. Unsurprisingly, the Troll Chieftain's health plummeted like a punctured balloon, 80, 60, 40, 10, 5. Worth noting was its final stand at 10 health. Enraged, its 4 core attributes doubled, rendering it immune to all crowd control and taunt effects. But what did that matter to Li Fan? Even with its stats amplified, the Troll Chieftain's attack speed remained far inferior to his own. Without matching his agility, its heightened strength was meaningless. Its strikes would only slash at empty air. Immune to control? Irrelevant. Li Fan had no crowd control skills to begin with. Unaffected by taunts? A trivial concern. The battle's outcome was never in doubt. And so, with one final, decisive strike, the Troll Chieftain fell. No matter then. It's a one-on-one now, and Li Fan doesn't have to worry about the boss's aggro shifting to attack his fragile teammates. Thus, the enraged Troll Lord was steadily suppressed by Li Fan, its health gradually dropping to 5. What Li Fan had been waiting for finally arrived. Combat log. Troll Lord Scold, LV-39 legendary creature, cast skill Gaze of the Dark God. A fragment of the Dark God Soren appears. A swirling vortex suddenly materialized in the air. The portal opened on its own, and in the next moment, a human-sized figure emerged. This fragment of the Dark God was none other than Soren's avatar. Cloaked entirely in black robes, his face obscured, he wielded a twisted, branch-like staff crowned with a blood-red gemstone in his right hand, while his left clutched a yellowed tome. The moment he appeared, Li Fan felt an overwhelming weight pressed down on his body. The system prompt revealed the reason for this sensation. Combat log. You are affected by divine suppression. Evaluating tier. You are currently at the common tier. All 4 core attributes are reduced by 90. Divine suppression, an aura unique to divine tier beings in the world of endless skies, exerting dominance over all creatures beneath their status. This was precisely why, in his past life, Li Fan had never managed to defeat a single divine tier boss, even after reaching LV-200. Damn it, even an avatar has divine suppression? How am I supposed to fight this? Frowning, Li Fan activated True Sight on the Dark God's fragment, Soren. Creature, Soren, avatar. Tier, LV-33 divine tier. Attack defense attributes? Core attributes. Skills. Note, a fragment of the Dark God Soren, the Corrupter of Wisdom, possessing 50 of the original's power. Maximum duration, 20 seconds. As Li Fan examined the avatar's attributes, his vision blurred. A massive crimson energy sphere abruptly manifested above his head. Combat log. Soren, avatar, LV-33 divine creature, cast skill. You take 115 damage. You suffer a fatal blow. The passive skill Will of Ares from your equipment Ares Ancient Helm has automatically activated. You enter a 3-second invincibility state. Li Fan was stunned. Soren's attack wasn't particularly fast. Without the divine suppression, he could have dodged it easily. But there were no ifs. The truth was clear. Without ascending to a higher tier, defeating a divine tier boss was impossible. Fortunately, Li Fan had anticipated this. The reason he hadn't fled despite knowing the Dark God's avatar would descend was simple. He had a trump card. Target, Troll Lord. Righteous Judgment. With a thought, Li Fan locked onto the Troll Lord and activated the active skill of his epic weapon. In the next instant, His vision blurred as he was transported into a peculiar space, reminiscent of the round-based dimension previously conjured by the golden-ranked assassin Sahara's innate ability, albeit significantly more expansive. Combat log. You have activated the weapon skill Judgment of Justice. You have siphoned 10 of the Troll Chieftain strength attribute, increasing your own strength by 2,400 points while reducing the Troll Chieftain's by the same amount. The corresponding notification flashed across his interface. A trade-off. Yet ultimately futile. Even with the additional 2,400 points, Li Fan's attacks remained ineffective against the Troll Chieftain's defense exceeding 10,000. True damage, courtesy of his innate ability, remained his sole reliable output. As expected, the Phantom God avatar, though summoned through the Troll Chieftain's skill, did not qualify as its minion but rather as a third-party entity, thus remaining outside the confines of the Judgment of Justice's domain. The space was vast enough, he could afford to stall for 20 seconds, waiting for the Phantom God avatar to dissipate before re-engaging. With this in mind, Li Fan decisively began circling the enraged Troll Chieftain, who, having endured prolonged assault, had long abandoned reason, single-mindedly pursuing him without regard for the altered surroundings. 20 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Phantom Sword Dance. Swish, swish, swish. A minor attack speed buff sufficed. No need to resort to last resort measures like Desperate Fury or the active skill A Hunt's Hour from his epic ring. The weakened Troll Chieftain fell swiftly and smoothly, without incident. Mere seconds later, as the Troll Chieftain's health bar emptied completely, a cascade of post-combat notifications flooded Li Fan's interface. Chapter 83. First Slaughter of the Troll Chieftain. Bountiful Rewards. Server-wide announcement. Notification. You have slain Troll Chieftain Scald, LV39 legendary creature, acquiring 28 million experience points, 20 bonus for defeating higher-level enemies. Notification. You have leveled up. Current level, LV36. Notification. This marks the server's first kill of this boss. Congratulations on obtaining 600 free attribute points and a guaranteed class-specific equipment skill book from the loot. Notification. You have eliminated an intelligent magical creature, earning 600 merit points. For notification, your has taken effect, permanently increasing your agility by 600 points. Notification. You have collected the spoils of war from the boss. Gilded Armor, Legendary. Azure Dragon Great Blade, Dark Gold, Body of Steel, Legendary Skill Tome, along with 79 gold, 22 silver, and 18 copper coins. Notification. A server-wide announcement is imminent. Would you like to conceal your identity? A cascade of notifications flooded Li Fan's interface. Just as he assumed the rewards had concluded, an unexpected delight emerged. Notification. You have annihilated the Troll tribe within the Endless Mountains. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 merit points in the new title Troll Executioner. Notification. A server-wide announcement is imminent. Would you like to conceal your identity? Additional rewards? Splendid. The corners of Li Fan's lips curled upward in delight. Though in his previous life he had ascended to the top 10 warriors at LV200, his late entry into the game meant perpetually playing catch-up. Never had he single-handedly eradicated an entire tribe of intelligent magical creatures. Thus, these rewards were entirely novel to him. 10,000 merit points, if memory serves. That's sufficient to exchange for numerous treasures at the Eastern Glory Empire's official stores. Truly marvelous. Now, let us examine the equipment and skill tomes dropped by the boss. As Li Fan began inspecting the spoils from the Troll Chieftain, he instinctively selected yes for both server-wide announcements, as was his customary choice. Moments later, the long-absent fanfare of server-wide notifications commenced its dazzling display. Server-wide announcement. Player Taiswation, LV36 Sword and Shield Ranger, has slain Troll Chieftain Scald, LV39 legendary creature, deep within the Endless Mountains, securing the server's first kill rewards. His heroic deeds shall be eternally engraved in the annals of Endless Firmament. 3. Server-wide announcement. Player Tai Sui Shun, LV36 Sword and Shield Ranger, has obliterated the intelligent magical creature troll tribe in the heart of the Endless Mountains, obtaining additional rewards. His valor shall be forever memorialized in Endless Firmament's history. 3. Like a stone cast into tranquil waters. The late-night serenity shattered instantly as players across the server erupted in astonishment. What sorcery is this? Taiswation has reached LV36? Unless my memory fails me. Wasn't he merely LV32 around 2 o'clock? Merely an hour has passed, yet he has already ascended to level 36? The level itself is inconsequential. What truly astounds is that he vanquished a legendary level 39 boss. By the heavens, this is nothing short of monstrous. I've toiled relentlessly since the server launch, barely scraping level 27, struggling even against common foes in single combat. The enlightened troll tribe. Hisses my brethren, having undertaken a hidden quest, I know firsthand the terror these intelligent monstrosities wield. The deity like Taishuation must have felled numerous lesser bronze and silver tier bosses prior, hence his meteoric rise within half an hour. Thus far, has any server-wide announcement been triggered save for his exploits? Preposterous. A top 10 ranked player in our city marshaled thousands from his guild to slay a level 26 dark gold boss. Yet not even a city-wide notice followed, let alone a server broadcast. Taishuation is singular. A single step ahead begets perpetual dominance. Brothers, with such an insurmountable lead, dare we dream of surpassing him? Surpassing matters little. I merely crave the privilege to cling to his coattails. Taishuation, Almighty One, grant us that guidance. In game, scarcely a soul refrains from dissecting this feat. The forums brim with fresh threads sprouting like spring shoots. In prior days, Li Fan's grind for NPC Lu Yanwei's quests went unnoticed, save for his clash with the Righteous Clouds Guild. His stagnant gear and marginal level lead, a mere level 2 above the second ranked, bred whispers of his decline, of his inability to replicate his early server supremacy. And then, Thunderstrike, this unfathomable midnight revelation. A level 39 legendary boss? How? By what sorcery did you raise an entire enlightened monster tribe? The players reeled. Meanwhile, Li Fan finished assimilating the spoils from the troll chieftain. Fortune smiled. The legendary gear and skill tome dropped were both usable. With glee, he inspected the upgraded chestplate, armor, gilded plate, durability, 500/500, rarity, legendary, grade, peerless, requirements, level 36 for 100 vitality, attributes, 1, HP 15, 200 fizz, def 328 magic df 299 strength 215 vitality 265 2, max HP 23. Upon taking damage, regenerates 3,000 HP over 5 seconds. 4. Debuff duration reduced by 30. Attribute 5, Bloodthirst, a passive ability where after engaging an enemy in combat for 3 seconds, each attack increases this equipment's maximum HP by 150 points. This effect has a 30-second cooldown per target. A growth-type equipment. Simply attacking enemies can augment one's vitality cap. Undoubtedly, this artifact brought Li Fan immense delight. In the hands of ordinary players, it might be dismissed as mere obsolete gear. After all, its base tier is modest. And while it enhances health reserves, defensive attributes remain stagnant, destined for eventual replacement. Yet Li Fan possessed the fragment of the Chaotic Core 3, thus in his grasp. This could very well be considered in-game equipment. The higher his vitality, the greater his margin for error when confronting high-difficulty bosses. Excellent. A pity, however, that the skill tome remained unaffected by the Chaotic Core fragment, rendering it unlearnable for him. With a fleeting glance at the legendary skill manual in his inventory, skill tome, Ironclad Fortitude, rarity, legendary, prerequisites, level 39 or above, warrior cleric class. Level 1 effect, passive ability, gradually restores 2 of maximum HP every 5 seconds. This was unmistakably one of the troll chieftain's signature abilities. Chapter 84, preparing to re-enter the public dungeon, the arrival of the Emperor of Arrogance. Aside from the 2 legendary quality spoils, the troll chieftain also dropped a dark gold greatsword for Li Fan. This two-handed weapon, usable by warrior classes, boasted excellent attributes. However, to Li Fan, it was no different from the silver and gold equipment he had obtained before, merely goods awaiting liquidation. Notably, the title granted for annihilating the troll tribe proved exceptionally rewarding. Title: Troll Executioner. Attributes: HP 10, Physical Magic Attack 8, Strength, Agility, Spirit, Constitution 5. A straightforward yet potent set of enhancements. Compared to the Conqueror of Nightmares title he had been using, the base attribute improvements were substantial. The only drawback was the absence of skill level bonuses. Since my damage output primarily relies on basic attacks rather than skills, I'll switch to the Troll Executioner title. Might as well allocate all my free attribute points to Constitution while I'm at it. Li Fan suddenly realized how foolish his previous habit of hoarding free attribute points had been. His original plan had been to distribute them situationally, boosting strength when damage fell short or constitution when defenses proved inadequate. But after battling the troll shaman and the troll chieftain, enlightenment struck. Why stockpile them? Just dump everything into Constitution. Against high-difficulty bosses, his damage output depended entirely on the true damage granted by his innate talents. Strength merely amplified critical damage, enhancing the bonus damage from striking weak points. With his ever-increasing agility from talents, his attack speed soared, and each strike carried escalating true damage. Offensive capability was never in question. I must have been dazzled by the attributes of the Sword of Righteous Judgment, which led me to invest so heavily in strength. Not a major issue, though. Extra critical damage isn't unwelcome. From now on, every free attribute point would be poured into Constitution. As long as my defenses are impenetrable and my HP pool vast, I can trade blows with any boss head-on. Resolute. Li Fan allocated all remaining points to Constitution and glanced at his revamped status panel. Character: Divine Calamity. Base attributes: Level: LV36-4, 04M14, 9M EXP. Class: Sword and Shield Ranger. HP: 62, 330. MP: 8, 848. Attack: Physical 4, 817, Magic 1, 928. Defense: Physical 4, 600, Magic 4, 343. Attributes: Strength 2, 261, Agility 44, 725, Spirit 522, Constitution 3, 416. Free attribute points: 0. Max attack speed: 537, 66 hits second. Max movement speed: 994, 95 meters second. Title: Troll Executioner. Talent: Blessing of Light, Stage 2, SSS quality. Equipment, skills, etc. omitted. At this moment, having been out of combat for over 10 seconds, the passive benefits of the Epic Ring have completely faded. These stat values represent Li Fan's baseline attributes without any buffs. Allocating points entirely into stamina has yielded remarkable results. Li Fan's physical defense is nearly surpassing his physical attack value. The rewards from farming the Wise Beast tribe are exceptionally lucrative, making it the focal point of his future progression. By the way, the hidden quest from NPC Lin Youyang mentioned a race called the Manicore, a tribe of intelligent beasts. Several days have passed. It's time to complete the first phase of that quest. Before that, however, the LV-28 public dungeon, Molten Caverns, awaits. Having digested his spoils and allocated his free attribute points, Li Fan begins planning his next steps toward strength. There's an LV-28 public dungeon he hasn't tackled yet. Having been preoccupied with Liu Yanwei's quest, now that the quest is fully completed and he's already reached LV-36, delaying further would make the experience penalty too severe. Thus, Li Fan decides to clear this dungeon first, securing the Nightmare Mode first clear rewards before proceeding with Lin Youyang's task. Taishui Shun, private message Zixia. Select 13 others, including yourself, and wait for me at the Dungeon Plaza in Sky Glory City. I'll lead the team to claim the Nightmare first clear. Taishui Shun, private message Air Guzi. Bring your 3 teammates. Meet at Sky Glory City's Dungeon Plaza in 20 minutes. I'll carry you. Taishui Shun, private message Hu Hudi. Still awake? Rare sight. Come to the Dungeon Plaza in Sky Glory City. I'll take you through Nightmare Mode first clear. Molten Caverns, a small to medium 20-player public dungeon, imposes no restrictions on party size, allowing Li Fan to enter solo. However, farming at LV-28 dungeon at LV-36 incurs severe reward penalties, so bringing lower-level teammates indirectly boosts the dungeon's yield. Moreover, Li Fan cares little for the dungeon's standard rewards. Only the first clear prizes and the legendary treasure chest from completion matter. By replicating his strategy in the Spider Cavern trial, entering with a full party but soloing the monsters, he ensures these rewards remain unaffected. Party play splits his experience gains. But he couldn't care less about such trivial losses. Nurturing future allies justifies the resource expenditure. With this in mind, Li Fan sets off back to the city. Sky Glory City, Dungeon Plaza. Look, aren't those members of the Phoenix Guild's progression team? Gods, we actually ran into them. I wonder if Zixia the Fairy would accept a simp. And their sharpshooter Ji, Chi-Chi, and other top-ranked female players. So envious, I'd kill to join them. Stop dreaming. The Phoenix Guild primarily recruits female players. Unless exceptionally skilled, male players simply can't get in. Who are those mediocre guys? This tube called Longing? Damn, what a perverted username. Actually mingling with Phoenix's raid team members. How despicable. Even late at night, the Dungeon Plaza of Sky Glory City remains bustling. Understandably so, it houses not only the LV-28 Molten Caverns dungeon, but also the LV-20 Wolf Clan Altar dungeon, for most players who've just arrived in the main city. Completing 5 daily runs of Wolf Clan Altar is an absolute necessity. The dungeon offers high rewards with low risk, far more comfortable than grinding field monsters. Thus, when Violet Fairy and her companions arrived, envious glances immediately poured in from nearby players. Just then, an unexpected group approached Violet Fairy's party. Their leader's ID was unmistakably Emperor Supremacy. Violet Fairy, let's negotiate peace. After all, you wouldn't want your guild members hunted down by both our Supreme Overlords Guild and Righteous Brotherhood Guild, would you? Emperor Supremacy spoke with detached composure. Chapter 85. The Emperor's Arrogant Threat, Li Fan's Murderous Intent. The Violet Fairy had once voiced her support for Li Fan's declaration of war against Righteous Brotherhood on the game forums. True to her word, she commanded her guild members to relentlessly hunt down players from Righteous Brotherhood and Supreme Overlords. In the days since, while Li Fan attended to his own affairs, hundreds of members from the Phoenix Guild perished daily. Of course, the casualties on the opposing side, Righteous Brotherhood and Supreme Overlords, were far greater. After all, Li Fan had offloaded his unused equipment to the Violet Fairy, granting her guild a significant advantage in overall strength compared to the average player. Meanwhile, the two rival guilds found the situation unbearable. Unlike the Violet Fairy, who acted on sheer will, the Emperor of Supreme Overlords and Zhao Ritian were far less reckless. They could not afford to lose hundreds of members daily, especially in the game's critical early stages. Time was precious. Engaging in PvP was a gamble. Victory was acceptable. But defeat came with severe penalties. The weakened state post-death rendered players incapable of farming monsters of their level, wasting invaluable progression time. Thus, for the sake of his guild's future, the Emperor of Supreme Overlords, after conquering the 7-star difficulty of his class challenge, immediately sought an audience with the Violet Fairy in Sky Glory City, hoping for a truce. We may not be able to handle that lunatic situation yet, but your Phoenix Guild is vast and prosperous. Why indulge in his madness? The early game is too precious to waste on pointless battles. Listen to me, Violet. This feud is between Supreme Overlords, Righteous Brotherhood, and Taishui Shun. There is no need for you to interfere. Today, I stand here representing not only Supreme Overlords, but also Zhao Ritian of Righteous Brotherhood. We seek peace. If this continues, we will have no choice but to take the Phoenix Guild seriously. Two top-tier guilds may struggle against Taishui Shun, but do you truly believe we cannot crush your guild? Violet, surely you don't wish for your members to be hunted, their progress stunted? Cease this folly. Abandon Taishui Shun's reckless war. The Emperor's words carried both honeyed persuasion and veiled threat. Though his level lagged at a mere 20 due to the grueling clash challenge, he stood unafraid. NPC guards patrolled the vicinity. Player killing here invited swift retribution. He had even deciphered how Li Fan had once slaughtered players within the city. But such tricks were useless under the watch of NPC enforcers. Faced with his intimidation, the Violet Fairy merely offered a frosty smile. Taishui Shun is our ally. His cause is ours. You dare threaten us? You and Zhao Ritian, cowering in the beginner villages for days, hiding like turtles, clowns that you are, have the audacity to issue threats? Hunt us down? Try. How utterly laughable. Mark my words, as long as Endless Firmament stands, our Phoenix Guild will be your sworn enemies. The two sentences from Violet Mist Fairy darkened the Emperor's pride's expression. Have you lost your mind? Willing to self-destruct for that lunatic Taishui Shun against both our guilds? I failed to comprehend what benefit this brings you. Violet Mist Fairy sneered with disdain. The world of the strong is beyond the comprehension of a clown like you. As the saying goes, one woman equals 500 ducks. Emperor's pride had chosen the wrong opponent for a war of words. Within moments, he was utterly overwhelmed by Violet Mist Fairy and her allies. Meanwhile, Li Fan's figure finally arrived at the dungeon plaza. He did not reveal himself immediately. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding players, he pieced together Emperor's pride's intentions, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Truth be told, his impression of the pride of the Proud Guild and Emperor's pride himself was faint. In his past life, this guild had never survived to the 10th year of Endless Firmament's launch. By the 3rd or 4th year, they had been dismantled by Butterfly Dancer. And Emperor's pride himself vanished without a trace, likely meeting his permanent demise. In this second life, if you were to tally their grudges, the only conflict with Pride of the Proud had been when their members insulted him after he slew the Silver Wolf King. A minor matter. Easily dismissed, Li Fan had thought little of it. Yet, who could have imagined that Pride of the Proud would ally themselves with Righteous Brotherhood? Emperor's Pride himself had even taken to the forums to support Zhao Ritian's slanderous claims, defaming Li Fan without restraint. Thus, the conclusion was simple. Though Li Fan barely knew Emperor's Pride, he now regarded him as no different from Zhao Ritian, birds of the same foul feather. In his past life, Zhao Ritian had steered Righteous Brotherhood into becoming a notorious anti-human faction. Had Pride of the Proud survived, they likely would have become another Righteous Brotherhood. Too afraid to face me, they cowered in the beginner villages for days before daring to enter the city. And now, the moment they arrive, they threaten Violet Mist Fairy? Pathetic. A textbook case of preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Today, you die. That is my decree. Not even Jesus can save you. With that thought, Li Fan vanished from the dungeon plaza without a trace. Did Emperor's Pride believe the presence of NPC guards would shield him from retribution? How naive. Li Fan resolved to teach him a lesson he would never forget. City Lord S. Manor, Sky Glory City Taishuation. You truly live up to being the first chosen to enter the city. I knew my judgment was sound, to single-handedly annihilate the Troll tribe. As the City Lord of Sky Glory and a member of the Donghua imperial family, I deeply admire your deeds. As encouragement, you may exchange one merit item at half the usual cost. The City Lord of Sky Glory regarded Li Fan with undisguised admiration. As his words faded, a new panel appeared before Li Fan. The Donghua Empire Chosen Merit Exchange List. Item 1. Helmet of the Valiant. Quality, Level 30 Silver Helmet. Grade, Superior. Attribute 1. HP 900, Dual Defense 35, Stamina 30. Attribute 2. Reduces physical damage taken by 5. Attribute 3. Reduces physical damage taken by 30 points. Exchange price, 200 merit points. Item 2. Light Armor of the Valiant. Quality, Level 30 Silver Chest Piece. Grade, Superior. Attributes. Omitted. Exchange price. 200 merit points. Item 16. Great Sword of the Glorious. Quality. Level 30 Gold Two-Handed Weapon. Grade. Superior. Attributes. Omitted. Exchange price. 500 merit points. Chapter 86. Exchanging for the Advanced Metal. Slaying right before the NPC soldiers. Item 51. Blink. Skill Book. Quality. Gold. Learning requirement. Level 40 or above, Mage Class. Exchange price, 1,000 merit points. Item 103, Intermediate Health Potion. Effect, upon consumption. Instantly restores 10 of max HP, up to 500 HP. Cooldown 20 seconds. Exchange price, 30 merit points. Item 399, Eastern Empire Chosen S Honor Medal, Advanced. Effect, 500 to all 4 core attributes, allows commanding up to 10 ordinary Eastern Empire soldiers for 1 hour per day, grants equivalent authority to a battalion commander, and bestows law enforcement privileges over other chosen within major cities. Simply carry it in the inventory to activate effects. Exchange price, 20,000 merit points. Item 500, Gale Sword Saint, Heritage Scroll. Category, Special Item. Effect, upon use, grants the heritage of the 3rd Tier 9 star-rated profession, Gale Sword Saint. Note, crafted by the legendary Eastern Empire Sword Saint, Li Changsheng. Only one exists in the world. Exchange price, 200,000 merit points. The exchange list provided by Tianyu City's Lord Zhao Hound contained a total of 500 items, ranging from equipment of the highest dark gold quality to skill books, special artifacts, consumables, and more. Among them were numerous treasures that stirred Li Fan's desire. Originally, he had planned to accumulate more merit points before making exchanges, but circumstances changed, since he was already here. Aside from obtaining the license to kill, the Eastern Empire Chosen S Honor Medal, Advanced, he also exchanged for a set of Intermediate Agility Elixirs. Item, Intermediate Agility Elixir. Type, Consumable. Effect, temporarily increases base agility by 510 for 30 seconds. No cooldown. A set contained 9 vials, each costing 1,000 merit points. Fortunately, when exchanging for the medal, Lord Zhao Hong offered a 50% discount, allowing Li Fan to afford them with his remaining merit points. Merit points, much like gold coins, were far too easy to spend. From now on, he would have to annihilate more intelligent monster tribes to replenish his reserves. Shaking his head, Li Fan concluded his transactions and bid farewell to Lord Zhao Hong before turning back toward the dungeon plaza. Violet Fairy, can you control your people? If this continues, we want to hold back. Our guild leader won't listen to a clown like you. Bleh, clown. Damn it. We're discussing matters with Violet Fairy. Who the hell is this? Is called longing. Who gave you the right to interrupt? Oh, I'll speak if I want to. What were you going to do about it? Bite me, idiot. Clown. And you, Zhao Ritian, you cowardly bastard, you actually showed up too. Let me tell you straight. Our Grandmaster Tai Sui Shun is arriving any moment now. If you value your lives, scram. Ha. The heated argument continued in the Tianyao City Dungeon Square. Li Fan's loyal brother, Chen Ergu, had thrown all caution to the wind. Over the past few days, he and his 3 veteran teammates had been grinding alongside the elite raiding party of the Phoenix Guild, leveling up alongside stunning beauties. Life couldn't have been sweeter. The only fly in the ointment was that, with Li Fan's dazzling presence overshadowing him, the ladies paid him little attention. Worse still, his old habit of stumbling over words in front of pretty girls resurfaced, leaving him with a thoroughly unremarkable impression, just some lucky tag-along clinging to Li Fan's coattails. Every time he thought about it, Chen Erga burned with humiliation. Now, facing the taunts and vulgarities from Ao Shidi Huang and Zhao Ritian's newly arrived gang, Chen Erga stood defiantly in front of beauties like Violet Fairy, unleashing his full arsenal of verbal savagery with the finesse of a seasoned trash talker. Within moments, he had Ao Shidi Huang and Zhao Ritian's crew utterly seething. Damn mutt, I'll remember you. Whether the Phoenix Guild heeds our call for a truce or not, you're dead. We, the Boundless Brotherhood, will grind you down to level 0. Zhao Ritian roared, his face twisted with rage. Given his choice of ID and the fact that he had turned the Boundless Brotherhood into a den of scoundrels, it was no surprise that Zhao Ritian had the temperament of a gutter rat. Obscenities rolled off his tongue with ease. Zhao Ritian hadn't intended to show up personally. He had entrusted the peace negotiations with the Phoenix Guild to Ao Shidi Huang. But who could be predicted Violet Fairy's unyielding defiance? Daring to stand against 2 major guilds? And who would VE thought Ao Shidi Huang would prove so utterly incompetent, unable to handle a mere woman? Reluctantly, Zhao Ritian had rushed over with his men to confront Violet Fairy himself. Yet before he could even get a word in edgewise, Chen Ergu, Violet Fairy's eager lapdog, had already shredded his composure with a barrage of insults. Coward. Clown. Since becoming the leader of the Boundless Brotherhood, when had Zhao Ritian ever been mocked so brazenly to his face? And the worst part? The taunts hit home. He had been hiding from Li Fan's relentless pursuit, skulking in the shadows until he was forced to return to the main city, a textbook act of cowardice. Being insulted was one thing. Being insulted accurately was what sent Zhao Ritian spiraling into fury so quickly. You're finished, kid. On my honor as leader of the Boundless Brotherhood, I swear I'll make you quit this game. Zhao Ritian snarled at Chen Ergu. Same here. Ao Shidi Huang chimed in, nodding fiercely. This one's called sorrow. My guild, Supreme Overlords, won't let you off either. Chen Ergu sneered, his voice dripping with defiance. Oh, scary faces, huh? Who do you think you're intimidating? My boss is Tai Sui Shun. If you've got the guts, say that again when he gets here. The spectacle had the surrounding spectators utterly enthralled. Holy hell. Now that's a real man. Got guts, I respect that. Beauty is indeed a curse. The ancient spoke true. This sorrow here, showing off for the ladies, just painted a target on his back from 2 major guilds. Not the wisest move. How utterly irrational. Did you not hear what Brother Sinian said? His leader is the god of Jupiter. If my leader were also the god of Jupiter, I wouldn't fear trash guilds like Righteous Brotherhood or Supreme Overlords either. What respect can mere game leaders command? In any case, I believe this fellow Sinian is headed for disaster. Righteous Brotherhood and Supreme Overlords are formidable forces in the gaming world, not to be trifled with. Players buzzed with discussion. Some admired Chen Ergu's boldness, while others deemed him reckless, risking the wrath of 2 major guilds just to defend a beauty. A textbook case of foolish simping. Yet others argued. Chen Ergu's leader is the god of Jupiter. Who is that? None other than the undisputed top player in the game. With such backing, of course he can afford to act with impunity. Meanwhile, Zhao Ritian and Emperor Supreme exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Your leader is the god of Jupiter? Huh. I don't believe it. Unless you, Zhao Ritian sneered. But before he could finish, his avatar dissolved into a streak of white light. Indeed, Li Fan, who had just arrived at the dungeon plaza, struck without a word. Chapter 87. Slaying Zhao Ritian until he dares not log in. Challenging the Molten Cave dungeon. Li Fan was a man of few words but decisive action. With ruthless efficiency, he struck 5,082. 7,764. Critical hit. Lethal blow, Two staggering numbers erupted above Zhao Ritian's head. In just 2 strikes, Zhao Ritian was sent straight to the resurrection point, his health bar obliterated beyond overkill. The sudden brutality left nearby players frozen in shock, but Li Fan showed no hesitation. The moment Zhao Ritian fell, his gaze locked onto Ao Shudi Huang. 9,842. Critical hit. Lethal blow. Ao Shudi Huang fared even worse than Zhao Ritian. His measly health pool annihilated in a single slash. A flash of white light, and he was gone. Without pause, Li Fan turned his blade upon the dozen or so guild members accompanying them. The sturdiest among them barely endured 3 basic attacks before crumbling. His attack speed and movement were inhuman. From his first strike to the last, the entire massacre took less than a second. A fleeting storm of destruction, leaving only ashes in its wake. Only then did the stunned onlookers regain their senses. Holy, the god of calamity. What the hell was that? Like lightning. I couldn't even see him move. Is this the true power of the god of calamity? Witnessing it firsthand is 100 times more terrifying than any video. Slaughtering players right in the dungeon plaza? This is madness. No wonder the forums call him the god of slaughter. The title fits perfectly. Look, the NPC guards are moving. This is about to get interesting. Killing right under the guards' noses? Even if he is strong, he can't possibly defy the NPCs, can he? Whispers and gasps spread like wildfire. The crowd watched with bated breath as 4 armored NPC soldiers marched toward the scene. Zi Xiaxianzi and Chen Ergo paled, their faces etched with worry. This wasn't like the previous incident at the resurrection point. This time, the NPCs had seen everything. The guards weren't just enforcers. They represented the entire might of the Eastern Glory Empire's NPC faction. What could Li Fan possibly do now? Just as panic set in, Li Fan calmly retrieved a palm-sized insignia from his inventory. Instantly, the 4 furious NPC soldiers halted. Their aggressive stances melted into deference. With deep bows, they turned and departed without another word, as if the massacre had never occurred. The crowd erupted. What just happened? Why did the guards ignore him? Does this mean we can kill freely in the dungeon plaza now? Let me try. A scream cuts off abruptly. Huh. Bold move, brother. Rest in peace. Observe carefully. What did the deity Tai Shui just retrieve from his hand that caused the NPC soldiers to change their attitude? That object is crucial in the eyes of the NPC soldiers. Tai Shui is fundamentally different from us. What exactly was it? In the dungeon square, the gathered players were utterly stunned. The same question was echoed by the curious Violet Fairy and her companions. We'll discuss this later. I need to head to the respawn point first. Before the words had fully left Li Fan's lips, he vanished like the wind, leaving Violet Fairy and the others exchanging bewildered glances. From the perspective of sheer combat prowess, the rumors spread by Zhao Ritian and his cohorts on the forums, labeling Li Fan as a god of slaughter, weren't entirely unfounded. Seriously, did these guys coordinate this? Logging off right after I killed them. How cowardly. Approximately 2.5 minutes later, Li Fan returned to the dungeon square with a frustrated sigh. Though the time was brief, he had confirmed that Zhao Ritian and his group had indeed logged off. With their avatars absent from the game, camping the respawn point was pointless. No matter. There is plenty of time. I'll carve out moments daily to hunt them down. Sooner or later, I'll drive them out of the game entirely. Having silently resolved this, Li Fan swiftly rejoined Violet Fairy and the others. Erguzi, well done. That was a manly performance just now. Li Fan gave his loyal comrade Chen Erguzi a thumbs up, but the latter responded with an awkward chuckle. The bravery he had displayed earlier now felt embarrassingly excessive, like the behavior of a hopeless sycophant. Worse still, his closest friend had witnessed it. Thank you for standing with me against the righteous brotherhood and the proud conquerors guilds. As repayment, I'll sell you these items at half price. They should significantly boost your guild's combat strength. Turning to Violet Fairy, Li Fan transferred all the equipment and skill books he had accumulated but had no use for. A player's inventory holds 100 slots, and Li Fan's was no exception, packed to the brim. Aside from essential items like Warrior's Heart and Sacred Prayer skill books, he traded roughly 85 pieces of equipment and skill books to Violet Fairy, the lowest quality among them. Silver tier. Wow. These will be an enormous help to our guild. Thank you. Violet Fairy's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was precisely why she had sided with Li Fan, even at the cost of provoking 2 major guilds. But forget the discount. These are rare treasures. I want to shortchange you. You'll get a price you're satisfied with. She added. Then you're about to owe me a mountain of gold again. Li Fan chuckled. true to her reputation as the game's renowned affluent player. Money was no object to her. Let us move, join the party, and let us finish this dungeon. Agreed, let us do this. Li Fan formed the party, and Violet Fairy's group swiftly joined. Chin Air Guzzi and his 3 veteran teammates followed suit. At long last, the belatedly arriving butterfly successfully secured the final spot in the team. I heard you just took down the guild leader of Proud Heroes? Well done. That guy kept sending people to hunt me down. By slaying him, you've earned my gratitude. Butterfly puffed out her chest, her expression a mix of pride and coyness as she spoke. She then cast a sidelong glance at Violet Fairy, as if deliberately conveying that she had known the god of fortune far longer. Violet Fairy responded with a knowing smile. As a fellow woman, she could sense from Butterfly's demeanor that the latter seemed to regard her as a romantic rival. How amusing, she merely admired the god of fortune's character and respected his gaming prowess, without the slightest thought of romantic entanglements. Little girl, you're overthinking things rather excessively. Owe me a favor? Then prepare to be indebted, for I suspect I'll be cutting him down many more times to come. Li Fan chuckled, deftly sidestepping the topic as he strode forward, entering the dungeon without another word. Chapter 88. System notifications flood the screen, leaving all players dumbfounded. System alert. You have entered the lava caverns, nightmare mode. System alert. In nightmare mode, the dungeon has a 60-minute time limit. Exceeding this duration will result in failure. System alert. Clear condition. Defeat the lava behemoth, LV. 32 legendary creature. System alert. Under current difficulty, the scorching air is unbearable, causing you to lose 5 HP per second. As the notifications flashed across his interface, Li Fan's vision blurred momentarily as he was transported into the dungeon. Designed as a 20-player open dungeon, the lava caverns featured an underground environment with relatively spacious interiors. However, the terrain was marred by uneven pits filled with molten lava, glowing ominously in hues of crimson and gold. Li Fan's memory of this dungeon had grown hazy over time. This was understandable. The Spider Cave trial had been every Endless Skies player's first dungeon experience. Naturally, such a debut left a lasting impression. In contrast, the lava caverns were merely the second open dungeon. Human nature dictated that secondary experiences rarely held the same weight as the first, compounded by the passage of time. It was only natural that Li Fan's recollection of the lava caverns had faded. Yet, whether he remembered or not made little difference. Without relying on guides, his current strength was more than sufficient to bulldoze through the challenges ahead. System alert. You have slain. Omitted. System alert. Your talent activates, granting you a permanent 15 agility. XN. Just as he had done during the Spider Cave trial, Li Fan charged ahead alone, delving deep into the dungeon's heart. The first wave of minions consisted of bronze-tier creatures, LV, 31 mutated fire elementals. Notably, these beings were diminutive in size, spherical in shape, resembling blazing basketballs suspended midair. Their erratic movements tested players' accuracy in landing attacks and skills, while their mastery of fire-based spells added another layer of danger. Of course, for Li Fan, such challenges were trivial. He could strike them blindfolded. In no time, the first wave of dungeon creatures was utterly eradicated. Subsequent waves followed, second, third, up to the seventh. The weakest among them remained bronze tier, though their variety expanded beyond fire elementals to include a new humanoid foe, blazing zombies. These charred undead boasted formidable defenses and excelled in close combat. Their modus operandi involved ambushing unsuspecting players, erupting from the molten pits without warning to catch them off guard. Regrettably for these creatures, such surprise tactics were nothing more than pitiful theatrics before Li Fan. The lava caverns housed 3 guardian bosses in total. After clearing the 7th wave of minions, Li Fan stood before the first of these formidable foes. This was an oversized mutated fire elemental. While ordinary variants were no larger than basketballs, this monstrosity spanned over a meter in diameter, armed with an arsenal of flame-based abilities. It was both an offensive and defensive powerhouse, capable even of summoning lesser minions to aid in battle. Yet its strength was merely at the gold tier of level 32. Utterly insignificant before Li Fan's might, and it was swiftly vanquished. Immediately after, Li Fan proceeded to the second boss of the dungeon, a level 32 dark gold tier blazing minotaur warrior. Towering in stature with a dark green hide, eyes ablaze, and wielding a colossal battle axe, it charged recklessly in combat. Of course, to Li Fan, this creature was merely imposing in appearance. The actual battle was nothing short of uneventful. Finally, Li Fan faced the dungeon's ultimate boss, the level 32 legendary lava behemoth. Its massive, 5-meter-tall frame was forged from reddish-brown stone-like plates, and its thunderous movements shook the cavern with each stride. The lava behemoth's attacks were devastatingly powerful, boasting wide-range strikes, earth-shattering slams, and charging AoE assaults, not to mention a damage-absorbing shield for survival. However, luck was not on its side. The cavern's vast expanse, roughly the size of 7 or 8 football fields, allowed Li Fan ample room to evade its attacks. Compared to the Troll Chieftain, this battle was far less taxing. Still, as this was his first encounter since Rebirth, the fight was not without its tense moments. A near miss almost sealed his fate. At 5 minutes and 39 seconds, the lava behemoth crumbled. System alert. You have slain the lava behemoth, level 32 legendary creature. You have gained 23 million EXP, party EXP split, 20-member party bonus, 200. Level penalty, 20. System alert. You have cleared the Molten Cavern dungeon on Nightmare mode. Clear time, 5 minutes and 39 seconds. System alert. Evaluating dungeon performance. 1. Your contribution to the party, 99. 99 2. Clear time under 20 minutes 3. No deaths recorded. Congratulations. You have earned an SSS rank dungeon evaluation. System alert. You have received dungeon rewards 6. For million EXP, 20 penalty, legendary chest, level 32, x1. System alert. Your party is the first in the server to clear Molten Cavern on Nightmare mode. As the party leader with a 99 contribution, you have been awarded 400 free attribute points. Title: Lava Behemoth Slayer Epic Chest, level 32, x1. System alert. A server-wide announcement is imminent. Would you like to conceal your ID? A cascade of notifications flooded Li Fan's interface as he eagerly reviewed his spoils. Meanwhile, the server-wide announcements began their relentless broadcast once more. Server announcement. The Nightmare mode of the Molten Cavern trial has been conquered by a team of valiant challengers. Leader: Tai Suation, LV-36 Sword and Shield Ranger. Members: Purple Mist Fairy, LV-31 Storm Warrior, Aiming at Chickens, LV-30 Gale Archer. Their heroic deeds shall forever be etched into the annals of Endless Skies history. X3. The server announcement flooded the screen once more. It was around 4 a.m. in the real world, a time when all should be silent, yet the forums of Endless Skies erupted in frenzy. Damn, again? Tai Suation. Almighty One, reign in your divine prowess. I'm already numb from shock. Just moments ago, I was stunned watching Tai Suation slay Zhao Ritian and Ao Sure Emperor right in front of the NPCs in Tianyao City. And now, within mere minutes, they've cleared the nightmare difficulty of Molten Cavern? It couldn't have taken more than 10 minutes, I swear. 10 minutes to obliterate Molten Cavern on Nightmare? Can this get any more absurd? The forum players were utterly astounded. The relentless barrage of server-wide announcements today had left many numb to the sheer spectacle. Meanwhile, Li Fan had successfully absorbed the rewards from the Nightmare dungeon's first clear, yet this harvest left him deeply conflicted.